The action takes place in a distant murima. The great elder lies with his eyes closed, and his disciples say that if he leaves, it is unknown what will happen to them. When the elder was young, he struggled to survive on the streets, and, by pure luck, ended up in the Hwasan faction. Since then, he's risen to the top and become an elder, a position that someone like him would never have achieved. He was able to become an elder because he lived in an era when everything was abnormal. This place was torn apart by war for decades. Countless people lost their lives in it. People soon began to refer to these times as the War Era. Many members of the Hwasan faction, the organization to which the elder belonged, also died. In those days, it was impossible to find anyone to fill the elder's position. So, without much choice, the position fell to Sochan. Sochan was the oldest and most educated, and so the century of war ended, and peace finally came. Within the Hwasan faction, Sochan spent most of his time studying murim, but he took no disciples because he had not rightfully assumed the position of elder. Sochan was too busy worrying about what others thought. Now he feels incredible pity and annoyance. As an elder, Sochan gained access to all the murim books held by the Hwasan faction. His status rose even higher. But Sochan's life lacked meaning. He couldn't find the kind of love so easy for others. He only practiced martial arts. Never even touching a woman's hand, Sochan wanted to excel at murim. But he wasn't good enough. One of the most chaotic eras in murim history, countless stories are still told. There are heroes and villains who made their names famous during this time, but Sochan isn't among them. He's convinced he's wasted his life, and he deeply regrets it. Suddenly, the elder heard someone calling his name. Sochan opened his eyes and saw the master standing before him. The master told him that he had been crying in his sleep again and saying something. Sochan realized that something unimaginable had happened. Then Sochan realized he was 8 years old, a 4th-generation student of the murim, and before him was Master Yu. Sochan is simply convinced he's traveled back in time. He realized that after several days of doubt, Sochan, who had been promoted to elder during the war, had died, and now Sochan returned to Hwasan as a child. Before the flowers were stained with blood, and before the world was filled with wars. Sochan was overjoyed to be back. He didn't know how he'd returned to the past or who had sent him here, but none of that mattered now. After a week of reflection, Sochan decided once again that he could now use the memories from the past to live a new life. When Sochan took over as elder, he learned many secrets of the murim alliance and the Hwasan faction. He also knows all the events that will occur from now on. And now Sochan knew with complete confidence that he would do it. That this time, everything would work out. In his past life, Sochan was strong, but not anymore. He's just a child now, barely 8 years old, and in the Hwasan faction, there's no such thing as freedom. Everyone must strictly follow the same rules. Sochan was terrified when he thought about having to go through all that hellish training again. The teacher shouted at them to run without stopping. Sochan remembered that whether you are a child or an adult, training until death does not change. Every teacher knows their students' limits. It's important to rest before passing out to recover, then start over again. The worst part for Sochan was that he hadn't even reached the training camp yet. The training center for the 4th generation is located in the Nakan temple. The path to this place is called Nakan Hell. Sochan understood that he had to go through a long and very difficult journey again to achieve his goals. A year later, Sochan turned 9. Master Yu praised the boy and said she was proud of him. At first, Sochan felt strange being treated like a child, but over time, he got used to it. That day, the master told him that from now on, he could train on his own. Sochan was overjoyed at this news. He couldn't train while his master was by his side every day, but that didn't mean he missed it. He still had to endure the hell of Nakana. Just when he thought he was getting better, the masters raised the bar and made everyone suffer. Even if this is a second chance in Sochan's life, he doesn't want to go through that hell again. Once was enough. And Sochan began to organize his memories. He might know what would happen in the Murima, but he didn't know everything. Human memory has its limits. So Sochan began recording all the important events that happened in the future. Who would have thought that what he learned would come in handy? Sochan was happy that he would finally be able to do what he had been waiting for a whole year. 66 years before his death, there was a genius in the faction, famous for his hidden talent. And thanks to this genius, the secrets of Manhwa Qigong were discovered. This is the foundation of martial arts techniques, known to everyone. Who would have thought such a simple matter could contain secrets? Sochan sat down by the tree to feel the energy of the few. Reciting poetry near the Manhwa tree allows one to absorb its energy. And it doesn't just absorb its life force. If that were the case, the tree would have been exhausted long ago. It wouldn't be considered a technique. It's not about taking the tree's life force, but rather borrowing it. Qi energy exists not only in humans, it also flows in animals and plants. All living organisms exist and breathe qi energy. This technique was Sochan's favorite. Sochan knew that if he revealed this secret, he would receive honorary titles, but it would be wrong for that person from the future. Sochan decided to keep this to himself. Although Qigong is known for its stability, its drawback lies in its limited speed and strength. It didn't make him particularly popular, but with the discovery of his secret, he was highly valued and recognized. With the discovery of the secret, problems related to speed and power disappeared. Sochan realized that with this, he could surpass the others. The master wasn't around, so he decided to just do it. Sochan no longer had any reason to suppress the flow of Qigong. Using this technique, Sochan's Qigong, which was level 5, instantly grew to level 10. Sochan was unable to push his Qigong beyond its limits due to lack of training, but he will achieve this with time. Afterwards, Cho, a third-generation disciple, approached Sochan and said he had heard that Sochan had reached the 5th level of Qigong. Sochan confirmed this. Chol said that he would now teach Sochan the Manhwa techniques. The boy was delighted and thanked him. Soon, Sochan began his training. Chol insisted on the importance of learning the basics of Hasan before attempting swordplay, so he didn't entertain any complaints. Chol noticed that students usually whined about not being able to use a sword right away, but Sochan was different, and that's what he liked about him. One day, Sochan was practicing Manhwa by a tree again. Suddenly, some boys approached him and began to bully him, saying that the tree was his only friend. Sochan remembered that there was no greater evil than children. Normally, he would have said he was busy and asked them to leave, but even if he had said so, they would still have continued to harass him. The world is full of hatred, so Sochan told them he would end this cycle of events by breaking their hatred. He ordered the evil children to do what they had planned. Sochan said he had learned the Manhwa technique to eliminate hatred. The evil children didn't expect this and didn't understand what was so special about Sochan. Sochan began to deal with each of them in turn and was even able to use a kanho strike. When the children heard Sochan call his kick a kano kick, they started laughing at him and saying it was just a normal kick. Then Sochan offered them a taste of his Manhwa technique and proceeded to tear the boys to pieces. Unexpectedly, after what he saw, one of the guys knelt down in front of Sochan and asked if he would like to be his secret friend. After all these events, Sochan realized that he had gained 6 months of experience in just 1 month. Sochan developed his internal energy at the age of 8. He spent a whole year accumulating Qigong energy and mastered it in just a month. But Sochan understood that any knowledge was useless if the body couldn't keep up. He couldn't risk harming the growing boy's body. So he decided not to be greedy. If his body had allowed it, Sochan would have begun sword training, but there was no other choice. He would have to approach his goal step by step. Suddenly, the same guy who wanted to be his secret friend approached Sochan. Sochan thought he was back for more, but this guy didn't come alone. He brought his master. The master asked Sochan if he was a Manhwa lover. Sochan introduced himself and said he was a 4th-generation disciple. The master replied that he was an equal to his master, Yu. The master said he had heard that there had been a quarrel between him and his student not long ago. Sochan asked what he meant. Suddenly the boy started shouting and saying that he told the master about the vile attack that Sochan had carried out. Sochan began to say that this was not true and that his student was pestering him, as usual during training. The master was surprised and asked if his student had really been pestering him. Sochan replied that it was true. After this, the master slapped Sochan and asked how he dared to speak like that when he knew that his student wanted to befriend him because Sochan had no friends. He added that Sochan should know his place because instead of showing gratitude, he responded with violence. The master also said that he might have considered forgiveness if Sochan had apologized, but he decided that the boy needed to be punished. Sochan knew he couldn't avoid it, and even if he could, it would only make matters worse. He'd have to endure it. Sochan couldn't let this affect his master. Suddenly opening her eyes, Sochan noticed her master Yu standing above her. She grabbed the boy's master by the hand and asked what he was doing. The master told her that no explanation was necessary because her student had been cruel. The boy nodded and said that Sochon was bad. The master also added that Sochon had disregarded kindness and acted like a coward by attacking his student, not to mention lying. Sochon replied that this was not the case and that he had been training in solitude. Master Yu said her student would never do such a thing, and she believes her child. He's not that kind of person. The master was angered by this answer, thinking Yu was accusing him of lying. Yu replied that she only believed her child. The master assumed an attack stance. Yu was surprised and asked if he was confident in his actions. The master paused and replied that he seemed overexcited, but after all, children will be children. The master asked them to forget about what happened and said that he forgives Sochon, and he left. Suddenly, Master Yu started coughing. Sochon was terrified and ran to her to make sure everything was okay. Yu said everything was fine and she just overdid it. She should have been more careful, that's all. Sochon knew what was happening. After all, how could he forget what would happen 5 years later, when he was 14? Master Yu would pass away due to his illness. Possessed Blade Yu. That's the nickname they gave her because she was always smiling. The master always had a talent for martial arts, but illness weakened her. Although her abilities have not deteriorated, she experiences severe seizures when making sudden movements. With her skills, Yu could have become one of the Hwasan swords, but her condition prevented her from doing so. Sochon still couldn't forget the day his master fell to the ground from another attack before his eyes. Sochon decided that this time he absolutely must not lose his master, and he would do anything to prevent that from happening. Sochon decided there were two major things he had to do: change Master Yu's fate, which would pass away in 5 years, and be the first to reach the triple sublime mind. 300 years ago, there lived a legendary thief who became famous throughout Murim. He was a triple sublime mind. He was active for a century after his first appearance, but nothing more than his notes have been discovered. When he became inactive, the government announced to the public that he had been caught, but no one believed him. People discussed how the government had captured a triple, exalted mind and dismissed it as nonsense. After all, neither the government nor the Murim had found a single trace of him in the last century. But 6 years later, a legendary treasure will be discovered, and the world will be engulfed in a storm. Following this discovery, people will flock to the treasure's location. This was enough to sow chaos among people, but it did not cause any wars. Sochon decided that before then, he needed to clean out the place. After all, the treasures would allow him to gain wealth, which in turn would help him in the future. But the bad news is that Sochon won't be leaving the faction for the next 6 years. Even though 15 years is practically an adult, but even that wouldn't give him enough freedom as an adult within the faction. Sochon began to consider what to do. After 2 months, Sochon had achieved 2 years' worth of development in just half a month of work. Sochon had known all along that the Suikun was simply amazing. Sochon came to see his master Yu, but while he was at the door, he heard Yu coughing. For now, he could only ask the doctor to examine her, but he even rejected the requests of the murim leaders and elders. Sochon somehow remembered being obsessed with rare medical books. Sochon had lost count of how many times he'd tried to get a doctor there. If only he could get the medications the doctor used. But it was too expensive. And then Sochon realized that it didn't necessarily have to be medicine. It could be a medicinal plant. These herbs can be used for both healing and chi strengthening. Why didn't Sochon think of this before? The boy began to think that there must be newly discovered medicinal herbs, and then he remembered the fruit that would be discovered in 20 years. He had the power to transform an ordinary peasant into a supreme martial artist. Sochon hoped it would work. The fruit was discovered in a flooded cave north of Sochon's location. He figured it would be easy to find, since the man who found it had spread its location around the world. Sochon despised himself for having only the treasure trove on his mind all this time. He decided his mind needed to be more flexible. Sochon came to visit the master again, to check on her well-being. He knew he'd have a chance when the master attended a meeting the following week. The time came, and Master Yu left for the meeting. She told Sochon that she would return in 4 days. Sochon decided to go get some fruit. It wasn't easy to escape the faction through various rat holes, but he succeeded. Sochon even suggested he could get there in just 1 day. The journey was difficult. Sochon expended too much energy to get to the right place, but it was worth it because he made it in time. It was necessary to dive underwater. Sochon buried his things nearby and warmed up properly. He jumped, hoping he wouldn't freeze. Sochon realized he should have prepared better before jumping. If it weren't for the master, Sochon would already be swimming back. The boy immediately ordered himself to pull himself together. This pain was nothing if he could save the master. Finally, Sochon swam into the cave. This proved more difficult. He thought that if things continued like this, he would freeze to death. Sochon decided to use the energy to create warmth. He set a clear goal: to retrieve the fruit and return to Hwasan. And suddenly, he finally saw a tree that shone with unusual beauty. It was amazing that such a miracle could grow in an underwater cave. Sochon noticed the fruit, but it wasn't quite that simple. Sochon hadn't expected to see a mythical animal there. He noticed that, judging by the snake's size, it was at least 100 years old. But for now, it was asleep. However, Sochon remembered nothing about the giant snake guarding the tree. He didn't understand why it was there. But then Sochon realized that of course he didn't remember about the snake, because this place would only be found in 20 years, and everything would be different. Sochon was already wondering if you could escape from there. But the fruit and Master Yu's health played a huge role. The guy understood that even if he returned here in a year, it was not a fact that the snake would not be there. Sochon slowly and quietly crept through the snake and saw that there were not one, but 2 fruits. He couldn't even believe his luck. Sochon took out each fruit with extreme quietness and caution, and finally exhaled. "You've done the job. Go ahead and walk." Suddenly, the snake opened its green eyes. Sochon's breath caught in his throat with excitement. Running was pointless. Sochon and the snake gazed into each other's eyes for a long time. The boy was afraid to even move. And, lo and behold, the snake closed its eyes again and went to sleep. Sochon was overjoyed at this stroke of luck. He finally swam to dry land with the 2 fruits. Cold, tired, and scared, Sochon headed back to his faction. Now he faced another challenge: how to slip Master Yu the fruit without her noticing. The guy was tormented by doubts about whether she would take him if he said that he had picked it somewhere on the street, and it would be better to tell the truth. The master suddenly approached him and asked him what he was thinking. Yu said that Sochon looked as if his mind was weighed down by deep thought. The master advised Sochon that if he couldn't solve the problem himself, it might be helpful to get help from someone else. Sochon understood that if she started to suspect something or ask questions, there was nothing he could do about it. It was all for her well-being. However, there is a chance that the fruit will lose its medicinal properties, and this would be the worst-case scenario. Then Sochon plucked up the courage to offer the master a try. Yu was surprised and asked what it was. Without thinking twice, Sochon replied that it was medicine. He knew it was too stupid, but he had to force her to take it, no matter what. The teacher asked if Sochon had stolen it. He replied no. She then suggested that he had traded it for something, but Sochon also denied it. After this, the master suggested that Sochon had tricked someone to get him, but Sochon shouted that it was not so. The master asked him again where he got it. Sochon explained that while she was gone, he'd escaped the faction and accidentally found the fruit, but Master Yu sensed that Sochon was hiding something from her. She said she could see it on his face. Sochon was about to defend himself, but Master Yu said she trusted him. Sochon couldn't believe the master trusted him without any proof. Yu replied that if the master didn't trust his student, then who could he trust? And if she'd suspected Sochon of anything, she would have started asking questions long ago. The boy was surprised. Yu said she didn't know exactly what it was, but she noticed that from that day on, Sochon started acting more mature, and he tried his best to hide it. Master said that she understood that Sochon had a reason for this, and that was the same reason he brought her this fruit. So she believed him. Sochon sincerely thanked the master. The master then asked him to protect her while she accepted the fruit. Master Yu began to devour the fruit. She noticed that it was beyond any medicine she had ever tried. Yu didn't understand why her body wasn't listening. She thought her body was failing. Master told herself that she couldn't leave this world and abandon Sochon because he was so young. At this point, Sochon stood by the door, unable to find a place to rest. Suddenly, the master came out and hugged Sochon tightly. She said he had saved her life. Sochon asked what had happened. The master replied that it seemed to be a problem with the life force, or chi. Life force chi is a special type of chi that people are born with. It is the purest source of chi and cannot be replenished. Therefore, if you lose this chi, there is a risk of death or constant illness. The master said this was just her guess. But if we imagine chi as a bowl of water, then the master's problem was like a crack in this bowl. The master said that it was only natural that her body would be weakened due to training, with unstable qi life force. The master couldn't even imagine that the fruit would restore the destroyed qi when no medicine could. Sochun replied that it didn't matter anymore. Sochun understood that all that mattered was that the future had changed. Overjoyed, the boy threw himself into Master Yu's arms. Master Yu apologized to the boy for making him worry and said she had something for him. Suddenly, the master pulled the very same fruit out of her pocket. Sochun was surprised. The master said she wanted him to eat it. The master asked not to mention that Sochun wanted him with her, just in case, because she knew her body was already fine. Sochun then asked her to eat another piece of fruit to prove it. However, the master replied that he might find it more useful. Then, during one of his practices, Sochun looked at the fruit and knew that now that the master's health had returned, he could cross this off the list. He suggested that why not continue training after he ate this fruit and absorbed the surrounding energy. Sochun knew that with what he had achieved in his previous life, he could have developed Manhwa Qigong to his heart's content. But that would have only drawn unnecessary attention to himself, which would have limited his actions. So Sochun decided to practice Qigong and hide from everyone, developing other techniques. He remembered the art of purple mist, a technique passed down only to the supreme elders of the Hwasan faction. But as an exception, 5 elders also learned this technique. Many were killed during the war. If the supreme elder died at that time, his disciple would inherit the position. Due to his young age, he did not yet have a disciple of his own. With this in mind, the new elder took into account the possibility of his death and selected 5 elders under his command to whom he imparted key knowledge. Unfortunately, the transmission of the purple haze was forbidden. Given the state of the world, it was the only solution. But peace was restored, and all the worst predictions were forgotten. But the art of purple haze has its difficult aspects. Even a practitioner of this art cannot fully realize it until they reach a certain limit. The purple haze technique gets its name from the color it produces when used. It's a power that can only be achieved by reaching its limits. Until the user reaches a certain point, the full potential cannot be utilized. Therefore, Sochun decided that this was the ideal technique, one he could study in secret. Sochun understood that by the time everyone found out and started asking questions, the era of war would already have arrived. And when that happened, he would be able to provide a good excuse. A month had already passed since Sochun ate the fruit. Thanks to this, his body was able to absorb the surrounding energy without any problem. If all the absorbed qi were added up, it would equal 30 years. This upset Sochun. His body simply wasn't capable of fully absorbing the fruit and its power. It was simply too much for his untrained and young body. But Sochun focused on the blood and qi channels. It was worth it. The master was proud that he had finally managed to absorb the fruit and use it for good. She knew it had been very difficult, but she was genuinely happy. The master was amazed that Sochun had managed to absorb half a year's worth of qi in just a couple of days. This fruit is incredible. Sochun was surprised that the master did not notice that he used Manhwa Qigong to speed up this process. The boy realized that the purple haze technique had been started correctly. Now he could advance to the next level. The trainer said that, given his progress, she was thinking of intensifying his training. She suggested starting today. The master said that she came up with these exercises in an attempt to cope with her terrible condition. Yu explained that Sochun currently had a 30-year supply of internal qi, which was a huge amount. But that wasn't very good either. In the world of Murima, there's a saying about the body and qi. Balance is critical. The human body is much more fragile than people might think. And if there's an imbalance, the body will be damaged. Sochun replied that he knew about it, but then he remembered that he couldn't reveal all the details. It could backfire. So Sochun decided that from that day on, he would absorb everything that Master Yu taught him. Sochun began training. The master told him to expend his qi and then climb the wall. Sochun remarked that this was a great way to train. The human body is like steel. It grows stronger with every strike, but one mistake and death would be waiting. Sochun began to tell the master that it was too painful. The master replied that it might hurt. But it was only pain, and it would soon pass. She felt very sorry for subjecting Sochun to this pain, but she knew that if Sochun didn't do this, he would become lazy. Sochun shouted that everything was fine, and a little laziness wouldn't hurt him. But the master, through tears, replied that she couldn't allow him to become lazy when his future was at stake, and she asked for his forgiveness. Sochun replied that everything was fine, but asked her to find the way to help him, and promised that he would not become lazy. The master replied that it was okay if Sochun hated her, so she should keep going. and she believed in him. A few months later, Master Yu was already praising Sochun for having made it, and the rock climbing was over. All this time, Sochun kept thinking about how much he hated rocks, and asked the master to stop encouraging him because rocks made him sick. Sochun realized that after his training, he had grown and reached a high level of Manhwa Qigong. Suddenly, Master Yu approached and called him. Sochun went with the master, and she informed him that from today on, she would teach him the art of swordsmanship. Sochun was delighted that the time had finally come. The master said she would now demonstrate the swordsmanship that Sochun would use. The master explained that this was Manhwa sword qigong. Sochun was upset, as he already knew this. Sochun noticed that the master was approaching her limit. He remembered that the master had passed away just before this moment. Sochun thought that the master lacked insight, and that if she were helped, the master deserved to reach the highest point. Sochun решил, что он сделает это. Если мастер не может выйти за свои пределы из-за того, что ей не хватает прозрения, то Сачхон просто поможет ей. Спустя неделю мастер Ю не понимала, как Сачхон достиг таких успехов. Еще год назад ей стало очевидно, что он необычный, но кто бы мог подумать, что он станет таким. Мастер считала его гением. Но, конечно, Сачхон таким не являлся, ведь он просто использовал то, что уже знал. Но с точки зрения мастера, ее ученик был гением, и со своими навыками он может войти в отряд Лотоса. И неожиданно Сачхон попросил мастера показать ему иную технику меча, нежели мечевой цигун Манхва. Также он сказал, что ничуть не ставит под сомнение учение мастера, но ему бы хотелось узреть демонстрацию настоящего владения мечом. Мастер Ю сказала, что она поняла, и покажет ему 14 искусства владения мечом, цигун Манхва. Но перед этим она спросила Сачхона, знает ли он что-то об этой технике. Сачхон ответил, что 14 искусства — это техника фракции хвасан, произошедшая от их 24 искусства. Начинается с движения цигун у обочины и заканчивается 14 шагом. Мастер ответила, что для начала его знаний хватит. Сачхон заметил, что первые 9 секунд мастер держится идеально, но с 10-й у нее начинается затруднение. Похоже, ей не хватает не прозрения, а мастерства. Мастер закончила и сказала, что это было 14-е искусство владения мечом. И добавила, что его глупый мастер недостаточно искусно, чтобы исполнить его идеально. Сачхон стал кричать, что это неправда, и ее искусство владения мечом даже величайших мастеров не оставит равнодушными. И Сачхон сказал, что ее недостойный ученик не рассмотрел ее технику как следует, и попросил, чтобы мастер показал ее еще раз, но только помедленнее. Мастер ответила, что если у нее получится. Она знала, что исполнить эту технику в замедленном темпе гораздо сложнее. Хотя 14 техника цигун Манхва была мощной, она требовала больше концентрации. Сачхон видел, что дисбаланс 5 элементов из-за того, что мастер съела фрукт, ее водная ци гораздо сильнее остальных. Фрукт спас мастера, но затруднил ее переход на новую ступень. Дисбаланс 5 элементов — это лишь начало следующего шага. Мастер Ю усердная и трудолюбивая. Говорят, что чрезмерное упорство является причиной ее ограничения предела возможностей. Некоторых раздражает ее серьезный подход к делу. Никто не понимал, в чем же был секрет мастера Ю. Все дело в отдыхе. Порой нужно просто отстраниться от всего. Это посоветовал Сачхон мастеру Ю. Мастер ответила, что они дожили до того, что теперь Сачхон учит ее. И поблагодарила парня. В это время в императорском дворце обсуждали то, что мастер Ю сделал это. Она не только вылечила свое тело, но и стала сильнее. Тогда поступило предложение испытать мастера Ю. Будущее вновь изменилось и применило новые краски. Мастеру Ю поступило задание. Давненько она не получала заданий. Сачхон стал волноваться. Но мастер успокоила его, так как хоть ее тело и вылечено, ей все равно не поручили какой-то великой миссии. The master also said that she had signed Sochan up for the Lotus Association exam and told him to be prepared. The teacher was confident that Sochan would cope. She told him not to feel like he was under any pressure. Everything would be fine if he failed the exam. After which the master said goodbye and said it was time for her to go. Sochan said he would pray for her safe return. Sochan began to consider uniting Lotus. This department, as one of the few buildings in the Hwasan faction, can be visited by the 4th generation of students. It is also the place where outstanding 4th generation students are selected to train before becoming adults. Sochan didn't know what to do. In his past life, this was truly the place he wanted to go. Now he doesn't know if he should do this. Sochan also must not forget the triple sublime mind. Sochan thought that after 5 years, the triple exalted mind's note would be discovered. But he still needed to quickly get to the strength contest. It will take Sochan at least a year to accomplish everything. He'll need help. But finding someone trustworthy will take 2 years. Sochan really needs at least a year, 2 years at the most. In other words, he He needs to qualify for the competition by age 13. It would be quite tiring to wait until I was 13 years old to get a chance to fight. So-chan understood that he would have to keep his strength low due to his youth. He decided to display only those skills that would allow him to pass the Lotus competition. There are 3 years left to wait. This year, So-chan will join the Lotus Alliance and demonstrate his abilities. Although he hates to flaunt his efforts, there is no other choice. The day of the Lotus Union selection arrived. So-chan looked at his competitors and felt a twinge of awkwardness in such surroundings. So-chan passed by, and one of the guys noticed that his face looked very familiar. It was the same guy who had brought his master to the showdown. So-chan immediately realized that these guys would fail, and he really wouldn't have to use his strength to get through. Suddenly, everyone around started screaming, and some even started crying. One of the guys fell to the floor and started saying he knew some genius would emerge. So-chan noticed that this reaction was due to the appearance of a girl named Nak, the phoenix of the plum plant martial arts. Everyone was discussing her appearance, and So-chan couldn't help but notice her. As the only woman among the 5 great masters of Hwasan, she is the descendant of an excellent master who wields the blood and iron sword. Her skill reached such a level that she became the first person to have the word phoenix added to her title. But there's a saying that the most beautiful flowers are the first to fade. During the war, Nak was very active and earned the title of hero, but she died before reaching the age of 20. During the competition, Nak beat everyone. The boys stood there, thinking that maybe next year they'd be so lucky. Suddenly, So-chan raised his hand and shouted that he wanted to fight. The guys around him were displeased with this behavior and began to bully him. So-chan approached Nak, who wished him luck. So-chan greeted her, and Nak said she was granting him the right to attack first. The judges were watching the process, and one of them said that it would be over in 3 seconds. So-chan launched an attack, and Nak was greatly surprised by such internal energy. But the girl calmed herself. She was thinking about how to predict his next attack. Meanwhile, So-chan had already launched his next attack. Nak tried to hold her ground, but So-chan was unlike her previous opponents. His strength was clearly different. And suddenly the judge announced that Nak had lost, and So-chan was declared the winner. The guys who had already lost to Nak began shouting that they wouldn't accept this victory, because it was only a matter of strength, not swordsmanship. So-chan had assumed this would happen, so he didn't care how inevitable it was. He was worried that it would damage his master's honor. The judges began to debate. The owner of the blood sword and the iron sword, named Shim, said she disapproved. The wise elder Haksun suggested listening to So-chan's story first. One of them said he agreed with Elder Shim, and that this is not up for discussion, because how can they accept into the Lotus clan someone who insulted a Hwasan swordsman? The great one of the Tso clan told the two of them not to argue too much with Elder Hawk. Herbalist Yun said he'd heard news that swordsman So's apprentice had drunk the elixir. They couldn't extract it from his stomach, but he'd like to see what effect it would have. Plum Blossom Blade Master Jikel begged to join the Lotus, even though he was only 10 years old and only halfway through his education. After all, no matter how talented someone may be, if they teach them, even through beating, they will become strong enough. Finally, the meeting ended, and the elders came to the general conclusion that the only ones who would join the Lotus clan would be So-chan and Nak. A year later, So-chan was practicing by a tree when Nak suddenly snuck up to say hello. So-chan didn't expect it, and said that if she continued to sneak up on him like that, he might fall into a state of chi deviation. Nak apologized for scaring him. So-chan replied that she didn't need to apologize, because she's still a big kid. Or maybe it's because she's that old lady's student's student. Nak was almost offended by the joke, but So-chan told her not to be offended because admitting a mistake was the right choice. Nak called So-chan her big brother and said that she wanted to ask him an interesting question. So-chan agreed, and the girl asked him to be honest with her. She asked if the abilities he was displaying were truly his own. So-chan replied that it was true. He reminded her that she knew Elder Shim hated him, and therefore it was best for her not to approach him. However, rejecting Nak was very difficult for So-chan, as the memories of the first time he saw her still lingered deeply within him. As the first of the murim faction's superior generation, and the phoenix of the plum blossom sword, she should have been celebrated, and countless men would have tried to win her over. Since her abilities and reputation were far superior to So-chan's, he would simply follow her around, lacking the courage to speak to her. A few years later, Nak became such a beauty that it was said that she was the most beautiful warrior of the Murima, and at the same time, she became a hero. So-chan, being nothing, followed people for several years, several decades, until he died. So-chan was telling himself he just needed to endure it a little longer. Suddenly, Sunbei approached him. Sunbei grabbed Sochan and called him an enlightened weakling, meaning he only had fortitude and no murim abilities. Sunbei started yelling at Sochan, saying how dare he dismiss his warning as meaningless. He'd clearly told him not to hang around with Princess Na. Sochan began to explain that it was a misunderstanding, as he couldn't ignore his order. He was merely conveying a message from the teacher. Sunbei calmed down and let the guy go, calling him an impudent bastard, and went about his business. Sochan reassured himself and said that he just needed to be patient, because there was only a little time left. Afterwards, Sochan went to see an herbalist for an examination. The herbalist said that no matter when he examined him, Sochan's strength was always astonishing. He added that even though Sochan is 12 years old, if you think about it, he's already reached the Gabya stage. It's no wonder he's considered a miracle. Sochan knew that this was not the fruit's effect at all, but the plum blossom's training. The herbalist told Sochan that he and that weakling had eaten such a good thing, and that they were selfish scoundrels. After all, they should have taken care of their elders first. This really angered Sochan. He asked her to stop teasing him. After all, how funny was it to make fun of a child and humiliate his master? The herbalist burst into laughter and replied that, of course, it was funny. Then Sochan said that if his examination was over, he would go about his business. But the herbalist said he had news about his master, and Sochan sat back down. Then Sochan thanked him and said he was very grateful. The herbalist also informed Sochan that he should prepare to go outside. The boy was delighted, as he had been looking forward to this for a long time. The elder continued to say that Sochan knew very well that the Lotus Clan members were much better and more magnificent compared to the rest of the disciples. But Sochan didn't care. He finally waited, and the time had come. Sochan was happy. The 14th escort, Gupung, greeted the boys and said that from today on he would be looking after them. Gupung said he would take roll call. Then he called out names: Home, Soyeon, and Sunbei. Sochan also added that they weren't planning on going to their deaths or anything, so they could relax a bit. All that awaited them was the descent down Mount Hwasan. Gupung said it was time for them to go and led the children away. Sochan decided to ask him where they were going. Gupung replied that they would reach the south, cross Chongqing, and arrive in Guizhou. The girl, Soyeon, asked again if they were really in Guizhou. Gupung said it was a provincial area on the border between the light and dark factions. Gupung also added that it was just as dangerous here as in Guizhou, and there were many masters from the Justice faction around, so they wouldn't be injured or killed. At this time, Sochan was only happy that they were heading to Chongqing. He was thinking about the treasure trove of the Triple Sublime Mind. Chongqing was the Justice faction's center of influence in all directions. The treasury of the Triple Sublime Mind is located there, in Chongqing. Their group traveled south from Shanxi, arrived in Chongqing, and continued south toward Guizhou. But Sochan had no way to penetrate the treasury. Even if he had, it would have caused problems. The treasury wasn't for show. Organizations and warships were lurking around. For now, he couldn't act. Suddenly, Sunbei noticed a ship and asked the elder what kind of ship it was and where it was going. Soyeon told him to look at the sail, and Gupung explained that the ship was called a hosen, a type of border patrol ship. The man who was steering the boat asked them to calm down their killing intent and to calm down. The ship approached, and the man from the ship apologized for interrupting their journey in such clear weather. He also added that they were members of 18 pirate groups that defended the river's waters. And they defended the river's waters for nothing, which is why they found themselves in a difficult financial situation. And they asked Gupung if it wouldn't be too much trouble to compensate them for their losses by donating some money. Gupung replied that they were guarding the waters of this river, so it was the least he could do. He added that they didn't have much money, and that was all they had. The pirate grabbed the tribute and said it was an honor to meet them. Soyeon and Sunbei started shouting why he gave in to those pirates. They shouldn't just let them get away with it, and even if they have no experience fighting on the water, pirates are no match for the swords of the Hwasan. Gupung became very angry and shouted at them to be quiet. He then apologized to the man piloting the boat, explaining that the two were being overly enthusiastic. Gupung asked if they seriously thought he was afraid of pirates. He wanted to give them a little money without causing a conflict. If they had acted differently, it could have caused problems. Soyeon and Sunbei didn't understand what problems the elder was talking about. He said that, for starters, an entire country couldn't guarantee that every pirate would be deterred, and he asked if they knew why. Sochan then replied that it was because pirates were experienced sailors and had an advantage on the water with their attacks. Gupung confirmed and said that if someone had decided to escape, the news would have immediately reached the 18 groups. After which, Gupung asked who they thought would be the victim in this situation, if not them or the Hwasan faction. And Gupung explained that the victim would be this honorary citizen who was piloting the boat. And even if they killed several pirates, the pirates wouldn't lay a finger on the Hwasan. But their target for venting their aggression would be the boatmen. So Yoon began screaming that it wasn't their fault. Gupung said they don't say who's right and who's wrong. It's no secret that Group 18 is going down the wrong path. That's natural for them. And Gupung also added that if the guys are not going to take responsibility for the boatman's life, it would be better to leave everything as is. And if word of this spreads, no one will offer them their boat and escort again. For this to stop, 18 groups must disappear. But their size and power are not insignificant. Not only the Hwasan faction, but also the Murima alliance must take action. Therefore, this is also inappropriate. Gupung asked if they knew why, and Sochon replied that it would upset the balance, because the power of the most powerful organizations creates a perfect balance. They were equal in strength, so neither could act. If the Murim declares 18 groups as his enemies and starts a war with them, he will lose his military power. The remaining houses can join forces and displace the weakened Murima Union. Gupung replied that Sochon understood this well. He added that the guys knew it too. They just didn't want to admit it. With some regret, Gupung said that it was not that he did not understand their hopes, but that great power came with harsh reality, and they needed to think about that. They finally arrived in Guizhou. Gupung said they had business there and needed to hurry. There they were met by the king of merchants, Li. His name is not very well known now, but in the future he will become the first merchant in the central regions. Sochon understood that the merchant king was not someone to be enemies with. He needed to have this money flea on his side. Sochon knew there was no need to doubt his skills, and if he left the treasure in the merchant king's care, he would be in charge of it himself. And if Li is bribed, he will become the most trusted man in the world. And it's worth noting that Sochon can confidently leave him the treasure. Suddenly, an unknown man approached Gupung. He began admiring them and saying they looked like nobles and were most likely swordsmen from the faction. The man said that he was a merchant from the provinces, and seeing their elevated gait, he could not contain his admiration. Gupung replied that there was no need for them to unpack at the inn, so let him take them to the Cayenne branch of the Murim Union. And if he decides to do something weird, it won't escape Gupung's notice. The man bowed politely. Gupung told the boys that if their destination was a Murim, they wouldn't have to stop there. And if there was nothing else in mind, they would be given shelter there. A merchant from the hinterland was surprised that they provided housing in the Murim. He asked Gupung his name. Gupung gave his name and said the man was very proactive. The merchant assumed Gupung was a big shot. The merchant could not stop himself and said to himself that he had some kind of extraordinary premonition, because these were students from the great Hwasan. Sunbae couldn't stand it any longer and told the merchant to be quiet because he had already lost all shame. Gupung asked Sunbae what these manners were. After all, he was a member of the faction and should be more careful and friendly. The merchant apologized and said that it seemed he had caused some awkwardness and that he should make amends in the future. He asked the other party to follow him. The merchant led them to the Cayenne branch and said they were there. He quickly went about his business. They were met by the Cayenne branch manager, Shin. He said it was an honor to meet the 14th honored swordsman. Gupung replied that it was also an honor for him to meet the branch manager, who was in charge of the front line in Guizhou. Shin said he'd ordered food and shelter prepared. He asked what those Lotus Union members were up to. Shin said he was glad to have the opportunity to meet the master who will be responsible for the future of Hwasan this year. Gupung replied that in the name of the Hwasan faction, he assured them that no matter what mission they were given, they would succeed. Shin replied that Gupung was nobler than anyone else and said he would soon inform them of their mission. Shin also warned that the royal family was currently in Kaiyang. They would likely be working together on the mission, so it was worth getting to know them. Sochon remembered the Chuka royal family. He didn't know if it was the right time or not. Grand Minister Sak approached Gupung and greeted him. Gupung was delighted to see him again after 3 years. Sak asked if the youth behind him were from the Lotus Alliance. Gupung confirmed it. Sak said he had just brought the royal family so that she would become a magnificent young generation in the faction. And if all goes well, he would like to create a place where negotiations can be conducted in harmony. Sak introduced his nephews and nieces. Sang approached Gupung and greeted him, saying that in the Kanko he had been given the title of the beautiful Jade Sage. Then the young lady, Surin, introduced herself and said that Sang was her older brother. Sochun shouted out her name in surprise. Sochun immediately apologized. Sak replied that there was no need to apologize, since, on the other hand, he was glad that a Lotus Alliance member knew their Sudan. Then Sak introduced the boy Ju. He timidly stepped forward and introduced himself. Sak said he usually keeps a low profile, so it's not surprising. He asked me to remember that he's reserved. Meanwhile, Sunbae told Soyeon that he had a feeling that Sochun would become friends with his younger brother. Sochun, frankly, hadn't even expected to end up here. He was just pondering the possibility. This era witnessed the birth of an incredible number of heroes who have made history generation after generation. Sang, who would later be called the Celestial Warrior, would become one of these heroes. When the Murim world was filled with wars, Song demonstrated astonishing skills. Song was brilliant in military strategy and tactics, while the intriguing Surin became an expert in politics. During the war, most of the Murima tactics were developed by these two. People even believed that Ju had been reincarnated as a boy and a girl. Ju, who was assessed a little later, was placed on the top wanted list along with the other two. However, the strange thing is that Sochun didn't expect to see Ju in such a place. Meanwhile, Sak was yelling at Ju to stand still, calling him a failure, and that just looking at him would immediately make you disappointed and furious. Sak said it was all Zu's fault, that he was the one who created this mess, and that's why they called him a frivolous eccentric. Sochun was surprised by such terrible treatment. Sak said he wasn't asking for much, just to practice regular meditation like everyone else, and to stop studying useless things like the structure of mechanisms. Machine building is an art that was abandoned and deemed useless. Along with the art of using it, machine building was a source of pride in the Druga family. But now, this combination is forgotten. If the enemy force had been a jewel, its destruction would have attracted some attention, but that's not the point. It was forgotten because of the two demonic forces. Therefore, the study of something like the structure of mechanisms would be enough to earn contempt. Meanwhile, Soyeon asked Sang if their younger brother was strange in the Hua Mountain sect too, and suddenly, Ju apologized for his behavior. Soyeon joined Sang, and Sunbae began hanging out with Surin. Meanwhile, Sochun asked Kupung if he could go with Ju, explaining that even though he'd been called a frivolous eccentric, they'd find common ground. Soyeon laughed and said that strange people are drawn to each other. Sochun approached Ju and asked if he wanted to be friends with his uncle. Ju became very aggressive and replied that Sochun was only 2 years older than him and started yelling at him to stop talking nonsense. Sochun laughed and said that he was a small, strong man, and if his uncle saw this, he would be scared. Ju grew even more angry and asked what he was trying to achieve. Sochun replied that he just wanted to play. Sochun understood that he just needed to flatter him first, because even one wrong step with him. Unexpectedly, Zu replied to Sochun that it was strange for him to say such a thing, but it would be better for Sochun not to associate with him. Ju considered himself a pathetic fool who had not even reached 20% of the Heavenly Star attack mastery and was obsessed with mechanism construction, so he was completely useless in this era. Sochun understood this was an oddity, and as his nickname Ju suggested, it would take some time for his talents to be properly appreciated. Ju was spotted while exploring the treasury of the Triple Sublime Mine. This happened because some mechanisms were located within the treasury. The faction, especially the Druga family, gained access to vast amounts of treasure thanks to Druga's knowledge of mechanisms. At that moment, Ju decided the disdain towards him would end. He couldn't have been more wrong. Of course, there were some who changed their minds about him, but most believed he was at least good for something. And when Ju had been almost completely forgotten, his existence became widely known again. And this was because of the design of mechanisms. Mechanical engineering, once considered useless, was revived in the era of war. And since the skill of mechanics had been forgotten, the only one who could take the necessary action was Ju. Later, the royal family's influence skyrocketed. This was natural because the only person who was considered an expert in the construction of mechanisms was Ju. However, leaving all the work to Ju was extremely stressful for him. He was the only one who understood the mechanisms and therefore had to keep an eye on everything. He worked on everything himself, and his room was under surveillance by a so-called guard. Under such pressure, maintaining mental stability was impossible. Ju finally became overworked and burned out. About 10 years later, he committed suicide. At this time, Sochun replied to Ju that he knew he was far from a gift, a pathetic sight who whined about everything. But Sochun said he knew Ju was obsessed with mechanical engineering, and that wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, Being interested in something others wouldn't dare to explore was amazing, and if he sticks to his faith and continues to work hard, there will be nothing in the world that he cannot achieve. Therefore, one should not stop, no matter what others say, but go the way that one likes, and also, as he had done before, not to give up. Everything he had achieved, everything he had learned, not to renounce it, and that if the world didn't accept it, then Sochon would, and those who neglect the genius child Sochon will know his wrath. Ju was simply shocked by such words. Ju asked him to tell the truth, and asked if Uncle Sochon had asked him to flatter him in order to somehow influence him. He then kicked Sochon out. After some time, Shin showed the map to Gupeng and said that moving from Guizhou, they would reach the east in 2 days and get to Wengan. In 2 or 3 months' walk, they will reach a village, which in turn contains the murim and the river of evil banners. Shin also said that from today's report, they found out that they were pushed back, and he hoped that the Guizhou branch Murima warriors would support them. Sok replied that it might be a little dangerous, but it would be a good experience for Sang and Seren, which was wonderful. Gupeng confirmed that the Hua Mountain sect would support this idea. Shin replied that in that case, they should leave at 1 p.m. today. Meanwhile, Sochon went for a walk with Ju. Ju said that there wasn't really a war between the true faction and the false one, so why was Guizhou the only place where there was unrest and discord arose? Sochon replied that Guizhou was a place that divided the two factions, even if peace and harmony had been established. If they weren't capable of killing each other on the front lines, it would lead to consequences. Sochon realized that Ju was truly only interested in mechanisms and knew nothing about what was going on in the murim. So he needed to hammer that into his head. Sochon told Ju that no matter how he tried to maintain control, the murim soldiers were patronizing and spiteful. And Guizhou is just such a place. The chains of patronage and malice make it impossible for him to change anything. No matter who tries, he won't be able to break them with genius. Ju asked what he meant by genius, and that his intentions were obvious, but not so bad. But then Ju said that if Sochon meant something else by genius, then if his uncle had sent him, it would just be a cheap trick. Sochon asked the little boy to be humble, because he knew that he was also considered strange on Manhwa. Sochon knew he had a very unstable nature, but he didn't think he was so fragile. Or really, so strange. But Sochon understood that if he didn't believe in this weirdo, no one else would. Sochon gave Ju a friendly slap on the back of the head and said they had a lot of work ahead of them. Ju started screaming that he was crazy. Meanwhile, Mr. Sok arrived at the soldiers' quarters. He said he had arrived as soon as he learned of what had happened. He asked for a more detailed explanation. One of them said that the river of evil is 600, the union of murim is 400, and they have 3 supreme masters, but not a single top one. Sok said that the first thing they would do was learn the progress of the battle and decide. But he was interrupted by a soldier who ran into the tent and started shouting that he had an urgent message. Sok asked what was going on, and the warrior explained that news had come in that a trio of mad dogs had been spotted in the battle against the river of evil. Gupeng said that no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't relax. So he'd leave Sunbae and Xiaoyun to the 2 warriors. Sochon was surprised why only the 2 of them. Gupeng replied that he'd forgotten to tell him beforehand, and that he really wanted to take him along, but he thought it would be too difficult to bring 3 Cayenne warriors. So he had no choice but to leave him, the youngest, here. Sochon was disappointed, but he agreed and wished them a safe journey and that he would pray for their well-being. Gupeng appeared on the battlefield. The Vins were delighted to see the 14th accompanying swordsman. Sok was also glad that these dogs were nothing compared to him. Seren asked Sang what was happening to him. He replied that for some reason there were too few of them. Sang approached Uncle Saku and said he thought they were trapped because the enemy force numbered between 100 and 150. Sok replied that he had little experience in military affairs, so he was probably just mistaken. Sok told him to better look ahead because these are the last lives of the river of evil. Suddenly, one of the warriors looked through his binoculars and was horrified. He began shouting that they were attacking the city while they were still in the field. Some soldiers didn't know what to do. Some wanted to flee because they didn't know what would happen to the women and children. No one expected them to be trapped. Meanwhile, Sochon glanced into the distance and said there were about 100 of them, but the master had to be there. Sochon realized they only had 1 first-class warrior. He hoped those geniuses probably realized it was a trap. Sochon expected reinforcements to be sent, no doubt. He just needed to hold out until then. He also noticed that Zhu had disappeared from his sight, and he assumed the little boy had gone into hiding after learning of the trouble. It was for the best. Sochon gathered his strength and told himself it was time to begin. By this time, the enemies had already breached the gates. One of the enemies burst in and started shouting for them to come out because he was Pak, and when he found out and became silent, even the children stopped crying. And then he suddenly noticed Sochon standing in front of him. Park didn't understand who this boy was standing in front of him. Sochon replied that he didn't need to know who he was because he was going to die soon anyway. Park laughed at this. Park then asked Sochon if he really intended to fight them all alone. Sochon replied that he wasn't alone. Park replied that he was even a little excited because he was so confident in himself. Sochon replied that he would punish him with his sword for underestimating them. The battle began. Suddenly, another of the enemies asked Sochon what made him so confident and attacked the boy. Sochon didn't expect this, as he was always behind. The enemy asked if he had wet his pants out of fear, but Sochon pulled himself together and realized it was his turn to move forward. He began to hold the line. Sochon began to practice the Qigong technique of Manhwa, the butterfly dance, and the subversion of sensual beauty. Sochon managed to defeat them one after another. He also used the plum blossom technique. Park watched this and was overcome with rage. He started shouting and asking Sochon who he was. The boy replied that he was just passing by. 30 minutes before, Sochon had been trying to form some sort of tactic with the remaining warriors in the city. Sochon told them to wait in front of the gate, blocking the enemies so they wouldn't all rush in at once. And the second-class warriors must stay close and provide insurance in places where their assistance is needed. And finally, in the center, Sochon will fight one enemy after another, and in this way, perhaps, they will be able to win. One of the warriors did not believe in Sochon at first, but after seeing him in battle, he realized that they had the cover of the Hozan. Meanwhile, Sochon told him to be on guard because the enemy was pressing too hard. He also said he understood his feelings, but they were too few and they needed to stick together. Suddenly, another enemy attacked Sochon, screaming that he would die that very second. However, the boy managed to defend himself in time. The enemy began to laugh, wondering if the Hozan faction, which championed honor, was actually kicking. Sochon replied that he had originally been a staunch swordsman, but after experiencing war, he had changed his mind. Sochon overpowered him. One of the enemies began shouting that 30 warriors had already fallen. Park heard this and became enraged. He ordered him to think positively. After all, if they had fought with all their might against 30 men, they must be exhausted. Park knew there was no turning back now. Ordinary people might have been able to, but since he was responsible for all of this, he would certainly be pursued. Suddenly, Pak shouted to his warriors that whoever killed this boy would be reported to the senior officer and rewarded with gold. Hearing the word gold, the enemies became even more enraged and with wild eyes saw Sochon's prey in front of them. Sochon realized this was a real ambush. Suddenly, 1,000 arrows appeared in the sky. The enemy couldn't figure out where they were coming from. At this time, Ju stood with a bamboo crossbow in his hands and was happy with his success. Sochon realized that this was definitely what the Tang clan of Sichuan had used during the war. And being people of honor, they were embarrassed to use Ju's invention because it was a device for killing. And so they sold it to the Tang clan. Sochon admired his baby. He knew that in the future, Ju would certainly become an outstanding person. Sochon shouted at Ju that it was excellent work and he was undoubtedly a genius. So he needed to help his older brother, and they would do it together. Ju didn't go overboard with his praise and told Sochon that he was talking nonsense again. At this time, Pak was shouting to his dogs to attack and destroy everyone in their path. Despite his age, Sochon fought with dignity and protected women and children who relied only on him. The young man noticed his warriors' spirits were low, and they were exhausted, so he decided to cheer them up. He began shouting that he was Sochon of the Hosan faction, and was asking for support from the glorious warriors. The warriors understood that he was still a child, but they believed in him and shouted for everyone to follow young Master Sochon. Park didn't understand what this guy was doing. He was sure it was a bluff, as Sochon had been fighting non-stop and was probably exhausted. Sochon replied that under normal circumstances that would be the case, but not in his case. It wouldn't even make him break a sweat. Sochon began to advance on their horde, and Pak's dogs began to flee. Pak didn't expect this and also began to flee. However, Sochon managed to grab him in time and said that Park wasn't going anywhere, as he needed the details of the operation from him. Park started shouting that he knew little and begged to be let go. Sochon then replied that he would have to kill him if that happened. After that, Park promised to tell her whatever he wanted and to do whatever Sochon said. Finally, Gupeng and Lord Sak arrived at the city gates. Seeing the broken gates, they were afraid to see what had happened. But when they entered and saw the mountain of defeated enemies in Sochan, they realized that the warriors had defeated them. Sak began to interrogate the senior warrior and said that although the troops of the River of Evil consisted of third-class warriors, he single-handedly defeated an entire 100. The warrior began shouting that all this wasn't his fault, but that of the young master Sochan. Sak became angry and ordered everyone to tell it as it was. After all, everyone knows he's only 12 years old. The warrior shouted that it was true, and yet he had seen it with his own eyes. Then Sak replied that if he says that all the warriors of the River of Evil were third class, and half of them fled in fear, then maybe there is some truth in it. Sochan justified everything by saying that he has much more internal energy than his peers, and this played a big role. Gupung praised the boy. He'd had his eye on Sochan before, and although his fighting skills were average, his insight and inner energy were impressive. Gupung knew that usually when a person participates in a real battle at such a young age, his body becomes numb. But Sochan fought calmly and led the warriors. Gupung sincerely believed that young Sochan would become a key figure in the future. Sak decided to celebrate the victory, and they threw a feast in gratitude for the efforts shown by their friends from the faction. Sunbei approached Sochan and said that he now appeared in a completely different light, and it was nothing compared to what the elders had done. Sang and Suran also congratulated Sochan on his victory, and Soyun also admitted that she underestimated him. The boys sat at the same table, all rejoicing in their victory. However, only little Ju was missing. Ju was sitting alone at the door of the banquet hall. Suddenly, Sochan opened the door. Ju asked him what he wanted. Then Cheju asked Sochan to keep his use of the bamboo crossbow a secret, because using a hidden weapon in such a prestigious faction would be humiliating. Sochan replied that, frankly, they won thanks to the little genius, and without him, Sochan would be dead. But Sochan added that it was unfortunate that they had to keep it a secret. But at least Sochan acknowledged Ju and asked him to cheer up. Ju thanked him and said that the great man wasn't him, but Sochan. Sochan laughed and said that he finally realized his older brother's greatness, and he added that he should not be envious, since he was lucky enough to use the miracle cure. And if Ju accepts it, he will become equal to him. Ju was surprised and asked what this miracle cure was. Sochan replied that yes, a martial artist has a difficult life, but no matter how difficult, the medicine simplifies everything and allows one to solve any problem. Ju replied that if the world were like that, there would be plenty of martial artists. Then, Sochan asked what he would say if his older brother got him the medicine. Then Ju replied that if this was true, he would be not only his younger brother, but also his subordinate. And he hoped Sochan would remember this promise. 2 days later, a crowd of people stood at the city gates. A man approached, and a guard asked the purpose of his visit. The man replied that he had come to congratulate it on the victory, because he wanted to present a gift to the 14th accompanying sword. Gupung announced to his boys that today he would teach them how to deal with people. He explained that if they asked for a favor when receiving a gift, it was best to refuse. Because for a Taoist, being acquisitive is taboo. One should always accept gifts in moderation, and if the gifts are expensive, one's attitude toward them may change. Also, if someone's tone suggests something, avoid them. Communicating with a faction like theirs is a heavy burden. The boys and Gupung went to receive congratulations and gifts. Some arrived from Sichuan. Some came simply to express gratitude and offer warm words. Others praised the Lotus Squad. The gifts varied to suit every taste, sometimes pleasant, sometimes not so much. But Sochan was waiting for only one person to appear. The boy knew he had to be here somewhere. He was waiting for the merchant king, Li. The boy had done a lot to help him, and he was waiting for him to show up. A man suddenly approached and said hello. He said they'd met again. Sochan looked and remembered it was the small merchant, but it definitely wasn't him. He might have changed his name, but his passion for money is matched only by his fatness. He's also so proud that even if he had to confront the Murim alliance, he wouldn't back down. At least Sochan understood that he would not act like an ordinary merchant. It would not have an average build. Sochan decided that once it was all over, he would definitely have to check the visitor's book. At this point, the merchant told Gupung that he had heard the news and was delighted. And that, usually, when speaking of swordsmen, the Kosan faction rises above all. Gupung replied that he had already spoken to too many people, so he was deviating. The merchant asked for a little time, but Gupung replied that it was time for him to go. The merchant begged him to stop and grabbed Gupung by the arm. The guards grabbed him. The merchant started shouting that at least they knew who he was. He began shouting that he was a warrior of the Cayenne branch of the Union, the Gold Merchant Organization, and that he was the head of a small merchant association called the Gold Merchant Organization, and his name was Lee. It seemed to dawn on Sochun. Merchant Lee went home upset, but Sochun stopped him and said hello. The merchant was very surprised. The merchant apologized to him for the trouble he had caused, and asked what had brought him here, whether this was an order from the 14th swordsman. Sochun replied that he had made this decision on his own, and that he had business with the merchant. Sochun suggested they take a walk somewhere else and talk there. The merchant agreed. Lee sensed there was something there, and the scent of money, so he happily followed the guy. Sochun suggested skipping pointless chatter and getting down to business. He asked the merchant to speak freely. Sochun said that deals are usually based on trust and manners. The guy clearly understood that if he needed his help in the future, it would be better to establish an equal relationship. The merchant asked Sochun what he meant by business. The young man replied that he was interested in the business he proposed. Lee replied that, frankly, even he didn't think there was anything special about a small merchant like him. And he couldn't understand why Sochun trusted him. And he added that in all likelihood, Sochun had come there without informing the 14th Sword Escort and the rest of the Lotus Squad members. Sochun said he had an interesting proposal. The merchant was very interested. But Sochun also added that he'd first like to learn about his business. The merchant, of course, agreed. Lee explained that he calls it a business to make it sound more prestigious, but in reality, there's nothing special about it. They sell their most popular product, rice. But the whole point is that Lee wants to sell rice as military provisions. So Sochun then said that it meant he needed a chance to become a military merchant. Sochun asked if he needed financial support. Lee replied that that was fine, and they needed help in other ways. Sochun said he was ready to listen. Lee responded that the question was a bit sensitive and asked him to hear it out. Then the merchant said bluntly that they needed connections. No matter how, he needed permission to conduct military trade. The merchant couldn't get the full amount, but he could prepare a partial one. Sochun replied that he wouldn't get angry during the conversation, so the merchant could speak. The boy wouldn't judge until he heard it out. The merchant then asked if, as a member of the Lotus Squad, Sochun and Gupungum had likely visited the meeting place where the head of the Kaiyang branch was located. The young man confirmed this. The merchant then suggested he knew about the conflict in Guizhou and asked Sochun to tell him about areas that were cut off or experiencing supply shortages. From what Sochun has heard, Lee's greed is nothing short of outrageous, and whoever initially helped the merchant is also insane. And judging by the situation, he's asking for information that should be kept secret. Sochun understood that the merchant king wasn't the kind of man who could distinguish between good and evil. The word gold in the organization's name wasn't a coincidence. He was only interested in money. Sochun had expected this. Sochun told the merchant that he could help, but only in the Wanong district. Lee, of course, agreed. Sochun also added that normally he would have refused, but he thought the merchant knew the reason. The merchant thanked Sochun for listening, and frankly, he was surprised that his head was still on his shoulders. And now Sochun said the time had come for his proposal. The merchant promised to listen. Sochun didn't hide it, and immediately asked if he knew anything about the Triple Sublime Mine. The merchant immediately realized that this was a tomb containing the treasures of the three-eyed phantom thief. Sochun revealed that the fruit he ate several years ago was originally found in a tomb, not in an underground cave. Sochun asked the merchant what he thought about it. Lee could see in Sochun's eyes that he was telling the truth. The merchant replied that if the treasury really existed, how could Sochun plan to transport all those treasures without anyone noticing? It was impossible. He continued that Sochun was a member of the Lotus Squad and needn't worry about his safety. But Lee was an ordinary merchant and would certainly be killed by robbers. Sochun replied that there was no need to take everything, only a very small portion. He asked Lee to gather some men, and with them, Sochun would go to the treasury and take only the most valuable. Sochun also added that the merchant should keep this a secret, and then he would suggest that the Wanana detachment's military entrust the replenishment of supplies to the Gold Merchant Association. The merchant replied that he understood everything, and asked if the treasure really existed, why was Sochun entrusting it to him? Sochun couldn't say he knew the future, so he replied that no one else would believe his story. Sochun also announced that he didn't have much time, and would leave tomorrow or the day after. The merchant promised he would do so. The merchant understood that if this was real, it was serious business. And even if it wasn't the treasure trove of the three-eyed phantom thief, gaining supremacy in the Wanan military trade was worth it. Sochun and the merchant struck a deal. The next day, Kupung informed his men that they were to return to Hosan the following day, so they needed to get ready. Soyun ran up to Kupung and asked if they weren't going to see the Shaolin Temple, the Mutan faction, or the Murim branch. Sochon hoped the little one would come to an agreement. But Gupung replied that he too wanted to show them as much as possible. But that would be difficult, no matter what. Sunbae began to say that the squad's first outing into the world was for sightseeing and gaining experience, and it shouldn't be so dangerous. Gupung replied that fortunately they were unharmed, but headquarters was concerned about them and had unanimously decided to return them home, so there was no choice. Sochon's thoughts were divided. On the one hand, the royal family had also been ordered to return, so he could go to Chongqing. But on the other hand, he can't ask the merchant king to go with them. Even if they went to Chongqing and plundered the tomb, he would have to return to Guizhou. They set off back anyway. Meanwhile, in the River of Evil, a subordinate came to Lord Chang and said that news had arrived that the 14th swordsman would soon arrive at the Yangtze River. Chang was overcome with rage and said that even executing those who attacked the Wenan and fled would not appease his anger. Did they really think they would escape unharmed? He ordered his subordinate to teach those Kosan bastards a lesson and not return with bad news. After some time, Gupung, the boys, and the royal family arrived at the port of the Yangtze River. Sok noticed that Gupung was acting strangely and asked him what was wrong. Gupung replied that it was nothing serious. He simply thought there weren't enough ships. Usually, at this time of year, a lot of people gather there to enjoy the beauty. Sok replied that Gupung had simply become very wary because of what had happened in Wenan. He needed to rest. Gupung took a deep breath and savored the beauty around him. Then he looked into the water and began to scream. Gupung shouted for the Marima warriors to protect the Lotus detachment and the royal family. Sok couldn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, armed men appeared on the cliff. One of them said that the 14th swordsman really did have a keen sense of smell. The enemy jumped off the cliff right onto their ship. Sok realized they were pirates of the 9 seas. Gupung told them that if they had confused their ship with some other one, he forgave them and ordered them to leave. One of the pirates laughed and said that they had met before, so he was definitely not mistaken. The pirate said he hadn't introduced himself last time, so he didn't remember. The pirate said his name was Yuk and thanked him for the payment he'd received earlier. Sunbae immediately recognized this pirate. Sok also knew that Yuk was one of the 100 greatest masters, the spearman of leaping water. Gupung realized that it was indeed a water-jumping spearman, and he asked what he was doing on that ship. Yuk told Gupung to listen to him carefully, and that they were the pirates of the 9 seas, the guardians of the Yangtze River. Since ancient times, if someone wanted to cross the river, they had to pay a fee. But Gupung discredited them by calling them thieves and did not pay the fee. Sochon started shouting that it was all a lie. Yuk replied that it wasn't they who had turned against the Lotus Squad and the stubborn children of the royal family. And what was it that those children suddenly said that they would not cooperate with the pirates and pointed their swords at them? Song told his uncle at this time that something seemed to be going on, and it didn't look like these people would let them go just like that. Gupung asked why there were so few ships in the port. Yuk replied that the young Murim's blood was hot, and it was only natural to make mistakes without knowing the balance of power. Yuk reiterated that the river's territory is the territory of the pirates of the 9 seas. They are causing trouble, and so, as guardians, they protect the peace and law of the river. Yuk ordered an attack, and no one was to be spared. Gupung and the others had no choice but to hold the line. Sochon couldn't understand what was happening. Sunbae jumped forward and told Sochon to hide behind him. Sochon didn't understand anything. If they'd fought the leaping water spearmen, he'd never have forgotten. This hadn't happened in his past life. However, Sochon pulled himself together and realized that this was not the time to think, as Gupung was at a complete disadvantage in this fight. Sochon clearly understood that he had to help the 14th swordsman, but he couldn't die here. Meanwhile, Suruk, Soyen, and Ju stood to the side. One of the pirates shouted for the girls not to be killed. Suddenly, Sochon ran up and struck a nearby pirate. Soyen called him brother and warned him to be careful. Sunbae yelled that Sochon was crazy. Sochon replied that he would help Gupung, so there was no need to voice his concerns. Sochon headed toward Gupung. Sunbae tried to stop him, shouting that he shouldn't do this and offering to come with them. Sochon began attacking the pirates. Sok and everyone around him couldn't understand what was happening or how he was doing it. Sochon turned to the pirates and said that he didn't have time, so let them all attack at once. One of the pirates shouted that he was a complete idiot and ordered that the guy be killed quickly so that he wouldn't look like such a bad guy. The pirates attacked the boy, but he held on very firmly. Sochon shouted to the warriors that he could no longer cover everyone and asked them to focus on defense, not attack. Sochon began using the Manhwa radiant sword technique, but he didn't expect it to take some getting used to. The pirates watched the battle from a cliff. One of them said that the captain should be warned. Another answered him that he really thought that the spearmen of the jumping water would lose on the water. Yuk was fighting with Gupung at this time, when suddenly he noticed that his subordinates were falling from the sword of some kid. Gupung fought valiantly, but suddenly his sword began to tremble. Yuk knew that in comparison, his martial art of the spear of steadfast water neutralized the shaking, becoming terrifying. Yuk had learned enough about the astonishing skill of the Hosan swordsman, but he decided it was time to determine the winner between him and the 14th sword. Gupung knew this was bad. He knew Yuk was still assessing him, and if he fought at full strength, Gupung wouldn't last long. Suddenly, the body of his subordinate flew over Yuk. He didn't understand what the hell was going on. Just then, Sochun stood behind him and greeted him. Gupung asked him in surprise what he was doing. Sochun replied that he understood his feelings, but now was not the time, because they didn't know what those pirates on the cliff would do. At this point, Suruk told Gupung that he wouldn't believe it, but young Master Sochun had destroyed most of the pirates. Sang pushed her aside, saying she was getting too forward. Gupung was very surprised and said that if they got out of there alive, they would talk about it later. Sochun said he would help, but Gupung stopped him and said it would be best for him to stay out of the way. He added that he knew Sochun was hiding his true strength, but the enemy was too strong, and if Sochun interferes, then instead of helping, he will only hinder, and asked to leave Yuk with him. Gupung continued to fight with Yuk, but Yuk clearly had the advantage over him in the water, and showed good techniques with the spear. Yuk began to laugh, and shouted that all his efforts were useless. He kicked the ship's floor and it tipped sideways. Gupung fell, and Yuk seized the opportunity. Sochun couldn't stand by and watch Gupung being attacked. He attacked the pirate. Yuk got angry and started yelling at him for being a presumptuous child. Sochun told him to stop already. Sochun gathered all his strength and used the non-spitting Manhwa thrust technique. Then he launched a flurry of Manhwa attacks. But Yuk didn't tolerate such antics for long. He used a technique and began spinning the entire ship clockwise in the water. The spear was flying straight towards Sochun, but the boy realized that this was his chance. Yuk, fully confident of victory, flew at Sochun with his spear, but he didn't expect the boy's sword to hold his spear back. Meanwhile, Gupung launched an attack on Yuk while Sochun held off the attack. Gupung praised him and said he did a good job. Gupung reminded the Kopek smith that he had been careless. Yuk couldn't believe he had been defeated. But then he asked again what Gupung had called him, and he swung his spear straight at him. Yuk missed Gupung's body, but he broke the ship into two halves, and everyone began to roll into the water. Sak was barely floating in the water. One of the warriors shouted for him to swim towards him. Gupung ordered everyone to grab onto that rock. Gupung looked around and asked if everyone was there. Soyun started screaming that she couldn't see her brothers Sochun and Ju. They started screaming, but there was no response. 3 weeks later, in Guizhou, Merchant Li couldn't get enough of the money. He hugged it, kissed it, and said he loved it to death. He knew he owed Mr. Sochun a great debt. If it weren't for him, he'd still be licking someone else's ass. The merchant wanted to repay him, but Sochun was no longer in this world, so he couldn't. Li began to cry and said that if Sochun could be reincarnated, he would give him the silver coins. But he quickly came to his senses and began to say that silver coins were a bit much. And besides, Sochun was no longer in this world, and how could a dead man use money? So he decided to simply pray. And he'd almost forgotten Sochun's name for the prayer. Suddenly, a subordinate entered and said a martial arts master wanted to meet him. Li asked if he looked rich. The subordinate replied that he looked absolutely destitute. Then Li asked if he'd mentioned being a member of some well-known association. He replied that he was a wanderer. Then the merchant told him to send him away. Someone knocked on the door and asked if he could come in. Li gave his permission, but as soon as he saw who had entered, his eyes widened. The merchant hadn't looked so scared in a long time. Unexpectedly for the merchant, Sochun entered the room. He asked Li why his complexion was so unhealthy and whether he was ready to plunder the tomb. Li started shouting that it was a ghost. Sochun laughed and replied that it was wrong to bury people prematurely. Suddenly, little Drew appeared before the merchant. Li began shouting that they were two ghosts and that they should leave him alone, as he wouldn't pay a single penny. Sochun slammed his fist against the wall and told the merchant to shut up because he was not dead and was standing in front of him alive. Then Li began to say that the murim said that they had died, but he believed that Mr. Sochan was still alive and never doubted it. Sochan said that he and Ju were carried away by the current and became separated from the rest of the group. They ended up near Hubei. From there, they traveled to Hunan and returned to Guizhou. This took some time. Then the merchant asked why they returned, since Hunan is the territory of the Light faction, and, moreover, isn't the royal family there? Sochan said that it was for this reason, that if Ju or he were found, there would be an uproar, and they would return to the faction and the royal family. And if that had happened, they wouldn't have been able to escape into the world for several years. And that would have meant they wouldn't have been able to do anything with the treasure. Li replied that Sochan had brought a member of the royal family to maintain secrecy, and that it was prudent of him. Sochan replied that that wasn't the issue. He also said that Ju was their partner, and that the tomb raiding would have been impossible without him. Ju asked Sochan if he was sure the tomb even existed. Sochan replied that even if it didn't, they should follow him. Sochan asked if the merchant was ready. Li replied that he was. At this time, Gupeng arrived at the Hosan faction. He apologized to the master for failing to fulfill his duties and for the death of her student. Gupeng said that it was all his fault, and if he had more faith in Sochan, this would not have happened. The master placed her hand on Gupeng's shoulder and replied that everything was fine and that there was no need to be too hard on himself. The master also told Gupeng that she had just returned and was a little exhausted, so she needed to be alone for a while. At this point, the master pulled a letter from her inside pocket. In it, Sochan wrote that he was fine. Sochan wrote that he and Ju were currently together and asked for it to be kept secret. He promised to reveal the reason later. Sochan also apologized for worrying the master. He promised that he and Ju would return safe and sound. At this time, in the gold merchant organization, Sochan was evaluating the warriors that the merchant had gathered. Sochan noticed 9 second-class warriors, 1 first-class warrior, close to becoming a supreme warrior. Merchant Li said that he had already warned the warriors that they were going to plunder the tomb. Sochan asked if they could trust them. The merchant replied that there was no need to worry about that. The merchant also said that warriors value their families, and each of them has members who need help. Ju then asked if he had taken their family members as hostages. The merchant replied that he wasn't that vile. The merchant said that he had made a deal with them, and they had sworn allegiance to him, and therefore the treatment would be free for them. Then Sochan asked how the merchant had introduced him to the soldiers. The merchant said he had told them to obey his orders. He also said that since neither Sochan nor Ju knew what he looked like, there was no need to worry. Sochan replied that it was good work and said the treasury was in Chongqing. He handed the deciphered text to the merchant and ordered him to burn it. The merchant said he would support Mr. Sochan on his journey from the side, from behind, and from the shadows, and he would plunder and collect everything, even the bones of the three-eyed phantom thief. As Sochan passed by the warriors, one of them said to the other that they should really trust this brat. Suddenly, a man named Wang came up and told them to shut up, because couldn't they see Mr. Sochan's stride length and stepping technique? The warrior apologized. Wang reminded them that they had to follow Sochan's orders, as the chief merchant had commanded them to do so. Wang also said there was no need to apologize to him, and for the slightest mistake, they would appear before the chief merchant. The warriors, along with Sochan, arrived at the location of the treasury, but few believed it. Suddenly, Ju began to move one of the stones. Sochan noticed and asked what he was doing. Ju replied that he didn't yet know what he was doing. Sochan realized that he was no stranger to mechanical engineering. Without Ju, he wouldn't have even found the entrance. Then Zhu shouted out what he'd found, and huge pillars emerged from the ground. Sochan found it truly astonishing. However, Sochan was tormented by one question. Who could be buried in a tomb with such a mechanism? Together with the warriors, they began to descend, and immediately at the entrance they were met by the symbol of the three-eyed phantom thief. Suddenly, the warrior Cho approached Sochan and asked him to tell the truth about whose grave this was. Sochan smiled and said it wasn't a grave, but a tomb. Cho asked whose tomb it was. Sochan replied that it was the tomb of the legendary phantom thief. Cho said it was just a rumor. Sochan replied that they would find out once they got inside. Sochan asked if anyone wanted to go inside. One of the warriors said he could die, even though he didn't want to. Sochan replied that they would try to make sure no one died. But if someone did die, Sochan promised that their family would be taken care of. Sochan also said that No would go in front and Zhu would be in the middle, so he would need to be protected from all sides. But he asked not to block Zhu's view, since there are so many devices in this tomb that it can be considered one large mechanism, and only Zhu can study them and neutralize them. Cho looked at Ju with disdain and asked if this could really be a child. Sochan replied that he would lead everyone, but that Ju had to be the top priority. He was the expert after all. The warriors couldn't even imagine that their lives would be in the hands of a 10-year-old. Sochan asked Ju which way to go. The boy looked around and replied that all the paths were the same. Then, Sochan suggested going straight ahead, but Ju suddenly stopped Sochan. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the passage. Suddenly, metal spears came flying from all sides. Sochan told him that he'd said all the paths were the same. Ju smiled and replied that he was right. They were all traps. The warrior asked Ju how he knew and asked him to teach him too. Sochan smiled and shouted that it was useless to ask him. Ju said it couldn't be explained in words. He asked the warrior if he hadn't seen that the passage was set up as if it were a trap. Cho said he was a very strange child. Sochan replied that he was, but he was very reliable. Meanwhile, as they continued deeper and deeper, they came across some wooden figures. No one could figure out what they were doing there. Ju said that these were also mechanisms, but he had never encountered them before, so he couldn't say what to expect. Sochan told him not to worry, and that he would find out for himself what these pieces of wood were capable of. Ju said that there were no other devices in this area except wooden devices, and asked Sochan to be careful. The warrior asked Sochan if he was sure he would go alone. Sochan replied that he would be fine, and that they should protect Zu. Sochan approached the figures, and they suddenly began attacking him. Sochan asked Ju if he could disarm them. Ju replied that he didn't know how. Then Sochan said he'd simply smash them all. The warriors watched Sochan and realized that, as Brother Wang had said, Sochan was a true master. Ju asked Sochan if he was finished with the figures. Sochan replied that he was almost done. The boy then asked for some time to study them. Ju examined the debris very carefully. He said it looked like wood, but he couldn't understand why it hadn't rotted. Sochan urged him on. They continued on and suddenly saw a huge pile of silver coins in front of them. Cho reached out to touch them. Sochan shouted at him not to touch it. Cho apologized for his reckless actions and reminded him that everything would still belong to the chief merchant. Meanwhile, Zu examined the pile of coins and revealed that there was a trap there. So Sochan told Cho that even the slightest mistake could trigger the trap, and only on the way back could he collect the coins. Suddenly, Ju noticed a box among the coins. He took it out and opened it, revealing 3 pearls. Sochan reminded the soldiers not to be greedy, and if they returned safely, they would be duly rewarded. He also reminded them not to think they could escape Sochan's notice. Meanwhile, the girl Sochan liked was practicing with her master. The master told her that her skills hadn't worsened, but they hadn't improved either, and it was all because of that idiot. The girl replied that he wasn't a fool. The master said she was right. To think he hid his powers, he was an amazing child. And she also added that it no longer makes any sense, because this amazing Sochan is dead anyway. The master said that she was not so cruel as to prevent her from grieving, but she could not allow her to cry forever. Meanwhile, Sochan was defending himself from a monster that was attacking him. It was made entirely of iron and had glowing eyes. Cho screamed, "What's wrong with this kid if he can't do anything about this trap?" Ju screamed, "These aren't mechanical devices, they're witchcraft." An hour ago, the team approached a whole squad of Iron Knights. And as soon as they approached, the Iron Knights opened their gleaming eyes. Sochan had heard that the 3-eyed ghost thief had stolen from other places besides Zhonggan, but who would have thought that he had stolen the sorcery of the southern barbarians? Cho told Sochan to stop, because he wasn't afraid of the wooden figures that moved because of machinery, but he was afraid of these things that moved because of witchcraft. Sochan and Cho fought off the Iron Ones, but they rose up and attacked again. Then Sochan realized they needed to cut off all the body parts. The warriors tried to implement this, but it was easier said than done. So Sochan ordered everyone to simply defend themselves. Cho watched Sochan fight and said that if possible, he'd like to learn a few moves from Sochan. Sochan finished off all the Iron Ones. The warriors asked how much chi energy he had. Sochan replied that he had enough. During the battle, Sochan tore off some kind of iron chain that smelled of witchcraft. He decided it was better to take it with him than leave it there. However, Zu noticed. Ju said that if Sochan took things like that, he would be cursed. Sochan replied that they were already cursed for plundering this tomb. The squad decided to rest a bit and grab a bite to eat. A rather unexpected thought struck Sochan. How the hell had this place been built? Creating a multitude of mechanical devices and traps would, of course, require money, but the hardest thing would be to keep everything secret. Cho said there's a saying that with enough money, even the dead can be brought back to life. With the three-eyed thief's luck, it's no wonder he managed to keep everything a secret. Cho thought about it. Cho patted Ju on the head and said that the three-eyed man's wealth would be enough to buy the whole of Guizhou. Suddenly, Ju said he had a question. He asked what had happened to the warriors that they had gone to such a dangerous place. Sochun told his brother it was rude to ask such a question. One of the warriors replied that it was fine, since he was just a child, and the warrior recounted how, when he was young and immature, he didn't want to inherit his father's arable land, so he ran away from home. Later, he wandered the world and eventually became a first-class hero, and by the time he returned to his village, an epidemic was raging there, and it was devastated. Zhu apologized. The warrior replied that everything was fine. Fortunately, his mother had survived, and he hadn't become an orphan. However, she was too old and ill. Another warrior, a woman, chimed in and said she had a son and daughter, but they had a very rare disease. Her husband was also weak, so it was because of his blood, and that's why she needed a lot of money. The next warrior chimed in and said everyone had similar stories. He had a sister, and she had an injured leg, and it was his duty to take care of her. Another warrior said his beloved had been sold to a man with terrible sexual urges. He was looking for her because he feared she was dead. So the warrior cut off his dignity, took his beloved, and disappeared. It was then that the chief merchant picked him up. Hearing the story, the warrior supported his actions. Then one of the warriors stood up and said that it was time to move on. Enough of this whining. The squad gathered and came to a huge pile of gold bars. The warriors began to look around, searching for anything suspicious. Suddenly, the woman found a chest. Sochun decided to check what was inside. He opened the chest and realized he'd found the real jackpot. And then Sochun noticed that among all of this, there was a box with a miracle cure inside. Sochun realized it was a Shaolin enhancer. He knew it was a medicine that, when consumed, would release 20 years worth of qi. Sochun understood that stealing the Shaolin amplifier would be the same as declaring war on Shaolin. Sochun couldn't even imagine such a thing, because the three-eyed thief stole 10 pieces. How fearless he was. Sochun began laughing loudly and thanking the three-eyed thief. The warriors thought he'd gone crazy. The chest also contained some amazing books. One of them was about the art of the god of archery. Throughout history, only a few have ever been granted the title of god. The archer god was one of them. Murim existed in many forms of martial arts, but archery was ignored. If a murim warrior spotted an arrow, he could easily dodge it, so archery was considered harmless. But the god of the archer rectified this. His mastery of the bow and arrow was on a whole new level. Legend has it that his shot split the Yangtze River. His arrows shattered rocks, and if he missed, the arrow would turn on its own and strike the enemy. Some believe that in the future he will be resurrected and will strike fear into the hearts of countless martial artists. Sochun also noticed a book about the unity of 10,000 martial arts, and if he had to choose between the art of archery and this book, Sochun would choose this one. Sochun decided to see what else was in this wondrous chest. And then he pulled out a sword of astonishing beauty. One of the warriors noticed this and asked if it was really a yokan. Sochun replied that if he was talking about the famous yokan sword, then yes, it was. No one present could believe what was happening. It seemed as if the three-eyed thief had robbed the entire world. The squad continued on their way. 2 days passed. They descended, then ascended, and they no longer knew what floor they were on. Suddenly, they came to a strange door with a huge symbol in the middle. Sochun had never seen a door like that before. Ju walked to the door and said that he would like to say that there was no trap there, but he was not sure about it. Ju noticed that the wall was thick, and there was only one handle. That was odd. Sochun replied that they couldn't turn back, and reached for the handle. Sochun pulled the handle, and the mechanism activated. An earthquake began, and rubble began to fall. The door opened, and Sochun saw a red carpet laid out right up to the throne. But then they saw a strange body. Without a second thought, they said in unison, "Can it really be a zombie?" One of the warriors said that if they really were zombies, they would definitely be finished. Sochun said it would be better if they really were zombies. After all, if it were an invulnerable creature, they would all fall there. The body began to draw ever closer. Sochun shouted at them not to be afraid yet and to retreat. At that very moment, the body flew up and attacked Sochun. Sochun didn't expect it and started shouting that this zombie was quite fast. But he added that it seemed he hadn't been such a great master in life. The battle continued. Sochun began to laugh loudly and shouted that, whatever the case, he had found him. Sochun hadn't expected their meeting to happen so soon. Those around him had no idea what he was talking about. Then Sochun said that this was the three-eyed phantom thief. The Vins couldn't believe that this zombie was the great thief. Sochun said that no matter how hard he concentrated, he couldn't feel his presence, and only one person could do that. Sochun also said that there must be a great treasure hidden in this room, if the owner of the tomb himself is guarding it. The female warrior asked Sochun if she could beat up the three-eyed thief. Sochun replied that she shouldn't, because Sochun has personal motives. The battle continued, but Sochun was mistaken. The thief proved to be a very strong opponent. The thief displayed amazing techniques in battle. Sochun couldn't understand how the thief could be so powerful. The boy used the divine art of purple mist. In response, the thief used one of the most powerful murim techniques. Sochun couldn't believe what was happening. The warriors watched from the sidelines and were already thinking that maybe they should intervene and help Mr. Sochun. Sochun shouted at the thief that he was fighting dirty and that he should at least give his opponent a chance to catch his breath. Sochun knew that if this continued, he would lose. He had to stop his momentum and finish it all in one blow. Then, Sochun decided to use the Purple Mist Genesis technique for the first time. He hadn't dared to do it before. The thief's body collapsed under the powerful blow, but Sochun also lost his footing. The guilds ran to him, one of them shouting for medicine. The only thing Sochun could think of was that he had defeated the thief who had stolen the entire world. And then, he was the one who had stolen from the guy who had robbed the world. Time passed, and Sochun woke up. He asked the warriors how long he had slept, and they answered that 2 to 3 days had already passed. Sochun thanked the warriors for guarding him all this time. The woman replied that there was nothing to thank him for, since even if they hadn't been there, he would have been able to consume the miracle cure anyway. Sochun replied that he had just woken up and didn't remember what had happened. The warrior explained that after the zombie fell, the altar disappeared and a tombstone appeared. Ju explained that they hadn't touched the stone while Sochun was sleeping. Then, Sochun decided to find out why they had been suffering all this time. Sochun approached the stone and said they had found a phantom martial art. The tombstone had interesting inscriptions. Heaven is knowledge, earth is power, man is people. If one possesses both heaven and earth, one can attain to 2 eyes. Therefore, one must find a 3rd eye and steal the entire world. After this, Sochun found another amazing book on the tombstone. The Pran Sacred Art. The divine martial art of the Shaolin monks disappeared centuries ago. Legends speak of its greatness. Today, it is considered an unrivaled martial art. Sochun gathered all the essentials he needed. The warrior asked if they were leaving already. Sochun replied that he had found everything he needed. Now they could return home. The warriors were overjoyed. The journey was long. It took them several more days to get out. A merchant greeted them joyfully at the entrance. Sochun greeted him and said it had been a while. The merchant asked if they had had a hard time there. One of the warriors replied that just thinking about how difficult it was brought tears to his eyes. The merchant immediately said that he had prepared a carriage for Mr. Sochun and said that everything was finally over. Sochun, Ju, and the merchant were riding in the same carriage. The merchant suddenly asked Ju if he was injured. Ju replied that it was necessary to look him in the eye when speaking to him. The merchant immediately fell silent. Sochun said that everyone should pull themselves together and talk about what to do next. Sochun asked how much time had passed since they went to the tomb. The merchant replied that it had been a little over a month. Then Sochun asked if anything significant had happened during that time. The merchant explained that some master had fought someone and died. The merchant also said he had built residential quarters in Guiyang and intended to settle there. Sochun hadn't expected such news. The merchant told Sochun he was curious about something and wanted to inquire. Sochun asked if it was about the distribution of treasures, and the merchant happily confirmed. Sochun replied that he would tell him directly. Meanwhile, the merchant was wondering how much he would give him. 20 to 30%? And then Sochun said he would leave him everything. The merchant nearly lost consciousness for a second. He couldn't even blink. Sochun replied that he wouldn't do much with them anyway, even though the Hosan faction is down to earth and strict about property ownership. That's why he's an ascetic. Sochun also added that he found out that the merchant was a skilled and trustworthy person, so he invested in him. The merchant asked what investing meant. Sochun asked if he couldn't make more money without money. He told him to use the money he had and increase his capital. Sochun also said that in exchange, his request should be given priority. and the merchant should help him. He added that the same applies to Ju. He said that initially the merchant should receive 2 shares, Ju 3, and Sochun 5. Ju told Sochun that if he helped him with his teachings or his family when they were in a difficult situation, Ju would not object. Sochun looked sternly at the merchant and asked what he had to say about that. The merchant stood there for a moment, his mouth open. The merchant then rushed to Sochun and said that he was ready to kiss his feet as a sign of gratitude, promising that he would fulfill all his demands. Their cart arrived in Guiyang, and then Sochun remembered something. He decided to tell the merchant about it. Sochun handed the merchant a package containing the coordinates of the three-eyed phantom thief's tomb. He ordered the merchant to spread rumors that treasure was there. It wasn't that Sochun didn't trust the soldiers who were there with him, but before they told the wrong person, it would be better to tell everyone about her. A few days later, rumors were already swirling. One man asked another if he'd heard about the treasure trove, and the other replied that he didn't believe it. Others said it was worth checking out. Some claimed this nonsense was back in fashion. So many people, so many opinions. At this time, the Kane was discussing the fact that the comb of the three-eyed phantom thief was found inside the treasury. Rumors reached the Murim Union. They ordered an immediate meeting of the Elders Union to resolve the treasury issue. Even in the River of Evil, they already knew that the tomb was filled to the brim with gold and silver coins. In the River of Evil, word spread that the Murim Alliance had recently sent a search party there. The demonic forces were currently simply observing. The leader of the River of Evil ordered a letter sent to the Murim Alliance. He assumed they were probably waiting for him to offer a truce. The leader understood that very painful events could happen, but if the tomb was real, he could not give it to the dogs of the Light faction. Sometime later, the Murim search party met up with the River's Leah detachment at the tomb. They searched the tomb and looked for an entrance. The Murim warrior reminded his own that the Murim had made a truce with the bastards from the River of Evil, and if a battle broke out, the search would be over, and they would be punished. In the end, although it was unpleasant and unbearable for the Murim warriors, they could only endure. At this time, Zhu asked Sochun why he couldn't return back to his family. Sochun explained that the search had only just begun, and if he showed up, the royal family would immediately take him away. So Sochun told Zhu to just continue to digest the Shaolin enhancer he ate. Sochun knew that, given the labyrinth's complexity and endless traps, it would take time to loot the tomb, but he promised Zhu that they would return. Sochun said that he had told the merchant everything that was necessary, so they needed to move slowly. But before leaving, Sochun decided to give something to the merchant for safekeeping. He handed him a book. The merchant asked what it was. Sochun said that these were valuable books that he found in the tomb, and ordered that they be given to the soldiers who were with him in the tomb. Sochun also said that there was no point in copying these books, as they were first-class martial arts. The merchant said he would take this into account. Sochun and Zhu set out on their journey. They came to a relatively quiet area, and Sochun said they would settle there, and that he would help him with his martial arts training. Sochun looked at Zhu and asked him if he was ready and confident in his abilities. Zhu proudly replied that he was ready. Sochun liked the boy's drive and began training. Surprisingly, Zhu turned out to be quite a capable guy. A month passed, and Sochun told Zhu that he didn't want to say it, but so far, Zhu was a complete zero in martial arts. Zhu became very angry and said that Sochun had said that he would become a master if his chi increased. He called Sochun a liar. Sochun replied that usually, when you eat a booster, you become a master. But since Zhu wasn't trying his best, it was his fault. Zhu got angry and started yelling, but he realized it was his fault for training so lazily. But he still felt cheated. Sochun believed in him and ordered him to continue training. Sochun too wasted no time. He mastered the divine purple mist art by 40%. He had just begun practicing the purple mist sword. Sochun told himself he needed to be more patient and not be as afraid of being caught as he had been before. Over time, Sochun mastered the art of wielding the 14-petal plum sword. It was time to move on to the 24-petal sword. Sochun lasted 15 seconds. Now it's time for the 16th. The falling petals are like rain. It was incredibly difficult. Because his chi volume exceeded 60 years, the efficiency of Qigong Meihua's chi absorption decreased. Sochun decided he was lucky and the time had come. He pulled out a book on the unity of 10,000 martial arts from his pocket. Martial arts are usually too complex to master many at once. The teachings are so difficult that it's difficult to achieve greatness in even one, and it's impossible to develop others simultaneously. It is well known that if one learns the techniques of one martial art, There is a risk of chi deviation when trying to learn a martial art with a completely different nature. But transitional art allowed for a way to go against established assumptions. When it came to transitional art, everything was open to exploration. So-chan understood that although he could only demonstrate half of the original technique, he would develop what he lacked himself. However, So-chan said that he didn't take the book for that reason, and how he would use it was another matter. So-chan burned the book. Now he's clipped the wings of the Dark Heaven Lord. We're talking about a force that hasn't yet emerged in Murim, the Dark Heaven faction. It was unknown when and where she appeared, but So-chan knew that they had been preparing for a long time to conquer the murim. Besides the tomb, the Dark Heaven Lord was everywhere, putting obstacles in the way of the murimu and controlling the Zhongyan. And in the future, when the murim weakened, they appeared in this world and began a fierce war. And the central figure in all of this was the greatest man in the world, the Lord of the Dark Skies. So-chan saw him only once, and he wasn't human. With a strength that defied common sense and incredible intelligence, he hid in the shadows, holding the murim in his hands. An extraordinary genius who could master any martial art with ease. He, like no other, can be called both the greatest man in the world and a monster. But now the unity of the 10 martial arts is no more. So-chan hoped that this would weaken the Lord of the Dark Heavens. So-chan also tried to learn archery. Archery itself isn't difficult, but using chi proved unexpectedly challenging. At this time, Ju was training and shouted to So-chan that he himself had told him to train hard, but for some reason he was lazing around. A month later, at the Marima Union headquarters, Commander Chigel received news that So-chan and Ju were alive. The informant reported that the head of the Wuhan branch had become suspicious and double-checked. The commander wasn't exactly thrilled by this news, as he had the treasure trove on his mind. He asked if everything was okay. The informer said that the boat had crashed, and he had barely managed to escape from the Yangtze. At this time, unknown people shared rumors with So-chan and Ju that the Hosan faction disciple and the royal family member had survived. So-chan and Ju asked where such news came from, and they replied that it was all about the treasury. So-chan told Ju that if he was upset, it was best to forget about it. After all, they had no other merits. Thanks to the 9 major factions and 5 great families, they were at least mentioned. He added that there was no need to constantly attract attention. If rumors spread that Ju understood mechanical engineering, he could be kidnapped. So-chan reminded Ju that he had always said it would be safe to remain in hiding for now. Ju agreed. So-chan is certain the Dark Heaven Lord is focused on the Three-Eyed Thief's treasury, and he and Zu haven't attracted his attention. He needs to prepare for what happens next. And then came the War of the 7 Blades. 2 years after the discovery of the Three-Eyed Thief's treasury, the tomb of the cursed demon was discovered, guardian of hell and master of the 6 primordial demonic arts. When the tomb was excavated, several forces were gathered, 3 of the 9 great factions, 2 of the 5 royal families, the Demon Church, and the River of Evil. Unlike the time when the Three-Eyed Thief's treasury was discovered, various clashes occurred during the excavation of the tomb. These gradually escalated, and eventually war broke out. The tomb of the Three-Eyed Phantom Thief was different from the Cursed Tomb, in that this time, everything was orchestrated by the Dark Skies. So-chan wanted to stop them at all costs, but without spying on them, it would be almost impossible. Besides, a lot of changes have occurred. But it's not like So-chan didn't expect this, so he needs to find talented people. So-chan wasn't satisfied with the current situation. He still had people he needed to win over. Suddenly, someone approached So-chan and asked him what he was thinking about. He thought he was hallucinating, and then the voice said that no matter how much time had passed, it was a little rude to treat the voice of one's master as a hallucination. So-chan realized it was his master. Without a second thought, he threw himself into her arms, overjoyed, and So-chan asked why she was there. The master replied that he was her disciple after all, and who else could have come to meet him? The master said she was very worried. So-chan apologized. The master smiled and replied that if he understood everything himself, then everything was fine. From the look on Master So-chan's face, he could tell she was genuinely worried. Then suddenly Zu arrived, all in tears. So-chan asked him why he was crying. Zu replied that he didn't have a master, and that it was so touching. The master asked who the child was. Ju wiped away his tears and said he'd forgotten to introduce himself. He said he was a member of the royal family. The teacher approached him and said she was pleased to meet him and introduced herself. She also added that Zu was no longer at an age when children played within families, and that he had been through a lot. Zhu pulled himself together and replied that everything was fine because he was the child of a warrior family. The master smiled, patted Zhu on the head, and said he was so young, yet so amazing. She was glad her student had made such valuable connections. Sochan was thinking at this time that Zhu was from the 5 royal families, who took blood ties very seriously, but to think that they didn't understand that he was a child. What a miserable life. Zhu doesn't remember his parents, and he was bullied and oppressed by his family. But despite all this, he didn't give up what he loved. Sochan knew he was a much more remarkable person than he thought, a person who would prove himself later. Some time later, Sochan and Zhu were sitting by a cliff, chatting. Sochan asked him if mechanical engineering wasn't difficult. Zhu replied that it was difficult, and Sochan asked why he was doing it then. Zhu smiled and said it was fun. Sochan gathered Zhu, and together with the master, they sent him home. Zhu said goodbye and promised to see him again. After they saw off baby Zhu, the master became interested in what Sochan had been doing all this time. Sochan replied that it was the same as what the master already knew. The master smiled and said there was definitely more to it. Sochan asked how she knew that. The master replied that, judging by his letter, it wasn't hard to tell there was something hidden there. The master asked what had happened. Then Sochan said that he was the first person to discover the treasure. The master was surprised and asked what it meant that he managed to survive in the Yangtze, and then somehow managed to get into the treasury. Sochan asked what was wrong. The master replied that she was slightly concerned that greed might cloud his judgment. Sochan replied that he was well aware of the teachings of the Hosan faction, and that greed leads to destruction. He added that he had also given several items to the merchant so that he could help the poor. The master replied that that was wonderful, and asked what he meant by several things. Sochan replied that if the conversation had come up, he would show them. Sochan showed the master the Shaolin amplifiers. The master was stunned by what she saw and was speechless. Sochan asked her to take one before they returned to Hosan. He himself could easily take 2. Sochan wanted to give the master everything, but he knew that too much was bad, and they didn't know what the side effects would be if they consumed too much. Sochan said he'd take the blame, but the master said it was neither his nor hers, so it had to be handed over to the Hosan faction. The master said that if he stole them from the treasury, then they were stolen from the Shaolin temple, and they don't know the owners of the other items and can't do anything with them. But they need to return these amplifiers to their rightful owners. Sochan categorically disagreed with the technician. She asked if all the amplifiers were in the box. The guy replied that the merchant still had 4 more tablets. The master would very much like to return to Guizhou, pick up the rest, and go to the Shaolin temple, but she has no right to do so. The master said that they were 2 days from the village where their elders and younger comrades were waiting for them, and they needed to meet them as soon as possible. The master expressed gratitude to Sochan for worrying about her, but reminded him that in their country, there is a law of duty. This is especially true for things like the Shaolin amplifier, whose origins are clear. Sochan replied that he understood everything. Finally, Sochan and the master reached the place where their comrades were already waiting. After a difficult journey, they decided to have a snack together. The master ate a little and said she was tired and would go rest. Sochan wished her a good rest, and suddenly one of the guys approached Sochan and said that now they could talk about anything without worrying about anything. He began to tell Sochan that it was time to tell them everything that happened to the pirates of the 9 seas. Sochan suspected this was possible. One of the guys asked the owner of the establishment to bring them drinks and snacks. The guys began interrogating Sochan. Sochan told the whole story about the pirates, the spearmen, and so on. The boy replied that hearing it directly from someone who had been there was a completely different feeling. The guy said that this means that Sochan's abilities are superior to Changhun and Changseon. Another guy said that, to be honest, he hadn't paid attention to Sochan until now, and thought he was just lucky. But now he apologized for that. And suddenly the door of the establishment opened, and a woman burst in. She screamed loudly and asked for help. The owner of the establishment asked her what had happened. The woman said that while she was washing by the stream, martial artists appeared and started causing a disturbance. The guys heard this. They didn't understand how this could happen on the territory of the mutant faction. Suddenly, the master came down. She told the woman that she was a follower of Kosan and could not ignore injustice, and she asked her to tell her everything. The woman couldn't get a word out. Then the technician said they'd check it out themselves and asked her to show them the way. The woman told them to follow her. Suddenly, the master told one of the boys it was a trap. She didn't look the master in the eye. Besides, if it had been a martial artist, she wouldn't have been able to escape. The guy asked if the foreman would follow her. She replied that she had already said she couldn't ignore injustice, and perhaps this woman had been threatened. The boys agreed and said they would accompany the master. They followed the woman. The woman led them into the forest, and as the master had suspected, it was a trap. The bandit leader was holding the woman's child hostage. The leader addressed Sachon and said that he had personally come to Hubei to meet with him. Sachon couldn't understand how they'd gotten there so quickly after learning he was there. The master clearly recognized him. Sachon asked her who this man was. The master replied that his name was Eop, also known as the Long-Armed Monkey. Master had fought him while on a mission for the Murim Alliance, but that time she was foolish and didn't follow through. This was another unexpected development for Sachon. Eop heard this and started shouting that the master had fooled him with her stupid smile and he had gotten distracted. And then he suddenly attacked the master. The fight began. One of the guys shouted that the river was evil, cowardly bastards. Suddenly, he noticed that Sachon was missing and started shouting where he had disappeared to. Sachon shouted that he was here and not to worry about him. He asked them to hold on a little longer and he would be there soon. Sachon led the pirates deeper into the forest. They told him that even though he was in the Lotus Squad, he was still just a child. Sachon replied that the master was worried about him, so he wouldn't play with them for long. The battle began. The pirates didn't expect this from an ordinary child. They wanted to destroy him. Sachon remembered that he had already died once, and he didn't want to repeat it. It made no sense now. Sachon dealt with several pirates and shouted to his master that he would be coming soon. At this time, the master was fighting the leader. The battle was quite fierce, and only one could win. The master fought fairly and proudly, but the leader fought dirty. He shouted that he had come there only to avenge his defeat. The leader shouted that he would rip the master's belly open. The master realized he had completely lost his mind. He hadn't had so many weak points before. The master was clearly in the lead, and she told the leader that he should be most afraid of himself. The leader shouted at her to keep her moralizing to herself. The master replied that she would put an end to his hatred. The leader laughed and replied that that's why they're called light ones. The master realized that something was definitely wrong with him. The leader smiled, and suddenly blood began pouring from the master's mouth. She realized he had used poison. The leader replied that he had used an extract from the white spirit herb, which was rumored to be one of the most poisonous plants. He also added that the master had used up too much qi while fighting him, and now detoxification was impossible. The leader laughed and said that she would have to experience such terrible pain that she would ask him to take her life. And then the master heard Sachon scream. He was flying straight at the leader, determined to destroy him. The leader asked her if he was really her student. She said that humiliating her in front of her student was a good idea, but killing her student in front of her was even better. Sachon shouted at him that he had no idea who he'd angered. The leader smiled and said he had a temper. Sachon broke his arm with one blow. The leader couldn't understand how such a thing could happen, since he was just a child. The leader prepared to strike a brutal blow, but Sachon got ahead of him and said that it was too late. Sachon rushed to the master's aid, looked at her, and realized that things were too bad. However, that didn't mean there was no way out. Sachon apologized to the master in advance and took out the Shaolin amplifier. He didn't know what kind of poison it was, but the amplifier would definitely neutralize it. Sachon understood that in exchange, the miraculous properties would disappear, but this was a small price to pay for the life of the master. Sachon addressed the master and said that if she could hear him, then she should make her qi circulate. The guy saw that the master was completely unconscious, and he had to do everything himself. Sachon concentrated and knew he couldn't let up. However, the poison was spreading rapidly, and about 70% of his body had already been affected. The contamination was too strong, and Sachon couldn't remove it all at once. So Sachon decided to absorb the dirty energy from the master's body. Sachon did so, and, completely exhausted, stepped back and fell near a tree. The boy didn't expect it, but his control over his internal energy increased. He'd managed to reach the unbridled limit in his previous life, but it was too fast this time. Sachon didn't understand what had happened. He thought it might be because of the water fruit, or the purple mist divine art, or the Shaolin enhancer. Sachon understood that the water fruit and Shaolin enhancer only increased his qi, while the purple mist divine art did not enhance his control skill. Then Sachon guessed that it must be because of the unity of 1,000 martial arts. The divine art of purple mist and the art of archery are difficult to master. Normally they cannot be trained at the same time, but thanks to the unity of 10,000 martial arts, Sachon was able to master both of them. And without a doubt, his mastery of qi control rapidly increased as a result. This martial art is far more amazing than Sochan thought. Sochan understood that if it weren't for his reincarnation, he wouldn't have been able to achieve all this. The guy stopped himself and said that now was not the time for this. Sochan's organs felt like they were in a vice. Knowledge of poisonous arts proved useful to Sochan. Under different circumstances, he would have been able to increase his resistance to poison. Sochan got ready and said it was time to go. He barely made it there and saw the guys already raising the master, and she came to her senses. The master ordered a carrier pigeon to be sent to the main temple and the murim to inform them of what had happened, and the others were told to find a health resort and receive treatment. Sochan thanked the master. She replied that there was no point in thanking someone who claimed their students' accomplishments as their own. Sochan began to shout that he arrived when the leader was already exhausted and he only came to a ready-made situation. And then the master asked what she should do, because she had used the Shaolin amplifier, which she had to return. Then Sochan asked if he, as an unworthy disciple, could ask his master a question and tell him what was on his mind. Sochan said she'd already used the enhancer, and there was nothing she could do about it. Even explaining it to the Shaolin temple wouldn't have worked. He added that she didn't use it on purpose, so there was no need to worry. Sochan is sure that even Buddha would tell her not to blame herself. Sochan said that if she told the truth, it could damage the relationship between the Hosan faction and the Shaolin temple. This could not be allowed to happen at any cost, so it was best to leave it at that. The master accepted this and said she understood everything. Sochan understood that the master could now become one of the 100 greatest masters. The master said she would now be indebted to the Shaolin temple. She would take this secret with her to the grave, but one day, she would repay them. Sochan understood that he too had to repay tenfold for the favors he had been unable to repay in his past life. Sochan told the master that they had recently decided to return, but he had already caused her a lot of trouble and asked for forgiveness. The master smiled, stroked his head, and said that the more she looked at him, the more she admired him. The master said they now needed to prepare for departure, and they had little time left. They had to get there as quickly as possible. After a long journey, they finally arrived. Before Sochan could even get there, Sunbae and Soyun suddenly pounced on him and embraced him. They began asking him how he managed to survive. They were interested in every detail. Suddenly, that same Sudan appeared in front of Sochan. She, too, rushed into his arms. The girl burst into tears and said that she had been very worried. Before, Sochan could not even dream of such a thing. During this time, various people visited the tomb to get rich. However, they were not prepared for the traps. Losing one after another, the squad could not understand how many more traps were set in this treasure trove. One of them said that it was not surprising that all the treasures that the thief had collected during his life were kept there. But he honestly didn't think the reconnaissance would take so long. A whole year had already passed. Sochan knew it would take a long time without Ju, but he never thought it would take a whole year. In my past life, it took a year to do everything. But just think. Now only half has been explored. Sochan met the piercing swordsman. Sochan called him his savior and said they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Sochan replied that he had become the supreme master and there was no need to be embarrassed. He asked him to say whatever he wanted. The swordsman said it was all thanks to him. Sochan noticed that the chief merchant wasn't with him this time and asked if there were any problems. The swordsman replied that he brought only good news and asked them not to worry. He said that some low-class scoundrels had attacked, but he didn't know all the details. And besides that, there's the rivalry between merchants. Sochan replied that because of the treasury, the craftsmen's movements are limited. At this time, no threatening situations arise, so he told the swordsman to develop the organization, recruit troops, and prepare for the end of the reconnaissance. The swordsman replied that he understood everything. He admired Sochan, saying that he was only a boy, but his strength and intelligence were astonishing. 2 years later, the exploration of the treasury was declared complete, and both elders departed. This meant Sochan had a year to train. Sochan continued to study the divine art of purple mist. He had already mastered it to 60%. Then Sochan moved on to his second form, a fan of rain petals. The key for Sochan was to take his time. He trained with all his might, but the cutting direction was imprecise, and the flower petals didn't even fall from the impact of the purple mist. Sochan considered it a failure. He knew it was because the purple mist divine art and the secret sword art were too complex, and if he continued, he might vomit. Sochan knew it was no coincidence that these martial arts were only accessible to the greatest geniuses of the Hosan. But he wondered what kind of monster the Lord of the Dark Skies had been back then. Sochan was angry that he'd lived to 77, barely reaching the limit of infinity, suffering. And they'd learned, while having fun. Life was so unfair. The guy told himself that an ordinary person like him had to train all his life. There was no other choice. Sochon decided to pull himself together and take up the divine art of archery. His goal was a 400-meter shot. The guy missed the target, but it was already good that he at least hit the leaf. Sochon didn't stop. Suddenly, Surin ran up to him and asked what he was doing. The boy frowned at her and replied that he was breathing. After that, Sochon laughed. Suran looked at him and asked if he really thought it was a joke, adding that he had trouble with his sense of humor. Sochon asked her why she was looking for him. Suran said she came to tell him about the lotus competition. Sochon was surprised and said that lotus competitions hadn't been held in a long time. Suran smiled and replied that she thought Sochon knew. Sochon immediately thought it was all about the pirates of the 9 seas and the treasure chest. Suran asked him why he looked so displeased. Sochon replied that he would be released next year, so he wanted to spend that time relaxing. The lotus competition is an annual tradition. It's not intended to make martial artists world famous, but that doesn't mean the participants are taking it lightly. Quite the opposite. An opportunity like this only comes around once in a lifetime. The lotus competition is more of an assessment than a competition. If a participant demonstrates outstanding results, a miracle cure or a personalized sword will be the reward. The participants strive for something completely different. This competition selects potential candidates for the next generation of Hosan swords. Once, Sochon also dreamed of becoming Hosan's sword, but he understood that if he became one of them, his freedom would be limited, and he'll be forced to remain in Hosan to carry out missions. This will affect his plans. Sochon decided to show the bare minimum. At that time, the Lotus Elder said at the meeting that 3 years had passed, and this time there would definitely be many outstanding people. And suddenly the woman said the winner had already been decided, and it was Sochon. The herbalist asked her why. The woman replied that it was the elder's decision. Unexpectedly, the man said that his grandson, who doesn't even want to join the Kosan swords, might well have a chance. So he apologizes in advance. The woman replied that there was no need to apologize since, as she said, the winner had already been decided. The man said he would stick to his guns. Suddenly, a very familiar feeling came over Sochon. He knew and felt something familiar. He looked at the elder and realized that he was instinctively attracted to the purple mist divine art. Suddenly, Surin called out to him and asked if he was paying attention to the instructions. Sochon replied that he was, of course. The instructor said that since there were only 9 members in the Lotus squad, there would be 5 matches in the first round, and in the second, they would draw lots. Sochon thanked Suran for worrying about him. She replied that everything was fine and that she should go as it was about to start. The competition began. Suran entered the first round. Her opponent looked very formidable. The instructor ordered them to get ready and greet each other. Then he announced the start of the fight. The battle lasted less than 2 minutes. Surin skillfully overpowered her opponent and knocked the sword from his hands. The elders watched this. The chief elder told the woman that Surin was incredibly precise and frighteningly strong, and that she took after her, the owner of the bloody and iron sword. The woman thanked him for such words. The instructor announced the next person, and it was Sochon. His opponent turned out to be Pang Cheolsan. Sochon looked at him, unsure what to do. Meanwhile, the man shouted at Sochon that he was dumbfounded by the sight of his grandson, and rightfully so. Sochon didn't want to stand out, but he understood that if he lost without thinking, his retirement would be delayed because he would be seen as weak. Therefore, he needed to win by holding back. But the boy still didn't understand how to do it. Then Pan said he'd let him strike first. This angered Sochon. Han was the grandson of the great Cho Mu-yan. Like Suran, his talent was recognized at a young age, and he was immediately accepted. However, unlike Suran, he had a nasty personality. Sochon didn't like this at all. Being a genius, he was inundated with praise. Even Chong, known for his strictness, was never harsh with him, and so he grew up an arrogant fighter for the light faction. Ban told Sochon that he'd heard what happened to him 2 years ago, but he thought it was a bit exaggerated, adding that any martial artist must be able to demonstrate his skills in any circumstances, on land or on a boat. Only weaklings cannot do this. Pan also said that Sochon is actually ignorant, and if he hadn't given it his all, how else would Sochon have been able to defeat one of the greatest masters? He added that this was precisely why Sister Surin had taken pity on him. He asked her to stop burdening him, and that it was time to leave her. Sochon was already on edge. Ban told him not to worry because he was his brother and he would be merciful to him. And suddenly Pan laughed and asked how he would feel if he couldn't land a single blow on his little brother. The elders watched. One of them asked Cho if he thought his grandson's manners were a little inappropriate. Cho replied that he was still young and might not understand it. Besides, wasn't he worried about his older brother's honor? He added that he was still so young, which is why he behaved this way. But he had a kind nature, and you just have to look at how caring he was. It was very touching. At this point, Ban told Sochun that, despite his respect, Sochun hadn't even pretended to listen to him. He left him no choice but to destroy him in front of Sudan. Pan prepared to strike and shouted for Sochun to get ready, as he would squeeze out all the tears, snot, and other fluids that were in him. Pan began to apply the technique. The instructor was perplexed as to how the 5 steps of Qigong could be mastered 80% by a 12-year-old. The observers also realized that it was not without reason that Cho treasured his grandson. He looked quite arrogant, but he was very good at martial arts. Sochun realized that Pan liked to show off. But if people found out that Sochun had mastered the 5 steps of Manhwa Qigong long ago, they would be shocked. At this point, Ban thought Sochun was overwhelmed by his movements. Sochun thought he was so excited that it wouldn't work out well if he simply knocked him out. So Sochun decided to make it look like he was struggling, while Bang decided to finish things off with the flower technique of the scattered spirit. Cho watched his grandson with admiration. He even cried out that this was what he deserved. Pan shouted that it would all end now. Sochun realized it was time to end it all carefully. Sochun used his technique and knocked Pan down with one punch. No one expected the fight to end like this, and suddenly Sochun realized he'd overdone it. Even though he hadn't wanted to draw unnecessary attention to himself or show off his strength. Suddenly, Cho started screaming that his grandson had almost been killed. The elder asked him to tone it down, otherwise their eardrums would burst. He added that his grandson wasn't seriously injured, he was just unconscious. He'll be fine after some rest. The elder thought at this time that Sochun had simply grown incredibly during this time. An amazing child. Cho started shouting that this bastard must have used some kind of magic. Otherwise, Pan wouldn't have lost so easily. The elder told him not to be a laughingstock. And does he really think the boy managed to deceive the 10 thrones of the high heavens? He added that he understood how much Cho adored his grandson, but he must remember that love could corrupt his student, and he must teach him that he is his own worst enemy. But the elder also said that with one blow, it was certainly amazing, and they should keep an eye on this child. Suddenly, Sochun shouted that he surrendered. Suran stood before him, and the fight was about to begin. Suran asked him again what he had said. Sochun shouted again that he was giving up. The girl couldn't understand what was happening. The instructor asked him to explain. Sochun said that to repel Pan's attack, he used qi over most of his body. As a result, he suffered minor internal injuries. They haven't healed yet, making it too difficult for him to fight Sister Surin. The elders listened and thought that perhaps this was true. After all, blocking Pan's attack with average capabilities would be impossible. And besides, his opponent was Suran. He wouldn't be able to fight in his condition. One of the elders said he wasn't happy about that. The herbalist was angry that Sochun appeared in a different light to him after the incident with the Nine Seas pirates. But although his skills are quite good, he lacks courage. The herbalist was angry and told himself that Sochun was bragging about his qi. But just look at what happened now. The chief elder was pondering something at this point. He thought he'd probably imagined something. Sochun headed to his quarters when someone told him the work had been done well. And then Sochun saw his master. Sochun apologized to the master. She replied that he had done nothing wrong and asked what he was apologizing for. Sochun began to explain that this was because he was a disciple of the master, participated in the lotus competition, and the teacher stopped him and said that he needed to stop because she understood how he felt. The master said that Sochun was amazing during the battle with Ban, but she's certain it wasn't enough to cause internal damage, and she thinks his body is fine. And knowing him, she is sure that Sochun must be equal to that amazing girl, Suran. The master also said that she knew he wasn't interested in becoming Hozan's sword, so there was no need to worry about her anymore, and so he didn't have to try his best in the lotus competition. So he gave Suran a chance. Sochun replied that she was mistaken. The master said everything was fine and there was no need to deny it. Caring for the younger generation, without regard for fame, deserved respect. Sochun again said that everything was wrong. The master hugged him and said that there was no need to be embarrassed, because she was already proud of him. Sochun stepped back to rest. Suddenly, a female elder entered. Sochun greeted her. The woman looked at him sternly and said she owed him a favor. Then she simply walked out. Sochon was angry because she thanked him for taking care of his granddaughter. What a strange misunderstanding. After which he paused for a moment and said it sounded pretty good. And then, unexpectedly, Surin walked in. It was her again, Sochon thought. Time passed. Sochon turned 18. The sun was setting, and he was still practicing. He has mastered the divine art of purple mist to 80%, with 20% remaining until full mastery, and Sochon will be able to use this divine art. He has mastered the second form of this technique. He has 10% left to fully master the art of archery. Fortunately, no changes in history had occurred during these 4 years, so he could prepare at his leisure. He was especially worried about the tomb of the damned demon. It was supposed to happen next summer. 6 months left. The War of the Seven Blades, born from the tomb of the cursed demon. Sochon was certain that nothing would turn out as they wished. Surin suddenly ran up to him and asked what was wrong. Sochon replied that everything was fine. He said he saw her and lost himself in admiration of her beauty. The girl became angry and asked if he was okay with saying such things. Sochon replied that she was so cute when she was embarrassed and tried to kill him with her cuteness. He then asked why she had come. The girl replied that the master was looking for him. Sochon was surprised and didn't understand why the master needed him. Sochon arrived. The master said she was glad to see him and that he was already 18 years old, and she had something to tell him. The master asked him not to worry. She said they had spoken about him at the elders' meeting yesterday. Sochon was actually looking forward to it. Master said that, frankly, she was having a hard time deciding whether to send him alone or not. At this point, Sochon was thinking that if only they would send him off without any escort. He didn't need that at all. However, the master said the elders reassured her and told her these were pointless worries. Sochon exhaled. The master said that she would finally be able to see her student leave the Hozan. This was quite exciting for her. She apologized to him for not being there last time. Sochon said it wasn't worth it, since she was on a mission last time. Sochon said they were looking for someone skilled in martial arts. The master smiled and said he was a gifted speaker. The master could hardly hold back her tears. She approached Sochon, put her hand on his head, and wished him a safe journey. Sochon thanked the teacher and said he would return. He too felt a sense of melancholy. In his previous life, when the time came to depart, he went to war. So this is his first journey to becoming a saint. Sochon knew the War of the Seven Blades would begin next year. Saran approached him to say goodbye. Sochon said they would see each other next year, although he didn't think he'd be able to keep his word to his sister Saran, because the future was very grim. The chef prepared a meal for Sochon for the journey and wished him a safe journey. The boy found this very touching. Then Sochon remembered he needed money for his journey to become a saint. He set out to get it. Sochon took the money and now has 6 months left until the tomb of the cursed demon is discovered. If he were to face the Dark Heaven Lord, it would be difficult to survive without special skills. Sochon would need even more strength for that. He needed 3 things: Sichuan Divine Flame Carp, Yunnan Seven-Horned Serpent, and Tibetan 1,000-year-old Snow Ginseng. Sochon decided that the Carp of Eternal Flame would be the first. He set out and arrived at the gold merchant's office. The man at the reception said that there were no free rooms for travelers at the moment, and that he should look again. Sochon introduced himself and said he was from the Gold Merchant Organization. The man immediately stood up and said they had been waiting for him, and that he was the manager of the place. The Gold Merchant Organization now conducts business not only in Guizhou, but also frequently visits all branches in the light and dark factions. Sochon thought the chief merchant was making life easier for many people. He told the manager he didn't need food or alcohol, just some water for his bath. Sochon noticed the manager was worried about something and asked what was wrong. The man explained that Shenmi was founded on the trade of various minerals, but iron was the biggest seller. Their department prioritizes iron and salt, but over the past few months, bandits from Chongqing are expanding their territory, and now they've set their sights on the southern villages. They've been robbed under the pretext of a transit tax. The manager said that the chief merchant asked him to ask Sochon for a favor, but not to put him in a difficult position. Sochon asked where exactly the 9 mountain bandits appeared, and the manager replied that it was near the Sichuan border. Sochon told the man that he could accompany him across the border into Sichuan so they could avoid the threat of the 9 mountain bandits. The manager thanked him. The time had come, and they prepared to set out. The manager's assistants couldn't believe Sochon was a master, But how could he lie on top of a shaking carriage? One of the drivers told another that no matter what he looked like, he was still a Hosan follower. The other replied that he knew the followers were amazing, but he didn't understand why the chief merchant had told them to treat him with the utmost respect. Perhaps he was patronizing the apprentice of someone with whom the chief merchant was very close. The driver said he usually resorted to flattery when he needed something from someone. But in any case, they would soon cross the border into Sichuan. Suddenly, Sochun shouted for everyone to stop immediately. The driver said he'd go check. Sochun ordered the soldiers to watch the carriage and remain where they were. The drivers were shocked. Sochun went deeper into the forest. The bandits said it was surprising he'd spotted them before they'd been ambushed. He must have a very good sense of smell. The driver noticed an engraving on all the bandits' clothes. They were the very same Nine Mountains bandits. One of the bandits asked Sochun to introduce himself. Sochun gave his name. The bandit replied that he was young and arrogant, and most likely he's from the 9 great factions, or the 5 great royal families. Sochun replied that he's from Hosan. The bandit replied that the swordsman from Hosan was a worthy opponent. He asked if anyone else wanted to introduce themselves. Sochun replied that he alone would be enough to crush them. The bandit laughed and said that if he was a Kosan adept, then he was at least a first-class warrior. But what did he hope to do against all of them? The driver started saying there were too many of them. Sochun asked him not to panic. Sochun told the bandit that he talks too much, and from his experience, he can say that they are necessary for the course of the story, but they definitely don't look like strong bandits. The bandit got angry and replied that he was talking complete nonsense. Sochun looked at him and said that he should start. Sochun flew up to him and destroyed them. At first glance, Sochun determined that most of them were third-class warriors. The rest would pass for second class. There were about 30 third graders and maybe 5 or so second graders. Sochun promised the bandits that everything would happen quickly. One of the bandits ordered his men to attack, because even though he was a master, there was only one of them. The bandits began attacking Sochun. The driver watched from the side and shouted at Sochun to be careful. However, just over a minute passed, and Sochun had littered the field with bandit bodies. The driver couldn't believe his eyes. Sochun said it was all easier than he thought. The remaining bandits fled to avoid the same fate as their brothers. Suddenly, Sochun noticed that the bandits had forgotten a cylinder. He picked it up and decided to see what was inside. Sochun ordered the driver to go ahead and continue on their way to Sichuan. He would ensure that the bandits didn't pursue them. The driver asked what that meant. Sochun replied that it would take too long to explain, so he should simply obey without protest. Sochun followed the escaped bandits and saw that the number of people was much greater than he expected. Sochun decided to use the solar chi concentration to burn the mountain and settle the matter with them. However, Sochun suddenly noticed an arrow flying towards him. He realized he had been spotted. Sochun realized it was the scouts on the towers who were the culprit. He fired arrows at them. He had 6 arrows left, and the boy knew he had to hurry. Sochun decided to first kill the man who looked like the ringleader. He was sure there were people trapped there. He fired an arrow at him. The bandits realized they were under attack and went into battle readiness. The bandits looked in all directions, unable to figure out where the attack was coming from. Then they spotted Sochun on the tower. The escaped bandits recognized Sochun. The order was given to immediately eliminate the archer. Sochun picked them off, one after another. Running out of arrows, he descended from the tower to deal with the rest. The battle began, and Sochun killed many bandits. Suddenly, some of them began begging Sochun to spare their lives. Sochun asked why he should spare them. The bandits promised to do anything. They started shouting that they would improve. Sochun laughed and said he would check it out in his next life. The guy tied them with a rope and took one of them to show where the captive people were. The bandit brought him in. Sochun entered, and people started screaming. The guy said he was a Kosan adept and had come to save them. Sochun freed them, and the old man thanked him for doing it for them. The boy replied that he didn't need any thanks. Sochun told the old man that he had seen a vault near the prison and that there should be money there. He asked the old man to use it for the needs of his village. The old man replied that they couldn't do that to their savior. Sochun smiled and said it was all right, since, as an ascetic, he would have been punished for his greed. The people burst into tears and began to thank him. They asked him to at least tell them his name. Sochun told them his name and said that he was a Hosan follower. Sochun thought about how good it would be to be free. Having reached the limitless limit, he would no longer have to hide. Meanwhile, news of Sochun reached the Tang clan in Sichuan. The boy is still unaware of what's happening there. Sochun said goodbye to the people he had saved and said it was time for him to go. He thought about the divine flame carp and how it contained a vast amount of qi. Sochun knew that if he absorbed it, he wouldn't be able to properly digest it, and the slightest mistake could lead to internal damage. If Sochun could get his hands on 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, it would be his first choice. But Sochun would freeze to death before he even found it. So Sochun decided he needed a remedy he could take with the divine flame carp, and the Tang clan would provide it. Sochun arrived at the Tang clan and was met by the poisonous phoenix Tang He. Sochun was shocked when he saw her. 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. In the martial arts world, the dragon and phoenix prefixes to a title carry greater significance. This select 7 represents the elite of the elite among young talents. In their 20s and 30s, they boast outstanding achievements in social standing, beauty, and martial arts. Sochun knew that if he hadn't been the apprentice of the smiling blade of Hosan, it would have been difficult to meet her. He hadn't had the opportunity to see her in his past life. It was their first meeting. He couldn't understand why the young ascetic was looking at her so thoughtfully. She told Sochun that she had heard that the Hosan ascetics were only aroused by swords, but looking at him, she thought that was not true. Sochun was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. The girl apologized, saying she had a loose tongue and that the joke had been too crude. Hei added that when guys see her for the first time, they tell her she has a beautiful name and stare at her with lustful eyes. And she noticed that Sochun is different. The girl asked him not to worry, and if he was brief and said his name at least 3 times, then perhaps she would remember him. Sochun didn't expect the poisonous phoenix to be so corrupted. She said Sochun could stay as long as she wanted and could rest before continuing her journey. The girl also asked him not to look for her. Sochun replied that she was very impulsive and that he had met her to have a duel. The girl was surprised and asked what kind of match it was. Sochun replied that it would be a betting competition. He said he intrigued her and asked him to post everything online. She also reminded him that it was best not to compare her to other ordinary girls. Sochun replied that he hadn't even thought about it. The girl asked what his bet would be. Sochun took out his sword, placed it on the table, and said it was an excellent sword. He said it was certainly not bad, but if Sochun asked for her hand in return, it would be pure robbery. Sochun replied that not all men wanted that. He said he wanted frost poison in exchange. The girl was completely baffled as to why the Kosan adept would need poison. Sochun replied that if she was interested in his motives, then why didn't she defeat him and ask him about it? The girl replied that this was quite impudent and asked me not to anger her again, otherwise it would end badly, because she can throw him into the river and hold him underwater until he literally turns into a river ghost. The girl exhaled slightly and said she accepted his challenge. Then, Sochun said it was up to her to choose the time and place. Suddenly, the girl pointed a butterfly at him. Sochun realized it was a poison butterfly. Hei praised him for dodging the haunting butterfly. Sochun replied that her attack had failed and what she planned to do next. She then replied that Sochun would survive the next attack, and then she would easily admit defeat. The girl stamped her foot, shaking the entire room. She began to fight the boy, but it was a distraction. The butterfly was hunting Sochun. However, Sochun wasn't as stupid as the girl thought. He cut the butterfly in half with his sword. They were suddenly interrupted by the female subordinates. They rushed in to grab Sochun. She held them back. The girl asked Sochun's name again. He reminded her. She ordered her subordinates not to lay a finger on him until she returned. At this time, Sochun hoped that she wasn't planning a surprise attack to try to kill him again. The girl returned, and as they had agreed, she handed him the poison he had come for. Sochun took the box and said that he was not happy to meet her and hoped that they would never meet again. And then the girl asked him if he knew what the most terrible trait of the Tang clan was. Sochun asked what if he didn't want to know. The girl replied that they were the most sinister clan in the martial arts world, and they believe that if you offend a girl, you'll inevitably suffer a sin. He said she always pays her bills and promised it wouldn't be a sin, but a poison that would consume his entire body. Sochun replied that he had heard that the Tang clan was the most generous in the world. He added that he had finished his business and would go his own way. Sochun set out on a journey that lasted several days. He finally reached Mount Zongliang. Sochun took a deep breath and used his technique to search for the carp. With a little effort, he found it. He thanked the Dark Sky faction, an organization under the Dark Heaven faction that collected and recorded data on miracle cures and mythical creatures. During the war, they used a vast number of mythical beasts to boost their internal energy or recruit masters from outside their faction. There was a reason for their strength. After the war, their archives were revealed only to a small number of people, mostly faction leaders. But the records were of little use, as the faction left behind no cures or mythical beasts. Sochun read these notes out of boredom at one time, but he didn't think he would ever need them. Sochun fired 3 arrows at the carp simultaneously. However, he clearly underestimated the fish. The carp managed to evade. The carp then soared above the river and struck Sochun in the face with its tail. Before that, the boy hadn't seen the fish as a rival. Sochun got angry and shouted that he wouldn't leave alive after this, and anyway, he was going to kill him. Sochun began using the first form of the purple mist, Genesis, and then he progressed to the second form. Sochun used the fan of rain leaves and managed to catch a carp. He asked it how it felt. He added that even though he was a mythical creature, he was insignificant compared to humans. Sochun wondered what he tasted like. He picked it up to try it, but stopped and said it was not the time. Sochun stuck his hand into the carp's mouth and pulled out a pearl, and as soon as he pulled the pearl out of the carp, it immediately turned black, and its eyes were like an abyss. Sochun thought he wasn't so appetizing anymore. Sochun set out on his journey, telling himself that life always boils down to the survival of the fittest, and he wasn't at all angry that he'd been hit. Sochun found a comfortable spot to absorb the boosters. His primary goal was to concentrate. He knew that by using frost poison, he would neutralize fire chi, and fire chi would neutralize frost poison. Sochun had heard that the Tang clan's poison was incredibly potent, but this one exceeded all his expectations. His body became covered in red spots and sweat. Sochun noticed that his chi had increased by 5 years, as well as his immunity to all types of poison and resistance to heat and cold. With his chi, Sochun protected his body, and using the fire chi of the divine flame Chipa and the freezing energy of the poison, he increased his resistance to heat and cold. In the process, the chi used is not restored, so despite its ineffectiveness, Sochun only wasted it. He's not entirely sure about his poison immunity, but his resistance to heat and cold has increased. Even though Sochun wasn't using chi, the heat had no effect on his body. Sochun was proud of himself, because at 18 years old, being immune to poison and resistant to heat and cold was truly an achievement. Next came the 7-horned serpent, and Sochun was already in anticipation. And so he set off again. But it turned out that unknown people were hot on Sochun's heels. They came to the spot where the boy had just been and found a dead carp. They also noticed scratches from the sword. They wondered who had dared to steal it. One of them became very angry and shouted that whoever did this would die a slow and painful death. At that time, Sochun arrived in Yunnan, and the guy thought that at least here he would have to sleep on a bed. Sochun arrived at the Milky Manor, specifically the Flying Tiger Security Service. Sochun knew that from Yunnan onward, the gold merchant organization would be unable to assist him, and he couldn't waste his money. And if there was time left after he obtained the core of the 7-horned serpent, it was worth visiting the Diansang faction. Sochun sat down at the table and heard a man asking another man if he had heard about the young man who had recently won the competition against the poisonous phoenix. He replied that he remembered and asked why he was asking. The man said that he had heard that Sochun had gone to Sichuan before. He killed about 50 mountain bandits. He also rescued captured civilians, and what's more, he even shared the stolen money with them. At this time, in Mount Ailao. This mountain has a notorious reputation as the Mountain of Death. Part of the reason is the wild environment, but mainly because of its poisonous fortune. The most dangerous area on the mountain is the Valley of Poisonous Blood. The entrance is filled with various poisons, and inside are numerous toxins. Even a poison master from the Tang clan would be unable to return once he set foot there. It's so dangerous that the state has designated the valley a forbidden zone. At this point, an unknown man arrived at a place he'd only heard about. He told his charges that if any of them wanted to turn back, it wasn't too late, and he wouldn't punish them. The squad shouted that no, and the moment he received them, they swore allegiance to him. The man replied that if it weren't for their help, no one would be there anymore, and he was grateful to them. They decided to continue on their way. It was getting hot. One of the warriors told the master that they would soon arrive in an area of poisonous insects. The master shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Poisonous insects began to attack them. He also shouted at the warriors not to be careless in the hope of a quick rescue, and that they would attack as soon as the warriors fell. They mustn't let themselves be bitten. Meanwhile, Sochun continued on his way and was bitten by an insect. He killed it on his shoulder and shouted that they had gotten. The guy couldn't take it anymore, grabbed the sword and started waving it, telling those insects to get lost. Sochun got rid of the annoying ones and decided to see if he could find more poisonous plants. Suddenly, Sochun heard people screaming. He couldn't even figure out where they were coming from. So-chun considered this and wondered if it was the Dark Sky faction. He decided it was worth checking. At this time, the master was fighting a huge insect. He almost defeated it, but the monster wounded him. The squad could no longer fight these insects and began to scream and call for someone to help. The gentleman began shouting at the squad to leave him and run away. Suddenly, someone hacked the insect's limb into pieces. So-chun recognized it as a great mantis from the illustrated section. He told the gentleman that when mantises mate, the female kills the male. He added that they choose those whose heads are easiest to rip off. So-chun also said that the gentleman thought he was going to die, but the sexual ritual drove him into a frenzy. So-chun had heard that the praying mantis had a nerve in its head that suppressed unnecessary force so it wouldn't injure the body. If you cut off his head, the nerve is also severed, unlocking all his power and freedom of movement. So-chun also told the gentleman that in the future, if he were a praying mantis, he would have to chop off his body, not his head. So-chun defeated the praying mantis and said that he hoped it was a lady screaming for help, and he would come and save her and become a hero. But after that, So-chun took the sword and began to destroy all the surrounding annoying poisonous insects. The gentleman asked So-chun who he was. So-chun looked at him and told him his name. A moment later, So-chun added that he was from Hosan. The man was surprised and said he was Tang of the Diansang faction. So-chun didn't expect the seventh master of the Diansang faction to stand before him. He didn't understand why someone like him was from the Diansang faction. So-chun apologized for his tactlessness, as he did not know that he was the seventh master and behaved rudely. Tan replied that there was no need to apologize, as he was his savior. He added that he felt embarrassed to ask this, but he would like So-chun to escort them to safety. So-chun replied that while passing by, he had come across a suitable cave where he could rest. Tan said he owed him his life. So-chun smiled and said he'd only done what he had to. Tan took his hand and said that as a follower of the Light faction, he understood that helping others was the right thing to do, but not always easy. Moreover, this is a valley of poisoned blood, and it's difficult to even take care of oneself there. Therefore, Tan expressed his gratitude once again. So-chun looked at him and thought he'd stepped out of the pages of a book. Tan's entire squad also expressed their gratitude. Tan noticed that So-chun was on the path to becoming a saint, and asked why he had come all the way to the Valley of Poisoned Blood. So-chun replied that he had come there to increase his strength and develop protection against all kinds of poisons. Then Tan said that if So-chun was planning to leave the valley, he could ask for a favor. So-chun asked what exactly he was asking for. Tan said that they would like So-chun to help them catch a mythical animal called the seven-horned serpent. So-chun was very surprised. Tan said there were still some complications and decided to explain them to So-chun. But first, he asked So-chun how much he knew about him. So-chun paused and said nothing. Tan said it was fine. Since he was the youngest of the Diansang faction, it was no wonder So-chun didn't know. Tan revealed that he was the faction leader's apprentice and the son of the Milky Manor owner. So-chun was surprised. Tan continued and said that, as is known, their faction is in Yunnan, a disputed area near Tibet. Due to the war, the Diansang faction was experiencing financial difficulties that desperately needed a solution. Then the owner of the Milky Manor, Tan's father, came to them and proposed a deal. In exchange for solving their financial problems, the owner's son would become the faction leader's apprentice. In other words, the Milky Mansion wanted the faction's martial arts and protection. Although the mansion has a monopoly, they remain merchants without the power to defend themselves. Tang said that the Diansang faction accepted the deal, but with 3 stipulations. First, only one person could become the faction leader's disciple. Secondly, they forbade teaching the martial art of Diansang to others, even members of the Milky Mansion. And thirdly, they were to be as discreet as possible. So-chun realized that, simply put, they had received money and sold a superior martial art. Tang said the other 6 faction masters knew this as well. And compared to his brothers, he was simply lucky to become the leader's apprentice. And then Tang said that, no matter what, he wanted his brothers to recognize him as a warrior of the faction. So he came to the valley to capture the seven-horned serpent. Suddenly, Tan said that he was so absent-minded, asked So-chun to help him catch the seven-horned serpent, but forgot to tell him something. Khan said that in the past, before the Valley of Poisonous Blood became forbidden, warriors from his faction came there. At that time, they said that they met a snake that had 7 horns and was immune to any attacks. So-chun couldn't understand whether the Diansang faction also knew about the 7-horned serpent, and from where. Tan said he was asking So-chun for help, and that he would never forget his kindness, and vowed to repay him one day. Sochun agreed. Tan repeated that the deeper they went, the more difficult it would be. It would be full of poisonous beetles, and the seven-horned serpent was an incredibly powerful mythical beast. Sochun laughed and asked if he hadn't said that the horns were the only part that couldn't be damaged. He said that everything would be fine, and that they had a lot of people. They set out on their journey. Sochun ate poisonous plants along the way. Tan wondered if Hosan ascetics actually ate poisonous plants. Tan asked Sochun why he chewed poisonous grass. Sochun replied that they say poison masters poison themselves to increase their resistance. That's why he does it. And then Sochun said that now was not the time for that, as things had become unsettled. Tan said that he didn't see any of those countless poisonous bugs, and then a snake burst through the rocks. Tan was surprised by how big it was, and Sochun wondered how he was going to eat it. Sochun began shouting to the squad of warriors to gather and act according to the plan they had discussed earlier. Tan couldn't understand whether Sochun really intended to be bait. Was he brave or simply fearless? Sochun began attacking the snake from various angles. He climbed to the very top and prepared to strike straight at its head. Sochun thrust his sword in and shouted for Tan to block. He wanted to see what was there, but he didn't have time now. The snake began to scream loudly. Meanwhile, Sochun began to chop off the snake's horns one by one. The snake sensed this. However, when Sochun cut off the first horn, the serpent became even more enraged. Its eyes began to glow, and it flared with blue energy. The serpent opened its mouth, and at that moment, Tang pierced its tongue. At that moment, Sochun pointed his sword straight at the serpent's eye. Sochun struck, and poison poured out of the serpent. He began shouting to the squad to be careful, as the poison would kill them. While the snake was still injecting poison, only Sochun could fight it. He began using the swordsmanship of the 24 plum petals. Sochun struck, and the snake sparked with bright energy from within. The boy managed to defeat it. After all, Sochun collected a pair of poisonous horns from the ground and wrapped them up for himself as a valuable gift. Sochun told Tan that he hoped they wouldn't stab him in the back, as he was one of the 7 faction masters. Sochun would take the 6 horns for himself and set out on his journey. Tan replied that he could not do that to his savior and would keep his promise. Afterwards, Tan and his squad thanked Sochun for saving their lives. Tan said he would never forget it and would definitely repay him. Then Sochun asked for a favor and told Tan to keep it a secret that Sochun helped him catch the 7-horned serpent. Sochun asked him not to worry, as if he said someone from the Hosan faction helped him, it wouldn't count. So it was in his best interests. Tan replied that he couldn't refuse his savior's request. Sochun knew he would be torn to pieces by the warriors, eager to obtain the serpent's horns. And of course, that would only create problems. Khan swore on the life he saved from Sochun that he would keep his promise, and these guys would also take the secret with them to the grave. They said goodbye. Then, Sochun noticed that the poisonous insects had appeared near them again. Sochun yelled at Tan to focus on defense. Tan asked if he would be okay. Sochun said that he must have been tired from fighting the snake, so he just asked him to look after his luggage. Tan again noticed how good Sochun was at martial arts. Sochun dealt with the insects, and now there were slightly fewer of them. Then Sochun walked up and picked up a bow and arrow. Tan was surprised and asked if he really intended to use the bow. Sochun replied that he did. Tan replied that although the insects' numbers had decreased, he didn't think they could afford such entertainment now. And then the poisonous spiders appeared. The warriors noticed that Sochun was extremely talented in martial arts, but no one could have imagined he could use a bow so well. Tan once again enjoyed watching how amazing Sochun was at martial arts. Sochun dealt with all the insects surrounding them, and they said their goodbyes. The boy continued on his way. Sochun returned to the snake. He secretly removed the core, so now he came to check what he saw there. No matter how much he wanted to check back then, it might arouse suspicion. So Sochun went with the squad. Suddenly he found what he was looking for. He had thought it would break due to the destruction, but fortunately it remained unharmed. Judging by how it was preserved, Sochun remarked that the quality was quite amazing and what was inside must be extraordinary. It was good that it was located close to the entrance, otherwise Sochun would have had to look for it for 6 months. Sochun opened it and saw that it was a lost martial art. 10,000 green-eyed martial arts. Sochun realized that the 10,000 green-eyed martial arts was a famous art from the past. 150 years ago, after the public learned of its existence, martial artists went searching for it, but were unable to find it, receiving fatal injuries in the process. It seemed to be hidden in the Valley of Poisonous Blood. Sochun didn't know how the Dark Heaven faction hadn't managed to find it. He collected some poisonous plants in the core of the seven-horned serpent. It was a chance given by heaven. Now Sochun decided to get out of this valley. He suspected that the Diancang faction must be in an uproar over the young master's report. The Dark Heaven faction, who have the most extensive information network in the world, will definitely hear about this. The seven-horned serpent is a mythical animal from the pictorial records they are studying, so they will definitely want to see it for themselves. Meanwhile, the men who had been following Sochun's trail arrived at the spot where the snake had been killed. They discovered that half of its skin was gone. The man grabbed his head and started screaming that this couldn't be happening and that something was definitely wrong. The man didn't know what to report to the commander. After all, no matter how you looked at it, the poisonous insects had finished off the weakened snake. He thought it was the work of the seventh master of the Diancang faction and ordered a search of the entire valley to collect the remaining antlers, as they are extremely strong and cannot be eaten by poisonous insects. He shouted that Tan had only brought one horn, so no matter what, they had to return all the rest. Unexpectedly, his subordinate showed him the arrows and pointed out the marks of whoever had used them. The man was perplexed. The man knew that the Diancang faction didn't use arrows, and he didn't understand who the hell would use them anyway. And then he wondered if it wasn't the Diancang faction that had defeated the serpent. And who it was, he couldn't figure out either. At this time, Sochun reached Yunnan. He knew that the gold merchant organization must be hiding and conducting business somewhere there. Sochun entered one of the establishments, and the man at the reception immediately recognized that it was Sochun from the gold merchant organization. The man said they had been waiting for him. Sochun thanked them for their concern, but first, he handed the man a package. He said he had hidden 5 of them nearby and asked that they be found tomorrow and sent to the chief merchant along with a letter. Sochun handed over the letter and the map of where he'd hidden it. He said he'd heard that 10 whirlwinds were waiting for Sochun. He asked that it be shown only to them and that they transport these things. Sochun said they were very valuable and asked him to be careful. The man promised to do everything. Then Sochun said he would go meditate. Sochun began with the 10,000 green-eyed poison arts. He managed to obtain the core of the seven-horned serpent and the ancient teachings. Sochun considered himself lucky. Sochun decided to consume the core, and with the core's energy, he would increase his mastery of the 10,000 green-eyed martial arts. Sochun has already moved from 10 to 20%. After mastering 20%, the number of poisons to which he is immune will increase from 100 to 1,000. Sochun didn't know if this had a direct impact on his body's condition, but he was using up most of his core energy. As expected, the consumption was significant, but the core's chi energy still remained, and Sochun now didn't know what to do with it. By increasing his chi, he could reach an unlimited limit. Alternatively, he could pursue the path of physical transformation. Sochun was incredibly tormented by thoughts of an unlimited limit or physical transformation. Sochun then decided to first focus on achieving the unlimited limit. He knew of the existence of 1,000-year-old snow ginseng, so after achieving the unlimited limit, he would focus on physical transformation. Sochun immersed himself in meditation and felt an incredibly familiar feeling. His thoughts told him to follow the flow. Sochun approached the tree and came to. He no longer sensed the energy of the seven-horned serpent. The increase in chi had only taken 2 minutes, but something had definitely changed. Sochun didn't yet understand. He tested his powers and realized that now his limits were unlimited. However, Sochun didn't understand why it was blue and not purple. He had achieved the unlimited limit, but that didn't mean his divine art or any other martial art had improved. Sochun got ready and came down from his room. He asked the manager how many days he'd been in the room. He replied 3 days, and he was going crazy, thinking something had happened. Sochun apologized for the inconvenience and asked about the antlers. The manager replied that they had collected them all by noon on the 2nd day. Sochun said that it was a good job, and he was going to Shizang and would come back when he returned. Sochun continued on his way. He approached the mountain and wondered if this was what nature called its grandeur. Only at such moments did he realize his own insignificance, and he decided it was time to climb. They say the 1,000-year-old ginseng grows at the top of the mountain, covered with numerous bodies of the dead. Sochun set off. Halfway to the summit, bodies began to appear, one after another. He couldn't understand why they were going there. Sochun knew that someone else was climbing the great snowy mountain, and that wasn't good news. Suddenly, Sochun noticed the body. He knew better than to do this, and he'd get into trouble just by looking at its clothes. But he couldn't have imagined that it would turn out to be a llama from the Potala Palace. The man thanked Shochan for saving his life. A group of martial artists outside of Zhongyuan practice unarmed combat. They reside in a temple in the Xijing region. They were called lamas because they came from different factions and held different views. However, their moral code is highly questionable. Their goals are rooted in evil intentions. This is especially true of the lamas from the Potala Palace. They are so aggressive that they attempted to attack Zhongyuan several times. Then Shochan suggested that the monk go their separate ways. But the monk stopped him and asked why he was in such a hurry. The monk said he couldn't just let Shochan go without repaying him. Shochan replied that there was no need to repay him. The monk asked if Shochan would mind if they climbed the mountain together. Shochan asked if he even listened to what he was saying. The monk asked if this was his first ascent of the mountain. He said that if he took the sad old monk with him, he would show him the way. Shochan didn't know what to do. He could see that the old man was weaker than he was. The monk said his destination was near the summit, and he could accompany him. The monk explained that in the past, lamas from the palace had climbed the mountain, and he had memories and the map. Shochan asked where he would take him if he accompanied him. The monk replied that if he were heading for the summit, he would head slightly below this point. Shochan agreed. At this time, the men who had followed Shochan arrived before their leader. He asked them why they had arrived empty-handed, and where is the carp of eternal flame, and where is the seven-horned serpent? After all, from its horns one could make 7 beautiful swords, and with the help of poison, he could lure the elder of the 9 great factions to his side. He asked the man, being his faithful follower, whether he was not ashamed to now tremble with fear. The man fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness. The chief ordered him to stop and looked at him with a disapproving gaze. He told his subordinate that he had made an invaluable contribution to their cause, that he was capable and useful, but his men were not. And he said that the price of their lives wasn't worth a maggot. The subordinate agreed with his boss. And then the boss said he very much hoped he wouldn't disappoint him. During the Yuan dynasty, Lamaism was the state religion. Its power and influence are needless to describe. The problem was that the lamas were trying to gain even more power and were only sowing destruction all around. This led to their decline. The Potala Palace was the most famous temple, but it earned itself a bad reputation. Lamas, especially those from the Potala, are still extremely haughty and shy away from darkness. Shochan continued on his way with the old man and told him that, just by looking at him, the boy realized that the old man was an unusual person. The old man replied that if someone makes a mistake, they must accept it and acknowledge their wrongdoing. If they don't, they will be bound by their own stupidity. Shochan thought that it seemed like this old man had been having troubles in the Potala Palace, and was most likely being bullied there because of his strange personality. The guy also noticed that the old man arrived unaccompanied and assumed that he had a low position there. Shochan decided to question the old man and asked him why he was there. Without hesitation, the old man replied that he was there to watch people suffer. The boy didn't expect such an answer. The old man told him that even though he looked stupid, it wouldn't be fair for him to answer the questions alone. Shochan replied that they had a long journey ahead and should hurry. The old man then asked Shochan his name. Shochan replied that they were not close enough to introduce themselves, and suggested that the old man imagine that they were passing crocodiles. The old man told the boy that he was as cold as the lamas, and offered to help teach Shochan warmth in exchange for a favor. Shochan asked him if he wasn't supposed to take a vow of silence, and if so, it was time to put it into practice. Finally, after some time, they reached the place where the old man thanked the guy for saving him and guiding him. Suddenly, Shochan noticed snow-covered bodies. The old man explained that in Lamaism there is a law of compassionate meditation, or, as it is also called, the exchange of a few words. This is the complete opposite of the Zhongyuan breathing technique, which requires inhaling positive energy and exhaling negative energy. The old man also added that Tongren allows one to inhale pain, which is negative energy, and exhale happiness, which is positive energy. It allows other people to be healthy, and healthy people make everyone healthier. The old man said that the snow-capped mountain is also called the Mountain of Death. It is full of suffering, grievances, and regrets. The old man explained to Shochan that he had come there to experience it. He said he would wait for the boy there and showed him the way. Shochan put all the events together in his head and realized that the old man was Tsongkhapa, a Tibetan religious figure and preacher. The boy went on his way, and the old man assumed a meditative pose. Suddenly, someone began calling his name from behind. The old man replied that it seemed he had guests from the Gelugpa. He asked them why they were looking for this old monk, Tsongkhapa. The leader smiled and asked the old man if the cold had frozen his brain or if he had gone mad. deciding to die after he had comprehended the teachings of Buddha. Tsongkhapa rose to his feet and asked not to bury him prematurely because he was still of sound mind, and even though he was old, the fire still burned within him. The leader glared at the old man and said that this place would become his grave. He asked him why he had renounced his teachings. Tsongkhapa began to shout that Lamaism itself was wrong, and mired in the three poisons, Lamaism no longer discerned right from wrong. Darkness enveloped it. The old man addressed the chief by rank and called him the fifth elder of the Sakya school, and asked him how he did not see that the corruption had begun when the Kapshi became the Karmapa of the Yuan dynasty. The old man had repeatedly witnessed Lamaist disciples say that doctrine dictates that as soon as someone has a child, they must become celibate. But if they don't have a child, they can freely date women. The old man explained that the Sakya school teaches that one must cast aside the worldly and attain enlightenment, and only then will the path to nirvana open. But Tsongkhapa considers this foolish, since the path to nirvana opens only through arduous training. This approach contradicts the Bhava Chakra and defiles the path to enlightenment. The old man told the leader that his path to enlightenment was flawed and asked him how he hoped to achieve it. The leader shouted at him to shut up. Then Tsongkhapa asked him, what about the 10 laws of Shaolin? After all, having inherited his position, the leader could correct the debauchery of the Sakya school, and instead of eradicating them, he allowed them to multiply and develop. Tsongkhapa considered this wrong. The leader lost his temper and started shouting, asking if he hadn't told the old man to shut up. He reminded the old man that there were laws to be observed and Buddhist scriptures to be studied. Tsongkhapa responded by saying that at some point, a tough political line would have to be adopted. Otherwise, Lamaism would always have a bad reputation. The fight began, and the leader began using his technique on the old man. Suddenly, someone ordered him to stop, as he wasn't the boss here. The leader turned around and saw a young man standing in front of him. He asked who he was. Sochon replied that he was a wandering ascetic. The boy quickly dealt with the leader. Tsongkhapa was surprised, and asked him if he hadn't gone about his business. The old man said they could understand each other and get along. Although asceticism and Buddhist teachings differ, Tsongkhapa wouldn't mind having a friend from Zhuan. Suddenly, the lamas present heard that Tsongkhapa had renounced the teachings of Lamaism and had brought someone from Zhuan. Sochon replied that his eardrums were about to burst and asked the lamas if they were really going to kill them by causing an avalanche. At this point, Sochon thought that, judging by Tsongkhapa's strange character, he had expected something like this. But he never imagined that other monks wanted to kill him. The boy asked the monk if he needed help. Tsongkhapa laughed and asked him if they weren't just passing crocodiles. Sochon glared at him and asked again if he wanted to get help from him. Tsongkhapa looked pitifully at Sochon and asked for help. The boy immediately flew up and attacked the lama. The lamas didn't expect such a turn of events. They thought there was no one to stand up for the old man. The lama shouted at Sochon, asking how dare he act like this and raise his sword against the lama. After just a few seconds, Sochon managed to overpower the lama. The monk's disciples called him a bastard and asked how he dared kill their teacher. They pounced on the boy. Sochon looked at them with disdain and said that they were just a bunch of stupid monks. The boy was killing one after another when suddenly someone addressed him. One of the lamas asked the boy who he was. The stranger said he'd heard that Zhuan's martial arts were superior to ordinary ones, but he couldn't understand how Sochon could surpass them so greatly, considering they'd reached the highest level. Sochon laughed loudly, stated his name, and clarified that he was from Hosan. The lamas were then even more surprised. They knew that Kosan was one of the 9 great factions, and they did not understand why a warrior from Kosan was interfering in the affairs of Sissan. The boy became angry at this point and called the lamas evil heretics. Just think, they'd tricked him into revealing a secret he'd kept hidden for so long. The lamas then turned to the boy and asked him to calm down and talk, as it was just a minor misunderstanding. Sochon glared at them and replied that they had learned something they shouldn't have. The guy started to attack them. One of the leaders of the lamas shouted that they should kill the guy. Several lamas attacked Sochon. One of them used a double attack, but Sochon had no trouble repelling it in a second. The leader didn't understand what was going on because it was a double attack, into which he put all his strength, risking internal damage. They honestly didn't understand how the guy managed to block the double sword attack without using any chi. The lamas looked at each other, unable to comprehend this nonsense. How could Sochon be a swordmaster at his age? Within seconds, Sochon had defeated each of them. Tsongkhapa watched from the sidelines in amazement. Sochon looked at him and said he hadn't done it out of good intentions. It was because the llamas acted as if they wanted to talk, but were actually looking for an opportune moment to kill him. Sochan learned this from his past life. If one must act with contempt or kindness, one must take a closer look at one's opponent. Otherwise, they will take advantage of one's naivety. Sochan and Tsongkhapa continued on their journey. The old man explained that the Nyingma consisted of priests and wealthy people, which was why crime had increased and prevented it from developing into an influential organization. Sochan replied that in Zhuan, he was interested in Buddhist teachings, but hearing about it in Xizang was simply something. Tsongkhapa continued to pester the boy, sharing his suspicions that he was being bullied because he was underestimated as a weak old man. Sochan replied that he was getting tired of such talk. Tsongkhapa smiled and promised to stop fooling around and start being serious. But suddenly the old man turned to the boy and asked who he was. Sochan turned and glared at the old man. Tsongkhapa continued that all the llamas he had fought 2 hours earlier were from the Potala Palace, and there were quite a few of them. The old man explained that he'd never heard of such a martial artist, especially one in his 20s. Such mastery was simply impossible. At this point, Sochan simply looked at Tsongkhapa in bewilderment. Then the old man asked if it was possible that Sochan was a rejuvenated master. For a second, Sochan's eyes widened, but he immediately burst into loud laughter and told the old man that if he said something like that again, people would think he was completely out of his mind. Starkey simply looked at the boy, puzzled. Sochan then changed the subject and said that Juani emphasized doing favors, holding grudges, and exacting revenge. The boy continued that he had saved Tsongkhapa's life, and therefore wanted what had happened today to remain a secret. The old man replied that it was quite simple to accomplish, but he was worried that there was nothing more he could do to repay the man who had saved his life twice. Sochan replied that he would pay for the first time with this, and that he would save the second time for something else. The boy clarified that in the future, the old man would help Zhuan or him if danger arose. The old man replied that humans are greedy by nature, but he was surprised that Sochan spoke so unhesitatingly about preserving Zhuan's peace. Sochan actually doubted that he could ask the old man to teach him Mahamudra, and he was sure that he did not have a miracle cure either. Tsongkhapa said that if there is danger in Zhuan, even without the consent of the Potala Palace, he swears in the name of the Lama that he will help without hesitation. They finally came to a common understanding and continued on their way. Evening fell, and they descended the mountain. Sochan told the monk that this was the end, and that each would now go their separate ways. They wished each other safe travels, and the old man asked the boy to take care of himself. Sochan and the old man parted ways. On the way down, Sochan tried to remember the name Tsongkhapa. It sounded very familiar to him. Aside from Zhuan and the other three, he didn't know much about the powerful factions. Sochan hoped that saving this monk wouldn't change the future. The guy continued on his way, found a rather cozy cave, and decided to have some food. He thought about how he had to use so many miracle cures, and soon he would be able to be called the King of Medicine. Sochan realized how cool it was to know the future. He absorbed the miracle cure, and then it all began. Sochan used techniques to improve his skill with this tool. He understood that he shouldn't rush things, as it was dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause a chi disturbance. Sochan began his physical transformation, feeling as if his bones were breaking from within. He knew that if he lost his focus, things could end badly. He'd curl up and disappear into a nameless cave. Sochan never imagined that his body's transformation would be so exhausting and painful. Nothing could distract him from the pain. The boy had moved on to the second stage, the unification of mind and soul. He understood that no matter how much he restrained his mind and spirit, this world was not nirvana, and so it would appear ill. The energy of the 1,000-year-old ginseng will cause the accumulated toxins between the mind and spirit to disappear. Sochan felt the strength draining from his body. The third stage, complete regeneration, has arrived. After that, the final stage of bodily transformation. And then, instant healing from any illness or injury. Finally, it was over. Sochan burst out of the cave like a ray of sunlight through the tree branches. His body was perfect. The boy immediately decided to assess himself. He picked up the sword and looked at his reflection. He realized that the physical transformation hadn't made him more handsome or anything. He couldn't understand whether special magic was needed for that. The boy understood this was a harsh reality, but he decided to be content with what he had. He had expected this, but his chi hadn't increased at all. Sochan decided it was time to return to Zhuan. There are 6 martial arts that should never be studied. They are called the six great demonic arts, or the six forbidden arts. They're all so powerful and terrifying that it's hard to decide which one is the worst. However, if you look at those that have come to light more recently, the greatest forbidden book of martial arts will be the manuscript of the skills of the cursed demon Lao. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains, the head of the Kunlun faction, named Sun, received information about the tomb of the cursed demon. San understood that if the cursed martial art were revived, it was terrifying to even imagine what would happen. He decided that at all costs, they had to prevent it. The Kunlun faction went to find out if the rumors about the tomb of the cursed demon were true. When the petitioner faction and the 9 great factions began their investigation, rumors spread even faster. The cursed demon was an enemy of the murim and fought against its greatest masters of the time. He not only managed to escape alive, but also to win. He didn't care that the whole world considered him an enemy. The main thing was that it meant being the strongest. Meanwhile, at the demon temple, rumors reached the tomb of a cursed demon. The leader was unaware of the 6 forbidden arts, but when the cursed demon was alive, he collected manuscripts of demonic arts. The leader didn't know whether the cursed demon's tomb was real, but he decided to explore it. Meanwhile, in the River of Evil, the leaders are at a loss to understand where the cursed demon's tomb came from, as not much time has passed since the discovery of the 3-eyed phantom thief's treasury. At the council, they decided that they had no choice but to go and see for themselves. They couldn't just send the Kunlun faction. Besides the involvement of the River of Evil and the Demon Temple, this time more factions were involved than when the 3-eyed phantom thief's treasury was discovered. The Kunlun faction alone cannot resolve the situation. They decided they couldn't act rashly, and if this was a trap, it would be a bad idea to gather the strongest factions in one place while events unfolded elsewhere. In the end, they decided that they needed to carefully consider who would stay put and who would go to the tomb of the damned demon. One of the leaders of the petitioner faction shouted that they would go. He was asked if the petitioner faction and the 9 great faction hadn't obtained untold riches from the treasury. Arguments broke out, someone shouting that if they showed up again, they'd get all the treasures for themselves. The leader of the 5 Blades faction shouted that they'd take care of it. The Supplicant faction and Kunlun of the 9 great factions, the 5 Blades of Evil, the Sunsan faction, the Hansan faction, the Namkung noble family, and the 5 great noble families. 2 demonic forces, the Demon Temple and the River of Evil, are also heading there. The conditions leading to the War of the 7 Blades have been established, but Sochan decided that the future would not repeat itself. He would like to stop the war before it began, but now he is forced to fight. He does not know who might be a spy for the Dark Heaven faction. Sochan decided that his first order of business would be to destroy the cursed demon's tomb and try to minimize the damage caused by the war. Killing the Dark Heaven Lord's minions would simply be a bonus. Meanwhile, the unknown individuals stood guard. One asked the other how long they would have to stay there. The other replied, until the Light faction, 2 demonic forces, or another powerful faction arrives. One told the other that they should focus on their mission and understand its importance, and they shouldn't forget the situation the head of the illustrated notes found himself in. And then, unexpectedly, an arrow flew at him. Another immediately started screaming that they were under attack, but his throat was immediately slit. This is Sochan's doing. These people were from the Dark Sky faction. Sochan hadn't known they had such a heightened sense of smell. Others wouldn't have noticed. The others immediately came running to help. Sochan dealt with them one by one. Finally, there were 7 of them left. The guy even joked that it was just a coincidence, but their name, the 7-Star Squad, fits perfectly now. The leader immediately ordered Sochan to be taken alive. He specified that they could cut off his arms and legs, but they would capture him alive. The leader turned to the boy and said that if he surrendered alive and told everything he knew, they would kill him painlessly. Sochan asked him who he was to make such decisions. He reminded him that he had 7 idiots above him, like Chunchu and Chungsan. The boy continued that if the leader made his own decisions, they would punish him. The leader became enraged and asked how he knew these names, and who he was anyway. Sochan replied that he was simply a wandering warrior. After that, he immediately launched an attack. Sochan quickly dealt with him and concluded that people are always this dense. Suddenly, another opponent attacked him from behind. Sochan appreciated his rather impressive attack and even appreciated his poisonous palm. A second later, he defeated him. The boy picked up his weapon and realized it was the triple fury of the 10,000 green-eyed poisonous arts. Sochon glanced at the remaining ones and told them that their appearance brought back memories. The boy knew that these were soldiers from the 7-star squad of the Dark Heaven faction. The Dark Heaven faction had many branches besides the Illustrated Records branch. The 7-star division had the largest number of people. They specialized in everything related to martial arts, and every one of them was a first-class warrior. Only the best were accepted into the 7-star division. At the time, Sochon was no match for the other masters of the Hosan faction, let alone the 7-star division. Looking back, this situation is unimaginable. Sochon told the soldiers in the squad that they were his past, and now his present, and his future. The boy dealt with everyone and decided it was time to return. He knew that, given the fame of the 24 plum petal swordsmanship, he would have problems if he left traces behind. It's a good thing there was a pit right at the entrance, designed as a trap. Sochon dumped the bodies there. In any case, Sochon was going to destroy the traps, but perhaps he should have taken Zhu with him. Now he'd have to check the traps blindly. He set to work immediately and charged forward, hoping to avoid all the traps. Sochon was heading to the tomb of the cursed demon. Meanwhile, in Tianjin, problems were being discussed. They were saying that the 7-star department was not responding to calls, and even taking into account the delay, it was taking too long. One of those present said they were undoubtedly dead. Then, Alcade, the very star in the Ursa Major constellation, said he would go check. At this time, Sochon was on his way. He touched one of the walls and completely forgot that the Yangtze River flowed there. He thought that under certain circumstances, this would be very useful. For now, he headed to the very bottom floor. He encountered many traps along the way, but Sochon turned out to be much stronger than he thought. He kept wondering why the damned demon's tomb had such poor defenses, but it turns out he was too strong. The guy continued walking and seemed to have arrived at his destination. He was greeted by a path lined with glowing lanterns. A weapons depot and a mountain of treasure were visible. He decided to take a closer look at it all. Sochon began to sift through the pile of weapons and knew that there was definitely what he was looking for there. And suddenly the boy cried out with joy. He had finally found the Gojian sword. It was one of 3 swords forged by order of the great General Yi, Wang Gojian. Sochon understood that although his Yehan was amazing, it was no match for Taiya's divine sword. Now only the tomb remained. Suddenly, Sochon noticed a red pillow with a book lying on it. The boy immediately realized it was a 9-fisted martial art. He asked himself, should he learn it? With a combined power of 10,000 martial arts, Sochon would have been irresistible. However, he immediately closed the book and told himself to forget about it. The 9 Furious martial art is as old as the 6 Great Martial Arts. It's a forbidden book, the purpose of which even the author himself was unaware of. It was created in Zhuan during the Xia dynasty. It is not a collection of martial arts techniques, but rather a spell. Later, as the Xia dynasty began to decline, the 9 fierce essences were lost. Countless years later, a sage accidentally discovered a copy, partially translated it, and gained its power. It was a technique that drew its power from the underworld, hence its name. Its use enhanced a person's physical abilities. It grants the colossal strength and regenerative abilities of the greatest demon from the underworld. But the effect is only temporary. In less than a month, the user's body is completely transformed. Transformation is not quite the right word. It would be more accurate to say that the very nature of a person changes. A person is given power, but begins to resemble a demon. Finally, in the final stage of transformation, the person completely transforms into a demon. Humanity gradually disappears. It's like practicing dark martial arts. Eventually, the practitioner ceases to be human. Sochon decided that he should just forget about it and take only the most important things. So he did, gathered everything he needed, and set out. Along the way, he tapped on the walls, and a strange sound was heard in one of them. Sochon thought that there must be water channels crossing at this place. He immediately drew his sword and used the first technique of the purple mist divine art. Using this technique, he managed to cut through the wall and escape. However, the tomb remained in a far from attractive condition. The next day, Grandmaster Hansen arrived at the tomb with his men. He couldn't understand what had happened there. He asked his subordinates if this was the right place and whether they were deceiving him. The subordinate replied that when they arrived, the tomb was already in this state. Suddenly, a first-class master of Tangsan named Sun told the Supreme Master that even a child could understand everything here. The Supreme Master replied that if he did not explain everything in detail immediately, he would not spare him. Song smiled and asked Ma-Gedo what he thought about this. He looked at him and answered that he wasn't here to answer his questions. and he asked him to only contact him if he had something to discuss. Otherwise, he'd cut out his tongue. There was another person present behind them, and after seeing what he saw, he went to report to his leader about what had happened. When he arrived and told the news, the leader immediately hit him with such force that his forehead was broken. He explained to the leader that they had stationed several soldiers from the 7-Star Squad at the tomb. 2 days before the researcher arrived, they had lost contact with them. He also said that he sent Quan to scout out the situation, but by the time he arrived, the tomb had already been destroyed, and the Star Squad itself was nowhere to be found. The leader became furious and replied that, in short, the plan they had worked so hard on had failed, and now they didn't know why. The leader said they had a ton of different options, but nothing was working, and he had never been humiliated like that before. He thought about it, and came to the conclusion that there was no madman among his people who would dare betray him. Therefore, someone else had destroyed the tomb. He ordered his subordinate to go to Tianjin and find out what happened there, and if he screwed up, he would kill him. Meanwhile, in Hubei, Sochan woke up in his bed when a girl suddenly burst into his room and said there was something he needed to know. Sochan asked what was wrong. The girl explained that he had a visitor. She asked Sochan to at least clear his head before meeting this man, as he seemed like a big shot. The young man was completely surprised and had no idea what kind of visitor he might have. He tidied himself up and decided to have some tea. Suddenly, someone called him Big Brother. These words made Sochan choke on his tea. Ju burst into the room. Sochan felt uneasy, but he was definitely glad to see the boy. As a joke, Sochan asked Ju who he was. Ju smiled and replied that it wasn't funny, since he was his older brother's only genius brother. Sochan said that most people think that their siblings don't change, but Zhu has grown a lot. Sochan asked Ju how, with such a face, he still hadn't married or made any friends. So, he was still just as weird and talented, but lacking social connections. Ju started shouting that he had a lot of friends. Sochan smiled and said that, judging by his reaction, he was lonely as always. Then Sochan asked him to name at least 5 friends, not counting his family. Ju smiled, and they shook hands. The boys sat down to breakfast, and their conversation turned to the fact that 5 years had already passed. Ju said that the last time he saw Sochan was 5 years ago. Sochan asked how Ju was doing. Ju replied that he was doing just as well, just continuing to study in his room. Ju asked what was going on with him and how Sochan was doing. He'd heard a little about him and wanted to meet him in person. Sochan replied that he'd just returned, so he'd tell him later. Sochan looked at Ju carefully and asked if he was really already 16. Ju smiled and replied that in 6 months he would be 17. Sochan asked the boy if he had freedom of movement. Ju looked embarrassed and replied that he had wanted to help with the tomb of the cursed demon, but it had collapsed. Ju said that only Sochan knows he's a genius, but he has few opportunities to showcase his talent, so he's forced to simply study. Ju immediately fell silent and said in a frustrated voice, "What good is he without martial arts?" Sochan looked at him and realized he was still the same. He put his hand on the boy's shoulder and said that he had grown so much, and if he sat in his room, he would simply wither away. Sochan asked him if he could socialize a little more. Ju looked at him and asked if Sochan had really come to take care of him. Sochan smiled and replied that that was exactly it, and that he needed his strength since there was no one else who could help him. After a touching conversation, the boys went for a stroll in the garden. Suddenly, someone called out to Sochan and said they hadn't seen each other in 6 years. Sochan suddenly turned around and saw Suran, Ju's older sister, standing in front of him. The guy looked at her and thought that she had probably already heard all sorts of compliments about her beauty, so he didn't say anything about it. Sochan asked if the heir was with her now, as he wanted to greet him too. Suran replied that her older brother was temporarily absent. He returned to his father's house only once a year.
Сачхон ответил, что он слышал, что наследника уже порекомендовали на роль стратега Альянса Мурим. Суран улыбнулась и сказала, что не зря его называют «мудрый дракон». Суран объяснила, что она пришла сюда, услышав, что Джу покидает семью и отправляется в Ганхо. Джу от страха побелел. Суран спросила, кто надоумил его на это, и уточнила, неужели господин Чу сказал ему так сделать.
Джу все это время также робко стоял и смотрел на сестру. Она казалась ему старше его в несколько раз, и он слова боялся ей сказать. Однако Джу неожиданно собрал всю волю в кулак и, осмелев, сказал сестре, что это его личное решение. Суран посмотрел на него и улыбнулась. Она сказала, что отец рассмотрел его просьбу, и он считает, что это будет хорошим шансом установить отношения с большой фракцией, так что не следует волноваться. Также Суран добавила, что отец раздумывает, какую охрану ему выделить, и скоро Джу узнает о его решении.
Джу стоял в это время неподвижно. Суран обернулась к Сачхону и сказала, что она надеется, что ему понравилось пребывание в их доме. Сачхон мило улыбнулся. Сачхон объяснил Джу, что даже если в семье его не очень любят, кровь гуще воды. Они должны переживать о нем. И поэтому Сачхон подумал, что кто-то точно придет увидеться с Джу. Более того, Сачхон не знал почему, но он был уверен, что этим человеком окажется или Суран, или Санг. Никто из них не признал гениальность мальчика, но они пытались его защитить. Сачхон похлопал Джу по плечу и сказал, что теперь, когда все решено, пришло время собираться. Парни собрались, и неожиданно одна из подчиненных сказала Джу, что она бы не подумала никогда, что он решит отправиться в Ганху, так как она предполагала, что Джу всю жизнь проживет в затворниках. Также она сказала парнишке, что она очень о нем волнуется. Джу взглянул на нее и предложил пойти с ним. Девушка посчитала эту идею не очень хорошей. Она объяснила, что ее семья проживает неподалеку, и к тому же она не любит кровь мечи. После разговора с подчиненной, Джу подошел к сестре и поблагодарил ее за то, что она поверила в него. Суран попросила его не стесняться просить помощи у семьи, если что-то случится в пути. В случае чего она попросила Джу отправить письмо в Мурим, и его старший брат ответит незамедлительно. Также Суран вручила брату книгу, в которой она расписала, чего стоит остерегаться в Ганхо, и попросила брата прочитать, когда будет время. Девушка подошла к Сачхону и сказала, что доверяет своего брата ему. После этого она отправилась в свои покои, однако Сачхон окликнул ее. Сачхон сказал ей, что формирование происходит путем заблаговременного помещения либо естественных, либо созданных человеком структуры в определенную модель, и спросил у девушки, так это или нет. Также Сачхон сказал, что в случае войны имеется большое количество переменных, поэтому формирование может быть нарушено до воплощения в жизнь. И если подобное случится, у врага может и не быть шанса повлиять на формирование.
Suran asked what he meant. Sochun said that wouldn't the formations become more convenient if they threw something at their enemy and activated it? With these thoughts in mind, Sochun left Suran alone and the boys set off. Ju asked Sochun where they were going. Sochun replied that they were going to Shandong. Ju asked why they were going there. Did they have some business with the Huangfu clan or the Tangshan faction?
Sochun smiled and replied that they were heading there to meet an old friend, and Zhu should remember him.
Ju thought for a moment and replied, could it really be that merchant Li?
Sochun smiled and replied that it was correct.
Ju said he'd heard a lot about his company within the clan, and he was so proud that part of the money invested was his.
Sochun said that while Li's personality might be suspect, his talent was undeniable. Sochun also told Ju that from now on, Shandong would be his second home.
Along with Sochun and Zhu, the boy's father's escort also set out on the journey. The entire time, the escort thought that he might be lazy, but choosing to guard Zhu out of all the people available was truly cruel. At this point, Sochun turned around and addressed his attendant by name. He asked Mr. Yang why he looked so ill. Yang replied that everything was fine. Sochun told him that he might regret it, but he shouldn't worry, as he would thank him many times in the future. At this time, Yan was thinking that if he had known that such a punishment awaited him, he would have worked much harder. Sochun began to think that now everything was really starting. He formed a real plan in his head. He decided to gather his forces in Jihan, Shandong, and march against the Dark Heaven faction. It was a good location from a strategic standpoint. Plenty of untapped resources, such as mines, arable land, and seafood, make this place ripe for trade. Sochun knew he needed to consider the possible future scenarios and make the first move. Meanwhile, the boys had almost arrived. At this time, Merchant Li was reflecting on the fact that money is something that constantly moves. Instead of using money for self-gratification, it's far better to use it to make even more money. Suddenly, someone told the merchant that his laugh was still the same. Li turned around and saw Sochun standing before him. He immediately rushed toward him with a warm embrace. Sochun looked at him carefully and realized that so much time had passed, and to think that Li was already the king of merchants. The boy told the merchant to raise his head, as they would not be able to talk if he stared at the floor. Li explained that he was simply trying to show his respect, and told Sochun that he hadn't changed a bit over the years. At this time, Ju stood and carefully examined the merchant. He could not understand what kind of miraculous means Li was eating, that he had turned from a thin skeleton into such a plump man. At this point, Sochun suggested moving on to the main topic. He told the merchant that they would soon need weapons. The merchant shared his observations with Sochun, saying he suspected war was coming and felt a need for medicine. The merchant offered his help. At that moment, Ju couldn't understand whether Sochun was really going to trust Li so easily. Li explained that he could smell money, and his nose had never failed him. He said that getting the money, weapons, and medicine would be a piece of cake for him. Recruiting people, however, is a different story. Suchun said they'd mostly need martial artists. Even mercenaries would do. Lee said that leading people was his specialty. And they say even a ghost can be controlled with money, so Suchun should trust him. Meanwhile, the Dark Heaven faction came up with a proposal that they should release new technology to replace the old one, specifically the Blood Monk technique. Not everyone present liked this idea, as it deviated too much from the original plan, and the Shaolin Monastery wouldn't sit idly by. Who was the Bloody Monk? A fighting monk of the Shaolin Monastery. He was a genius who absorbed all the knowledge he received, and the monastery generously granted him permission to use the temple library. The Bloody Monk's desire to master new martial arts was so strong that he even laid hands on a forbidden book in the library. But not only that, he managed to combine demonic techniques with classical muscle modification guidelines, transforming them into an entirely new technique, the classic blood tendons. This technique was created by a monk excommunicated from the monastery. The Dark Heavens faction knew that if they began to spread it, the 108 Arhats would surely stir. The Arhats irritate some of the Dark Heavens faction, but they won't be able to take an extra step. Therefore, the faction doesn't care much. The faction reached a unanimous decision. Whoever foils their plan will die a painful death. During this time, Suchun acquired an army. He commands about 300 men skilled in martial arts. Some are mercenaries, the rest are from other factions. The merchant explained that they had divided the men into 3 regiments to make them easier to manage. The 3rd regiment consisted of newly recruited soldiers, the 2nd from among the martial artists stationed at various points within their faction. They either have a better background or are stronger than those of the 3rd regiment. And the 1st regiment is the elite. 10 of the strongest warriors command their own squads and are under the direct command of Merchant Lee. After hearing all this, Suchun concluded that they were exploiting their weaknesses to earn their loyalty. It sounds like blackmail, but it's not. Impressive. Suchun told the merchant that from now on, he would command the 2nd regiment. The merchant escorted the boy to the regiment and introduced him as the new commander. However, the warriors weren't overly pleased to hear this, as Suchun was too young. The merchant was bombarded with questions and accusations, claiming that Suchun was from a well-known faction, but what could an inexperienced youth teach them? The merchant ordered everyone to shut up immediately and explained that this guy could actually be a god of martial arts. Suchun asked Lee to do something else while he took care of the shelf. Lee listened and left. Then Suchun turned to the warriors and said it would be better if he simply demonstrated his skills. He ordered them to attack all at once. The warriors couldn't understand what nonsense this boy was spouting. Then Suchun declared that he would strike the first blow. Less than 5 seconds later, the warriors were already on the ground, and not a single one of them could stand upright against Suchun. Suchun looked at this whole scene and told his warriors that this was how their training would proceed from now on, and the organization would treat their injuries and supply them with weapons. One of the warriors became very angry because some young man thought he was a god of martial arts. He attacked Suchun. However, his attempt was unsuccessful. The boy smiled and said that this was how the training would continue. Suchun addressed the warriors and explained that he wasn't going to teach them martial arts just because he was in charge. And looking at them, he could tell their base was in disarray. Time passed, and Suchun earned the respect of the 2nd regiment. The merchant couldn't stop admiring his skill and training. Lee told Suchun it was simply unbelievable. The young man then ordered him to find people in the 3rd regiment who could be transferred to the 1st or 2nd. The merchant replied that he had taken everything into account and asked the boy what to do with those who did not fit. Suchun ordered them to simply send them with a couple of coins in their pockets. The merchant agreed and asked what else was needed. The guy said that he needed about 200 people and asked to find children who fit his requirements and bring them to him. Suchun said they should be between 9 and 10 years old and have no physical defects. They should be children who wouldn't cause problems. Orphans would be the best choice. The merchant smiled and asked Suchun if he really intended to form his own army. He advised the boy that with such a large force, it would be better to form a faction to manage it. The merchant proposed building a dueling and training ground, as well as other infrastructure to nurture warriors. Suchun responded that it was a good idea. Suchun also asked the merchant to leave the leadership position alone for now, as he would find a suitable person in the future. The merchant replied that he understood, and asked what about the title. Suchun smiled and looked at him, saying that since he had formed the faction under his leadership, it was therefore his. Therefore, he allowed the merchant to name it whatever he wished. The merchant promised to think about it. Suchun knew perfectly well what the merchant would name the faction, as this wasn't the first time a faction had been created under the organization's leadership. This was supposed to happen in the future, and Suchun really sped up the process slightly. Lee decided that the faction would be called the Sword Faction. However, he continued to ponder. As the Merchant King often said, money is power. He hired those skilled in martial arts and also purchased various techniques. A faction created by money for the sake of money. And then the merchant realized, and he shouted loudly, "Golden Sword Faction!" In his previous life, Sochan had a man on the enemy's side who was renowned for his techniques. The Sword Demon. Sochan's main task was to retrieve the Sword Demon from the Dark Heaven faction leader. Sochan went to Sichuan, specifically to the Tang clan. Fire Phoenix wasn't expecting such a visitor. The girl decided to treat her guest to some tea. However, Sochan immediately realized it was poisoned. Phoenix said he was right, and whoever drank it would experience unimaginable stomach pain. Sochan smiled and thanked him for the warm welcome. The guy asked if this was revenge for last time. Phoenix smiled and replied that it was a casual greeting. She asked the boy why he had come all the way from Shandong. Sochan was surprised that the girl knew where he was. Phoenix explained that she wasn't exactly following him, but she knew the general outline. That Sochan took that eccentric from the Jegal clan with him and went to the Gold Merchant Organization. After that, she asked Sochan not to think she was interested in him. Sochan smiled and said he came here to give her a chance to win back her feelings. Phoenix said she'd see who would give whom a chance. Then Sochan asked if they would have to make a bet again. Phoenix became angry. Then Sochan drew his sword and put it on the line. And Sochan added 1,000 gold coins to the sword. The girl's eyes no longer seemed so angry, and she asked the boy what he wanted. Then Sochan announced he wanted a poisonous phoenix. Not a second later, the girl sprayed poison in his face. Sochan, of course, dodged. However, the girl asked if he needed a prescription. Sochan replied that was correct, or even better, an antidote. The girl replied that he had come to the right place. After this, Sochan told the girl she could choose what to bet on. The girl glared at him and told him he was mistaken if he thought she'd fall for his taunts. Meanwhile, the Tang clan's chief elder woke up. He immediately sensed something was rather noisy this morning. He was immediately informed that Sochan had arrived. The elder had expected as much. The subordinate said he could expel him. The elder said there was no need, as the boy was traveling and should enjoy it for now. After this, the subordinate told the elder that there was something else. Namely, young Miss He was asking to open a pub. The subordinate also added that Sochan had made a bet. The elder couldn't believe that He had decided to create even more corpses. Meanwhile, a girl approached Sochan and greeted him, saying her name was Qingqing and that she would be his assistant for the duration of his stay. She would also accompany him to the family pub. Sochan asked, "What kind of pub is this?" Then the guy who came with Qingqing told Sochan to just follow the girl. The guy looked at Sochan and didn't understand how he had won against the lady last time. But he knew for sure that he wouldn't be able to pull off that trick this time. Sochan immediately noticed that the man was looking at him like an enemy. He even joked and suggested that Qingqing hurry up while the man stabbed him with a poisonous needle. This made the guy even more angry. He didn't understand how Sochan could treat a warrior of the Tang clan with such disrespect. Along the way, Sochan used the technique on Qingqing, rendering her untouchable. He then suggested she speed up, as her mistress would be angry. The warrior of the Tang clan was going crazy with anger at this time. He did not understand how much longer Sochan intended to insult the young lady. Suddenly, the elder appeared and told the warrior that he understood his anger, but they should go to the pub, as the head elder was waiting. The warrior immediately apologized to the elder. Meanwhile, the elder assessed Sochan, noting that the boy had not only smoothly parried the murderous aura, but had even protected the servants. The elder understood that this was difficult to accomplish, which meant that he had defeated the young lady not only by pure luck. The elder told Qingqing that he would go ahead and that she should accompany Sochan. The girl took this into account. On the way, Sochan asked Qingqing what the Tang clan pub was like. Qingqing explained that it was a pub in the clan building and was usually closed. The girl also added that there are only 2 occasions when it is opened. The first is to greet a guest, and the second, this is when the Tang clan plans to take revenge on someone. The girl finished her story and they approached the tall wooden doors. Qingqing opened the door and Sochan saw a crowd of screaming people. They were shouting, "Drink and die! Drink and live!" Sochan saw a table in the middle of the room, with Mrs. Hai sitting at one end. The chair at the other end was reserved for him. And then Sochan remembered the meaning of the Tang clan pub. If the object of the Tang clan's vengeance escapes, pursue them to the end. The enemy of the Tang clan must not exist in this world. So-chun sat down at the table, and Mrs. Hay began explaining the rules of the game. The girl explained that the game was quite simple and handed him a vial of liquid. Drink and die, or drink and live. Those around him shouted loudly for So-chun to drink. Many hoped the container would contain poisoned alcohol. In addition to the game, Mrs. He handed him a contract. He explained that So-chun wouldn't die because she wasn't an enemy of the Tang clan. The game will end the moment something goes wrong. The chief elder will instantly provide an antidote. But the girl added that he shouldn't relax, because if he tried to expel the poison, he would die immediately. So-chun carefully studied the contract and agreed to the game. The elders watched, and one even considered him an idiot for so carelessly accepting the young mistress's poison. The chief elder couldn't tell whether this guy was brave or stupid. Meanwhile, the secondary elder predicted that So-chun would crumble at the first sip. The chief elder told him there was always a chance something would go wrong, and it might take a long time, so he should just watch. The minor elder agreed, rose from his chair, and said that from now on, any movement without permission was prohibited. The elder continued that in this dispute, Hosan's disciple must drink 5 shots of poisoned alcohol, and after each one he must clearly pronounce a word. And if his face changes color for a few minutes, or he is unable to speak, they will realize that he is unable to withstand the poison, and will count him as a loser. At this point, So-chun looked closely at the elders. He realized that this old man was the very same Poison King. The elder then said that both sides must agree to a 5-move bet. The elder also added that the contract containing the terms of the dispute will be signed in the presence of witnesses. It will also be received by both parties to avoid any unwanted amendments. After this, the elder ordered Lady He to fill the vessel. The girl happily took up the task and asked So-chun if he liked to drink. So-chun smiled and asked if she was serious about asking the ascetic if he liked to drink. Hei laughed out loud and replied that she hoped so. Otherwise, So-chun wouldn't be able to endure all this. The girl opened the lid of the vessel, and the crowd began to scream loudly. Hei smiled and told So-chun that he wouldn't have many chances in his life to taste 15-year-old alcohol. He said the drink was closely intertwined with the venom of the golden thread snake, so the alcohol might be stronger than what he was used to. The crowd shouted at this time that this was to be expected from a poisonous phoenix, since she could easily withstand such poison. At this time, the elders were discussing that the young mistress's poison was comparable only to the heir's poison, and this rumor was not a lie. Everyone noticed that Hei wasn't going to stand on ceremony with So-chun, and this guy would go down after the first shot. Hei turned to So-chun and said that there was no time limit, but the poison would not become weaker over time. And then So-chun drank the first shot, then exhaled, and said it was quite spicy. Hei nearly turned white. The elders jumped up from their chairs. The crowd fell silent. This made Mrs. He very angry. She didn't expect that So-chun would drink the first glass of poison so easily. Miss Hei was overcome with anger. She couldn't believe So-chun had done it again. She thought she could get her revenge this time. She glared at the servant and ordered him to bring another vessel. He did so immediately. So-chan looked at the vessel and said, "Just think, he was being given the joy and pride of all Sichuan. Dai baijiu." The lady looked at him and said that she would see how long the smile would be on his face. The lady told the boy that he would wish to taste the poison of the fiery lotus. The crowd nearly went crazy upon hearing this. The chief elder couldn't understand what was happening. The secondary elder thought his daughter had gone too far. Flame lotus poison is an artificial poison created by powerful yang qi. The Tang clan has only a small amount of it, and it can defeat even the most powerful practitioners. The elders were amazed by So-chan's ability to withstand the poison of the golden snake thread. The boy's vast reserves of qi were able to neutralize it, and qi alone is not enough to neutralize it. The minor elder said that they would have to work hard to remove the flame lotus poison from his body. The chief elder asked another elder to prepare to come to the aid of the young man. Meanwhile, So-chun decided to try this poison and drank a second shot. The lady looked at him and couldn't understand whether he really wanted to die. The crowd was shouting that So-chun was crazy. The boy finished the poison, put the glass down on the table, and hiccuped. Afterwards, So-chun said it was a stunning sensation on his tongue. No one could believe their eyes. At this point, the elder thought that no matter how much qi So-chun had, he was still inexperienced and wouldn't be able to flush the poison out of his system so easily and quickly. The elder assumed So-chun had taken the antidote. The elder approached the table, took the vessel in his hands, and began to sniff the contents to make sure that it contained poison. He was convinced of this and told the second elder that it was definitely the poison of the flame lotus. However, The elder understood that Sochon was too young to reach the stage of harmony. He examined the boy carefully, noting that his complexion hadn't changed. His breathing was even, his eyes weren't trembling, and he was definitely not poisoned. Then the elder suggested that if he didn't even try to remove the poison, then it was definitely immunity to 1,000 poison. The elder told the second elder about this, who couldn't believe what he heard. Meanwhile, Sochon picked up another stack and said they still had a long way to go with 5 stacks. The next day, rumors spread that Poison Phoenix had lost again. Everyone was saying that the guy's first victory hadn't been a fluke. Some said Sochon simply couldn't digest the poison and most likely had that famous immunity to 10,000 levels of poison. Others claimed it was only immune to 100. The second elder was thinking at this time that if it weren't for Sochon's young age, he would have accepted him as a son-in-law. The elder's subordinates told him that if Sochon was immune to thousands of poisons, then he could cross many poisonous valleys and collect a lot of poisonous plants. The elder was also told that Sochon had not taken on any of the important tasks in his faction, so they could lure him over to their side. The elder called his daughter to him. He told her he'd heard the bet was that she would cure someone. Lady He replied that it was true. Then her father looked at her and said it was time for her to go to Gangho. He told her to go with Sochon, and he would assign a couple of guards to her. And if they fell in love, she would bring Sochon into the family. The elder also said that when he returned, she should visit her brother and help him with his work. After these events, Lady He's journey to Gangho was written in stone, and Sochon's title was finally established. He was called the Young Phoenix. Meanwhile, Na continued training and heard rumors about what Sochon was doing in Gangho. This greatly angered her. Suddenly, her teacher approached Nam and asked why she was pouting. The teacher asked, "Is it Sochon again?" The girl replied that while someone was training tirelessly, he was strolling around Gangho and flirting with a girl. She decided to continue her diligent training so she could follow him to Gangho. In the past, the sword demon was a unique figure, but he had one weakness. His precious daughter was stricken with an incurable disease. During that time, the sword demon visited many healers, but couldn't even find out the name of the illness. Finally, he visited the Light Faction's hospital, where the god of medicine himself resided. But the hospital only laughed at the sword demon, who was not famous at the time, and drove him away. And when he had no hope left, the Dark Heavens faction arrived. This incident turned out to be disastrous for the world of Murim, the worst disaster in all of history. The sword demon's daughter wasn't sick. She was poisoned. Sochon understood that by healing the sword demon's daughter, the leader of the Dark Heavens had earned his loyalty. And now, Sochon decided to do just that. But he realized that he couldn't do it alone, since he didn't even have basic knowledge about poisons. But now, such close cooperation with Lady He played into Sochon's hands, and the sword demon simply had to wait. Lady He and Sochon set out. The girl droned on about immunity to 1,000 poisons the entire way. She told Sochon she couldn't understand how an ascetic could be so deceitful. Sochon asked her what she meant. The girl started screaming, asking if he'd forgotten who had begged for help, and said she wouldn't continue on with him. Sochon started laughing and replied, "Just think, a poisonous phoenix breaking his promise." The girl grew angry and replied that once they were done, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Finally, they arrived in Jiangxi. The lady's guard was again angry with Sochon and couldn't understand why he had brought the lady to this place. Sochon told him to tone down his ardor, because just because this place belongs to the river of evil, it doesn't mean that there are mountains of corpses and a sea of blood everywhere. The guard started yelling and lashing out at Sochon. The boy told him to call him by his first name. However, even this didn't calm the guard down, and Miss Hie had to intervene. She told the guard to shut up. The lady asked him if he really wanted her to burn with shame, since she was almost tempted to drown herself in a bowl of water. The girl said that taking 20 guards with her was the same as ordering everyone to look at her. So she decided to take only 3 with her, and ordered the rest to gather information. Sochon and Miss Hie arrived at their destination. He told her he didn't care what she thought of the man they were about to meet, but he asked her to be wary. The gates were opened for them, and a subordinate asked who they were. Sochon said they had come to meet a ghostly swordsman obsessed with money. The subordinate immediately pulled out his sword and said that if they came here with evil intent, then they should not even think about leaving there safe and sound. A subordinate was approached for help, and he said that not many people knew about him. He asked them to tell him who they were. Suddenly, someone pushed through the crowd of guards and subordinates. Sochon saw the sword demon, Mizar, standing before him. Sochon stared at him for a few seconds, unable to discern the limits of his powers. The boy simply admired him. Mitsara then noticed the plum blossom symbol on Sochun's robe. Mitsara immediately recognized the master of harmony before him. He realized that Hosan had created a monster. Mitsara also noticed that there were a couple of good masters in the group. He thought that if they were planning to take her hostage, he was done for. He wouldn't be able to fight properly while protecting her. At this time, Sochun raised his hands and said that they did not come to fight, and he had nothing to worry about. The boy said it was better to get straight to the point. He asked Mitsara if his daughter was bedridden, and if so, they would heal her. This angered Mitsara greatly. He replied that he didn't know what Sochun was planning, but if he tried anything weird, he wouldn't leave alive. Then, Sochun asked Lady Hye to remove her veil. The girl did so, and then Mitsara realized he was looking at a phoenix. The girl introduced herself and said they weren't some rabble of idiots. At that moment, she wondered how it was possible that she'd never heard of Mitsara. Sochun placed his sword on the floor and said that they would surrender their weapons if that was Mitsara's wish. He asked to be heard. Then Mitsara asked the boy who he was. Sochun explained that he was a fourth-generation disciple of the Hosan faction. The people of Gangho nicknamed him the Young Phoenix. Those present immediately understood who was being talked about, the one who defeated the poisonous phoenix in her own game. Mitsara said that none of the doctors had answers, and even the luminaries of medicine shook their heads after examining his daughter. He asked Sochun why he was so sure he could cure her. Sochun replied that it would be the phoenix, not he, who would heal her. Mitsara was skeptical, as he'd never heard of a poison expert curing illnesses. Sochun said he should try to believe her. Mitsara thought and replied that there was some logic in his words, and invited the guests to go inside. Miss Hye and Sochun entered the room where the sick girl lay. She showed no signs of life. Mitsara warned the lady that he would cut off her wrist if she tried to harm her daughter. Phoenix told him that if he didn't stop looking like that, she wouldn't be able to figure out what was wrong with her daughter, or even feel her pulse. The girl lifted the girl's hand and tried to feel her pulse. Mitsara kept his eyes on her. Phoenix looked at the girl for a long time. Then she turned around and asked Mitsara what happened to her mother while she was pregnant. Mitsara replied that she had been attacked by a centipede, but the doctor had immediately taken care of her. Then Phoenix paused and asked if she was close to her due date. Mitsara confirmed this. Then he said that poisoning during pregnancy is much more dangerous than he could have imagined. The girl said the doctor likely missed some details and assumed her mother was safe. This could have become a problem. After hearing this, Mitsara asked the girl if she knew what kind of illness it was. Then he asked him if he'd ever heard of fetal poisoning. The man was very surprised and asked the girl what kind of fetal poisoning this was. As the name suggests, this terrifying technique is designed to develop resistance to poisons while the child is still in the fetal stage. A child born in this way is theoretically immune to 100 poisons and can learn various poisonous techniques. Phoenix also added that this was sometimes practiced by the demon temple, but she heard that even they had stopped using this technique. And apparently, the chances of mother and child surviving were too slim. They either poisoned the mother with the help of an animal or sent toxic energy into his body and treated him accordingly. Mitsara looked at his mistress with fear, and the girl answered him that yes, it seemed that the centipede's poison had been transmitted to her in her mother's womb. Phoenix also told the man it was a miracle the girl was still alive. Mitsara replied that he thought she was weak because she looked like her mother. Ken asked the man how old his daughter was. Mitsara replied that the girl was already 14 years old. The lady examined the girl again and said that only she had a small dose of poison that had spread throughout her body. So the only one who could have noticed him was either a poison master equal to Lady Hu in strength or the god of medicine himself. An ordinary healer wouldn't have been able to detect him. Mitsara looked at Lady Hye for a few seconds, then fell to his knees in front of her and began to beg that he would do anything. Sochun glanced at Hye and asked the girl what she thought about it. The girl replied that her title as the poisonous phoenix wasn't just for show, but the girl added that in that case, she would need the help of an artifact. Sochun looked at her in surprise and asked, "What is that?" The girl spoke, "Divider of mind and chi." Sochun immediately understood what phoenix meant. As the name suggests, mind and chi splitter is a ring that allows you to split chi and mind into tiny pieces. If we were to explain this using martial arts as an example, let's take a person who is trying to use fist techniques and sword techniques at the same time. The difference is not only in the weapons used in the techniques, but also in the positions that need to be taken, as well as in how exactly the chi should be directed in your body. But with a realm and chi divider, one person can use both techniques simultaneously, ignoring the limitations described above. Because when you manage to split your mind and chi, it's like two people fighting in one body. Frankly, it's an artifact that defies all logic. So-chun heard that the artifact was lost in the war between the light faction and the evil faction. So it turns out the Dark Heaven faction had it in its possession all this time. And it was precisely this that the Dark Heaven's leader used to cure the Sword Demon's daughter. But in any case, this is one of the evil factions of all places. So-chun shared this with Miss Hai. She couldn't believe the artifact was in the possession of one of the evil factions. Mitsara said he couldn't go there. This surprised Phoenix greatly, so she asked Mitsara if he hadn't just said that he would do anything for his daughter. So-chun said he thought he knew why Mitsara couldn't go. He added that he'd heard Mitsara had fought in various battles to earn money. Mitsara replied that that was exactly it, and that it had made him a couple of enemies. Then So-chun asked him if his enemies knew where he lived. The man said that his enemies do not know the exact location, but they know that he is in this city. So-chun explained that he'd spent a lot of money finding Mitsara, so it would be difficult for others to find him. He shouldn't worry about it too much. The boy also added that he would try to obtain the artifact himself. Phoenix told So-chun that she didn't know how the artifact ended up in the hands of the 8 evil factions, but he shouldn't take them so lightly. So-chun thanked the girl for her worries, and replied that he knew where he was going and what he was doing. Miss Hay warned So-chun that she wouldn't be helping him because she needed to prepare for treatment. She hoped he would cope. Unlike the Light faction, which values pride and reputation immensely, the Evil faction doesn't hide their activities very well. Because of this, battles constantly break out between them, practically for no apparent reason. The Explosive Blade faction claimed that martial arts were all about blades. Only idiots and weaklings, like the hypocrites of the Light faction, used swords. The Miao Sword faction claimed that a spear lasted for 100 days, a blade for 1,000, and a sword for 10,000. And any idiot knows that the sword is the king of weapons. The reason was simple. From a simple argument to a fist fight. The battle soon escalated, turning into a feud between 2 former allies after one side lost a fighter. So-chun headed to the sword faction. At the entrance, they asked his name, and So-chun introduced himself and said he was from the Hosan faction. The guard immediately formed his opinion about the guy. He thought that he was a disciple of Hosan, who decided to take part in the feud between 2 evil factions because he was tired of living. The guard warned So-chun that if he lived until the armistice, he would receive 2 silver coins, but if he died, the money would go to his family. If he brought back the head of the Explosive Sword faction commander, he'd receive a bonus. So-chun dismissed them as mere thieves, earning only 2 silver coins for his life. They came to an agreement and parted ways. The guards scoffed, thinking they would surely go broke sending money to the families of all the fallen soldiers. The boss ordered them to cross out the names of everyone who was sure to die quickly, and the guard thought that So-chun would be the first in line. So-chun saw a whole field of corpses before him. He knew, of course, that the evil factions were weak and not particularly stealthy. It seemed utterly foolish to him to fight to the death to prove whose weapon was superior. However, this wasn't So-chun's problem. He was only here for the artifact. The commander ordered everyone gathered to walk about 5 kilometers and find the second base of the Explosive Blade faction. The goal was to capture it and move on to the next one. The commander ordered everyone to disperse and form groups of 10. So-chun did just that. Suddenly, one of the upstarts introduced himself and said his name was Chosam. Chosam assumed he was the strongest of them all. He would be the squad captain, and the others would follow him. He warned that if they obeyed, they would survive. So-chun smiled and shouted that he was pleased to meet him, and told him his name. This angered Chosam, who called him a disrespectful brat. So-chun burst out laughing, so Chosam drew his sword and ordered the arrogant brat to shut up. He then attacked So-chun to teach him a lesson. So-chun slapped him, sending him flying back several meters. Then the boy looked at everyone present and declared that he was now the strongest here. The warriors looked at So-chun and asked what would happen if they refused. So-chun smiled and replied that they would also be slapped. Then the warriors bowed before So-chun and asked him to take care of them. The guy assessed the strength of his squad. Only one of them turned out to be a second-class warrior. The rest were all third class. One of the warriors told So-chun that he had a worried look on his face and asked if it was true that if they followed him, they would survive. At this point, So-chun thought it would be better to be alone than to protect those he didn't even know. But it seemed he couldn't dance alone. And besides, if they realize he's from the Light faction, they'll kick him out in a heartbeat. So he needs people who will follow him. So-chun understood that even if he infiltrated the Explosive Blade faction, he would need time to find the artifact, and he couldn't do it alone. He was tired of being alone. Sochon told his warriors that he would cover them and that they should attack without looking back. One of the warriors asked if he had really decided to use a bow.
Sochon started yelling at them to move their legs faster if they didn't want to be grabbed on the cheeks again.
At this time, the warriors thought Sochon simply wanted to get rid of them and couldn't understand how he could use a bow.
The carnage on the battlefield began, and only during the battle did the warriors see the full power of the bow. They did not know that arrows could be so fast and sharp. The warriors didn't have to strain themselves much, as Sochon had dispatched all the enemies with his arrows. However, the enemy was attacking from another direction, so there was no time to relax. The crowd could hear Sochon being called the god of the bow. The enemies had already figured it out too. Their leaders ordered the archers to be found quickly. Suddenly, during the battle, someone shouted, "Stop!" Sochon turned around and saw that it was Boss Hunim. At this time, the warriors fell at Sochon's feet and told him that they would follow him until death. Sochon replied that of course, but they needed to collect their paychecks first. At that moment, the boss approached Sochon. The boss introduced himself and said his name was Jinbei. Sochon immediately recognized the Miao-style left sword in front of him. The boss laughed and said his assumptions were correct. He also told the boy that he'd seen him and his bow skills, and that he was a good commander. So the boss offered Sochon the chance to command a squad of 100 men, starting tomorrow, with a pay raise included. Sochon agreed. The boss replied that he was pleased to see that Sochon's character was as lightning fast as his martial arts. He called the boy a bow that kills noise.
Sochon asked what the bow that kills noise meant.
The boss explained it was a nickname warriors gave him in battle. A bow that kills as soon as the bowstring is pulled. Then Sochon glared at him and replied that he was a swordsman. The boss laughed loudly and said that he liked Sochon even more now. They parted ways and the boss's subordinate asked him who it was. The boss replied that it was a noise-killing bow. He continued that the guy's name started with something like Chu, but it didn't matter since he was going to die tomorrow anyway, so there was no point in worrying about it. The boss had planned to put Sochon forward as a shield, and the Sochperniks would finish him off. And Sochon is just a dumb archer. Meanwhile, thanks to his unique hearing, Sochon overheard this conversation. And while his warriors admired the boss, Sochon was making his plan in his head. The young man gathered his subordinates and announced that today he would be leading a detachment of 100 men, so they would most likely all be under his command. During the conversation, Sochon assessed the strength of his squad. He noticed 2 first class, 8 second class, and 93rd class. He singled out 2 warriors and said that from now on they would be called Chol and Il. At this point, dissatisfied murmurs could be heard from the crowd. Some said they were going to die soon anyway, and that Sochon thought he was a badass for earning the title of archer. Sochon shouted loudly that he was a swordsman from the Hozan faction. The crowd began shouting that they knew he had lied about his past to hide the fact that he was actually an archer, and that the sword was just for show. After this, the crowd attacked Sochon, saying that they would teach him a lesson. Merchants who sell weapons and food on the battlefield are called military merchants. Currently, the largest trading organization is the Gold Merchant Organization. There are those who think badly of them because they sell weapons to both the light faction and the evil faction. But everyone knows them, and all because the Gold Merchant Organization always appears with the most necessary things at turning points. Sochon conveyed this idea to his soldiers. He said that therefore, if they want to buy something, they should buy from the Gold Merchant Organization, and all the others are scammers. The warriors Sochon had beaten agreed with his opinion. Sochon warned them that there was absolutely no point in wasting all their hard-earned money on women and alcohol. They needed to invest in good weapons and medicine first. There was a smart guy in the crowd who asked Sochon if they didn't say that masters don't need to take care of their weapons. Sochon glared at him and asked if he was a master. He quickly closed his mouth and said nothing. Sochon smiled. Another warrior emerged from the crowd and said he'd bought his sword from a good blacksmith in Bayon. Sochon explained that his enemies were likely in league with the blacksmith, so he needed to go get a new one. Another warrior told Sochon that he had picked up his weapon from a previous battle and that it looked brand new. Sochon asked him if he had picked it up from a corpse. The boy confirmed this, and Sochon then said that he probably lost because of his inferior weapons. But the Gold Merchant Organization definitely had the best weapons. After talking with the warriors, Sochon wished them a good rest and said that they would all see each other in battle tomorrow. The next day arrived and the battle began. Sochan's opponents shouted at them to quickly kill the bow that kills the noise. However, before they could even utter a word, Sochan would immediately strike them with his arrow. Suddenly, one of the leaders began to shout that they were all weaklings and were afraid of just an arrow. A group called the 4 Explosive Blade Dogs had gathered, and they were planning to destroy Sochan. However, one of them noticed that the power of this arrow was enormous, and it was faster than anything he had ever seen. One of the leaders started shouting at these idiots to close the distance, as archers were becoming useless at short distances. Everything turned out as Sochan thought. His arrows were useless against the first class. At this time, the first class opponent approached Sochan and attacked him with a sword. Sochan smiled and told him that this was where he would die. The boy drew his sword and slit his throat. Everyone around was surprised that Sochan could fight with a sword too. Sochan smiled and said that he had told them he was much better with a sword. The boy attacked the allies of the brave man he had killed. However, Sochan noticed an unexpected explosion of power in his opponent's body. Now Sochan understood what kind of martial art the explosive sword faction used. Everyone around him watched the battle, shocked that the noise-killing bow could fight so masterfully with a sword. Some warriors were confident that Sochan would win this battle, although many thought he was an ordinary archer. The opponent fought with dignity against Sochan, and his brothers shouted to him to help him fight to the end and not give up. However, the opponent was surprised when Sochan pushed him away with incredible force. He did not understand what the hell was happening to Chi Sochan. Sochan started laughing and replied that yes, he had a little more than he needed. Then Sochan struck. The boy defeated his opponent, and his brothers attacked Sochan to avenge such a loss. However, after only a few seconds of fighting with Sochan, the opponents realized Sochan was a true master. Afterward, Sochan used the plum blossom petal technique, and with just one blow, the boy defeated them all. Sochan's squad couldn't believe their eyes. They began shouting for everyone to follow Sochan. Meanwhile, the boss was laughing and thinking everything was going exactly as he'd planned. However, a subordinate approached and said something strange was happening. The boss asked what had happened. The subordinate replied that everything seemed too easy. The boss replied that it was just paranoia, and his strategy was excellent. Suddenly, a blade giant appeared before the boss. The giant told the boss they hadn't seen each other in a while. The boss asked him why he came here alone. The giant smiled and replied that the boss was a complete idiot for asking such a question. Then the giant snapped his fingers, and a crowd erupted from somewhere. The boss's subordinates started shouting that it was a real trap, and then the boss realized he had fallen into a trap. The giant asked the boss if he seriously thought he wouldn't find out about his plan. The boss replied that even though the giant had brought almost all of his warriors, he would still quickly defeat them. The giant replied that this was precisely why he had sent his elite troops, specifically the explosive blade masters. The boss started laughing and asked if the giant was talking about his dogs and that they were of no value since they were not around now. The giant laughed so loudly that the ground shook beneath his feet. This angered the boss, who said that once he defeated him, it would all be over. The giant glared menacingly at the boss and asked if he seriously thought he was his equal, as he was the leader of the explosive blade faction and one of the 100 strongest masters in this world. The boss told him he could gloat about his prowess as much as he wanted, and it wouldn't stop him. Suddenly, he noticed the glowing sword in the giant's hands. The boss started shouting that it was impossible. Suddenly, a subordinate ran up to him and started shouting that there was an urgent message. The boss sternly ordered everyone to quickly tell him what had happened, and then the subordinate blurted out that the deputy chief had been killed. The boss couldn't believe it. A subordinate said he heard it from those who had barely survived, unfortunately, and then the boss realized that his brother was dead. He promised to kill Sochan with his own hands. The subordinate reminded him that he should calm down and forget about revenge, since now he could lose his own life. The subordinate also said something else, which infuriated the boss even more. The subordinate said that Sochan had used very dense chi. Then the boss decided there was nothing better to do than give the order to retreat. But as soon as he looked back, he saw a fleeing crowd led by Sochan. The giant looked at the boss and said that they were now all surrounded and trapped. The giant asked his subordinate who the hell this noise-killing bow was, and why the hell his children were taking so long to get to him. At that moment, Sochan appeared and, in an ominous voice, told the giant that his children had long been dead. The giant began to scream angrily and asked Sochan who he was. Sochan replied that he was very pleased to meet you, and that he was Sochan of the Hosan faction. Hatred and anger filled the giant. Sochan asked the giant not to think ill of him, as it was merely self-defense. His son tried to kill him, but Sochan was quicker. The giant grew even more enraged, covered his eyes with both hands, and began to scream loudly. And there it was. Sochun noticed a ring on one of the giant's fingers. It was what Sochun had been looking for. The mind-chi separator. Now Sochun thought things would get easier. However, he now had a rather problematic opponent. Sochun understood that he had killed his family, and there was no point in running and hiding, as the giant would pursue him and find him. Therefore, he had to kill him first. The giant's eyes were filled with blood. His hatred was so great that it seemed that if you touched him, you could burst into flames like a match. The giant warned Sochun that he didn't know who he was, and that he certainly wouldn't die peacefully. After these words, the giant attacked Sochun. Meanwhile, Sochun's troop continued to fight in his name. Meanwhile, Sochun reached the stage of chi harmony. Sochun told his warriors that he would take on the giant. The giant was currently experiencing a chi disturbance and was unable to properly exert his power. Sochun looked at his warriors and asked who they thought he was. The noise-killing bow. The guy charged his warriors with victory and sent them into battle, while he himself prepared for a difficult battle. Sochun began to fight the giant, expecting the kind of power he saw from him. His strength is incredible. Those around watched this battle and understood that this is exactly what a battle using dense chi looks like. Sochun even enjoyed fighting the giant. Now he saw what kind of person he was. One of the 100 strongest masters. Finally, the giant and Sochun reached a state of harmony. The boss, meanwhile, couldn't understand what was happening or why Sochun wasn't dead yet. However, when the boss looked at this battle, he couldn't believe his eyes that Sochun turned out to be a match for the giant. The boss even asked those present what happened here, as he thought the noise-killing bow was already dead. But those present saddened him with the news that Sochun did not die, and even killed 4 explosive blade dogs. The battle between the giant and Sochun continued, and surprisingly, the giant managed to wound Sochun. Sochun understood that he wouldn't be able to dodge every time, and in such a case, he would have to act radically. Sochun decided to use the piercing flower rain technique, followed by a shield of dense chi. However, the giant also created a shield several times denser than usual, and it cannot be easily broken. In response to this, Sochun decided to use the purple mist divine art technique, namely, the third technique. However, this only wounded the giant, so Sochun's next technique was Crimson Sunset. After landing a few blows, the boy noticed the giant was falling. During the battle, the giant asked Sochun who he was, and Sochun replied that he was a swordsman from Hozan. Sochun defeated the giant. The giant's soul left his body, and in his final seconds, he told Sochun that he had made a fool of himself, blinded by anger. The giant also regretted not being able to fully demonstrate his abilities in the fight with Sochun. Sochun responded that it had been a worthy battle. Finally, the giant told Sochun that he would curse him from hell along with his son. The news spread instantly that the head of the explosive blade faction had been killed by Sochun. Sochun's squad ordered their opponents to surrender if they wanted to live. Meanwhile, Sochun carried out his task and secured the artifact. After some time, rumors of the giant's death reached the explosive blade faction. This shocked everyone. Rumors didn't escape the River of Evil. Upon learning of this, the leader was furious and couldn't understand how his allies were cutting each other's throats while he was here worrying about the tomb. The leader understood that this was the end for the explosive blade faction, and it would lose all its possessions one by one. He understood that it was extremely stupid to start a war over such trifles, and in the end, the winner is not the one who is strong, but the one who can survive. A subordinate told the leader that the man who killed the giant was known as the Phantom Bow Swordsman, and it was only thanks to him that the explosive blade faction lost. The subordinate also added that he was originally just a mercenary for the Miao Sword faction, and, even stranger, he used a bow in battle. News of Sochun's victory and his use of the bow also reached the Murim alliance of Anhui. The leader of the Holy Sword Alliance, Namgung, received word that Sochun had killed the giant with arrows. The rumor was brought by the strategist and wise dragon Sang. Namgong digested the news that the giant had ultimately been killed by this man's sword, and now his name isn't Noise-Killing Bow, but Phantom Bow Swordsman. Song reported that, judging by his appearance, he looked weak. This surprised Namgung even more. Sang said that, according to his knowledge, the leader of the explosive blade faction was a master of the Unlimited Realm, and this man had most likely reached that level as well. Namgong laughed and said that this was to be expected from Sang, as he was the successor recommended by the chief strategist, and it wasn't for nothing that he was called the Wise Dragon. Sang thanked Namgung and said that he still had a lot to learn, but he was flattered by such high praise. Namgung asked if there was any other information about this man. Sang replied that there was none, except that his swordsmanship was swift and colorful.
Sang also added that the man's name was Sochon.
Namgung paused, as he felt like he'd heard that name somewhere before.
Sang reported that the Hosan faction had a Sochon who, at the age of 18, had gone to Gangho.
And rumor had it that the phantom bow swordsman calls himself the Sachon of the Hosan faction. Namgung thought that if this wasn't a false rumor, then perhaps he did it on purpose to cover his tracks. Various thoughts visited Namgun. He knew that Hassan was known as a faction of swordsmen, and they would not teach their novice archery, and reaching an unlimited limit at that age is impossible. And perhaps he's pretending to be someone else to hide his identity. Having wreaked havoc on the entire murim, Sochon worried that the poisonous phoenix and the sword demon were already waiting for him. He needed to get to them, at least a day sooner. Sochon finally managed to get to Jiangxi quickly. He handed the artifact to the phoenix, and she began healing. Mitsara watched this with some excitement, after which the phoenix asked everyone to vacate the room and wait outside. A few hours later, Mrs. Hay left the room. Mitsara immediately asked her how his daughter was. Phoenix replied that everything had gone well. Mitsara couldn't believe his ears when the girl told him that she had taken all the poison contained in his daughter's body. Sochon looked at Phoenix and asked her how she was feeling. Phoenix smiled and replied that Sochon seemed to have forgotten who she was. He needed to fix the hole in his memory. Phoenix said that for her, poison represents strength and energy. She also added that although she had been freed from the poison, the girl's body was weakened and needed care, and it would be nice to give her some medicine, but since she is not strong in this, she asked Mitsara to take her daughter to the nearest healer and let her be examined there. Mitsara could barely hold back his tears when suddenly he heard the girl addressing her father in a trembling voice. Mitsara called his daughter by her name, Manhwa. He immediately asked Phoenix if he could hug her. She smiled and replied, "But please be gentle." Overwhelmed with emotion and feelings, Mitsara rushed to hug his daughter. It seemed as if his heart was about to jump out. Sochon and Phoenix left father and daughter alone. Sochon told He she could keep the artifact. The girl looked at him and asked what he was planning. Sochon explained that he was going to Gangho and still needed her power. He also added that when he was in the clan, it seemed to him that her father was not against his journey to Gangho. Sochon told Phoenix that he wasn't asking her to be by his side, but he just wanted her to help him when he needed it. The girl thought about Sochon's words for a long time and replied that she needed one day to think about it. At that moment, Mitsara came out of the room. Sochon asked him how his daughter was. Mitsara replied that she was fine and sleeping. This made Sochon happy, but the boy saw that Mitsara had not approached him without reason, and most likely, a serious conversation was coming. Mitsara told Sochon that when he went to get the mind and chi separator, Mitsara decided to look for information to understand who Sochon was. He managed to find out that Sochon was a 4th-generation Hosan adept, a disciple of the Smiling Blade Yu. On his way to Gangho, he was attacked by pirates and disappeared, but later returned safe and sound. Recently, he returned to Gangho, where he won 2 bets with a poisonous phoenix. From what Mitsara had heard, the poisonous phoenix knew nothing about him. Therefore, the deal was made for the sake of healing his daughter. Mitsara asked Sochon why he needed this. The boy replied that he needed a man. Mitsara asked, "For what purpose?" Sochon responded affirmatively, "To save the world." Then Mitsara, surprised, asked why it had to be him. Sochon replied that he needed him. Then Mitsara bowed before Sochon and, kneeling on one knee, said that he did not know how Sochon found him, but it did not matter. The only thing that matters to him is that Sochon needs him, and he saved his daughter's life. Mitsara swore on his name that if Sochon wanted to rule the world, he would help him do so. But if he wanted to end it, he would kill everyone in it. And if Sochon tells him to go to hell, he will joyfully step into the abyss with a smile on his lips. And if Sochon asks for his soul, he will give it to him with great pleasure. And even if Mitsara dies and Sochon still needs him, Mitsara will plunge the sword into the neck of the Lord of the Underworld and return to Sochon. Mitsara bowed to Sochon several times and said that he was immensely grateful to him for saving his daughter. Meanwhile, people continued to plunder. An unknown person found a bundle in a pile of stones and was about to take it for himself. But then a man came up to him with a sword in his hands and said that if he didn't want to die here, it would be better to give him the package. The unknown man turned out to be the master of the River of Evil. He told the man with the sword that if he did not want to die, then it would be better for him to put the sword away. Then the man with the sword told the master that he seemed unaware of his identity. The master said that, judging by his bald head and the scorched mark, He was most likely a deadly flaming demon. The demon told the master that he reminded him of a guy who said the same thing, and hearing his screams after that was hilarious. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly for both of them to shut up. It was Sanmen's Jin. The demon told the old man not to give him orders. The master couldn't understand this freak at all. He asked San if he expected respect just because his hair was starting to turn gray. San said that everyone was on edge at the moment due to the protracted search, and there was no need to fight. While it was temporary, for now they were allies, repelling the murim's attacks. And the old man told the master that if he didn't mind, he could show him his find, and he would forgive him for his attempt to hide. The master took out the sacred scripture of blood, and at that moment the demon cut his throat and took the bundle for himself. San ordered him to stop, but the demon only screamed that it was the end of the world. San screamed that this was the bloody monk's most valuable asset. At this time, Sochan and Mrs. Hay were strolling in the garden, and the guy said it was time. Phoenix said she had no intention of becoming a man's ornament. She asked Sochan what he planned to do next. Sochan smiled and replied that he would first save himself, and then the entire murim. Meanwhile, the demon had brought the sacred scripture of blood. Now they knew the Shaolin monastery would pursue them endlessly, but there was no need to worry. The leader replied that this was nonsense, since the sacred scripture of blood was a demonic art. Although they were not given the opportunity to study it, they could profit from it by making a deal with the monastery, which considered the book a disgrace. At this time, Namgung was saying that, given what was happening, there would be war. But since war was undesirable, he sent a letter asking to be a judge. Namgung asked Sang what was best to do with the sacred blood scripture. Sang replied that they definitely couldn't just leave it like that. So Sang proposed a small war to conceal their interest. Namgung didn't understand what a small war meant. Sang explained that people from the River of Evil, the Temple of Demons, and the Murim Alliance were now gathering around the tomb of the cursed demon. Moreover, all the people sent from each group were carefully selected. Therefore, there will be no discontent if they begin to fight as representatives. Namgung asked if Sang was suggesting cutting off all possible additional support from all sides. Sang replied that he meant it. The death toll is increasing, and so is the scale of the battle. Thus, the war will escalate, and that's still better than a full-scale war. Namgung admired the wise dragon. Namgung understood that this way they could hide their interest in the sacred scripture of blood and prevent war. Meanwhile, in the Shaolin monastery, an unknown person said that judging would not be such a difficult matter, but they would also like to take part in the war. Namgung replied that he would not allow this. In exchange, if the Murim Alliance won, the sacred scripture of blood would be given to the Shaolin monastery. A letter was sent to the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, and the Temple of Demons, which stated, "Immediately go and stop all the disputes taking place in the tomb of the cursed demon, before the messenger from the Shaolin monastery arrives. The holy scripture of blood must be placed in a visible place, guarded by the Murim Alliance, the River of Evil, and the Temple of Demons. After 15 days of judging, the war for the sacred scripture of blood will begin." Meanwhile, Sochan told Mitsara that in a couple of days, the gold merchant organization would send several people, a good doctor, servants and guards skilled in martial arts, so that his daughter will be safe and comfortable. Mitsara thanked him for his concern and said that as soon as he was sure that his daughter was safe, he would immediately go to Sochan. Mitsara asked Sochan where he was going to go now, and the guy replied that he was currently planning to go to Shanxi. But then, Mitsara's daughter suddenly appeared. Sochan worriedly asked her why she had come out, as it was best for her health to be on top of things right now. The girl replied that everything was fine, and she could not stay inside while her savior was leaving. The girl told Sochan that even though she was unconscious, she always worried about her father. Therefore, she wanted to thank him for freeing her father from his suffering. Mitsara looked at his daughter with pride, and Sochan said that it was hard to refuse when she spoke like that. Sochan bowed to the girl and thanked her for coming out and seeing him off, even though it was chilly outside. He also said that they would see each other again. Mrs. Hay watched all this and told Sochan that he should also speak sweetly to her. Sochan replied that there is a saying that if you want to receive good treatment, you must first show it yourself. The mistress's guard continued to react sharply to all of Sochan's statements. Phoenix, meanwhile, asked Sochan what his relationship with Mitsara was, and why he even took out the Chi Mind Splitter. Sochan replied that everything happens for a reason, and it's natural for those involved to be curious. Phoenix replied that she thought she had a right to know. Sochan said the circumstances surrounding Mitsara weren't that important. Sochan changed the subject and asked Phoenix if he'd told her he was involved with the gold merchant organization. She replied that he had.
Sochan said they had an incredible ability to find and gather resources, and by borrowing this insight, Sochan was able to retake Mitsara. That's all. Then Mrs. He asked about the mind and chi splitter. Sochan replied that there were too many prying eyes there, and they should talk another time. This angered Phoenix a little. She asked Sochan where they were headed now. Sochan replied that they were going to the tomb of the cursed demon. Phoenix immediately asked if his goal was the blood scripture. Sochan replied that it was. Sochan had already predicted the War of the Seven Blades, but the mind and chi splitter was used by the Dark Heaven faction in the past to start a demonic war between the Demon Temple and the Blood Temple. The Shaolin Monastery was also pulled, but due to the political affairs of the main war, they were unable to send many people. 10 years later, the protracted wars ended, but the murim's influence had noticeably weakened. This led to many eyes being set on the dominant position, and since they're the Dark Heavens faction, they'll definitely bring something other than the blood scripture next time. War is inevitable. Sochan understood that everything he was doing was not enough, but he was determined to stop the war at any cost. The leader of the Dark Heaven faction was wondering who Sochan was at this time, as he had never heard that name before. Afterwards, the Dark Heaven faction leader called the girl to him, calling her Heavenly Jade. The girl asked, "What happened?" The leader asked her if she had anything on Sochan. The girl replied that Sochan wasn't the only one in the murim. He disappeared immediately after the war ended. The head subordinate also said that random guys posing as others were a real headache and advised the head not to focus on that name. The subordinate also said he was definitely not Hozan's young phoenix, so he could cross him off the list. Besides, he used his immunity to 1,000 poisons to lure the poisonous phoenix. Then the chief asked if it was true that there weren't that many masters of the unlimited limit. The girl replied that it would take a lot of time. Then the chief said it was just a guess, but he could have been the one who found the cursed demon's tomb. The girl asked if he was sure, and he replied that anything was possible, because, according to the information received, he used the famous Taiye blade, and the fact that he's hiding his identity greatly worries the leader. Even the girl is having trouble finding out anything about him. He claimed this master had a closet full of skeletons, and even if it turns out they were two different people, it was still worth finding out about him. Meanwhile, along the way, Ms. He asked Sochan if he was the phantom bow swordsman. Sochan confirmed this information. He glared at the boy and asked how he could be so open about it. Sochan smiled and said there were too many holes in the story. Phoenix looked at him and replied that she was even a little bored by his honesty. Then Sochan told her that he had confessed sincerely and asked her to keep it a secret. Phoenix replied that she already realized this, as if she revealed it, she would have to worry about all sorts of warriors from powerful families. Sochan nodded. The lady asked the boy if anyone knew about this. Sochan replied that only she, and also the gold merchant organization, Enzu, and Mitsara. Phoenix said that she was becoming increasingly curious, and although Sochan was an acolyte of the famous faction, it was strange that such an ascetic was close to a trading organization, and the fact that Sochan knew the location of the mind and chi splitter, while even the Murimu did not know, is even more mysterious. Sochan replied that yes, he'd kept it a secret until now, but his martial arts. Then Phoenix started screaming that she didn't want him interrupting her with his nonsense while she was speaking. Phoenix assumed Sochan had used some kind of clever trick to win her over, or had used the people around him, or perhaps had tweaked the giant's inflated ego. Meanwhile, in the tomb of the cursed demon, the demon presented the sacred scripture to the Shaolin monk Hefa. Hefa began to study the book carefully. Everyone around him asked him every second if it was a fake. The monk said no, it was indeed the original, and without a doubt, it was the sacred scripture of blood. Then they asked him why he had closed it just as he began to read. The monk replied that when a Shaolin monk reads the blood scripture, it begins to suck him in, cutting off the circulation of chi. At that moment, the bird brought a letter which said that there would be a war. Everyone knew that military action would be limited to Shanxi territory. The border would run along the western side of the border. The letter stated that each army would not exceed 1,000 men. The remaining troops would be allowed to join the war. The Holy Scriptures would be installed at the summit so that all representatives could see it at the beginning of the war. After reading this, people immediately wondered if those who sent the letter seriously thought that the dark factions and the demon temple would not break the rules. The warriors at the cursed tomb discussed how neither the Murim Alliance, nor the River of Evil, nor the Temple of Demons would likely follow the rules in the letter. Some thought it was better than nothing, and in the end, it was something of a restriction. And if there are no limits on the number of people, the troops could number between 5,000 and 10,000.
But if there are no limits on numbers, that will be another problem. Also, until the war begins, writing will be closely monitored, and attempts to fool everyone will have to be thwarted more than once. However, there's a problem with the day before the war. After killing their fellow guards at the sacred scripture of blood, they can rush back to their own. To ensure that this does not happen, the scripture will be moved to a prominent location before the war begins. The fourth rule is that if an army violates a requirement, then the rest, in the fight for justice, can unite and punish the violator. The warriors believed that whoever came up with these rules was a true genius. He was the Murim Alliance's strategist, the wise dragon himself. Meanwhile, in the southern part of Shanxi, at the Murim Alliance base, Namgong received news that the poisonous phoenix had arrived. Namgong replied that he had heard nothing about the Tang clan from Sichuan participating in the war. The informer said that, as far as he understood, this was not the case. Based on the report the informer received, the poisonous phoenix said that she did not come as a representative of the Sichuan Tang clan. The informer also added that she had with her a couple of warriors from the Tang clan, as well as a disciple of the Hosan faction, and a warrior from the Gold Merchant organization. Namgong was nearly speechless at what he heard. Sochon understood that to obtain the sacred scripture of blood, he would first have to participate in the War of the Seven Blades. Even though he could pass as the young phoenix of Kosan, they could easily kick him out by saying that he was not part of the main force. Sochon set a goal. First, the sacred scripture of blood, and then everything went according to plan. A spy for the Dark Heaven faction. The War of the Seven Blades is not a labyrinth like the Tomb of the Cursed Demon, so it won't take more than a year. The Dark Sky faction and its spy are trying to subtly take advantage of the situation by setting a trap. When countless people die, they will form a relationship of debt and resentment. And if this happens, it will most likely lead to a major war. An era of war will dawn, and Sochon understood that he had to stop it at any cost. Sochon and the lady arrived at the base, and suddenly someone called out to Sochon, calling him commander. And what was the guy's surprise when he saw his warrior Choren in front of him. Lady He glanced at the warrior and said that Choren was a blast of strength. Choren then asked him to introduce himself. Lady He removed her veil, and everyone present was speechless upon seeing the poisonous phoenix before them. Choren said that it was her first time seeing Lady Phoenix, and she was indeed very beautiful. The lady replied that she was flattering her, as she herself was quite charming. Choren, embarrassed, asked what was so charming about a muscular woman. Their conversation was interrupted by Sochon, who told Choryong that she might have already realized that Sochon had called them to take part in the War of the Seven Blades. Sochon also added that if they want to leave, that is their right, and he swears that there will be punishment. Choren replied that the leader knew that Sochon would say that, so he asked them 1,000 times beforehand. Sochon replied that he understood and suggested they begin with the instructions. He introduced the poisonous phoenix of the Sichuan Tang clan and its warriors. Choryong also introduced herself to Lady He. Then, Sochon explained that the reason for their gathering was to prevent the sacred scripture of blood from falling into the hands of the River of Evil or the demon temples. Sochon also added that although he had thought about participating in the Seven Blades War to maintain peace in Murim, it was impossible to do so alone. Then Choryong asked Sochon to stop joking and tell the truth. After all, wasn't it because he wanted to get his hands on something? Mrs. Hai also asked Sochon to tell the truth, as she didn't know what he was planning. Suddenly, all the warriors around him started laughing and saying that his jokes about peace were so funny. Sochon was truly confused. The warriors asked if Sochon could possibly be seeking glory in this way, but Sochon tried to explain that he was telling the truth. Afterwards, Choryong asked Sochon if this might be some kind of secret mission. Sochon replied that it wasn't. Miss Hai said she felt like pursing her lips, but there was a reason behind it all, so she held back. She asked Sochon to tell her everything another time. Meanwhile, Namgong was informed that he had received a response from the Poison King. He said the clan had no involvement, and that his daughter, the Poison Phoenix, was on her own. A subordinate told Namgung that the Poison King had no plans to send reinforcements. He didn't care about requests for assistance in the war. He could make any decision he wanted. Namgung said he'd heard that the Poison King had no compassion for his children. And there's a popular saying about a lion throwing its children off a cliff. Namgung checked with his subordinate again to make sure everything was all right. At that moment, Phoenix approached Namgung and assured him everything was clear. Meanwhile, Sochon studied Namgung closely. He knew that before him stood a swordsman of the Great Void, and that he had taken the lives of many warriors of the Demon Temple. and the mere mention of his name made them gnash their teeth. At his age, he could have retired, a hero who fought the Dark Sky faction to the very end. At that moment, Namgung noticed Sochun's strange looks. He apologized and said he was lost in thought. Namgung looked Sochun over carefully and remembered hearing that the poison phoenix had lost twice to Hosan's disciple. And most likely, this was the same boy. Namgung told Ms. Hei directly that he still doubted he was doing the right thing. However, he had no reason to stop them, and he was all for it if they wanted to fight for the Murim alliance. Sochun and Lady Hei passed by the warriors, who admired the girl's incredible beauty and could not believe their eyes that she was standing in front of them. Everyone also said that Sochun was Hosan's young phoenix. They also admired him. Sochun and Phoenix were walking along their way when suddenly someone called out to the girl and greeted her. The guy introduced himself and said that his name was Chang Chong, and that it was an honor for him to meet the poisonous phoenix of the 5 dragons and 3 phoenixes. Sochun was wondering who this might be. Mrs. Hei told the boy he must be from a minor branch of the Taesan faction. She was pleased to meet him. The girl asked what he wanted. Chang Chong said that before he explained, he wanted her to let him introduce his companions. One of the Sinsan faction's lone swordsmen, named Kwak, said the phoenix was very beautiful. The second member of the Hansen faction's flower sword group, named Annen, greeted Miss He. Sochun glanced at Annen and couldn't tell if she was really a disciple of the Hansen faction. Of the 5 evil factions that use the way of the sword, the Hansen faction is on very bad terms with the Hosen faction. This is because the 24 chopped plum petal style was founded by an excommunicated disciple of the Hosen faction. The Hansen faction had held a grudge against them ever since, right up until now. Sochun understood that no matter how much they hated them, it didn't matter. Meanwhile, Miss Phoenix asked who was next. Changzong replied that the remaining prominent figures from each faction had gathered, and since they still had 6 days, he was curious about what Lady Phoenix thought about strengthening the friendly bond between them. He also reminded the lady that this didn't happen every day. Sochun glanced at him and thought he was a real slowpoke. Changzong asked Sochun what funny thing he'd said to make him laugh so loudly. Sochun then asked him if he'd really decided to spend the remaining 6 days making friends instead of paying attention to his own people. Suddenly, Annen started laughing and called Sochun a moron. For Hassan faction acolytes, not knowing even the basics of friendly relations in war is rock bottom, and it seemed Hassan had sunk even lower. Sochun looked at them all carefully and came to the conclusion that in front of him there was not 1, but 3 arrogant people, real mirror images of each other. Hearing Sochun's opinion, they became even more angry and began throwing swear words at him. Sochun warned that he would only have to use 1 finger against the guy who called him a bastard. Humiliated by Sochun's words, they were already drawing their swords until Lady Hai began to speak. The girl told them to stop creating unnecessary fuss and get down to business, and that everything would be decided during the war. She also added that it would end with someone using their subordinates as shields because they couldn't demonstrate their martial arts. Therefore, this situation should be let go. Lady Phoenix asked her to forgive them in case they had misunderstood her, and she would recommend sharpening the blade and thinking about it again. She also said she hoped they would focus on the war rather than trying to get closer to her, as she wanted nothing to do with those who were willing to bury the Murim's future. Sochun said that he too should quickly finish the business for which he came here, so that they could go their separate ways. Afterwards, Choren told Sochun that she wanted to show him something. The girl said she brought it when she heard Sochun would be participating in the 7 Blades War. The boy took a look and said it was interesting. Miss He was watching from the side at this time. Then she came over and said that she was interested in what they were chatting about. Sochun told Miss Phoenix not to worry, as it wasn't something she could use. She'd find out about it in 6 days anyway. Sochun asked Choryang how the training was going. Choryang replied that the boy had given them full instructions, so there was nothing to worry about. Then Sochun asked her to be prepared to surprise the Murim, as they would be at the forefront and would be able to make their names famous. Choryang replied that she could already see envy in her comrade's eyes. At this time, rumors spread around the base that the poisonous phoenix had scolded the guys from Taesan, the Lonely Sword, and the Flower Sword. The information was distorted to say that the phoenix told the 3 to wake up so as not to wet her pants. And it's no coincidence that she's a poisonous phoenix, since her tongue is also poisonous. Some people wondered if she wasn't famous for her caustic remarks, and while she was right, she went too far. And what could one expect from those who use poison? After these rumors, warriors were afraid to utter a word in the presence of the poisonous phoenix. Sochun was even upset that he wasn't mentioned in these rumors, and Mrs. Hei behaved very respectably and didn't pay any attention to it. Sochun dared to approach the lady and talk, The girl asked what was going on. So-chan timidly replied that it was just gossip.
And if she's worried about that. Here, Lady He interrupted the boy's monologue and said that if he thought she'd stumble because of this when the battle began, he was mistaken. She added that she had long been accustomed to this, and So-chan should not think that she was a timid girl who took everything to heart. So-chan's main goal was to find the spies and eliminate them. This would help him change the course of the war. Each of the 7 factions gathered there has spies, and in 5 days, they will begin to prolong the war by any means necessary. So-chan never in his life would have thought he'd be doing something like this, even considering who he was in his past life. Sometime later, the spies gathered in one place and couldn't figure out what was happening. They were supposed to meet 2 days later, and it wasn't clear who was behind it. Suddenly, someone shouted that it was his doing. The guys immediately shouted, "Who's there?" It was So-chan, but they realized he was definitely not one of them. So-chan said he was a spy who had infiltrated the River of Evil. And what, something happened? That's why he gathered them here. The boys were confused by this answer and asked if he really was a spy in the River of Evil. They asked So-chan how many spies were there. So-chan immediately replied that there were 20. However, this answer didn't satisfy the boys, as they knew that, aside from a couple of their superiors, no one knew how many spies were in the River of Evil or the Demon Temple, and even they didn't have that information. And so they told So-chan that he couldn't know that, but should have asked first why they asked that question. So-chan replied that it meant they kept it a secret, even from spies, to prevent information from leaking. The spies were already angry and menacingly asked So-chan who he was and how he knew the secret code of their faction. Then, So-chan asked the spies what they would do and say if they were in his place. One of the spies replied that they had to capture So-chan alive, no matter what, and it wouldn't matter if he lost a couple of limbs in the process. So-chan smiled and asked the boys if they ever took a break in their Dark Sky faction. Then the spies asked how he knew the names of their faction. One of the spies shouted to his fellow spies to forget about the sabotage mission and focus on capturing this man. Meanwhile, So-chan assessed the situation and realized that all the spies present here were first-class masters. The spies attacked So-chan, and the leader couldn't understand how it was that 12 first-class martial artists attacked So-chan at the same time, and he easily blocked all the blows. So-chan defended himself and began shouting at them to retreat and not approach him. However, the spies, of course, attacked. So-chan dealt with spies one after another, scattering them like flies. The spies began asking So-chan who the hell he was. So-chan replied that he was sure the spies had heard the sentence dozens, if not hundreds of times. So-chan also added that it was better for them not to know who he was. After that, he approached one of the spies and used his purple sword technique. Then one of the spies realized that So-chan was using Hwasan's sword, and there was the art of the 24-step blossom sword. And what lay before them? A flourishing swordsman. Then So-chan said that he, too, saw before him a jumble of things. Kunlun 13 Cloud Dragon Swords, Taesan 99 Evening Glory Swords, Songsan 9 Valley Sword Art, Hansan Lone Pine Sword Art. At this time, the spies were wondering how such a flourishing swordsman could come alone, and doubted that he was really a flourishing swordsman. There are only 24 blooming swordsmen, and they always work in groups of at least 2. As Hwasan's elite, their every movement is closely monitored. After this, the spies decided to change their plan and allow So-chan to be killed by attacking with full force, hoping that they would defeat him this way. The spies decided to kill him first and then examined the corpse. The spies asked So-chan again who he was and whether his answer was final. However, So-chan did not waste his time and used a technique that knocked out most of the spies. Suddenly, one of the spies noticed that So-chan had poisoned them. Then he even more angrily asked So-chan who he was. So-chan smiled and replied that he knew that feeling very well, and that it didn't matter who he was. The boy spared a few spies and ordered them to go and report what had happened. Report this unknown monster, So-chan of the Hwasan faction. Afterwards, So-chan approached the spies he had killed and noticed that their faces were unrecognizable. Not to mention, their identities were completely unrecognizable. The boy decided he needed to return. Meanwhile, at the murim meeting, they were discussing how it had happened that 20 first-class masters of the arts had disappeared. Some speculated that it must be a river of evil or some kind of demonic cult, and they probably sent assassins. One of the members of the assembly asked why the Namgung clan was so calm. Namgung responded suspiciously, wondering if they were suspected. Suddenly, Chief Namgung ordered everyone to immediately calm down and shut their mouths. Namgung said the guards reported that nothing of the sort had happened during the night.
This meant that 20 people had left of their own free will. That's why Namgung ordered that the first thing to do is to stop doubting your allies. And perhaps that's exactly what the River of Evil and the Temple of Blood are trying to achieve. Namgung also said that he would like to conduct an investigation, and the war over the secret scriptures would begin in 4 days, and now was not the time to sort it out, as they had to strengthen their defenses. A meeting participant asked Namgung if he was suggesting they simply ignore what had happened, since their brothers and students had vanished as if by magic. Namgung replied that he understood perfectly well, but they should know that there are times when there is no other choice. And they too had lost one of their own. It turned out that Sochun was also present at this meeting. Namgung said that if they assigned people to the investigation, the ground under their feet would be less secure in the coming conflict. Namgung was about to send a message to the center with a request to the poor faction. Meanwhile, Sochun thought that a sage of the highest order was a great man. Sochun also understood that there were no spies in the Namgung clan, and it seemed that it was very difficult to infiltrate them into noble clans. Moreover, if the spies are exposed or disappear again, suspicion will immediately fall on the Namgung clan. This will sow the seeds of discord within the alliance. Sochun continued to eliminate the spies, and each one constantly asked him who he was. He grew tired of these questions, so he simply killed them. During this time, Sochun learned a few things. Spies embedded in each faction planned to gather for a meeting 3 days before the upcoming conflict. They also later wanted to contact each squad. Because the identity of the spies in the Murim alliance was secret, they did not know that they were no longer there. Sochun understood that, unfortunately, the meeting was already 2 days away, and if he had just one more day, the course of events would have changed. The boy understood that the sky was about to intervene. The next day, the Dark Heavens faction received word that there were more than just spies in the Murim alliance, but everyone disappeared into the River of Evil. Sky couldn't understand how this was possible. Scorpio claimed that someone, like a ghost, was playing tricks on them. Meba said they could now confidently assume that someone knew of their existence. And that was incredible. Scorpio told the sky that if he didn't change his mind, he'd never know anything. And that's arrogance. Scorpio said that he would tell Merak and the Sky Jade to find those who knew about them and were most likely to betray them. The Scorpion also asked the Sky to go and find this man and bring him back alive, as his value was greater than that of the War of the Seven Swords. 3 days later, that very day arrived. The fateful day. For some, happy. For others, the most terrible. Each faction believed the sacred scripture of blood belonged specifically to their faction. Each of them was ready for anything. At first, debates and insults began between the factions, each accusing the other. This reached such a point that they turned on each other. The demon faction has set itself the goal of killing and robbing everyone in order to teach them a lesson that it is the power in the faction that rules everything. The alliance's allies behaved more restrainedly and began to defend themselves. The War of the Seven Swords had begun. A real massacre began. All human factors disappeared from the battlefield, and someone found his tasty morsel and believed that he was now one of the best. But then another would run up and kill him for that same piece. Some simply enjoyed the kill and became true beasts. Brother turned on his brother, saying that there are no relatives in war. However, for every such brave man, there was another, pure darkness and horror. The writing of blood seemed to possess everyone present at this massacre. Some no longer valued it, but fought to the last. Suddenly, the blood scripture fell into the hands of a man from the demon faction. His eyes sparkled, and he said that demonic art should belong to the demon clan. The warriors of the alliance saw this, and understood that if the scripture fell into the hands of demons, then the whole world would collapse. So they decided the demons wouldn't escape alive. The demon told them they were just Kunlun bastards. The demon faction went towards the Kunlun faction, but unexpectedly, the factions that were at the bottom of the peak noticed that the Namgong clan and the Sichuan Tang clan were heading towards the peak, and Lady Phoenix led their march and attack. This was a very bold and serious statement during the battle, as no one suspected she would take part in the War of the Seven Blades. Using her poisonous technique, the girl scattered 1,000 poisonous needles, which fatally struck the enemies. The soldiers shouted that it was an explosive rain of pear blossom needles. Some tried to hide under the bodies of the dead to save their own skins. Some used living people as cover. Suddenly, Namgung's son ordered Lady Phoenix to stop as they were retreating. Young Namgung understood that the King of Poisons might not be interested in his daughter's safety, but he would be indebted to them for taking care of her. Lady Phoenix stopped, and Namgung and his squad took matters into their own hands. He wanted the enemy to taste all the ferocity of their clan's blue sky. The Namgun clan fought with dignity, but there were many enemies, and every warrior wanted to rest. One of the warriors asked Sochun how long they could keep these things. Sochun replied that they could only use them once, so they had to wait. The demon faction seemed to go mad. They began to burn everything in their path. Their goal was to burn everything to the ground. For the demon faction, this was a real joy. They set fire to the enemies and said that they actually knew how to dance. Suddenly, Namgung appeared and started shouting, "How dare they do this to living people, and that no blood writing is worth such mockery." The demon lord asked Namgung if he understood how many times they had thwarted their plans. But today, they would burn everyone and take the sacred scripture of blood. Namgung continued to shout that this would never happen. While the Kunlun faction fought the demon faction, one of the leaders of the other faction wished for them to kill each other quickly so that the scripture would fall into their hands. Suddenly, an unknown person appeared and asked how he dared to try to use demonic techniques for good instead of sealing them. This daredevil turned out to be Zhang Zhong from the Tesson faction. The faction leader asked what this boy was doing there. Because he was expecting big shots like the one-branch sword, flower sword, and Nangung Chiyong, Zhang said they had gone forward to the front line, and their swords would suppress the forces of the two demonic factions and the river of evil. As for him, the hand of flying flowers, it would be better to surrender. Delan started laughing and asked if he was serious about leaking his side's plans to him. He'd heard that elite students were idiots, but not to that extent. Hand asked Zhang how many blows he thought he could withstand from his sword of one branch, because the hand considered them to be the most arrogant and ignorant idiots, and that he would quickly finish with this boy. Young Namgung continued to fight. He ordered his warriors to show them the strength of the Namgung clan. Suddenly, someone called out to Namgung and said that he saw that Namgung was still alive. Namgung looked back and saw Samon Yijin standing before him. Choryang recognized it as the Samon clan's lightning victory blade. And then memories came flooding back to Shachan, Namgung, and Somun. The Namgung clan is located in Anhui, while the Somun clan is located in Zhejiang. Due to their location, the clans are close. However, as noble clans of the light and dark factions, they are enemies, they are friends. This couple is no exception. They've been at odds since their days as elite students, and their ill-fated relationship continues to this day. Now Sachon understood that in the end, they had met in the Great War of the Seven Blades. Young Namgung didn't understand what the Somun clan was doing here, as he hadn't heard of them joining the war. Sochan said that this only confirms the fact that the Dark Faction does not follow the rules, and it seems there are about 100 of them. Namgung and his squad became angry and called the Somun faction despicable cowards, and that after this, they shouldn't call themselves martial artists at all. The Somun faction gloated, saying that they only had to look at those arrogant blonde snobs, because they were idiots who seriously intended to follow any rules. Somun said that he felt lucky that Lady Phoenix herself was also present here. Shomun also added that he would finally put an end to this and, by killing Namgung, would take the poisonous phoenix for himself. Namgung immediately gave the order to protect the young lady, and no mercy for this cowardly bastard. Somun began using the technique on Namgung. Somun revealed that he had perfected his lightning blade techniques and learned the 18-step heavenly blade to kill Namgung. Namgung replied that he didn't care what Somun had learned, since his clan's puny tricks were no match for the Namgung clan's sword. Somun attacked him again and said they would find out now. Somun used the wide blue sky sword technique, and then Namgung realized he wasn't bluffing. Namgung understood that this would not work, and that at this rate the hand of flying flowers would take the sacred scripture of blood for itself. He didn't know what to do next. Meanwhile, Somun continued his attacks and asked Namgung where he was looking. Namgung was slightly injured, and he knew he needed to deal with the situation as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he heard Choren scream. The girl was shouting that everyone was about to see the missile's guidance system, which was specially made by the mechanical genius Ju. So far, none of the warriors understood what Choren was talking about. Sochan asked Choryang what had just happened. The girl replied that young Master Zhu wanted them to shout that when they fired. After a moment's thought, Sochan decided that Zhu was right. After all, he really was a mechanical genius. Sochan was proud of the terrible things Zhu did when he was given money. Then the Dark Faction started shouting that the Namgung faction was dishonest. Sochan shouted back that he was aware of it. One of the warriors shouted that he saw 2 more of them there. At that moment, Sochan gave the order for them to load the mechanism. A warrior from the Dark Faction noticed that this was the work of the Sichuan Tang clan. He also noticed that Lady Phoenix had fluttered off somewhere. He immediately gave the order to destroy Sochan's warriors. An embittered Sochan shouted that he would not allow this to happen. Sochan began to fight the warriors from the dark faction. He used the Plum Blossom sword art 24 steps. They realized that if he was using Plum Blossom, he was from the Hwasan faction. Meanwhile, Choryang fought bravely. The girl had defeated more than one enemy, and Sochan was proud that he had such friends that he had never hoped to make in this life. At this time, Lady Phoenix landed, and with one movement of her hand, removed the leader of the dark faction warriors from the road. After this, the girl raised her palm and released a huge number of poisonous needles at the enemies. They immediately realized it was the poisonous hand of the Scarlet Lotus. Although they hadn't heard that the poisonous Phoenix was no pushover, they didn't think it was so good. Phoenix glanced at the mechanisms Ju had created. She wondered who he was and how he had made them. At this time, one of the warriors shouted that the boy from Hwasan was next to the poisonous phoenix. Then, Sochan attacked them and began to destroy them one by one. Everyone screamed that the young phoenix had gone mad, and they couldn't understand where he got his inner strength. Suddenly, Sochan ordered his soldiers to fire. Choryang asked him if he had gone mad. Sochan shouted for them to immediately take a double shot. Soon, the voice was heard. Load! Solman realized at that moment that the Hand of Flying Flowers would not be able to withstand so many, and now Namgung asked his rival where he was staring. This made Solmung even more angry. They continued their battle. Namgung dealt several fatal blows, making it impossible to survive. Meanwhile, Hand had to fight the elite disciples of the 5 mountain swordsman factions, and he couldn't understand how they were still alive. The Hand told them he wanted to kill every one of them, but would show mercy just once. He asked them to give him the sacred scripture of blood, and then he would let them live. The students started shouting that it was all a lie, and they couldn't believe him, and they weren't going to give up. Han started screaming, which meant he was trying to show compassion so they wouldn't die a dog's death. But they were still barking, practically begging him to kill them. The students began to laugh and replied that it did not frighten them, since it was obvious that he was exhausted after the battle between the factions. Hand approached Jang and wanted to say something to him, but the guy had already pulled out his sword, and he bumped into him. However, everything quickly changed. Delan threw back his sword and grabbed Zhang by the throat. The other students, meanwhile, shouted at him to let the boy go. The Hand was extremely irritated by the students, as these foreigners still didn't understand the situation. He simply couldn't comprehend how they had managed to survive for so long. But Sochan suddenly appeared. Some weren't particularly happy to see him. Some wondered if something had happened downstairs or if reinforcements were coming. At this point, Delan realized that the young Phoenix stood before him, but he was curious about the whereabouts of Lady Phoenix. Sochan looked him in the eye and introduced himself. Han sensed no one behind Sochan and concluded he was alone, which meant that the sword strike had been his. Han told Sochan that he was giving him a chance to just leave while he was being nice to him, and he would let him live if he didn't piss him off. At that moment, Sochan thought that young Phoenix sounded just like Stupid Phoenix, and he had to change that idiotic nickname. Zhang shouted to Sochan that if he didn't want to die, he'd better hide behind them. Sochan turned to Han at that moment and told him that he should ask him to become a scapegoat in order to change his nickname. The Hand replied that responding to acts of mercy with a dying wish was sheer stupidity. In response, Sochan used one of his techniques and wounded the Hand. The latter became angry and told the boy that he would show him the full horror of the falling petals technique. However, Sochan only smiled in response and used the purple mist technique, which caused the Hand to fall to the ground. The warriors watched the battle and quickly spread the news that the Hand of Flying Flowers had lost. At this time, Lord Namgung fought the leader of the demonic faction and defeated him. Afterwards, Namgung asked them not to worry about him and to take care of the remaining warriors. Afterwards, a subordinate reported to Namgung that Sochan had just killed the Hand of Flying Flowers. Namgung couldn't believe it. The subordinate also added that there was a problem. Sochan handed the sacred scripture of blood to the flower sword and ordered it to be burned. The girl didn't understand the stupidity Sochan was suggesting. The boy ordered her to burn the holy scripture again. At this point, Zhang began to shout that the young Phoenix had completely forgotten that they should not return the sacred scripture to Shaolin. Sochan replied that he remembered this. However, he didn't think they should do it because he was sure that he would be stolen during transport. Zhang started shouting that Sochan was simply trying to obtain the demonic arts for himself. This angered Sochan. Zhang added that young Phoenix was driven by envy and was going to take all the credit. Sochan didn't understand what he was even saying. Zhang also said that he let his guard down a little, but he himself would have dealt with that guy if Sochan hadn't interfered. At this time, Sochan couldn't understand what was wrong with this bastard.
although such guys don't last long in war. Sochon ordered everyone to shut up, as they didn't have time for this. Zhang ordered Sochon to stop. The subordinate was about to stop Zhang and reminded him that this guy had saved his life, and he should think about the rumors that would spread if he attacked Sochon. The elite students still couldn't let go of Sochon. Flower Sword said she would remember this humiliation. Sochon insisted, and the sacred scripture of blood was burned to ashes. Essentially, the object of war no longer existed. At this time, Choren climbed to the top and asked Sochon what happened there. Meanwhile, rumors spread to the younger Namgung that Sochon had killed the hand of the flying flowers and burned the holy scripture to ashes. After this, someone ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Namgung tried to stop him. However, someone reminded him that he was in no position to pursue them now, and that they would resolve everything next time. Thus, there is no object of war, and there is no war itself. The soldiers began to whisper that the war was over, as they say the holy scriptures were burned. Everyone knew it was Sochon who had burned the sacred scripture, and that he was no longer the young phoenix, but now the true plum blossom sword. Meanwhile, the head of the dark faction asked his subordinate who the spies sent to the War of the Seven Swords were. He replied that they were from the Kunlun faction, Taesan, Sunsan, and Hansan. All of them were proven martial artists from the Murim Alliance and the River of Evil. 20 in the Murim Alliance, 30 in the River of Evil, and 50 in total. Then the leader asked what happened to them. He replied that they had all been killed by an unknown martial artist, and that he had received orders from the heavenly realm and was heading to the highlands to personally investigate. The subordinate said that he arrived 2 days before the war began, but found no spies, and the war ended. The leader turned to the heavenly scale and said that he expected that he would not allow the sacred scripture of blood to be burned, and would even take it away. But he did nothing. The subordinate fell to his knees and begged his superior to kill him. The superior replied that he still had much work to do and could not afford to lose such a talented man. The subordinate kept asking the boss to punish him for his incompetence. Then the boss replied that instead, he had kidnapped, tortured, and killed his own relative. Through gnashing of teeth, the subordinate told the leader that he was deeply grateful to him for his mercy. The leader smiled wickedly and replied that he was glad to hear it. He then summoned the celestial sphere to him. The chief asked him how his hand was. He replied that, thanks to its clean cut, he felt no pain and was deeply grateful for his attention and compassion. Then the chief moved on to the main point and asked him to tell him his opinion about this Sochon. He said that he is not bad, but he thinks that it is mainly a matter of luck. Then the leader asked what he meant. He said that before the battle on the highlands, the hand of the flying flowers was already exhausted from the battle with the Temple of Demons. And on top of that, he underestimated Sochon because of his age. Sochon couldn't defeat a top 100 martial artist with just luck, so they should pay attention to that. The head suggested that it seemed that the Murim were beginning to sense the arrival of a turbulent age. With talents being announced all over the world, the boss ordered him promoted to Class 2 on the kill list and placed under surveillance. Kill him as soon as the opportunity presented itself. Young Namgung informed Sochon and Lady Phoenix that the Mirim Alliance had given an order that the three of them needed to return to the Alliance headquarters in Hefei. Then Phoenix asked if they really wanted an explanation. Then Namgung explained that yes, neither the sage of the highest calling nor he knew what happened at the place where the sacred scripture of blood lay. Choren asked Sochon what was happening to them. Sochon ordered them to return and tell the leader what had happened in the war. Choren accepted the order. Meanwhile, rumors spread that the true plum blossom sword was very capable. Some even heard it from the disciples of the Five Mountain Sword faction themselves. Some claimed that he must have beaten the poisonous phoenix fairly. Sochon managed to overhear these rumors, and how happy he was when he heard, among all this, the words, Lotus Squad, true plum blossom sword. At that moment, Phoenix asked Sochon if he knew he had a really creepy face right now, that it gave her goosebumps. Sochon laughed and replied that they say people turn green with envy, so it's no wonder she has goosebumps with a green tint. Phoenix glared at him and ordered him to continue if he wanted to cough up green blood. Sochon told Phoenix that on their way to the Murim Alliance, they would have the chance to meet his friend, the Wise Dragon. Sochon thought he shouldn't eat with this woman, for now. They soon arrived in Hefei. Murim Alliance. Sochon looked around and enjoyed the peace, as the War of the Seven Swords was about to escalate into a great confrontation between the light and dark factions. But it ended literally in a day. Lives were saved, and they continue to live, changing the future. Sochon understood that no one knew how this influence would change everything. Suddenly,
someone called out to Sochon and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sochon turned around and saw the same master strategist standing before him. Of course, it was Sang. Sang replied that there was no need for formalities. At that moment, Sochon understood why he was nicknamed the Handsome Jade Prince. Sang recalled the events that took place on the Yangtze River. He still can't forget the day he lost Sochon and Ju. Sochon apologized to Sang and said they should have returned as soon as possible. Sang replied that he should be grateful to Sochon for everything, and they would talk about it again. Sang smiled and said he wasn't really in a position to have a long conversation with him. He wished Sochon a good rest. He would visit him tomorrow. Meanwhile, news reached the River of Evil that the head of the Namgung Sword and the true Plum Blossom Sword had arrived at the Murim Alliance. The leader of the River of Evil couldn't understand who the hell this guy was. He also couldn't wrap his head around the fact that he was only 18. And it looked like the Hwasan faction had landed themselves a guy with talent. And with an unusual talent, too. Then the boss decided to put a price on his head. The leader also learned that the hand had lost the battle to Sochon. The leader considered the hand a true idiot, since even if he was exhausted, he shouldn't have let his guard down. The leader considered it a true disgrace that they had failed to capture the sacred scripture of blood. He was only consoled by the fact that all three factions had suffered losses. He noticed that things seemed to have calmed down for the time being. He should take this opportunity to move on to the Lightning Rainblade and Meow Sword factions. At this time, the Demon Temple also reported that the true Plum Blossom Sword had ultimately burned the blood scripture to ashes. Hearing this, the leader asked his subordinates if they had prepared their dying wishes. He ordered Sochon to be killed at any cost. At this time, Sochon came to the meeting of the Murim Alliance to clarify all the circumstances. In the light factions, honor and shame are important considerations. If a faction has tainted itself, then no matter what, it must deal with this shame itself. If she fails to do so, the stigma of dishonor will haunt the faction for generations. And the Shaolin Monastery was a shining example of this. The bloody monk's shame. The Shaolin Monastery was forced to take responsibility and deal with the matter, but even they failed to catch the bloody monk, and this event has haunted the monastery for 4 centuries. That's why the sacred scripture of blood appeared 400 years later. It was the Shaolin Monastery's only chance to cleanse itself of the shame that had haunted it for so long. But Sochon burned it to the ground. The wise Namgung explained that this was the current situation, but they weren't here to blame Sochon, so he shouldn't worry. Since his actions weren't all that bad, one of the attendants told Sochon he should have thought a little more. Sochon replied that he understood everything and accepted the situation. Suddenly, the great strategist addressed him. Sochon was about to listen carefully when he asked if he minded if he strangled him. Sochon asked him to cool it off a bit. The strategist went berserk and started shouting that not only was his friend making him suffer in the last years of his life, but this little bastard was also trying to kill him. Sochon asked Mr. Strategist to calm down, as he needed to take care of his health. He asked him to leave the matter to him. Suddenly, another person present told Sochon that he seemed to be misunderstanding something, and that they hadn't brought him here to resolve the issue, and regardless of formalities, they would like Sochon to explain himself to the Hwasan faction, and for them to calm down the angry Shaolin Monastery. Then, Sochon couldn't take it anymore and said he had an idea. Mr. Namgung asked everyone to calm down for a minute, as they should at least listen to the boy. Sochon continued that the problem was that he couldn't say it here. This further enraged those present, and they threatened to kill him. Mr. Strategist attacked Sochon, saying that he would kill him, since he only needed to be slightly strangled. Namgung told Sochon that they were tolerant because they recognized his merit, but Sochon should not insult them. At this point, Sochon didn't know what to do. He'd foreseen this and had a solution prepared. But you can't say that publicly. Sochon wondered how he could convince them. The room was deathly silent, except for the strategist's threats, of course. Suddenly, the leader of the Murim Alliance turned to Sochon and ordered him to look him in the eye. Sochon did so. Sochon literally broke out in a sweat as he saw before him the sincere sword of Namgung, one of the 10 thrones of the highest heavens. Namgung sternly asked Sochon if he had a solution. Then, Sochon gathered all his strength and replied that he did. After this, Namgung smiled and replied that that was enough, and he would postpone the meeting until tomorrow. Sochon was very surprised by this decision. Namgung decided he should take a walk with the young man. During the walk, Namgung apologized for Mr. Strategist, as he hadn't been like that when he was younger. Sochon replied that he understood that, and he thought it was stupid of him to say that. During their walk, Sochon didn't notice how they'd ended up in an unfamiliar place. Namgung explained that being the leader was exhausting,
and he barely had time to truly rest when he was surrounded by so many people.
Namgong explained that this shelter was woven using the art of closed illusions. After this, Namgong added that they were lucky that Sochon was on the side of the light faction.
Sochon was being very respectful, so Namgong told him that he was only dealing with an old man now. So, enough of the fuss, and they should get down to business. After these words, Namgong turned to Sochon and said that before they began, they should first see what Sochon was made of. The boy didn't understand what was going on. Namgong used a technique on Sochon, telling him he had a good sword. Sochon responded by using an invisible sword ore. Namgong asked Sochon if he was surprised. Sochon asked what the old man expected of him. Namgong smiled and replied that he had expected the boy to hide his strength. Sochon looked at him and said that he hadn't planned to hide it from him. Then Namgong asked the boy if he realized how shocked he was when he saw him. They continued their battle, and Namgong employed the endless step technique. Endless step is an unpredictable footwork that is the essence of continuous change. Sochon understood there was no point in watching his steps. He should focus on blocking his attacks. Namgong was surprised that Sochon knew how to react to the endless tread, so his next technique was more powerful. They continued their battle, and Namgong did not believe that he would fight an opponent who was equal to him in strength. Having missed several times, Namgong even became angry. For several years in a row, he hadn't seen an opponent worthy of fighting him. Namgong didn't believe that Sochon could even evade the 19 steps infinity technique. Sochon fell to the ground and said that it seemed like he was a bit lazy in studying her as a hobby. Sochon's thoughts were that he was a sincere sword. However, he was only pushing him back through hand-to-hand combat. Namgong told Sochon not to deceive himself, as these techniques were just as valuable as his martial arts skills. The battle had been going on for over half an hour. Sochon knew that if he'd relaxed for a second, he'd already be dead. And then Sochon gathered all his strength and used the same plum blossom technique that had killed all his opponents. However, with one swing of his sword, Namgong blocked the blow and said that he could smell the faint scent of plum blossoms through the illusory and crumbling blade. Then Namgong flew back a little and told Sochon that he saw many secrets and talents in him. Then Sochon declared that he had lost. Namgong asked in surprise, "Really? So fast?" Then Sochon asked to bring any of his grandchildren and make them survive at least 3 of his attacks. Namgong laughed and replied that when he saw Sochon, he realized he was incredible, and it was hard to believe even after the duel. Namgong saw that Sochon had reached an unimaginable level, despite not even being 20. An unimaginable talent. Sochon looked closely at Namgong and came to the conclusion that this old man had quite a character. Then Namgong asked Sochon if he'd be interested in meeting his granddaughter. Limbered on the floor, Sochon replied that he wasn't interested at all. Sochon came to his senses and told Namgong about the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. He couldn't believe his ears, because Namgong knew that the sacred art of enlightened wisdom, this high-level art of the Shaolin Monastery, was famous for being lost hundreds of years ago, and it must be as valuable as the method of strengthening muscles and tendons that has not yet been deciphered. Namgong asked Sochon where the hell he found it. Sochon replied that he'd acquired it in the Valley of Poisonous Blood. Namgong was even more surprised, because he knew that the Valley of Poisonous Blood was located in the Ailao Mountains. Namgong said he understood that Sochon had used his immunity to 1,000 poisons. Sochon then asked him if he'd known about it from the start. Namgong replied that the land was full of rumors, and there were plenty of witnesses. It wouldn't be difficult to find out. At that moment, Mr. Strategist approached them and told Sochon that he thought the guy was an empty-headed idiot, but it seemed the opposite was true. He also apologized for wanting to strangle him. Sochon replied that he understood everything, but asked Mr. Strategist to spare him the trouble, as it was indeed having a negative impact on his health. The strategist looked at him strangely and asked if Sochon was hinting at his death. The strategist also told Sochon to leave the remaining elders to him, and he would deal with them. The boy thanked him for this. However, the dialogue between Sochon and the strategist didn't end there. The old man asked the boy how his grandson, the foolish boy Zhu, was doing. Sochon smiled as broadly as he could and replied that he was doing wonderfully. Then the strategist asked Sochon to tell Zhu to grow up quickly and start learning something useful. Sochon asked if Mr. Strategist had anything else he wanted to pass on to his grandson. However, he replied that that was all. After the conversation, Namgong turned to Sochon and gave him advice that he should not be shy about crossing swords with someone, as it is the best way to get closer. Namgong also told the boy he wanted to ask him about something else.
Sochon immediately thought it would be about the 24-step plum blossom sword art. And then Namgung asked the guy if he was sure that he didn't want to become part of their family. Sometime later, Sochon managed to read the letter, which was addressed to Lady Phoenix. It told the girl to finish her journey and return. After reading such news, Sochon was glad that his journey with this crazy girl would finally end. The boy went to see her, but the guard said the young lady wasn't there. Sochon looked at the guard and told him what he sees, how his behavior has changed since Sochon began receiving recognition for his achievements. The guard usually pestered him with advice on what he should do. Sochon also told the guard that if he made any noise, Sochon would bet that the young lady would poison his food. The guard asked if Sochon was serious. In his mind, Sochon knew Phoenix would never do such a thing. However, he told the guard it wasn't surprising they were making frequent trips to the restroom. Sochon asked the guard again where Miss Phoenix was. He was the only one Sochon could ask. The guard then replied that Phoenix had gone to meet the young master. Sochon wondered if this could possibly be the clan heir. Sochon asked the guard if there was a poisonous dragon at the Murim Alliance headquarters. The guard told Sochon that he wouldn't advise him to meet with Miss Phoenix right now. Sochon thanked the guard for the advice. Sochon set off on his way, asking the girls along the way if they knew where Lady Phoenix was. However, the girls didn't answer. Then Sochon approached the poisonous manor and noticed Mrs. Hay there, but the guy didn't understand what she was doing there. Sochon hesitated for a long time and decided it was best for him to return. However, Phoenix suddenly turned around and announced that she was returning too. Sochon glanced at the artifact ring and asked the girl not to lose it. Phoenix replied that she remembered. Winter arrived, and Sochon returned to Hwasan. Before he could even step inside, he was immediately called out to. It was Nak. The girl said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she believed she hadn't been able to keep her promise. At first, Sochon didn't understand what the girl meant. However, he then remembered that he had promised to see her in the year. Sochon apologized to Nak. She asked him what he was apologizing for. He replied that it seemed like he had broken his promise. Nak smiled and told the boy it wasn't his fault at all. Then Sochon asked where his master, Yu, was now. The girl led Sochon in. Sochon entered the room and told his master that he hoped she was in good health. The master did not expect his appearance and asked him not to worry about her, as he must have been tired on the way and there was no need to bow so much. Sochon told the master that he was seeing her for the first time this year, and how could he show such disrespect? The master sighed and said that she was not comfortable with these formalities and asked the guy to spare her. The master told Sochon that she had heard stories about him, and he made her proud. The teacher, as usual, approached the guy, put her hand on his head, and said that she saw that he had grown well over the past year. Sochon smiled and replied that he was in his growing period. Meanwhile, at the meeting, everyone was asking the headmaster what had happened, and whether there was a difference between what the boy had said and what they knew. The boss replied that he hadn't. He was simply curious about how impressive his skills were at such a young age. The chief also added that he should meet him again later. Some time later, Sochon appeared before the chief. They greeted each other, and the chief said that there was no need to be so stiff, since he was not going to interrogate him. The leader told the boy that he knew Sochon was an unusual child, but he didn't see that he had so much potential hidden within him, an unlimited limit at that age. The leader couldn't even believe it when he saw Sochon. At this point, the boy thought it was a good thing he hadn't sensed the Purple Dawn divine art. Its stealthiness proved to be better than he thought. The leader asked the boy when he had managed to reach the limitless limit. Sochon explained that he had been lucky enough to achieve it 6 months ago while on the path to becoming a saint. The chief replied that it was incredible, since luck was something that could only be experienced once in a lifetime. The leader then asked the boy what Tao had guided him to the path of enlightenment. Sochon understood that he had achieved it with the help of a miraculous medicine. Sochon recounted how, while hovering between life and death, he saw a sword in the falling plum blossoms. The leader responded that, yes, the Hosan faction's teachings include both plum blossoms and a sword. And never forget the sword and the plum blossom. The leader also said he believed the leader of the Murim Alliance had also noticed Sochon. Sochon replied that it was. The leader then asked if he had insisted on Sochon joining them. Sochon replied that this had happened more than once, not mentioning his desire to introduce Sochon to his granddaughter. He also asked if Sochon liked his name. The leader laughed and replied that of course this would not happen, since the future head of the Hwasan faction could not marry. Sochon cried out in surprise that he only had one master. The leader then explained that one didn't have to be a faction disciple to become the next leader. The head said that such cases are rare when talent like Sochon's manifests itself at a late stage. And in special cases, if a person is recognized as a candidate for the post of faction leader, he can learn the divine art of the Purple Dawn, even if he has a master. Sochon thanked the chairman for valuing him so highly and said he would like to decline. Then the director asked if Sochon might want to think it over a bit more. Sochon explained that he was interested, but he was well aware of his position. Sochon understood that this was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, this was a very difficult time. So Sochon said he believed there was someone more suited for the position. The head replied that he was not sure whether it was a lack of ambition or simply a lack of selfishness. The leader asked Sochon to follow him. Since he was still a great blessing to their faction, he couldn't just let him go, and wanted to teach him a few techniques. Sochon smiled and replied that the leader of the Murim Alliance had already given him a good beating, so he asked the leader to be gentle with him. The leader asked him not to worry, as he would teach the boy 24 steps, because the leader was impressed that Sochon had reached the unlimited limit with only 14. Sochon believed that this was now in his favor, as he would officially be able to use the 24-pace plum sword art. Then, Sochon said that it was all decided. He was completing his journey to becoming a saint. The leader explained to Sochon that he had burned the sacred scripture of blood and had made many enemies. Although the war lasted only a day, it nevertheless disrupted the peace. It appears to have provoked a breakdown in order in many areas. Sochon understood that this was natural, since the dark skies could not have remained idle all this time. The headmaster told Sochon that he wasn't the only one. Many students were returning. The outside world was no longer safe. Sochon then asked what he should do. The leader explained that it hadn't been decided yet, but they would most likely tell him to stay here and train for about 6 months. However, Sochon couldn't stay here forever. The leader squeezed Sochon's hand tightly and asked the boy if he'd really taken the miracle cure again while he was outside. The boy smiled and asked the leader how he'd found out. The leader laughed and replied that they just called him a piper. Sochon smiled and said that it just so happened that he was lucky and found a match. 2 weeks later, Sochon was lying by the plum blossom tree when Nok suddenly came up to him and threw letters in his face. Sochon woke up and told the girl that she seemed to be sulking about something. The girl asked sternly if Sochon had become lazy lately. Sochon replied that he could proudly say he'd been diligent his entire life. He simply decided to take a little rest. Sochon glanced at the letter and realized that the sword demon and his daughter seemed to be settling in well, and the government had contacted him, just as he'd expected. Suddenly, Sochon noticed a letter from the Murim Alliance, in which the leader praised his granddaughter and said that he was not writing this because she was his granddaughter. Sochon said out loud that the old man was clearly overdoing it. Nok glared at him again and asked what that scowling face was. Sochon explained that it was simply a wedding proposal, and it sounded like he was trying to introduce it to every single woman in the Namgun clan. Sochon couldn't understand what was wrong with Nok's expression, so he asked her if she was worried about losing him. The girl screamed in fear. Of course not! How could Sochon even think of such a thing? Sochon apologized. However, he wasn't stupid and figured it wasn't so bad, since it was something he couldn't even dream of in this life. A lot had definitely changed. Nok told Sochon that if he kept looking at her like that, Suddenly, Sochon interrupted her and asked if she'd want to train. Suddenly, the girl's master appeared from somewhere. Sochon was startled. The master asked him if he had seen a ghost. Sochon immediately apologized to the master for showing disrespect. The master said she had only briefly seen him in the palace the last time, and it had been a long time since they had met in person. Sochon didn't understand whether the master was implying that she would kill him if they met in person. The master then told Sochon that she didn't bite. Sochon then asked her why she was there. The master began to say that Sochon already knew her granddaughter had incredible talent, and even when she fought the Plum Blossom swordsmen, most of them were defeated within 100 seconds, and no one in her generation can match her, let alone defeat her. This means the master wants Sochon to be her partner as long as they're in the faction. Sochon replied that he had no objections, and asked again if the master was sure that she wanted it to be Sochon. The master looked menacingly at the guy and asked if he was really questioning her insight. The master took this as consent. Sochon, meanwhile, was thinking that he would also take this opportunity to teach Nok a few moves. Nok looked at Sochon, smiled sweetly, and said that she thought they were partners now. Sochon approached Master Yu and asked her if she would be willing to teach a class. The master was shocked. She told the guy that he embarrassed her, And what could she teach him when he was so much better than her?
The master also added that Sochan was even studying with the faction leader.
Then Sochan began to say that if the leader was the best martial artist in the faction, then she was the best in the entire world. And if he can't learn from his master because he needs to learn from the leader, then he'd better go and refuse. The master smiled and called him a sly one. After that, the master said it was worth a try. She asked Sochan if he knew the terms. He replied that he did. And again, those same rock climbing training sessions. During the training, the master told Sochan that she couldn't believe how much he'd grown, and she still remembers standing there, looking at him. The master praised the boy. Sochan replied that it was all thanks to her. In his head, Sochan knew that this was it, the very happiness he had been doing all this for. The water spirit fruit. All his efforts to participate in the war and the need to stop the dark skies. It was all for this moment. Meanwhile, the master said they were almost there. The master asked Sochan to climb up first and pull her up, as it seemed her age was catching up. The boy agreed and climbed to the top. The master looked at him and thought that this child had once been so small. Suddenly, Sochan called out to the master and offered her his hand. The man extended his hand, looked around, and said that this place hadn't changed a bit. The master replied that he was right. 6 months later, Sochan was training with the main faction. The leader simply admired him. However, at this time, Sochan realized that he was simply pretending not to know the moves, in order not to give himself away. During training, Sochan asked the leader if things had calmed down in the outside world yet. The leader paused and asked the boy if he was truly interested in becoming a plum blossom swordsman. Sochan clearly replied that he was, and so he asked the headmaster to help him. Evening came, and Sochan returned to his master. He apologized for coming to say goodbye at such a late hour. The master told him that there was no need to worry, as she was not that old yet, but with age her sleep was getting shorter. The master told Sochan that she would like to give him advice, but she sees that it doesn't seem to be helpful, since this isn't the first time Sochan has left. The boy thanked his master. The master continued, not to mention that this time he wouldn't be going alone. This surprised Sochan. The boy looked around and saw Nok standing in front of him. The girl smiled sweetly and said she didn't mean to disturb him. Sochan thanked the girl for coming to see him off. However, Nak replied that she was there to keep a promise. Sochan didn't understand what promise he was talking about. Meanwhile, the master said she was going to bed and was glad he wasn't alone anymore. And then Sochan realized that by this, the master meant that Nok would go with him. Nok told Sochan not to worry, as she had permission. Sochan shouted after the master that this was some kind of demonic art of inaction. The master waved goodbye and asked him not to call it that. The master then asked Sochan if he was okay with the fact that they hadn't even said goodbye. Suddenly, the girl's master, Nak, appeared and replied that it seemed quite likely. Master Yu turned to the master and said it was not too late to say goodbye to them. She turned around and replied that she had done so yesterday. On the way, Nak asked Sochan where they were headed. He replied that they were going to the Valley of Ghosts. Nak was very scared and asked Sochan if he really meant the very valley where the group of killers lived. The Valley of Ghosts, a community comprised entirely of murderers. No one knows the truth about them, and those who tried to find out ended up dead and unable to tell. They never fail a mission, and they keep their orders completely secret. And so, despite their absurd prices and the fact that they are a very dubious group, they have been popular for 200 years with people who need dirty work done for them. Nak asked Sochan why they were going there and if he even knew the way. He replied that he did. At this time, Sochan thought only of the phantom divine art. Whoever obtained it would rule the Valley of Phantoms. Sochan remembered what the Dark Heavens leader had said in the future. It had shocked everyone that the Valley of Ghosts, known as a neutral group, had sided with the Dark Heavens leader. Normal assassins move like shadows, while the assassins of the Valley of Ghosts don't even have one. They were everywhere, and yet nowhere. The fact that he had the world's best assassins on his side only complicated matters. Sochan knew he had to stop the Dark Heaven faction from controlling the Valley of Ghosts. Fortunately, he had the Phantom Divine Art. Meanwhile, Nak was yelling at Sochan, asking if he was even listening to her. He asked her to calm down and promised to explain everything later. Sochan asked Nak if she knew he'd visited the Tang clan last year. She smiled grimly and replied that she'd heard he'd been nicknamed the Stupid Phoenix back then. Sochan looked at her with an ambiguous expression and continued that after that,
he went to the Valley of Poisonous Blood, and there he accidentally discovered unique art from the Valley of Ghosts. So he planned to give it to them and ask for help.
Nok thought it was all complete nonsense that Sochan had found the unique art of the Ghost Valley so simply and by chance.
Sochan asked not to interrupt him, as he was about to tell her something very important.
Then the girl said that, to sum it up, somehow Sachno came across a dangerous secret organization that is trying to take over the murim, and somehow he managed to find out about their plans, and now he's trying to stop them altogether. It's all simply unimaginable.
Sochan replied that everything was correct, and one of those plans was to take control of the Ghost Valley using the unique art he mentioned, and so he tries to seize the initiative.
Then Nak looked into Sochan's eyes and said that frankly, she found it hard to believe all this, because you can't just spout a conspiracy theory and expect her to believe it. Sochan replied that he understood that.
Then Nak asked if the faction elders were aware. Sochan replied that no one was aware, and that she was the first person he'd told. Nak told Sochan that she could assume she believed him. She asked why he hadn't discussed this with anyone else, as it wasn't just a matter for their generation. Sochan replied that they had spies not only in Hwasan, but in all the light, dark, and even demonic factions. And even if Sochan had told, it was clear they wouldn't have believed him. And if any of this came to light, he'd be in big trouble. Nak knew she'd have to keep it a secret too. She also said that Sochan was talking about a student from the Hwasan faction. Having received the special skill of the assassination group, knowing that this was a serious crime, Sochan replied that he understood, but this was an unforeseen situation involving the rescue of the murim. Sochan asked the girl again if she believed him. She replied that she only half believed him. Sochan smiled and said it was more than he expected. The girl remarked that it was also strange that the special art of the Valley of Ghosts was located in the Valley of Poisonous Blood. They continued on their journey, which turned out to be far from easy as the girl had expected. Finally, they arrived at the Valley of Ghosts. Nak asked Sochan if this was truly illusion art. He looked around and confirmed it. Oddly enough, there was no evidence of this in his past life. But the boy realized they had shattered the illusion, and that's why nothing had been preserved. And probably, records of illusionary techniques were left to the Shegal clan. And if anything happened, it was clearly nothing special for the clan. Sochan considered bringing Ju with him. However, it was already very late. Meanwhile, Nak was distracting him in every way. Suddenly, Nak noticed an inscription that said that the living would not pass through here unharmed. Then, Sochan had the brilliant idea that maybe they could enter if they became ghosts themselves. However, the problem was that learning other factions' techniques, especially divine ones, without their permission was very problematic. The Valley of Ghosts is a tricky faction, but it's safe to say they follow the same rules. Sochan understood he was here for the Valley of Ghosts, not for their divine arts, and he had never heard of the Dark Heavens leader using their techniques. Nak asked Sochan to return. Sochan, meanwhile, was thinking that he wanted to obtain the Valley of Ghosts without learning their divine arts. Given how close he is, the ghosts might have already noticed him, and there's no guarantee they'll be here when he returns with Ju. At worst, they'll add Sochan to their hit list, and if that's the case, they need to do something urgently. The Phantom Divine Art, as expected, begins with a cultivation technique that includes the great art of turtle breathing. The great art of the turtle's breathing. The essence of a killer is to remain unnoticed, and this great art is the core idea, and also a cultivation method that allows those who use this technique to survive without breathing. One who uses the technique of the Phantom Divine Art can even stop his heartbeat. This is one of the secrets of ghosts. They don't breathe, and their hearts don't beat. They are no longer alive. Sochan understood that since he had little time, he would have to skip a few things. He only intended to enter the valley. He should concentrate on his cultivation method and footwork, especially his footwork. Sochan knew there was a path only ghosts could walk. While Nak slept, Sochan noticed she was using the art of skin breathing, and it seemed strange to him to breathe through her skin. 3 days later, Nak couldn't find Sochan. She shouted to him, but he didn't answer. And then, Sochan realized he'd succeeded. Nak couldn't detect him, even at such close range. His breathing and heartbeat were working as if he were almost dead, and without blood circulation, his body lost its warmth. Suddenly, Sochan shouted that he was there. He'd heard that if you mastered this, they wouldn't find you, even if you were standing right in front of them, so he was curious to test that. Sochan got ready and told Nak it was time to go. The girl was very upset that she couldn't go with him. Sochan replied that he could hardly pull it off himself and asked Nak to wait for him there. The boy set off, moving very slowly and quietly.
However, he didn't realize how far he had gone.
He felt like he'd been walking for quite some time, and sometimes it felt like he'd already arrived. So Sochan decided to take a break. He was plagued by doubts about whether he was truly heading in the right direction. Each time, he reassured himself that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He repeated to himself over and over again that first the right leg, then the left, and all this very slowly and incredibly quietly.
And then Sochan realized he had stepped with his left foot. Suddenly, his foot burst into flames. Having barely come to terms with this situation, Sochan calmed down and decided to move on. Now he understood why he should have been a ghost. The boy didn't know what kind of illusion art this was, but now it was clear to him what would happen if he moved in the wrong order. He also didn't know whether he had chosen the right path, but he somehow didn't want to ruin his life for the sake of an experiment. Suddenly, Sochan noticed a door in front of him, and he was even surprised that there were no traps. Sochan decided it was time to return for Nok. The girl was afraid to go into the Valley of Ghosts, but Sochan promised everything would be fine. The guy picked her up and said they were going inside now. They reached the door, and only there did the guy set her on her feet. Nok asked Sochan if he thought it was too dark. It would have been impossible to see anything if it weren't for those glowing balls. Unexpectedly, Sochan warned the girl that if she suddenly encountered ghosts, she should calm down and try not to attack. And even if they attack first, she needs to try to focus on defense or non-lethal techniques, since they're not here to become their enemies. After which, Sochan added that if they did attack, the girl should not try to find them, as she couldn't feel their breath or footsteps. She wouldn't even sense their presence. Then Nak asked if she should focus on blocking and parrying their attacks. Sochan admired the girl, as she immediately found a response, as was expected of her. Sochan would like to try to talk to them before they get into a fight, but considering they are assassins who rely on ambush to win, that's not an option. Sochan is sure they'll try to sneak attack them when they see them, so they should be careful. They continued on their way, when suddenly a voice was heard. Nok asked Sochan if he had heard it. The guy replied that he heard it too, and it seemed to be about 15 meters away. Sochan asked Nok to make sure she didn't make any noise, and to erase her presence, because Sochan knew that he didn't know how far they could fool the ghosts, but it was better than nothing. Sochan peered through the door and noticed the ghosts fighting each other. He didn't understand what was going on. Sochan also wasn't sure they were all ghosts. He was torn between helping them and staying out of their way. Unexpectedly, Nok offered to help them. Their plan was to become allies of the Valley of Ghosts, and they had to do it. Sochan took a closer look and said that those crazy people were obviously enemies. Sochan and Nok rushed to help. During the battle, Nok yelled at Sochan that these people weren't so easy to deal with. Sochan advised her to focus on defense if she was in trouble. Sochan told one of the ghosts that they had come to help and hoped there would be no misunderstandings. The ghost replied that he wanted to talk after the fight. Nok fought valiantly the entire time, until Sochan suddenly shouted at her that there was an attack from behind. Nok turned around in time and defeated her opponent. One of the ghosts thanked Nok. At the time, Sochan had no idea what was happening, as ghosts had never been like this before. And even if someone saves their lives, they will kill them so as not to leave witnesses. Such kindness surprised Sochan. Finally, the carnage ended. Then Sochan decided it was time to introduce himself, introducing himself and saying he was from the Hosan faction. He also said that he was just asking to make sure if they were the killers from the Valley of Ghosts. The young man added that he understood they must be puzzled by the appearance of an outsider. And first of all, he would like to speak with their leader. Suddenly, one of the ghosts shouted that there was no such thing. Sochan couldn't understand how this could be, so the ghost replied that there was one. Sochan couldn't understand what this meant, or whether it meant they were all equal. He didn't know about the other ghosts, but usually one person spoke out, the one who represents them, the head of the Valley of Ghosts. Sochan assumed they were hiding him. Then Sochan turned to the ghosts and asked permission to express himself differently. He asked if there was anyone here who represented this place. The ghosts unanimously answered that they did. Nok asked Sochan ironically if they weren't being too frank. Then Sochan asked the ghosts if that was the case, could he speak with this person? Suddenly, one of the ghosts pointed somewhere. Then Sochan turned around and saw no one behind him. The ghost was clearly pointing at him. Sochan couldn't believe it. He asked the ghosts what the name of the head of the Ghost Valley was. Silence followed. Then Sochan realized everything and understood why the ghost hadn't bothered them during the battle and had even helped them. And then the ghost spoke his name. Nok began asking Sochan what was going on.
Sochan asked the ghosts to tell him everything they knew about the phantom divine arts. The ghosts said this was the first divine art of the Valley of Ghosts. It wasn't much different from the ghost art, including cultivation methods, footwork, and killing techniques. They are largely similar. But there is one key difference: the ability to control. No ghost is allowed to free itself from this control, nor are they allowed to show hostility or murderous intent against the controller. Here, Sochan understood what it meant. This was the reason why the Valley of Ghosts magically corrected itself the moment the head of the previous life died. Sochan asked who had led the Valley of Ghosts up until then. The ghost replied that the previous leader had drawn up a protocol and they were following it. Sochan asked how long they had been following this protocol. The ghost replied that it had been 300 years. Then Sochan asked if the phantom divine art had been lost 300 years ago. The ghost replied that it had not been lost. Sochan didn't understand anything at all. The ghost replied that the previous leader had hidden him for future generations. Sochan then concluded that the head of the Valley of Ghosts knew the three-eyed phantom thief. However, the ghosts replied that this was not so. The three-eyed phantom thief was the leader of the Valley of Ghosts. Nock began screaming that this simply couldn't be true. The three-eyed phantom thief was the best thief in the world. Naturally, everyone was hunting him. The government, murim, and even ordinary people all coveted his treasure. The thief needed a hideout where his enemies wouldn't track him, and where he could keep an eye on them, because he believed that if someone's actions were known in advance, they would never be defeated or captured. That's why the Valley of Ghosts was created. With high-ranking masters and assassins known as ghosts at his command, he was able to gather as much information as he needed. Now Sochan understood what that tombstone meant, implying the third eye. Knowledge means information. Power means brute force and assistance. And people are ghosts. Nock's face was completely blank. Sochan asked her what had happened. The girl replied that a Hosan faction disciple had just become the head of the Valley of Ghosts, and he was still asking what had happened. Sochan replied that he himself hadn't expected it. At that moment, Sochan was thinking, who could have known that the only divine art of the Valley of Ghosts grants the power of absolute control over ghosts? Nock was filled with mixed feelings about not being able to tell anyone about this. Her heart was heavy with the thought of having to take this secret to the grave. Sochan reassured the girl and asked her not to worry, as they would only borrow their power to save the world. Nock reminded Sochan that she still didn't fully believe his story. Sochan smiled and replied that that was enough. Sochan approached one of the ghosts and asked its name. The ghost replied that they were ghosts and didn't need names. Sochan explained to the ghost that he couldn't call him hey or come here, so he gave the ghost a name, Soren. Sochan also addressed all the ghosts and said that he was frightened by the fact that they were all talking together, and now only Soren would answer his questions. Sochan asked Soren where exactly they were now. Soren explained that their location wasn't just one place. Soren explained that there were 22 such places. Then Sochan asked how many ghosts were present there. Soren replied that there were 10, including his own. Sochan was surprised that there were only 10 ghosts. Soren explained that there were 32, but they were killed by madmen who failed their training. Then Sochan asked who the people they'd fought were. Soren explained that they periodically picked up orphans and trained them as ghosts. The process involves a ritual known as the heartbreak, to achieve a state of insanity. If it fails, the person becomes insane. Sochan found all this to be cruel and came to the conclusion that the three-eyed phantom thief was not himself, and he turned even such a little girl into a murderous instrument. In Sochan's past life, the Valley of Ghosts was attacked much later, and it's no wonder there aren't many of them yet. Apparently, the valley's leader, having learned his secret, had trained more ghosts. Sochan asked Soren how many madmen were left. Soren replied that they didn't know exactly, but around 50. Sochan decided they had to deal with the madmen to free these people. Sochan asked if there was anything else he should know about this place. Soren explained that many positions were traps, and the area was teeming with high-level poisonous creatures. Now Sochan understood why the ghosts were having trouble dealing with the madmen. And then, unexpectedly, they were attacked. Sochan immediately ordered everyone to break into groups of 3, except Soren. The ghosts immediately began to obey. The guy, meanwhile, ordered Soren to stay with Nock, and if she was in danger, then Soren would have to fight to the last. The madmen surrounded him from all sides. One of them attacked the ghost and began to shout that they would destroy them all. Suddenly, Sochan intervened and defeated the madman, and then dealt with several more. Nock watched this from the side, and looking at Sochon, she would never have guessed that he was a student of the Hwasan faction. The guy noticed that another crowd of madmen was approaching. They were shouting that no one could kill their hearts, and the Valley of Ghosts was not capable of this. Sochon asked Soren who these people were. Soren replied that they were the madmen. She also explained that these are the ones who failed the murder of their heart and did not complete the procedure. In the process of killing their hearts, students face 3 outcomes. Either they successfully kill their minds and become emotionless, or they fail and go mad. And the final outcome: those who escaped before they killed their minds or went mad. For the ghosts, they are as much mistakes as the madmen who didn't complete the process. One of the madmen approached Sochon and asked him if he was really the head of the Ghost Valley. At this time, Sochon realized that the madmen seemed to be unaware of how the valley worked, because the Ghost Valley had no main thing. Then the boy asked Soren what the madmen knew about this place. The girl replied that they only knew it was a valley of ghosts, and also about martial arts to become ghosts, and the procedure itself for becoming one. Meanwhile, the madmen could not understand how Sochon managed to conduct a dialogue with ghosts. And then Sochon realized how things had been all this time. He was sure they never spoke to each other outside of practice. They probably even threw food to each other without a word. So he turned to the madmen and said that he understood their feelings and suggested that they put down their weapons and talk. The madmen became aggressive and responded that Sochon would never understand how they felt since he had kidnapped innocent children. He threw them into a hellhole and forced them to kill his heart. And now he dares to laugh and say he understands them. Sochon, meanwhile, took a deep breath. He really didn't want to make enemies there. So Sochon asked the madmen to calm down and began to explain that there had been some misunderstanding, since neither he nor Nak had done this. After this, Sochon introduced himself and said he was from the Hwasan faction. The madmen didn't believe it and prepared to attack. However, Sochon ordered them to stop immediately. The madmen retreated, and Sochon asked the leader his name. The madman replied that his name was Murian. Sochon then ordered them all to line up before him. This angered the madmen. They couldn't understand what was happening. Sochon then added that none of them should attack him or his younger sister Nak. The guy apologized for having to resort to extreme measures and said that they had a lot to discuss. Before that, Sochon introduced himself again and said that he was a disciple of the Hwasan faction and also the leader of the Ghost Valley. The leader of the madmen could barely contain himself and said that Sochon was talking complete nonsense. Sochon replied that he could order him to kill himself and there was no point in lying. The guy also said that he was really sorry that this happened to the madmen, and it was no wonder why they hated the Valley of Ghosts. And to deal with this, the madmen probably want revenge and the destruction of the Ghost Valley. But Sochon can't allow this. He needs their power to save the murim. So Sochon made an offer to the madmen. He offered them to work for him. The leader started shouting that Sochon was simply going to use them as tools, just like before. However, Sochon asked to be heard. The boy looked at each of them carefully and said that in exchange, he would give them freedom. The madmen couldn't even blink from shock. Sochon explained that they no longer had to kill their hearts, and as long as the madmen kept certain things secret, they would be free to go wherever they wanted. The guy also said that he would sometimes give them tasks, but they were free to refuse them. If they accepted, they would be rewarded accordingly. The leader couldn't tell if Sochon was joking or simply lying. But one thing was clear to him. Sochon had the power to control them. The leader then asked Sochon what would happen if they refused his offer. Sochon replied that he would not kill them, but he would not allow them to get in his way either. So he would have to impose a few restrictions on the madmen and leave them in the valley. The boy also said he wouldn't allow them to kill the ghosts, as he needed their power. He ordered the madmen to think carefully about his words. 2 days later, the madmen finally accepted Sochon's offer. The young man was delighted and asked to be addressed less formally. However, the chief said that they accepted this dirty offer only because they had no choice, and not because they were grateful to him. The leader also placed his hand on his heart and said that no one would break their hearts or steal their emotions. And even if Sochon took their bodies, their hearts would still belong to them. Sochon listened to this and suddenly asked Soren how exactly the process of killing a heart occurs. Soren explained that in order to prevent information leakage, even when captured, a person must endure torture. And so the ghosts begin to torment them, to build up their immunity to torture. And after a person has endured the torture, a student they grew up with is brought to them. And then they order their friends to kill each other, and then use a drug. At this point, Sochon asked Soryeon to stop telling this horror story. The guy realized that the three-eyed phantom thief was a real psycho, and he didn't want to go into such creepy details. After some time, Sochon, Nak, and the madmen finally made it out of the valley. The boy never imagined he'd miss the sunlight so much. Nak, too, was incredibly delighted by the gentle rays of the sun. Suddenly, Sochun turned around and noticed the madmen sobbing with joy. They didn't even know what to do next. Sochun told them they could do whatever they wanted. The madmen didn't understand what he meant. The boy then explained that he would send a ghost when he needed them. Sochun also preferred that the madmen remain nearby. The leader looked at Sochun and said that they didn't trust him yet, and perhaps this was all just a dream. So they decided to check first, and if all this was real, then they would accept the guy's offer and help him. Sochun expected that the madmen would not let go of their grudge against the ghost so easily. So this solution was enough for him. As a parting word, the boy told them that if they had nowhere to stay, they could come to the sword faction he'd told them about. The leader thanked the boy. The madmen left, and Nak asked Sochun if he was sure he'd let them go. He replied that he'd warned them about the restrictions. However, Sochun agreed with Nak and admitted that he made a mistake, as madmen might betray him. Nak started screaming and asked why he'd let them go then. Sochun looked her in the eye and replied that he'd simply done it because he wanted to. Sometime later, Sochun and Nak arrived in Shandong. People immediately recognized the boy on the streets, and he was only flattered by the fact that he was a celebrity. But Nak found it suspicious that they were getting so much attention. Sochun started laughing and asked her not to be jealous. After walking a few more meters, Nak noticed that they'd even erected a monument in Sochun's honor. The guy asked her not to ask about it. And then the merchant Lee appeared on the horizon. He immediately threw himself into Sochun's arms and began shouting that he missed him. And he waited for him so eagerly that he even made a statue of Sochun and worshipped it every morning. And then Sochun drew his sword. Lee started yelling at the boy not to do anything stupid, as it was a very expensive item. But Sochun became angry and yelled at Lee to destroy it. And in a second, Sochun destroyed the statue. Lee looked a little sad and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boy ordered the merchant to stop crying and start reporting to him what had happened while he was away. Lee reported on all the changes in the expansion of his business. He also explained that since Mitsara joined them, he had started teaching. Afterwards, Sochun asked how Ju was doing. Lee replied that he was probably sleeping right now. The boy found this odd, since it was already noon. The merchant said that Zhu had not been able to sleep a wink at night since he said he had started inventing something. Then Sochun replied that everything was fine, and they would see each other when Zhu woke up. Then he said he wanted to present something to the merchant. Lee immediately bowed and began to speak. Nak So-wo, a great martial arts heroine and granddaughter of the wielder of the flowering sword, the merchant said. It is a great honor for him to meet such a girl. Nak was surprised that the merchant knew about her. Lee replied that it was not surprising, as anyone who visited the Hwasan faction was captivated by her beauty. The merchant also added that, besides this, Nak is one of the few people who are important to the master, and Lee knows everything about him, and you could not help but know about her. Nak bowed to the merchant and thanked him. Lee was taken aback and said that such formalities were unnecessary for an ordinary merchant. Lee was very surprised, as martial artists usually look down on merchants. Sochun interrupted this conversation and said there was someone else he'd like to introduce. The merchant was already preparing to greet another companion. Sochun said his companions were already here. Suddenly, ghosts appeared behind the boy. The merchant became terrified and began screaming. The boy explained to the merchant that these two would now be his legs and arms. Lee didn't understand what Sochun meant at all. Sochun explained that the strength of these two was enough to kill supreme warriors, and even the supreme master. And since they specialize in assassinations, Lee can now use them as he wishes. Sochun made a condition for the merchant to treat them as people, not as tools, because ghosts already have a complicated history. The young man also explained that these two ghosts would serve the merchant for the rest of their lives, and they had no names, so Lee had to come up with names for them. At this point, Sochun concluded and promised to visit them again tomorrow. Lee wished him a good rest. However, before Sochun could take a few steps, he suddenly returned. Lee didn't understand why the boy had returned. Sochun explained that he had returned to take the secret scripture he had left behind last time. The merchant replied that he understood, and it was no wonder the Shaolin monastery had been so quiet in recent days. It was difficult for him to keep this secret alone. The merchant told Sochun that he changed the location of the scripture every 2 days, and he was the only one who knew. And so, some changes had to be made to the mansion. Sochun told the merchant that he had done a good job of keeping the scripture safe. The boy also asked the merchant to send a message to the Shaolin monastery that he would come with him. Sochun knew that they would understand the message, as the head of the Murim Alliance should have warned them. The next day, Sochun met with Mitsara. He noticed that the ghosts were acting very strangely, and it seemed they were ghosts from the valley. Sochan was very surprised and realized that Mitsara had incredible intuition. The boy told him that he had heard that Mitsara had become a teacher. The man replied that it was nothing special, he'd just adjusted a few things. Sochan replied that he was impressed and asked if Mitsara was interested in becoming the faction leader. Mitsara replied that he couldn't go along with it even if Sochan asked, and it was all because of the head of the faction that Mitsara was a part of. Sochan was surprised and asked what faction they were talking about. The man explained that it was a faction with a single student, barely known to the outside world, and its name is the Imperial Dragon Faction. Sochan replied that it was the first time he'd heard that name. The man also expressed his regret and asked Mitsara if Sochan could assign a bodyguard to his daughter. The man replied that he was all for it, and Sochan explained to him that the bodyguard would be one of the ghosts, but he made sure that it was a woman so as not to inconvenience his daughter. Mitsara thanked him for his concern. And then Sochan realized that Soren was the last remaining ghost he had brought. He understood that more manpower was needed, so he asked Soren how effective messaging orders would be. Soren explained that there were rules for when orders were given without proof, and that the orders would be limited. Sochan realized he'd have to go himself. Sochan remembered that Soren had mentioned that there were other branches of the Ghost Valley, and asked to be taken there. Soren agreed and brought Sochan to the valley. There, the boy saw 40 ghosts and 100 trainees. He understood that it was good that he had control over the Shandong Valley, but he did not understand what to do with the students. Because creating ghosts was an inhumane process, Sochan couldn't allow it to continue. But he can't free them either, and he can't allow them to continue killing hearts. Sochan decided to make a dangerous decision. He wanted to at least allow them to have emotions. And then the boy noticed something interesting. Sochan opened it and wondered if this could possibly be a list of work orders for the Shandong Valley. But why was the merchant leader's name on it? She shouldn't tell him they were planning to kill him. Surin replied that this was the request they received before they checked the list of exceptions he gave them. They planned to reject them all and pay the cancellation fee. Sochan thought for a moment and realized the request was from a merchant from Jiangxi. They seemed alarmed by the growing strength of their faction in Shandong. Li was saying at the time that ever since she started growing up, many people had been targeting him, and some of them are empty-headed idiots, which makes them perfect prey. But the guy started saying something to him, and Li replied that it was exhausting for him when you become famous. And not long ago, there was another madman who said that he would give him commercial superiority in all of Zhongyuan. Sochan asked who the man was. Li replied that he hadn't told him his name, but had given him 10 gold coins when they first met. He took them, but didn't pay them much attention and sent them back. Sochan told the headmaster that he said he'd be back. Let Chief Li ensure the entire faction is well protected. Particular attention should be paid to those recently recruited. Li told the guy that he was expected to be like him. He too realized that the guy was suspicious. Sochan told the head that he didn't need to ask him for details, just to be more careful from now on. The boy thought for a moment and realized that the heavenly scales had contacted him. But things were supposed to be different. The Celestial Libra, a member of the Ursa Major Squad, receives orders from the Celestial Sphere, or the Dark Heavens leader himself. He planted his spies in every faction. It must be because of the Golden Desire Sword faction's rapid growth. He doesn't know how the Merchant King rejected their offer and protected his assets, but he must stop them. And this time, Sochan decided things wouldn't go his way. It was time to strike a crushing blow. The boy's first target will be the Dark Heaven Intelligence Center, the Heavenly Jade. One of the 7 leaders, the Hao faction chief. In turn, the Hao Marima faction is divided into the True Path, the Unrighteous Path, and the Path of Demons. But beyond them, there's the Dark Path. However, despite their own path and name, the Hao faction is simply a group of experienced Marima thugs with a terrifying sense of cohesion. But despite this fact, their history is longer than that of the 9 large factions, or the River of Evil. This is all thanks not only to their ability to gather information, but also to their highly targeted organization. This not only makes them difficult to pursue, but also makes it impossible to know who the faction leader is. At these moments, the prisoner would say they didn't know. He was simply receiving orders. Torture to find the leader was pointless, since the subordinates had no idea who was behind it all. On top of that, even if you destroy one of their branches, the streets are full of degenerates. Simply recruiting new members from them is how they've survived all this time. But even that doesn't mean there's no one behind them. Their numbers are small, but there are branches that operate like the main command. This time, he must attack them. And to do this for him, he he decided to ask Soren if she would teach him the skills of assassination. Without thinking, Soren replied that she would. Sochun was very happy and said that they would first focus on daggers and begin by learning the skills of killing the ghost, divine art. At this time, in the secret underground hall for training the sword faction, the Golden Desire, the guy worked until the morning and trained. Sochun began to demonstrate the shadowy throwing knives. Then, for a moment, he stopped and realized he'd made a mistake. Soren waited for this moment to unleash her techniques. She gathered every last one of them and launched a kick. Sochun was surprised and asked what the hell that was. Soren replied that they were supposed to punish with violence when mistakes were made, but she stopped because she couldn't attack him. And then Sochun thought it was cruel. The girl said she understood that it was probably very effective. Sochun thought for a moment and replied that he was okay with it because his level was already high. But the students were probably making a lot of mistakes, and that's why Gomurian called this place a hellhole. For heaven's sake, what a brutal training method right from the start. Which isn't so bad. Sochun said that from now on, he'd let the three of them attack him. Let them do everything they could. And there was no point in worrying about accidentally killing him. At that moment, all three of them pounced on him. Sochun was surprised, but he managed to dodge their attacks. Sochun fought them with all his might. The boys saw they couldn't stand up to him and invited another one. Sochun didn't lose his cool and told the others that it was great. Everyone had worked hard. Then he asked Soryeon why she was wearing a headscarf. Soren replied that giving up their sight allows them to enhance their other senses. With heightened hearing, they can hear enemies from afar, or even their slightest movement. And with a heightened sense of smell, it becomes easier to detect and identify poison. This allows them to act most effectively. That's why they train this way while still apprentices. Sochun thought about it and remembered hearing that assassins are brutally trained. But this was much harsher than he thought. He asked Soren if it wasn't comfortable. Soren replied that she didn't understand the question. She wore them in front of others, he asked her. Soren replied that it depends on the situation. She takes it off when she needs to infiltrate a group of people. Sochun asked her if she knew how to use the shapeshifting technique. Shapeshifting is a martial art that allows the user to transform their facial shape and bone structure. Soren immediately told him that she didn't know. Only a few masters were capable of knowing her. If they're looking for a specific look, they try to find someone similar within their group. Sochun replied that he understood. At that time, there was a festival going on in the city of Zhengzhou in Henan. And there were many beautiful girls who had a lot of influence in the city. The men looked at the girl sitting on the balcony and said she was part of the Hao faction, just like that man. And then the guy who was selling his goods asked a passerby if he wanted to come see him. Sochun understood that everyone working here belonged to the Hao faction. Now he needed to find the Dark Heaven agents among them. Before he takes action, he'll start by gathering data. But then again, there are a lot of people from Hao here. If he showed even the slightest suspicion, they'd start hiding, and that would be a real pain. And so, he'd become part of the Hao faction. At this point, the seller said the item was worth 1 silver coin. Sochun handed it to him, and the seller asked his name. Sochun decided that his real name didn't need to be said, and decided to answer that his name was Biren. The man sitting next to him noticed him, and said that he didn't look like just any guy, but they can't treat every person they meet the same way. Sochun moved to the other side, and told the boy he needed a job. The boy told him to speak more slowly, and tell them what he could do. Sochun replied that he was skilled with a dagger, and good at fighting. Then the boy replied that he had a job just right for him, but she's quite dangerous. Still interested in such a proposition? A couple of months ago, 2 brothels got into a dispute over the ownership of a talented newcomer. What started as a simple squabble has now escalated into a serious conflict. Now, larger forces have become involved. Sochun replied that he understood everything, and the boy wanted him to join the fight. The boy said that was correct, but he didn't want him to die a senseless death. Because of this mess, all of Zhengzhou is littered with corpses. Sochun asked which side he should join. The guy replied, either one. Sochun went up the mountain and thought that the 2 brothels involved were the Red Tower and the Blue Tower. They still continue to carry on their business at night, but behind the scenes they carry out their bloody deeds. His job is to eliminate the martial arts warriors hired because of this problem. The warrior accompanying the Red Tower, Bu Dubek, laughed non-stop. Then the girl approached him and told him to accept her drink. Joining the Hao faction was a brilliant decision, Bu thought. He was already tired of running away from all the troubles he'd caused, and he can't believe he got this treatment just by smashing the heads of a couple of warriors from the Blue Tower. You can't even imagine such a thing in the river of evil.
Boo got really excited and started yelling for them to bring him more booze. Then Sochon asked, why doesn't he go himself? Or were his legs just for show?
Boo instantly stood up in fright and asked who was there. Sochon stepped in front of him and said he was the Grim Reaper. Boo asked the boy if he knew who stood before him. Sochon replied that he knew his name was Boo and that he had come to collect the reward offered for the Blue Tower. Boo said the boy had made a serious mistake by mistaking the name of the person he would be asking for mercy. Boo grabbed a bottle from the table and immediately threw it at the guy, saying that he would regret this decision. Sochon managed to dodge the bottle and saw that this Boo was attacking him with his axe. After attacking, Sochon parried his attack and managed to land one of his own. Boo flew back into the wall, asking, "How so? He's strong."
Boo decided that in that case.
He instantly changed his expression and said, "Why don't they talk?" But before he could finish, Sochon sent his knife flying at his head.
Boo hadn't expected this and thought they'd talk.
But Sochon didn't care and asked if anyone else was there. The girls heard his question and replied that 2 more of the same Red Tower warriors were there. They approached the man who had given him the job and told him there were 3 Red Tower warriors. The guy asked what he said his name was. Soren didn't want to give away his name and replied that it was Biren. The guy asked him what he wanted. Money? Booze? Girls? Let him talk and not hang around the area. Sochon thought for a moment and replied that he would like to see the mistress of the Blue Mansion. The guy was very surprised and said that he was an asshole. She used to be the best courtesan in all of Zhengzhou, but now she has retired and is the mistress of the tower, and he needs to do something more if he wants to spend the night with her. But if he insists, let her bring him the head of the song that killed the joy from the Red Chamber, and he will arrange a meeting for him. Sochon told the boy he understood everything. But then the people nearby asked if he was the master, the song that killed joy. The guys waited until he left and approached the main one to ask why he sent him for the song that killed joy. He could have used it a little longer. The leader told the guys that everything was fine, and there were plenty of people like him. The leader did not hide this from them and said directly that the song that killed joy was dead. He was found beheaded in his room. They say the Red Tower didn't even realize there was an invasion. The guy said his friend told him there were no battle ghosts in the room. Was he really that sure? The second guy asked. The leader threw a bag containing the enemy's head at their feet. The boys were surprised and asked who the hell he was. The leader replied that he was the Silent Reaper. Sochon approached the men and asked where the mistress of the Blue Mansion was. The man smiled and replied, "Perhaps we'd like a drink first?" Sochon didn't listen to them, and with his fast speed of movement, he went straight to the owner's house. The mistress of the Blue Tower asked the master for forgiveness and said that his promise, given to him earlier, was without her consent. He really didn't expect him to be so strong, and let her apologize. Sochon replied that the master was responsible for the mistakes of his subordinates. Since he had eliminated the target, he desired his reward. The hostess immediately ran into his arms and said she was incredibly happy that he wanted her so desperately. He should let her see him out. People looked at the hostess and saw that she was hugging him, and they became very envious. The hostess set a large table for him and said that if he didn't mind, they could start with drinks. Sochon confidently replied that he wasn't interested. Let everyone get out of here. He wanted to talk to her alone. The hostess laughed and said she understood. He had really caught her interest. Sochon told her to continue if she wanted to see blood on the floor. Sochon confidently told them to get down to business. The hostess immediately realized he wasn't so simple. What did he want to talk to her about? Sochon replied that, frankly, he wasn't interested in spending the night with her. The hostess became curious and asked what he wanted then. Sochon didn't hide anything and replied that it was information about the Hao faction. The hostess hadn't expected this and was shocked. The hostess asked the guy what he meant by information. Sochon replied that, frankly, he was looking for someone who could help him, and the Hao faction leader would be the best fit. The hostess sighed and fell into depression. She told the guy she couldn't connect him directly, but she knew someone who could. Sochon said that was great. Let her introduce him. The hostess replied that it wasn't that easy. She needed some kind of valid reason. Sochon replied that he understood everything. Frankly, he was the killer from the Valley of Ghosts. The hostess, hearing these words, was terrified. Sochon saw her face and told her not to worry. He meant that he had left there and was no longer part of them. He was a ghost, but he escaped after accidentally killing his mentor,
and he needs the power of the Hao faction leader to hide from them. The hostess immediately thought that the guy's movements were eerily similar to those called ghosts, and she thought he was lying. The hostess thought for a moment and told him to wait a minute. Then a young man came in and said that it turned out he was the Silent Reaper everyone was talking about. He introduced himself as Kang Myung-cho.
Sochun didn't reveal his identity and said that the person in front of him was a flexible poison. Kang asked him if he knew who it was.
Sochun replied that he worked for the Blue Palace. Of course he knew. Kang said he understood everything. The mistress had told him about him, and he would be frank.
Faction leader Hal is an unreliable person. She's the type who would sell him back to the Valley of Ghosts instead of protecting him.
Although he understands that the guy might not believe the words of a man following the dark path.
Sochun wondered why Kang was telling him this. Kang responded and said there were 2 reasons. Firstly, he needs the power of the ghost. Secondly, because the leader of the Hao faction will soon be replaced.
Sochun looked into his eyes for a long moment and finally replied that he understood. He already knew who the leader of the Hao faction was and where its people most often showed up. But if you rush with the direction, then there is a high probability that she will run away and hide, and therefore internal strife.
Since the faction leader's position is unstable, he must create a situation where she is forced to take the lead, using people who covet her position. Sochun thought that the intelligence potential of the Heavenly Jade came from the Ha faction. If the faction's foundations were shaken, they wouldn't be able to abandon it like that. Moreover, if this is a conflict created by people from within, no one will suspect it. Sochun asked Kang, does this mean he wants to exploit him?
Khan asked, isn't that the essence of Murima?
Everyone uses each other for their own gain. All this talk of justice is a filthy lie. Sochun wondered why a man of such caliber wasn't known. He had such confidence and fighting spirit, yet he still didn't think of himself as the strongest. He wasn't the usual punk you'd see on the dark side, or perhaps that's why no one knew him. But he doubts he survived after showing hostility toward the Hao faction leader.
Sochun thought for a moment and told the guy he agreed.
Suddenly, he saw his face and asked, "What's wrong with them?" It was Khan who had tried to persuade him. Khan replied that it was because things in murim, in life, usually don't go as planned. Sochun said that if he wanted a reason, he would just say that he would rather believe him than someone he had never seen. Kang told the guy that this was enough for him to believe him. Maybe he was lying. Sochun was surprised and asked, "Should I believe him?" "Don't be stupid. Even though he's only been in the Hao faction for a couple of days, he knows the rules of these streets very well. He doesn't trust anyone." Khan came to fight the enemy and shouted to his people not to leave anyone alive. People started shouting that it was the Silent Reaper. Khan had lured the Silent Reaper to his side. Khan grabbed one of the enemies and said that from this moment on, he controls the Red Tower. "Does this mean that both the Red Tower and the Blue One are now under the control of this guy named Kang Ning-cho?" the girl asked. The girl thought it was Kang Ning-cho, the flexible poison. He'd heard of him before. An orphan from Zhengzhou, of which there are plenty on the streets. He was lucky enough to learn martial arts from someone. He seems tenacious, but nothing more. There's nothing special about him. The Silent Reaper, however, is a real headache. But that's not worth her attention. Beyond the Blue and Red Towers, the Hao faction had many factions, some of which swore allegiance to the faction leader, becoming minions of the Heavenly Jade. And they're his next targets. Kang told Sochun they needed to talk about their plans. They'd recently taken over the Red Tower, but that was just the beginning. Everyone knows how dangerous and greedy Zhengzhou is. They've expanded quickly, and as a result, they've made a lot of enemies. They need to hit them before they hit them. The warrior asked the leader, "Does this mean war, Hannah?" Kang answered exactly that. But that's not all. He plans to take over all of Zhengzhou. "Viper Sword, Arsenic Pig, Femme Fatale." The warriors started saying they were all celebrities from the Hal faction. They couldn't do it. Khan asked, "Seriously?" "No need to worry. The Silent Reaper is on their side." The warriors, hearing his name, began shouting it and rejoicing. Khan told the leader that they would first deal with the irritating Viper Sword. Of the 3, it was the most difficult to deal with. He's not only a strong master, but also a skilled strategist. Kang asked Sochun what he thought about that. Sochun said he would deal with the muscle pig himself. The owner, hearing his words, responded that it was outrageous. Sochun said that the arsenic pig was the weakest of them, but he wasn't an idiot.
Even if they defeated the Viper Sword, they would still suffer casualties, and he was sure they would take advantage of this to strike.
The owner replied that they were well aware of the consequences, but even a silent reaper wouldn't be able to simply enter a muscular pig's lair.
Khan thought about it and realized he hadn't expected to go this far. Perhaps it was because he was so confident in his martial arts, but he had no reason to object.
Uncontrolled power is a double-edged sword. If he dies with them, it will only be to his advantage.
Khan said that he would then gather his forces at the Blue Tower and concentrate on defense.
And he takes advantage of this situation.
Kang told Sochan that they wouldn't be able to support him. Could he handle it alone? Sochan confidently replied, yes. At this time, in the western outskirts of Zhengzhou, a group of young men were drinking in a tavern. But then the leader responded that the door had opened and immediately shouted, "The flexible poison is coming! The flexible poison is here!"
The enemies got scared and said they had to get out of here.
Khan saw this and told his men to kill them. The guys ran to the snake's lair and shouted to their men that it was time to go because they were under attack, and let them wake up the boss. The boss received the information and shouted at them, "Flexible poison, those impudent thugs! And how dare they attack them?" The boss ordered the servant to send all the bow wielders to the roof and tell them to put up barriers where he said, "And if anyone tries to escape, let him have his head cut off without hesitation." The servant immediately replied that everything would be done. The boss said the brazen, newly grown man was no match for him. The real problem was the silent reaper. They stood at the door, and the servant told Sochan that it was here, and he should head there himself. Kang told Sochan that the arsenic pig's lair was a hellhole, even for Zhengzhou. It was overflowing with idiots who had neither patience nor decency. Usury, kidnapping, and blackmail are the abode of violence in its purest form. Even members of the Hao faction don't enter there unless they're confident in their strength. However, there is a place where violence is limited, and it's a secret underground arena. Sochan asked the guy why he said he used to work in the arena. The servant replied that everything was correct. Sochan told him to take him there, but then someone shouted at him to stop. The warrior ran up to him and said that he didn't know him. 2 silver coins, if he wanted to come in, let him give them. Sochan replied that he didn't carry such a thing. The warriors turned to the master and asked if he was going to let them fool him. The warrior replied that he understood everything, how strong his desire to die was. But then Soren approached him. The warriors were surprised and confused when she approached them here. Soren told her men that they were allowed to fight back, but first, they were to ensure the safety of their guide and let them focus on defense, not attack. They can let them go if they show no desire to fight, and if it's that quick, let them kill them all immediately. The guys immediately replied to Soren that everything would be done. At this time, on the western outskirts of Zhengzhou, Kang shouted to his men that archers had started shooting from the rooftop. Let them immediately cover themselves with shields. Khan decided to take this on himself and approached the archer. The archer immediately panicked and said it was a flexible poison. Khan said he was an idiot. He should have fired first. Khan ordered his men to deal with the archers first. Meanwhile, the boss watched from the window and saw his men losing. The boss asked why they still dared to anger him. He ordered the spearmen not to let them break through. The rest of you, prepare for an attack and keep an eye on the rooftops. The boy asked Hennem what they should do with the wounded. Hennem asked the boy if he was seriously asking him about this. Let them fight until they can't move. He'll slit the throats of all the deserters himself. Hennem said to stop them before they get to the office. Let them all be killed. Kai saw an archer and said he was on the rooftops. At that moment, the girl received a letter from a dove. She started laughing and saying that the flexible poison had attacked the viper's sword. That's good. She still hated that idiot. The femme fatale said that she would have done it herself if the Hao faction leader hadn't stopped them from attacking each other, but she has no doubt that the flexible venom will be enough to overcome the viper's sword. But she should bet on the silent reaper. At this time, the people of the Viper Sword clan were experiencing the most terrible day of their lives. After all, there was bloodshed. Then Sochan told his men to be quiet. They looked up at the stairs and said they could hear voices there. At that time, underground fighting was going on, and people were shouting so loudly that they could be heard from the 4th floor. People told the fighters that they didn't realize how much money they had bet on them. Sochan descended with his warriors and said that it seemed that shouting in such a crowd was useless. He asked the guy if there was any way to identify the arsenic pig and his men. The guy replied that he definitely wouldn't miss the arsenic pig, and his men had snout-shaped decorations on their weapons. Sochan replied that it was a good job. They no longer needed his escort and he could go.
He immediately thanked the guy and gave him money.
Sochon was ruthless this time and ordered his men to kill all the arsenic pig's people, and if anyone else expresses hostility, eliminate them without hesitation. The soldiers replied that the order would be carried out. Sochon also didn't just watch and pounced on the guy with his attack, leaving him no chance of salvation.
People started getting scared and asking what was going on here. They couldn't see who was killing everyone.
Sochon said he was definitely going after the arsenic pig. Then one of the guys said he'd been such an idiot when he was younger. Why had he hung around in the woods when he could have been somewhere like this?
The servant knocked on his door and addressed the master. The boss came out, opening the door and asking who dared interrupt him.
The servant replied that they were being attacked. The boss replied that he was going to kill him if the reason was trivial, but it seemed he was lucky.
The servant was delighted and beaming with joy.
The boss said everything would be fine, if the situation wasn't already too dire. But then another guy arrived and shouted to the owner that the enemy was already inside. Meanwhile, Sochon's team was wiping out all the enemies. People saw him and shouted, "It's a ghost! It's time to run!" But some told them not to run away.
Don't they know what's going to happen? Everyone here is just going to die.
And then the boss himself came out and called everyone idiots.
Sochon instantly heard that the warrior's master was here, and he had arrived.
The boss asked them if they hadn't even tried to fight back. The boys told the owner that of course not. They were just playing with them. The boss told the enemies to get out already. His eyes can't be fooled, and he can still hear how he's already shaking with fear. Sochon appeared before him and asked, "Is it true?" The boss was surprised and started laughing. Sochon didn't get it and asked what was so funny. The boss replied that how could he not laugh when he turned out to be even more of a dumbass than he expected. A self-revealed killer? That's supposed to show how confident he is in his martial arts? The boss held out his sword and told the Silent Reaper that he would lose, because he underestimated him, and because he underestimated Jung Jo. The boss said he'd show mercy, let him surrender now and he'd spare his life. The same goes for the rats he brought with him. Sochon knew there was no need to fear a killer who had revealed himself. The boss asked the boy if he knew how to kill a muscle pig. Murder is an art form, requiring the victim to be killed without being detected. This means that even if the crime is discovered and there are no witnesses, it's still technically murder. Sochon immediately reached for his mask and showed his face. The boss started laughing and saying that he'd given up so easily. The boss charged at him, screaming that he'd kill him before he could even react. At the last moment, Sochon made a small movement and stepped back. Sochon instantly realized the little bastard was slow. He immediately jumped on his sword and headed toward him. Sochon pulled out his knife and, determined to scare him, slashed him several times. He knew full well the boy was going to kill him. The pig immediately asked him for forgiveness and said that if there was anything he wanted, Sochon asked what he just said about murder. The pig froze and looked frightened at that moment. Sochon raised his knife and thought that this should be enough to get on the nerves of the Sky Jade. The pig begged the boy to spare him. Sochon told his men that since they were done here, half would stay here so that no one could take over this place again, and the remaining half should follow him. The soldiers replied that everything would be done. Khan shouted at his men not to let them get any closer. Let them rip their guts out. And there were a couple of enemies on the rooftops. Khan ran and shouted to his men that they had broken through. The boss saw that it was all going down the drain. Useless idiots. Khan saw the leader and said, "What does that mean? He's finally showing up?" The Viper Sword said that, thanks to a couple of small victories, they've already reached for the heavens, and let Khan leave and give him the red and blue towers. Then he will spare their lives. Khan replied that this deal was unprofitable for him. The Viper's sword said it meant he insisted on the difficult path, and it would show him what it meant to fight a viper. Viper Sword immediately drew his sword and began swinging it. Khan was unafraid and continued forward. The Viper Sword launched an attack, but Khan managed to react and dodged it. However, the Viper Sword didn't stop and launched a couple more attacks. Viper Sword told Kang he knew his story. Kang asked if he meant the story of an orphan from the streets of Zhengzhou who fought for his life. Viper Sword said Chom Soy was from the Blue Tower. He dug a bit after the Red Tower was attacked. The poor girl, who was lucky enough to be noticed by the pimp of the Blue Tower, took him with her, right? Khan got angry and told him to shut up. He suddenly remembered the boy telling him he'd fallen in love with the courtesan who had been his childhood friend and savior. Viper Sword said it was such a cliched story, didn't he? And then Khan remembered how, as a child, he'd activated his powers and killed a boy. The part where the courtesan lived a short and terrible life brought tears to his eyes. Khan couldn't take it anymore and attacked him. The Viper's sword realized he was in trouble.
But everything did not go smoothly, and the Viper Sword thought that he only needed to endure the flexible poison. The rest would be easy.
At this point, people surrounded Khan and told him not to go so fast. Khan realized he had just cut off his escape route. Was this the end?
The Viper's sword lashed out at him, screaming at the boy to die. Khan fell to his knees and realized he'd simply wanted to change this place.
And then Kang already realized that it was the end for him. But Sochun managed to arrive and repulse the attack of the Viper Sword.
Viper Sword was surprised and didn't understand what had happened. Kang was surprised and said it was beaten. Sochun, taken aback, remembered that he had also given his name. Sochun turned to the Viper's sword and said it was a pleasure to meet him.
He was late because he was butchering a pig, so he was next.
What the hell were people thinking? How many problems did he cause? Why did it all happen? Khan turned to the Silent Reaper and asked why he was here. And then the Viper Sword was surprised to hear his name.
After all, he thought that the guy was hiding or that some problem had arisen that he didn't show up. But it looks like that's not the case.
Sochun replied that he was there because he had completed his work. At this point, Kang was surprised and asked, "What?" And not even a couple of hours have passed, and he claims that he has already dealt with the arsenic pig. Viper Sword asked, "Is this the famous Silent Reaper?" It was an honor to meet him. The warriors began to ask what was going on here. Sword said he was pleased to meet him and had been looking forward to meeting him.
Sochun was surprised and asked, "A meeting with him?" Viper Sword replied that it was true. He was curious why such a powerful warrior as himself would help such a scumbag as Kang.
They can say whatever they want. He's ready to help with anything. Actually, he's one of the top 5 in Zhengzhou. No, the top 5 in the Dark Path. Let Sochun work for him, and he promises him wealth and glory. With his strength, they can forever be the second man of the Dark Path. Sochun asked, "Not the first?" Viper Sword told him to surrender. Faction leader Hao isn't human. Even all of them couldn't reach her level. Faction leader Hao said the entire world was being deceived. She must be in the top 100 martial artists. Viper Sword said that together they could become the faction leader's right and left hands. So, how about that? And then Sochun interrupted him and said he wasn't interested. Because how can a warrior of the light faction become the left or right hand of the Black Path? Both boys were surprised by his answer and did not understand why he responded to the Viper's Sword in such a way. Sochun bowed and told the Viper's Sword it was nice to meet him. Then someone told him to wait a minute. The Viper's Sword knew that the guy was strong, but he revealed himself, even though he was a killer. Sochun saw the Viper Sword take hold of the sword, and without saying anything, he released his knife straight at him. He told him that the assassination was based on hidden movements, so that the enemy would not realize anything. Viper Sword shouted to his men that he understood and let them attack. Sochun understood them and stood his ground, waiting for the right moment.
Sochun said it was like these attackers. He wasted no time and launched his knives straight into their chests.
Sword of the Viper, seeing his men die from a single blow from the boy, fell to his knees and told the boy to spare his life. The chieftain's men were surprised and couldn't understand why he was acting this way. And the Viper's Sword lost! They asked what they should do now. Should they run? They had heard that the Silent Reaper knew no mercy. Sochun loudly declared that it was over. People began to say that Kangnam Cho of the flexible poison was the new owner of the snake den. Viper Sword was surprised that it was Khan who was the leader, and sat down at his feet and began to talk to him to spare him and give him a chance to serve under his leadership. Khan kicked him and dotted the Viper that if he had any possessions he was hiding, he'd better tell him now. Otherwise, he'd die a slow and painful death. The next day, people were asking each other if they had heard of the Viper Sword. He had lost the previous night. And then the girl learned that Sochun had destroyed the underground arena. How dare he touch one of their main sources of income? She said she couldn't report this until she sorted it out herself. The master was already in a bad mood. It's not such a big deal. First, everything needs to be fixed. Flexible poison is quite powerful. She'll leave it for now to restore what's been destroyed. And if he sorts everything out quickly, his death will be very quick and not painful.
The guy sitting at the table said he heard that Khan had conquered both the East and the West, but only a week had passed. It's understandable, really, considering he killed a sword viper and a pig on the same day. It seems even the Silent Reaper is supporting him. Does this mean the flexible poison is targeting the position of the Hao faction leader?
Kang gave Sochun a letter and said the femme fatale had sent a message that morning. The boy asked, "What is it?"
Khan said she was inviting him to the banquet to congratulate him. And he wasn't the only one invited. His name was there too.
Sochun asked, "Where is it?"
Kang clutched the letter in his hands and said, "In the southern Tower of Fire. A brothel located in the southern territory of the femme fatale."
Sochun said they were suggesting they choose a location if they suspected a trap.
What would Kang say? There was no need. They would go. And at this time, in the southern Tower of Fire, the girl asked if she could ask where the rest of the warriors accompanying them were. Khan replied that he was the only one. The warriors immediately assumed they were confident, but it wasn't confidence, it was recklessness. This is the territory of the mistress of their tower. However, he brought only one bodyguard into the femme fatale's lair. The girl treated them with respect and asked them to come this way. They ascended to the 10th floor of the southern Tower of Fire, and the girl told the lady that she had brought guests. The lady was delighted and replied that they had come. It was an honor to meet the flexible poison and the Silent Reaper. The femme fatale said that before they could begin their conversation, she needed to prepare the banquet. They shouldn't worry, it wouldn't take long. The girls started pestering them and telling them they were so beautiful. The femme fatale took the bottle and said they'd start with a drink. The girls served them and said these were their drinks. The best they had in the spa. It had a special aroma. Sochun turned to the femme fatale and said he didn't want to waste his time. Let's get down to business. The femme fatale replied, "That means he's the famous Silent Reaper. What does he mean by wasting time? Does he know why this place is called the Southern Tower of Fire?" Sochun told her he didn't care. The femme fatale said it was because people came here and burned their minds and bodies to ashes, and every man leaves this place with a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Let them tell him their tastes. They have everything a man could wish for. Sochun replied that faction leader Hao was his type. The femme fatale said she advised them against insulting the man. Sochun replied that he too agreed with her. Kang was already tired and told them to get down to business. He was busy. The femme fatale considered them impudent and would have torn out their tongues if not for the orders of the faction leader. The femme fatale said, "If they insist." Frankly, the two of them were invited here because the faction leader had a message for them. They may already know this, but the viper and pig they killed were working for the Hao faction leader, just like her. Sochun asked, "So what?" The femme fatale replied, so they wouldn't misunderstand. They hadn't invited them here to blame them for their murder. The Hao faction, no, the Dark Path doesn't condemn the deaths of weaklings. They invited them to offer them the positions the previous two had. And as the one who came before them, she recommends accepting the offer instead of showing off your stupid arrogance. Even though the faction leader didn't show up in person, both guys responded that they weren't interested. Sochun asked her if they were dating. And also, what did she mean by didn't show up in person? And then they saw that the girl who started laughing loudly resembled Mrs. Hao. She told Sochun that he was a baby, and he noticed her. The lady said she knew they called him the Silent Reaper, but she thought that was a weakling's assessment. It seems he's actually quite good. She was going to tear him apart for destroying the underground arena, but now she'd changed her mind. Celestial Jade! Sochun became curious and asked why. The lady replied that she knew he was a supreme master, but she did not imagine that he was at the border of the unlimited limit. Even though she didn't try hard, Sochun felt her presence. He gives him credit. She's actually a very kind person. It was a shame Sochun ruined her business, but considering his abilities, and Sochun started laughing. The lady asked him what was so funny. Sochun replied that nothing. It just turned out to be easier than he expected. The lady was surprised and said that he should just not say that he was counting on those kids who were hiding behind the ceiling. They realized that today wouldn't be so easy, and the lady attacked Sochun, but he managed to dodge and attacked in return. Sochun saw that the battle was heating up and told Kang that he would leave the femme fatale to him. But then, out of nowhere, Soren fell from the ceiling. She immediately handed Sochun his sword. Sochun wanted only one thing, Lady Hao's death. He didn't wait long for the right moment, and, catching the sword in midair, he attacked her. Sochun told his men to hide behind the ceiling and assess the situation, and if they are discovered, have them completely conceal themselves or distract the enemy. Considering the importance of information and control over it, Celestial Jade will gather data on the Silent Reaper,
And in the process, he discovers that the Silent Reaper is a killer. That's where it all begins.
Sochan said it was okay. It just turned out to be easier than he expected.
Sochan immediately pounced on her with his attack,
But the lady was strong and easily repelled the attack. But Solchong went after the knives with a sword, and then she was surprised that he was so fast and dexterous. She found no other choice and decided to counterattack and put her bare hand against the blade. Solchong didn't run away and accepted everything as it came. He was ready to fight to the last and win this battle. Sachan was very close to his target with each of his attacks, but the lady always managed to dodge. The lady wondered how he could parry her chi attacks so easily. It couldn't be. How could such a small fry do it? She sucked the life chi out of thousands of men until they died. Not to mention the periodic support of miraculous medicines and life chi from the dark heavens. The lady used an energy pill at the moment of attack, sending it straight at the boy, but Sochan dodged it and was able to attack in return. She gave herself completely to this attack, but at the moment of defense she saw that she was losing, and Sochan came very close. And then the lady understood the whole essence of the situation, and said that they should just not tell her that it was a distraction. The lady couldn't understand where the attack would come from, and the guy took advantage of this moment and sealed her into the ground. And then Sochan flew into the air and, while delivering his attack, said that he was not finished with her yet. All the interesting things were yet to come. The lady realized that everything was bad, but the only thing she was interested in was why the guy was being so zealous. In that moment, she remembered her entire past, how she killed every warrior in a row and spared no one. Sochan wanted her to pay in full. At that moment, the femme fatale wondered what was going on here. She was very surprised, and then, out of nowhere, Khan appeared and attacked her. He told the girl that she had good reflexes. Khan told her to surrender, and he would spare him. The femme fatale asked, why should she trust him? Khan replied that the Hao faction leader was dead, and now he was in control of Hao. The fatal lady didn't believe him and started laughing. She asked the guy what he thought. Would the boss die so easily? He didn't know what a monster she was. She was deceiving the whole world. But then someone from the smoke said she wasn't human. The femme fatale hoped that only she would be satisfied with the lives of ordinary humans. The lady was very angry with him and asked how he dared to hit her in the face. She used her powers to blind Sochan. Sochan stopped and decided to wait, calling her a damn bitch. Upon seeing him, the mistress immediately grabbed the boy's face and sucked out all his energy. Sochan immediately understood and saw that this was the demonic art of the white hand. If yang represents men, then yin represents women. The fact that the palm turns white during training, or the fact that a woman's chi is as powerful as the snow-white, icy, divine palm of the northern sea. It's not that important. What's important is that this art earned its notoriety for its methodology, which involves collecting chi from other women. The truth is that this demonic art absorbs chi and targets, just like the great art of inhaling a shooting star. It will allow one to maintain eternal youth even after reaching 70. The most demonic of all the demonic yin arts, it is said that she prefers younger prey so that she can easily restore her youth. Sochan told her not to even dare think that she would die an easy death. He ordered his men not to let anyone approach them. Let them deal with anything suspicious. The lady was very surprised and asked, who the hell is he? Sochan asked her what she thought. The lady replied that she had never heard of the Huasan faction leader having a successor, and also about a person who practiced poisonous arts of such a level. Sochan realized this was what he expected from the Celestial Jade. It was even better than the Celestial Orb when it came to gathering information. Sochan said she was asking who is standing in front of her now. Well, let him meet the Silent Reaper then. He saw her wrinkles. She must have used a lot of female chi. What was definitely right? The lady replied that it was just a scratch he left because she let her guard down. Sochan asked in surprise, really? He immediately accelerated and got very close to her. But the lady replied that it was indeed so. They faced both attacks, but neither was willing to give up and fought to the bitter end. But something intervened and pushed them back. The lady burst into laughter when she saw he hadn't harmed her. Sochan said he respected her for feigning innocence. Faction leader Hao. By the way, does she know that she hasn't moved an inch? The lady was surprised and couldn't understand why. Sochan started smiling and saying that he was very impressed. That's why he hated dark skies. Lady Hao was greatly surprised and asked what he was talking about. But Soren didn't leave him alive and attacked.
She looked at her stomach and saw blood coming out. She immediately realized it was the rat hiding there. But if it was a girl, she could simply use its powers. Sochun immediately attacked her and replied that she couldn't and called her Heavenly Jade.
Sochun also decided to attack with his sword and thrust it straight into her chest. The names and structure of the Ursa Major branch are top secret, reserved for only a select few from the dark skies and crews.
But how did the stranger find out about this?
Sochun said he'd make sure she wouldn't be bored alone in hell.
And when he meets the people from the Illustrated Records department, let him tell them that the Reaper has benefited from the miracle drugs.
And besides, she was looking for the one who destroyed the damn demon's tomb, right? And it was him. Mrs. Howe knew she had to tell them that this guy. There was a fire at that time, and people were asking, what's going on? And they so dreamed of spending the night in this place. But some heard that someone had reserved the entire tower for the day.
The southern tower of fire burned all night. By morning, all that remained were ruins and a faceless body burned to the ground.
The femme fatale retreated after confirming the death of the Howe faction leader. Kang began active reconstruction.
The femme fatale helped him and then left the scene, causing other factions to stir.
But no one took any active action. The reason for this was Kan Young-cho's flexible poison, a tyrant who gained everything through true power. Sochun said it seemed he had a hard time while he was away.
Kang replied that he welcomed Sochun. The boy said he could use a break since he had finally achieved the position he so desired.
Let Khan look at himself suffering from all this work. By the way, did he find out anything about the previous chapter?
Khan replied that it was obvious that her identity as a courtesan of the Southern House was a fake, and there were almost no records of her. It was as if she had never existed.
Sochun asked him if he was planning on getting involved in brothels. Kang replied that he was. The underground arena and the black market were enough for him. He was going to focus on them.
But if Sochun wanted, he could take the Borgelis.
He was planning to seize them again if anyone saw them. Sochun replied that no, it was fine. They were his.
Sochun was sure the Merchant King would be happy to take them, but it was too much of a risk given their value.
The dark skies are already watching him, and if he takes control of the brothels, everything will get worse.
Moreover, Heavenly Jade was practically the eyes and ears of the dark heavens. With her death, the celestial spheres should soon notice.
Khan asked if the guy was really planning to leave. He can't survive here if he can't read people. Besides, he made too much noise for someone who wanted to hide from ghosts. Or maybe that was a lie too. Well, none of that matters. Just let Sochun tell him how Khan can help him. But behind him, this week's work is already through the roof.
Sochun couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Kang was surprised and asked him what was so funny.
Sochun replied that it was nothing.
He'd planned to end their relationship when he left. But it seemed Kang was better than he thought, and he thinks that he had better take this opportunity, make him his debtor, and come back later. Sochun said he didn't need anything for now. He wanted Kang to help him when he contacted him sometime in the future.
And these guards will protect him. Let him use them as he pleases. They will do anything except harm him.
And he also needs to be careful now, because there are lives depending on him. Right, Godfather?
Khan replied that nothing of the sort was the case. And it wasn't his wish either. It was hers, specifically. She wanted it herself.
Sochun set out, running across the rooftops, thinking that he was initially going to deliver the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. But the Henan Valley was nearby. He would deal with that first. If you go straight west from Henan, you'll reach Luoyang, located between the Yellow and South Rivers. It was the capital of 9 dynasties and a center of culture and science, thanks to such great minds as Lao Tzu and Li Bai. Luoyang is home to the Longmen Grottos, the largest temple cave complex in history, which took 400 years to build, and it's known to have 1,350 caves, and Soren said they're there. The Longmen Grottos of Henan are a branch of the Valley of Ghosts. The warriors came out and told Sochun they were glad to welcome him. The boy replied that he would stay for a couple of days and let them help him with his training. Sochun realized he hadn't reached level 5 in shadow-throwing knives and ghostly walk. He needed to continue training. And perhaps there are differences in training methods across departments. That's worth checking out too. Sochun said the next day that it obviously made no difference. And by the way, are they seriously just eating plain pills? Naturally, their minds would die if this was all they had to eat. Enough with the training. he decided to go look up the information. The branch's information includes client names and murder records, and each branch appears to have a wealth of different data. This is logical, because they can communicate with each other through letters, discussing important things, but not everything. Sochun rejoiced and said it looked like their merchant king was on this list too, and his name was there again. Sochun sat for several hours and said that he believed he was the king of merchants for a reason, and his name came up again. He ordered his men to send all of this to the head of the Golden Desire sword faction, and to have Soren send someone to observe Jungjo from a distance. Sochun thought about it, expecting the celestial sphere to act at any moment, but it seemed to be acting very, very cautiously. There's no need to worry about that for now. Besides, they have the upper hand in information gathering. He won't let things happen the way they want, Dark Skies. Heavenly Farah said at the meeting that the leader was unable to join them due to his schedule. The head of the Illustrated Records department was also unable to participate due to work-related issues, and the Heavenly Jade had disappeared somewhere. It was reasonable to assume she was dead. The Heavenly Scales asked him if he was sure. Celestial Farah replied that he'd been thinking about it for the past 3 days. He was sure of it. And as someone who had worked with her often, he believed Libra knew better than he that she wouldn't break the connection without reason. The Celestial Scales became very angry and pondered for a long time whether to believe it or not. Farah told him not to be so sure. Nothing is absolute. Let him always remember that vanity can lead to his downfall, and sometimes you have to accept it. Jasper Libra said he never considered the possibility that he might be the vain one. Farah replied that he had a compelling reason to constantly consider this possibility, so he shouldn't worry. That's why he was talking about the worst-case scenario. A person or group might know about them and act against their grand plan. The celestial mechanism responded that this was nonsense. Farah said that Jasper Libra constantly monitors those in their group who are capable of betrayal and deals with them if they give him cause. And she's confident that he knows better than anyone about other methods of controlling information leaks. Let them all calm down. He's just talking about the worst-case scenario. It's better to discuss it instead of remaining silent when they're all thinking about that possibility. As for other possible developments, it could be grudges held against the Hao faction, or something more personal. The Jasper Scales said this seemed the most plausible. And yet, she was from the dark path. And if so, things get complicated. Given the Celestial Jade's unclear past, it's difficult to trace all of her past relationships. Besides, she was the group's data collection specialist. Without her, their intelligence gathering potential would be radically reduced. Naturally, they are with the Heavenly Scales, who often worked with her, and they can try to check a couple of things, but their capabilities are limited. Farah said that if this were the work of one person, it wouldn't be difficult. Everyone leaves traces behind. They just need to find them and track them. The celestial mechanism said that regarding this, he doesn't understand why Farah lets the flexible poison get away with everything. He doesn't believe such a wretch could defeat the celestial jade. But doesn't that mean he's somehow involved? Libra replied that the killer, known as the Silent Reaper, is also under suspicion. There was also a fire in the southern tower. He investigated, but couldn't find out anything because there were no witnesses. It's impossible for there to be no witnesses in such a prominent location as the Southern Tower of Fire. Only weaklings were there, because the Ursa Major Squadron was on a mission elsewhere. The boy asked what he planned to do with the flexible poison. Farah replied that, as they all knew, Heavenly Jade was no ordinary person. And if someone had managed to kill her without them noticing, it wasn't an ordinary person. He didn't think they'd leave such an obvious clue. In the worst case, it could be a trap to get them out. Therefore, it's best to approach with caution and patience. Have them redistribute resources and tasks in the Heavenly Jade Department and continue preparing for the great plan. Meanwhile, at the Shaolin Monastery, Sochun rejoiced that he was finally here. The Shaolin Monastery had always been an anchor for the light factions, remaining steadfast even in times of chaos. The chrome ringing was pleasant and relaxing. It would be better if he didn't have this burden with him. He should hurry and finish the job. And Noxawol was waiting for him. The monk came out and said he welcomed the young man to the Shaolin Monastery. Could he write down his faction, name, nickname, and purpose of visit? Sochun remembered he had to tell him the password. And then the guy said it was an ancient Buddhist sutra. The monk was greatly surprised and opened the leaf to see that it was Sochun, the sword of the true plum blossom. This is the man who destroyed Shaolin's only chance of escaping its disgrace. And then Sochun replied that he wished to remain unnoticed. If the monk doesn't mind, could he come in quietly? The monk decided he would lead the way himself and told him to follow him. At this time, one of the 10 highest heavens, the holy monk teacher He-Man, was thinking about what to do and the sacred scripture of blood. More than 6 months have passed since the demonic art, the Shaolin Monastery's chance to right its past wrongs, reappeared and then vanished again. They remained inactive because they feared their intervention would derail the conflict into a full-scale war. Yet the result was a scripture burned to ashes. However, the head of the Murim Alliance offered them something else as compensation, which he considered a consolation. But so much time had passed. Dissatisfied voices were already beginning to be heard. He was upset by Monk Zan's aggressive approach to this matter. Who could have imagined this would happen? And not 2 dark factions or a river of evil, but a disciple of the 9 great factions. And so, please let him bring them the sacred art of enlightened wisdom as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Sochon was thinking and realizing they were running late. An hour had already passed, and they still hadn't arrived. If they had known what he had brought with him, they wouldn't have delayed so long. Then the monk entered and apologized for the delay. Sochon was surprised to see the High Master and realized his face was familiar. The senior monk told the boy to follow him. At this point, Sochon wondered if he was taking him to a teacher. Along the way, he saw many monks bowing to him, and he assumed the monk was some kind of superior one, considering that his face seemed familiar to him. Perhaps he was famous, and from his past life. Sochon got tired of following him, and at the last moment, he wondered where they were all going. They haven't seen anyone for some time, and the atmosphere is somehow heavy. And something is wrong. The monk said that before him stood the sword of the true plum blossom, Chu Sochon. And why did he burn it? Sochon asked what he was talking about. The monk replied, "The holy scripture of blood." And then the boy realized something was definitely wrong. The monk said that this was something that should have gone to the Shaolin Monastery, and as far as he knew, they were aware of this fact. And he brought him here to find out why Sochon had done this, since he knew everything. Sochon told the monk that he didn't know who he was, but he had to. The monk said it was an ancient Buddhist sutra. He knew about the sacred art of enlightened wisdom, so he shouldn't worry. Sochon wondered what was going on. The monk said he was grateful for bringing him safely to their monastery, but that doesn't mean they won't look into his other crimes. Sochon asked, "What is he?" The monk replied that he apologized for not introducing himself. Hongguo stood before him for a moment. Sochon realized there was a reason the monk seemed so familiar. He was the holy fist of this monastery. Hongguo is a holy fist. In the future, he will become a senior monk who will lead Shaolin, and when the war begins, he will lead the Arhats to the very end, and he will deal a critical blow to the head of the Dark Heavens, along with the other heroes of that time. Sochon replied that he was pleased to meet the 100-step fist monk, Hongguo. And then the boy thought he was lucky to have encountered a man who revered Shaolin to the point of fanaticism. Although there is no point in complaining, since it was precisely this obsession of his that led the monastery to its golden age. But this is the last person he wants to meet right now. Hong told the guy to be kind and answered his question. Sochon thought that of all the Shaolin monks, it should have been him. And then he felt something was wrong. Sochon replied that he would first like to ask if the elder Monaco knew that he had come with sacred art. Sochon immediately realized he was right. Shaolin places the delivery of the sacred art of enlightened wisdom as its primary goal. He had heard that the Holy Fist was quite bloodthirsty in his younger years, but he never expected that he would be so stubborn in his later years. Sochon told him that he was grateful for the personal interest he had shown in him, but as he should already know, he was in the middle of an important mission, and therefore I would like him to be understanding of his desire to hurry with the delivery. Hong said he wasn't here to interrogate him. He was just asking a simple question he wanted an answer to. Why did the boy burn the scripture? At that moment, Sochon realized he was going crazy. He'd heard that in the southern regions there were birds called parrots that could repeat every word a person said. These were probably exactly like that. Sochon knew he could simply continue to press the mission issue, but he didn't want Hongguo to hate him. Sochon said they might have heard, but there had been a serious conflict at the time. He considered it unreasonable for people to kill each other because of the bloody monk's past deeds. Hong replied that Sochon seemed to have the nerve, the true plum blossom sword. As he had said before, the one who should have judged this was neither him, nor the Hwasan faction, nor the Murin Alliance, but the Shaolin Monastery. Moreover, it was publicly announced that the scripture was to be handed over to the Shaolin. Let him not say he didn't know this. He wouldn't have asked questions if it were due to his ignorance.
So-chan thought he hadn't expected it to be this tough.
Tensions were running high, and the boys were ready to fight each other. But then someone shouted at them to calm down. So-chan was very surprised and realized who it was. Hong was also surprised to see his mentor standing before him. The mentor asked if he realized what he was doing.
If he knew the sacred art had arrived, he should have reported it. Why did he keep it a secret?
It would have been disastrous if the child he was trying to silence had not come to him in anger. The master told So-chan that his student had shown extreme disrespect and asked for his forgiveness. So-chan told the head monk not to bow his head before him. The head monk said he had recently heard that he had discovered sacred art and had delivered it safely. How could he not bow his head to him when the entire Shaolin was in his debt? So-chan replied that he had discovered the sacred art by chance, through pure good fortune. Delivering him to the monastery was simply his duty as a man of the murim. So, please, there's no need to show him such high honors. The elder monk said rumors are often exaggerated, but that didn't seem to be the case with him. In fact, he was even underestimated. So-chan thought it looked like Hwasun had gotten his hands on the diamond, and he understood why the leader of the Murim alliance had such confidence in him. When people are so talented that they reach limitless heights at such a young age, they easily become vain. However, he is very modest. So-chan said he offered his sincere apologies for burning the sacred blood scripture, thereby robbing the Shaolin of the opportunity to correct their mistakes. May the elder forgive him. The senior monk told him not to worry. His actions were based on a pure desire to stop people from shedding senseless blood, and besides, he came personally to apologize and return the lost art. So-chan knew that everything would have gone terribly wrong if he hadn't obtained the sacred art. So-chan said that since he had successfully completed his mission, he would now return. The senior monk asked in surprise, "Already? They may be a Buddhist sect, but they don't give their benefactors the cold shoulder. Moreover, he's keen for others to know about him and welcome him." So-chan replied that he would gladly stay if he had the time, but unfortunately, he had no choice due to the mission he had been assigned. The senior monk said he understood everything. So-chan asked him, or perhaps he wanted to ask him for something. He would try to help him. The senior monk was delighted and asked, "Is that true?" So-chan thought he probably shouldn't have said that, and he wants So-chan to have a practice fight with Hongo, who has a disdainful attitude toward the other factions. From his youth, he was a diligent child who never showed laziness. He was also modest and kind. His defining characteristic was an overwhelming pride in Shaolin, but at the time he found nothing unusual in this. The problem became apparent when he went outside to wander the world. Hong never became angry when someone insulted him, even if the insult came from their sworn enemies, people of the demonic path. However, the moment a person insulted Shaolin, Hongguo transformed from a monk into an asura. Once he even beat up a man from the Light faction because he spoke about their sect with slight sarcasm. There is nothing wrong with being proud of one's sect, but he went beyond mere pride. If he continues to look down on other teachings, he may become consumed by arrogance. So-chan knew a fight with him wouldn't be a problem. But should he get involved? Hongguo might have been troublesome, but he ultimately became a Shaolin hero. But what if his intervention changes the future? The elder asked him to help him with his problematic student. So-chan told the head monk that he would do it, so please let him stop bowing to him. Hong thought that although he understood the master's anger for not informing him of the arrival of the sacred art, the question of the sacred blood scripture is also important. He knows they have an agreement with the Muri's alliance, but how can a Shaolin simply ignore what happened? He doesn't understand, more than that. He asked his mentor if the promise was true. The mentor replied that it would be true if he won the training match against Chu So-chan. Not only will it free him from responsibility for his mistakes, but it will also allow him to question whatever his heart desires. However, if he loses, Hong will have to let go of all his negative feelings towards him and apologize. The master said it was decided, and let So-chan take care of him. So-chan bowed and said it was an honor. Hong said he'd give him 3 seconds. He thought the true plum blossom sword might be a rising star, but most rumors are usually exaggerated. Besides, as a disciple of the Shaolin monastery, he can't lose to someone younger and less experienced than him. He can't lose. So-chan replied that he accepted them, and he should be more careful about controlling his power. So-chan looked at Hong and wondered how strong the 100-step fist monk had been in his younger years. So-chan drew his sword and immediately attacked Hong without considering the consequences of the battle.
Hong saw this and foresaw everything. Using his air arts, he immediately retreated to within striking distance of Sochun's blade.
Hong saw that this was a technique for practicing the movements of the immobile diamond. It moved. He knew it wasn't a coincidence. His breathing was still even, which meant he wasn't even trying too hard. He knew he'd parried, if not for the 3 seconds he'd given him. Sochun didn't let go and attacked the magnificent plum blossom. The master was surprised and said that the plum blossom sword art was 24 steps.
Sochun didn't stop and attacked the auspicious plum blossom.
Then Hong announced that the 3 seconds were up, and he attacked in return. Hong knew in his head that he had to put an end to this in an instant, and he attacked with the diamond strike. Sochun was also surprised to see Hong attack with a diamond strike, the holy fist that saved the murim in the future. This blow, which he had barely seen from a distance, was right before his eyes. He smiled and said that he dared to say that this was the Shaolin fist itself. Sochun launched his attack and saw flowers begin to grow on his sword, but Hong didn't stop and attacked back, only to be caught by the boy's blade. He immediately retreated, knowing it wasn't over yet. Hong kept telling himself that he couldn't lose. He used his inner energy and attacked, shouting that Shaolin was invincible. Sochun was also surprised by the 100-step holy fist. It was a technique capable of striking anything 100 steps away, a technique whose name he'd only heard. Sochun, who thought he was a feeble Hwasan elder, got the chance to see her in person. It was like a dream. But he didn't lose his composure and attacked with the fragrance of plum blossoms from 10,000 miles away. And then Hong felt a wound on his shoulder. Hong clutched his wound and said that this couldn't be true. The elder asked him if he now realized how deeply he'd been consumed by arrogance. Hong couldn't do anything, and he knew he'd lost this battle. He accepted it and realized that the master was right. Sochun headed to his room and sighed, thinking that fortunately nothing terrible had happened. Hong asked Master Chu to apologize for his rudeness. Let him ask that foolish monk. Sochun understood that he might be a monk, but he was still a martial artist with pride. Remarkably, he acknowledged his mistakes without any sign of dissatisfaction.
So there's a reason he's a candidate for the position of head monk. Frankly, he wasn't sure at first, but it seems he has nothing to worry about.
Sochun told the monk he would go. It was a short stop, but he was grateful for everything. The monk laughed and replied that he was the only one here who should be grateful. He had to deal with this old monk's unreasonable request. Sochun said there was something else he'd almost forgotten. Sochun opened the box and said he'd found it along with the sacred art of enlightened wisdom. Sochun remembered the teacher saying he should return at least one. The monk replied that he should have asked earlier, but where had the boy discovered the sacred art? Sochun replied that before the Seven Swords War began, he found her in an isolated mountain valley while traveling. He was starving for a while then, and so somehow he continued to move forward, desperately. So he doesn't remember much about that place. Sochun apologized and said he couldn't help him with that. The monk told him not to apologize. He'd already accomplished a lot by finding art, and he could keep it. But he felt bad about sending his benefactor away without some proper reward. So, let him keep the pill. Sochun bowed and thanked him. As he said goodbye, he said they would see each other again in the future. The monks asked the monk what Sochun meant by the true plum blossom sword. He was the one who burned the blood scripture. Truly incomprehensible. He turned to the leader and said, "Is there a possibility that he took advantage of the situation by predicting the outcome? He was unknown until the War of the Seven Swords. He could have burned the blood scripture and used the sacred art to quickly gain fame. The monk said he could have predicted the outcome, using sacred art to cover up his mistakes. And they were overthinking his intentions. He said that all of this is quite likely. As heads of the orderly chamber, they must approach this matter objectively." The leader replied that he understood what they were trying to say, but Master Chu was not the type to harbor such desires. Moreover, he was talented enough to deserve his current fame. He said that they knew that Flying Flower Palm was a strong martial artist, but it was rumored that he was exhausted back then. The Hand of Flying Flowers wouldn't expect victory even if he were in his best condition. It's impossible. The leader said no. It was possible. He'd seen it with his own eyes. He asked what he meant. The leader replied that before his departure, he had defeated Hongguo in a training match. He asked what the leader had said about Hongguo. And then, along the way, Sochun felt someone following him. Turning around, the girl in the basque said she was Gumyong from the Hebei Valley. Sochun asked in surprise, "Gumyong?" The girl replied that the head of the organization, the king of merchants, had called her that.
Sochan asked, "What's wrong?"
Then Sochan opened the letter and saw that he was urgently being summoned. In the Golden Desire Sword faction, Lee said that the bandit attack was just a normal Tuesday for merchants, and so he was always cautious and used the Golden Desire Sword faction as an escort. And he knew that the number of bandits had increased sharply recently, but he thought that ordinary people were going through hard times. They had to survive. But in the mountains, on the rivers, they constantly target only his organization. And after investigating, he discovered that 18 Red Forest forts were behind it all. And this is what happened, Lee said. Sochan listened and thought. He wondered, why? Why would the 18 Red Forest forts target the Golden Desire Sword faction?
Did they pick on them because they were new? No, they wouldn't have left Chongqing just for that. And then Sochan thought, really?
He asked Chief Lee if he remembered the man who was talking nonsense. Lee asked what he meant by that idiot.
Sochan asked in surprise, "Idiot?"
Lee replied that it was true. Since then, he's come back 10 more times. At first, he offered small amounts, but then they began to grow exponentially. He constantly told him to work for him, ensuring commercial superiority throughout Zhongyuan. Lee understood everything and told Sochan to stand still. He's saying the 18 Red Forest forts are somehow connected to them? He didn't suspect him because he was constantly visited by strange characters and madmen. Sochan thought he was a spy sent by the heavenly scales. He seemed to have given in, as the merchant king didn't even consider his proposal. Deciding to take it by force, he took action. This is a big problem. A significant flood that he couldn't predict. Someone is surely hiding in the 18 Red Forest forts. They must be inciting them to attack the gold merchant organization by expanding.
Lee asked Sochan to say something. Something was wrong, right? Should they give up?
Sochan replied that of course not, and asked what measures Chairman Lee had taken. Lee replied that he had increased the number of escorts, but that it couldn't be done, as this was happening everywhere. So he's recruited a decent number of mercenaries. But as things get worse, this is becoming a financial burden. Sochan said it looked like they needed to stage a full-scale raid on these bandits. Lee jumped on the table and replied that it was exactly that, but this time, he won't be able to provide much help. He can provide a few warriors, but he's already short on manpower due to the escort issues.
Sochan told him not to worry. He wouldn't need much help.
Besides, they called him because he needed help, right? Lee told the gentleman that everything was correct. It was amazing how well Sochan understood his words, and he was deeply impressed by his infinite wisdom. He knew he could count on him. At this time, Sochan was wondering what he should do now. 18 Red Forest forts. Bandits settled in Zhongyuan appear everywhere, including mountains, plains, and rivers. Although most of them are small fry, consisting of second and third class warriors, they have a numerical advantage, similar to Hao's faction from the Black Path. But unlike the Hao faction, they have several powerful warriors, and some of the fort leaders are among the top 100 martial artists. So, Sochan thought, he needed more forces if he wanted to raid them. Who should he team up with? Zhu listened to Sochan's proposal and replied no. But why did he want them to go with him? Sochan replied that he who does nothing for a day goes without food for a day. There, the bandits are sowing chaos, and he's going to be lazy here? Zhu replied that if he needed a weapon, he'd simply teach him how to use it. Sochan said they were going after bandits, but they were still the 18 Red Forest forts. Considering they've been entrenched in Zhongyuan for a long time, they don't know what traps their hideouts might contain. Zhu was surprised and asked, "Traps?" Zhu said, "Well, that part sounds interesting." Sochan immediately realized the guy hadn't changed at all. Sochan said they weren't going alone, and his inner strength was up to par, so he shouldn't worry too much. Let him start preparing. They're performing tomorrow. Nak approached them stealthily and eavesdropped on their conversation. The boys were immediately surprised and greeted her. Sochan asked her how he could help her. Nak thought about it and answered, asking if they could take her with them. Sochan asked if he could ask why. Nak told the young master that Zhu was skipping meals when no one was watching him, so she was worried about him. Zhu asked, "What's this all about?" He wasn't a child. As he always said, she was worrying too much, young Miss Nak. Nak said he'd said the same thing the last time, and then they'd fasted for 3 days straight. Zhu replied that it was because he was designing a new device at the time. He can take care of his hunger with qi, so everything is fine. Nak asked Sochan if he saw. She can't leave him alone.
Let the master take her with him. Sochon asked if she even knew where they were going. Her father would kill him. Tell him to stop.
Sochon asked if it was possible that she, Zhu, and young Miss Nak were in a relationship. Nak thought about it and replied that they weren't in a relationship.
Zhu was surprised and asked what they were talking about.
They had misunderstood the teacher-student relationship. Zhu said that young Miss Nak often came to watch him build various devices and mechanisms. So he recently began teaching her how to build mechanisms. She's one of the few people, besides her older brother, who understands the true value of this art. Sochon asked if her father knew. Nak replied that he didn't yet. He thought about the structure of mechanisms, and suddenly he wanted to go home. Something was itching inside him. With the will and desire to learn, he said he was with him again this time. People were scared and told them not to tell anyone that they were storming 18 red forest forts with so many people. Sochon replied that more would come when they approached Zhongyuan, so he shouldn't worry. He said it was a shame he wouldn't be with them. Sochon replied that they needed someone to protect the organization.
Zhu asked, "Who will they be dating?"
Sochon replied that he'll see soon. Nak said that he's, as always, full of secrets and surprises. Sochon said he was truly sorry he'd left her alone earlier. Nak smiled and replied that it was okay. She wasn't angry with him anymore. She was going to stay angry a little longer, but that would be too harsh on him. They immediately set out on their journey, but did not even suspect that they were being followed and that it was their enemies. The scout said a message had arrived from the Heavenly Libra squad. The true Plum Blossom Sword had come from the Golden Desire Sword faction. It seems true that the true Plum Blossom Sword and the head of the Golden Merchant organization were close friends, and they could use this opportunity to get rid of both of them. True Plum Blossom Sword, Sochon! The man who ruined their plan by burning the sacred scripture of blood out of a pitiful sense of justice. They couldn't get him because he returned to Manhwa as soon as the war ended, but now they have a chance. Farah thought they'd worked out a plan, but it wasn't perfect. Without the celestial jade, there were too many gaps in the data. It was a shame he had to figure out such details himself. I also heard that the guy recently delivered the sacred art of enlightened wisdom to the Shaolin monastery. I also heard that when he was young, many strange coincidences happened. He must be a lucky man. And then he wondered, were these just coincidences? He felt like he was missing something. At Ankang, Nak was surprised to see her brother, Zhang Hong, and sister, Zhang So-eun. So-eun smiled and told Nak that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Hong ran to Sochon and was delighted to see him. Sochon told his older brother that they hadn't seen each other in a while, and that he was glad they were doing well. At that moment, hearing their names, he thought it sounded familiar, and he'd seen them somewhere. Sochon said he heard it was decided that they would become Plum Blossom Swordsmen, elite swordsmen of the Hwasan faction. Han replied that it was all true. He was so lucky, so lucky. He thought, that's why their names sounded so familiar. He thought that the brave plum sword Zhang Hong and the jade plum flower Zhang So-eun. Sochon said he didn't think they would come, considering it was a personal matter. He'd expected about a dozen people. Hong told the boy not to worry. They had a personal score to settle with the Red Forest. So-eun replied that they did. Did he remember back then, on the Lotus Squad's first expedition? Sochon replied that that was the way, but he didn't expect them to send Plum Blossom swordsmen. Hong told Sochon that he always had a way of lifting people's spirits with his speech. So-eun replied that they had also decided that they weren't officially Plum Blossom swordsmen yet. Hong said that was why they were allowed outside. He should forgive them if they were disappointed that she was only given swordsman candidates. Sochon replied that everything was fine. Then, one of the leaders received information that the Golden Desire Sword faction had sent a raiding party, and it contained those who had caused the Red Forest to harbor a grudge against the Hwasan faction and the Jegal clan. About 7 years ago, the Battle of Gaizhou took place between the Murim Alliance and the River of Evil. Ultimately, the Murim Alliance achieved an absolute victory. Although casualties were few, the leader of the River of Evil could not accept their complete defeat, unwilling to accept the outcome of the conflict. The leader of the Evil River planned a trap for his rivals, the Hwasan faction and the Jegal clan. However, at that moment, it was worth killing those little bastards. The guys asked the chief why he got so angry. They call them heroes, but they're still just little things. I've heard they're not very numerous either. They'd have an advantage outside the forest or the river, but there's nothing to fear if they come into their territory. And given the value of the Golden Wish Guild, it's too early to abandon their position. They might just fight back with what forces they have. The chief thought for a moment and replied that they were right. How could anyone call themselves a man if they were running away from children?
Sochan looked around and said that it was already getting dark and suggested that the others spend the night here. And then he saw and felt that someone was coming and warned everyone to get ready to fight. Sochan told them not to worry because it was Taesuk. Taesuk, hearing this, said that he was still just as rude. What kind of Taesuk was he to him?
Nok asked the boy if he knew him. The boy replied that he was a warrior of the Tang clan, Desik. He served his young mistress, the poisonous phoenix.
Taesuk said the young lady was waiting, Shochona.
Nok asked her brother if he would ask the Tang clan for help.
Sochan replied that it wasn't quite right.
Nok said that it was a poison phoenix. And then a fire phoenix appeared before them.
Soan told her brother she hoped he understood that calling her could get him stabbed in the back during the campaign.
Had he thought this through?
Sochan told her not to worry.
He and the poisonous phoenix had long since settled their issues. They were very good friends now.
Poison Phoenix greeted Sochan and said it had been a while since they'd seen each other. She was glad to see him again. The Poison Phoenix said she hoped he wouldn't refuse to drink this poisonous potion. She'd been waiting for so long to see him rolling on the ground, his stomach melting, and it seemed like coming here was a good idea.
Poison Phoenix asked if he could accept it now. This time, she was confident.
Sochan told her to stop chatting and get down to business.
How are the preparations going?
Poison Phoenix told him not to worry about it.
She'd arrived 4 days earlier and finished everything.
Sochan replied that he had heard.
The Great Tiger Fort, one of the 9 islands of the Green Forest, was nearby. They would attack them in the morning.
He said he could have told me in advance.
He was ready to fight, but he needed to at least develop a plan.
Sochan said he had to wait a bit longer because he needed to take care of some small details along the way.
He shouldn't worry. It wouldn't be too difficult.
Sochan thought it was actually because he didn't want the Red Forest or Dark Sky to become wary.
In any case, it was better to strike them while their guard was down.
The guy who was watching the prisoners was very angry and asked how much longer he had to hang around here.
Me, coddling these animals? It's good at least there's no one around. He can whine to his heart's content.
Do they usually throw them food at this time? The guy said that the animals are rebelling again because of an empty stomach. So let the prisoners come out.
The guy was choosing prisoners and said that he would now look at who he would choose today.
The prisoners started to get scared and cry.
The guy asked them if they were crazy or something. Why were they making such a fuss today for no apparent reason?
But everything went differently. The tiger got out of the cage and attacked the guy who tried to feed people to him.
Everyone was scared and crying, but the tiger looked at them with its bloody muzzle and moved on.
At that moment, Sochan arrived and told them not to worry. He had come to save them all.
People in town kept shouting and asking, "What's going on? These are the prison chief's pets."
And yet, how many of them escaped? They asked.
"Where is the tamer? Let them bring him quickly."
The guy came to the chief. The chief said they were all idiots. They couldn't even look after an animal properly.
The guy said there wasn't just one tiger. A whole horde had escaped. What on earth was going on there, the chief wondered.
Sochan said the hungry ghost's poison worked.
Quite a creepy effect, but everything is going according to plan.
The poisonous phoenix asked Sochan what he wanted, for the poison to only affect the bandits and not the civilians. Normally she would say it was impossible, but in this case, there was a poison that could help. It's called hungry ghost venom.
Sochan asked.
Hungry ghost poison? The poison phoenix replied that it was so named because it caused an insatiable hunger. However, it doesn't have much of an effect on people. It just makes your stomach growl and you feel weak, that's all.
So it was initially considered useless. But there was something unusual about it. It had no particular effect on people, but it works strangely well on animals.
Sochan realized it was true. She was a poisonous phoenix after all. Sochan headed for the main gate, and the guards were shouting that someone was coming.
The guards immediately recognized him, but no one had time to warn them.
After all, Sochan had released his knives and killed them.
And then someone shouted out that there was an invasion.
At that moment, an archer saw him and fired.
Sochan saw this and managed to dodge, and then he threw a knife at him, and the archer didn't even have time to react. Sochan immediately broke down the main doors so his team could enter and destroy everything.
He shouted that the Golden Desire Sword faction would rescue the prisoners. The Hwasan faction was attacking. The Poison Phoenix said the Tang clan would restore order here. But then she foresaw the tiger approaching them.
The poisonous phoenix understood that this was a very smelly powder. If they didn't want to be caught and eaten, they'd better smear themselves with it. Sochon shouted to his men that it was time to attack. The warriors were fighting for their lives, and everyone fought to the last. The warriors cried out to the leader, begging him to save them. The tigers were also on the same side as the boys and fought alongside them. The leader immediately grabbed the tiger by the throat and said that he still dared to attack his own master. The chieftain started fighting the tiger and broke its neck. The boys shouted that the chieftain was a real monster. The leader asked them why they were standing there. If he saw even one fang pointed in his direction, they were to expect no mercy. He would kill them all. The guy asked the chief what to do with the intruders. They weren't ordinary scoundrels. The chief replied that if they weren't ordinary, then that's it. They just tucked their tails between their legs and decided to run away. The boy asked the chief what he was talking about and how they could do such a thing. The chief ordered them to go get food from the dungeon. They would see if they could be used as hostages, and if that didn't work, they would fight for it themselves. And in any case, they outnumber them. Sochon saw that Hong had a plum blossom on the inside of her sleeves. Sochon thought that as fourth-generation disciples, it seemed like most of them had no combat experience and didn't know how to line up. He said that if they acted incorrectly, they could exhaust their internal chi. They should gather in the center, wait for an opportune moment, and only then attack. Poison Phoenix said that if she heard even a word that they had done worse than Hwasan, neither of them would sleep that night. She immediately released several needles directly at the warriors, so they were unable to cope with the pain and fell to the ground. The warrior saw the girl was to blame and attacked her. The poisonous phoenix saw this and used poison. Hong thought, why is she so harsh? Thank goodness they're on the same side. They say if you get close to a poisonous phoenix, you'll drop dead. The warriors were surprised that the Hwasan faction was with the Tang clan. This wasn't a regular assault. He immediately ordered them to bring hostages. But then the boy came running back and told the deputy head that there was someone in the dungeon. But the boy didn't make it in time and died. The deputy chief asked who these people were. He said he was one of the 10 whirlwinds of the Golden Desire sword faction. The deputy head heard what the guy said. What did she say to the Golden Desire sword faction? And then he remembered that recently at the meeting, the manager had spoken. Sochon had told Tot to report. He replied that he shouldn't worry. Everyone was safe. Have fun. It's time to exterminate them. Sochon appealed to the deputy head of the Great Tiger Fortress, and he won't be making unfounded statements. If they value their lives, let them surrender. In that case, they will spare him. And then the deputy head said that some green brat started singing fables here, not even knowing what kind of place this was. He saw a guy who came up to him and, recognizing him, said that this was Guadalik, the bloody tiger of the mountains. Sochon said it was nice to meet you, bandit, and he told him his name. Gua asked if he was the true plum blossom sword. He had heard of a certain Sochon, a boy who had sold his soul to a merchant and become practically his servant. Must it be him? Hong immediately became angry and asked how he dared to spout such nonsense. Gua said that it turned out there was a beauty in Hwasan too, someone he'd never heard of. And what was her name? He'll make her his favorite concubine. And then Sochon immediately rejected this approach and revealed his name. Gua pointed and said that one over there clearly had a sharp character, but she had a nice face. Did she come here to please his eyes?
Sochon told him his name again.
Gua stopped and said he was ready to demonstrate his greatest mercy. If he gave him the women, he would spare the men's lives.
Sochon told him her name again.
Gua told him to shut up and called him a true plum blossom. He couldn't even be bothered to ask the name of a worthless person like him, so stop correcting him. Sochon told him to think of it as an act of mercy. His death would be quick. Didn't he at least deserve to know the name of the one who would kill him? And then Gua started laughing and asked him what he just said. And the boy killed the hand of flying flowers by pure luck. And now he acts like the whole world is beneath him, the cocky bastard. He might have a chance to defeat him if he attacks with the poisonous phoenix, but he'll prove him wrong. Sochon immediately attacked and said, "Enough talk!" Gua immediately set his sword to block the swift attack. Gua was immediately surprised and didn't understand how this could happen. Sochon replied that he was a little busy, so they needed to sort it out quickly. Gua didn't understand the aura of the sword this guy was carrying. Sochon didn't respond and attacked him. Gua fell to the ground and, seeing his sword, couldn't believe what could happen. His sword was completely broken. He wondered if this was an unlimited limit. Gua said he must have used some kind of trick. He started shouting that the true plum blossom sword was a cowardly bastard. Sochun didn't let him continue and kicked him. Sochun said he was busy, so don't waste his time. He had a ton of questions, so stop this useless resistance and give in. Sochun grabbed him by the collar and began to say that before that, he needed a portion of people who would not interfere.
Sochun began to shout his name and said that the head of the great tiger fortress had been defeated by him.
The warriors wondered if Sochun was really that strong. So it wasn't just luck that defeated the hand of flying flowers. They heard he was taught by the faction leader himself, achieved enlightenment and became stronger, and they envy him. Even one of the strongest 100 masters couldn't stand before him. And then the deputy head fell to his knees and begged for mercy. The attack on the Great Tiger's prison was over within a day. The prisoners were released and began to thank him. Sochun said that the warehouse of the Great Tiger prison was full of all kinds of goods. Let them take as much as they needed. With so much money, the Golden Wish Merchant Guild will help them with housing and work. People said they'd already saved their lives. People began to rejoice and cry with joy. They continued to thank him for such help. Sochun was delighted, knowing these people were now on their side. After all, the Golden Wish Merchant Guild was in the business of selling weapons. Because of this, she's viewed poorly by people and isn't particularly well regarded in the murim. However, despite this incident will help improve their reputation. Hong approached his brother and said he was proud of him. At Hwasan, they teach them not to covet other people's wealth, but that's easy to say. In reality, it's not so. He felt ashamed of himself. When he saw the whole mountain of piled up goods, he couldn't help but think, there's so much here. Surely nothing will happen if he secretly takes a handful. However, the brother went to the captives and helped them without hesitation, deciding to distribute all their riches. He is proud of such an extraordinary brother as Sochun. Soen said that, just like her older brother had said, nothing had changed since their childhood in the Lotus Squad. Neither his martial arts nor his personality had changed at all. Sochun understood that this was because he already had more than enough money. The poisonous phoenix came up and said that she didn't want to disturb the warm atmosphere, but maybe they should discuss what they should do next. She wants Sochun to reveal everything he's been keeping secret. It's hard to react appropriately to the situation if he continues to remain silent. Sochun replied that he was just about to. As they all knew, they had assembled a punitive force to destroy the 18 Red Forest forts. At least, that's the plan they followed. But it only sounds so easy in words. The journey here took a quarter of a day, and to the Green Dragon Fortress it's half a day. Their final destination? The head of the Green Dragon Fortress. Or more accurately, the head of the Red Forest High Fort. Right now, it's practically impossible for them to control the Red Forest on their own. Therefore, they will aim for the neck of the head of the Supreme Fortress, after which they will immediately retreat. Hong replied that he understood. Nok said she understood everything. Sochun plans to assassinate the head of the Supreme Fortress, thereby causing internal strife within the fortress. Ju said they intended to vacate an influential position and exploit the resulting struggle for it. At that time, he was shouting at them to speak more simply. Could someone explain it to someone like him, whose head is really not working? Ju said that they had no concept of morality and ethics, and loyalty was also unknown to them. When the head of the Supreme Fortress dies, no one will even seek revenge. Everyone will be too concerned about who will take the vacant place. He asked, "Is that so?" Sochun replied that if they didn't retreat after killing the head of the Supreme Fortress, the Red Forest bandits would continue to fight them in order to survive. The issue of who will occupy the vacated position will fade into the background. Therefore, if the punitive detachment retreats in time, history will change. Hong thought for a moment and replied that it was all true. If the punitive force retreated, the 18 Red Forest forts would begin to reorganize. It was clear that in this chaos, everyone would split into warring factions. Nok said she was wondering why they initially targeted the Great Tiger Fortress. It's because they are closest to the Green Dragon Fortress, right? At that time, the Green Dragon Fortress reported that the head of the Great Tiger Fortress had been attacked and defeated. What was the name of that crazy guy? The servant replied, "It's Sochun, the head of the Supreme Fortress." This boy, the true Plum Blossom Sword, along with the Golden Desire Sword faction, have pulled in the Hwasan faction and the Tang clan. The leader asked in surprise. What? It was the leader of the Red Sword Fortress, Mengang. Mengang said that if those two made a move and they didn't know about it, what would they do? Let him tell him more. The servant replied that it did not seem like the Hwasan faction and the Tang clan were in the midst of preparing for a full-scale attack.
That Sochon kid used his personal connections. Mungong said he still couldn't get it. The lion's share of them were greenhorns, but they crushed them all in one day? What's Kwadalik doing there? The servant replied that Sochon had defeated him. Mengong said that he had gone up against a greenhorn, gotten carried away, and that was why he had ended up in trouble, obviously. But rumor has it he killed him with one blow. Surely those rumors came from people who know nothing about martial arts. They were probably deliberately exaggerating. Of course it was a shame. It was nice to hear what he was spinning for him. The servant asked what the boy should send to the Great Tiger's prison. Mungong replied that he was sure the government troops had already moved in, and it was too late to rush, so he should drop it. He'd better tell him where that insignificant punitive detachment was now. The servant replied that they had left the Great Tiger's fortress that morning, so they were apparently heading here, to the Green Dragon's fortress. Mung thought, not just anywhere, but stormed the Green Dragon's fortress? With less than 100 men? What were they thinking now? The servant asked what they would do. Meng replied that it would be problematic if this was just bait and a distraction. It would be better to wait before making any moves. Meng immediately gathered his people, and looking into the distance, said that he was serious, and did not understand what they were thinking. Then the servant turned to the chief, and Meng jumped from a height of several meters and asked, "What's wrong?" The servant replied that they had received a report from the scouts. They spotted a group of 200 heading here, 6 hours south. Meng said he knew it. Meng asked if they had found out where they were from. The servant replied that, judging by their movements and aura, they were sure they were warriors, but they couldn't say for sure where they were from. Meng replied that it seems there was nothing to be done. He thought it was beginning to make sense. They're trying to kill him and stir up internal conflict in the Red Forest. He told his men that the camp ahead was just a distraction. He's sure they're trying to distract them and strike from behind, but it won't work. He'll send scouts. Let him leave a couple dozen at the new gate and send the rest to the back. They won't be able to get through the front gate without a battering ram anyway, and let them hide when he reaches the back gate. He doesn't want them to figure it out and retreat, and if they make a mistake, he'll personally chop off their heads. The warrior thought their chief of the Supreme Fortress was far superior to the other chiefs. He wasn't just as strong as a beast, but also a clever strategist. The warriors immediately saw that the leader was already waiting for them, mocking them. Meng said they must have thought he wouldn't figure it out, but suddenly there was an explosion, and Meng was surprised and didn't understand what had happened. He saw that the main gate was destroyed. Zhu was laughing at this point and started laughing back. He said, "The mechanical genius Zhu has arrived." He said that he kept wondering why Sochun wanted them to dig an underground tunnel. Dig a tunnel under the walls and plant explosive devices to destroy them. He doesn't think it's martial arts related. What if the government comes after them later? Sochun told him not to worry. They warned that they would use explosive devices to extract minerals. He thought little Chagel was abnormal, but Commander Chu was something else too. He knew he hadn't been so simple even in his youth, but she couldn't have imagined he'd become like this. Meng asked what kind of Murima warriors would use the tunnel assault. And then he wondered, where should he go? And where's the real attack? And then the guy told the Red Forest to listen to him, and the time had come for him to receive his punishment for tormenting the innocent. Meng ordered the warrior to take half the men and run to the front gate. Sochun had already succeeded and killed that warrior. Did he think the head of the Supreme Fortress was a former soldier? He uses a surprisingly large number of archers for a Mura man. Perhaps he was some kind of commander. Bandits who used to be in the army are common, but considering how much tactical skill he displays. But then Sochun saw the ball and wondered, what is it? It was the black iron ball. Changdu. The warriors immediately rejoiced at the sight of Changdu and shouted for him to destroy everyone around him and protect them. Changdu began swinging the ball, destroying everything around him. The enemies were very surprised and a little worried. Chang said he didn't care that they were from Manhwa. They were uneven with the black iron ball. Nok saw this and decided it was her turn and said she'd deal with him. Chan said it looked like they had a pretty little one here. Chan started spinning his ball and taunting her. Nok saw the ball coming at her and dodged it. Nak thought they'd just see the power of this thing. Even a scratch would be fatal. She immediately saw the right moment and decided to attack. But at that moment, the ball headed her way and she realized the enemy was fast. Nok took a stance, knowing a careless attack would kill her. Chang had said his black iron ball was invincible. He immediately released the ball and Nok dodged it and moved to attack the enemy. But Chan was surprised and asked where she was going. He then pulled the ball toward himself. The ball quickly approached her, but the brothers shouted at Nok to be careful. Nok immediately dodged the ball again. Everyone was surprised, and Chan was surprised too, that she too was able to dodge. Nok came to her senses again and moved to attack. Nok managed to get close to him and, at the right moment, cut him to pieces. Chan lost his temper and shouted that she was a vile wretch. He started spinning his ball around as he pleased, and the warriors told him to be careful. After all, they were here too. Nok was surprised by his strength and realized she couldn't get close to him. She was ready to give up on life and closed her eyes. Then Sochan came running and shouted to his sister Nok. She opened her eyes and saw that her brother had come to help her. Sochan saw the enemies standing before him, nodding their arrows. He didn't dodge and advanced on them. Sochan used his sword and cut the arrow into pieces. The archer was surprised and didn't understand how he managed it. The archer decided he needed to get into close combat and attack. But Sochan dodged and cut him down. Sochan managed to help Nak. He fearlessly attacked the ball with his sword and cut it in half. Everyone was surprised and couldn't understand how he could do such a thing. And the ball hit the wall and broke it. The warriors were overjoyed and shouted that they were alive. One of the guys said they were idiots. They just lost Chengdu. Everyone was asking, what exactly happened? Why did the iron ball suddenly change direction? The poisonous phoenix thought everything had been different just a second ago. But Sochan used his energy to redirect it. She wondered when he'd learned to do that. Sochan asked Nok if she was okay. Nok smiled and replied that it was all thanks to him. Sochan asked her if she was hurt. Nok replied that everything was fine. He had managed to save her. Sochan shouted that they would now take advantage of this opportunity and begin to break through to the very center of the city. The warriors saw and said that Chan might be stupid, but he was one of their best fighters. Not just that girl, but the others too. How many martial artists did they drag here? The warrior asked them what they were doing. The enemy had arrived here straight after the battle with the Great Tiger's fortress. They were in no better shape right now. They're the Green Dragon's fortress. Neither the 9 great factions nor the 5 noble clans can stop them. Let them remember the head of their supreme fortress. The warriors began shouting that everything was right. The head of the supreme fortress. The head of the fortress was with them. He'll only reward whoever brings him Sochan's head. Bring him back alive, and he'll double the reward. Sochan immediately shouted at Sungye to eat this. Zhu immediately rejoiced and unleashed his cannons into battle. They immediately started shooting arrows at the enemy. They didn't understand what was happening at all. The boys said that young Master Zhu's invention was, as always, extraordinary. I mean, is he really from the Chigal clan? Maybe he's a disciple of the Tang clan? Poison Phoenix smiled and said that she would like to talk to young Master Chigal. Sochan shouted at them that he was a completely different person when he played with machinery. Meng got angry and asked what they were up to, the worthless bastards. He started waving his sword and saying that they would now see if they would still be standing there after this. The boy decided to counter his sword attack with his own, but he realized that the force was so great that he was sliding along the ground. Meng himself was surprised and said that these were closed illusions, and he began insulting them, calling them dog bastards. The boy said they'd come a long way, but that was all. What should they do now, young Lady Saran? And then Meng was suddenly spotted. Seeing the Chegol clan, Meng ominously said that they were practically asking to be finished off. So it was her idea, a beautiful phoenix of intrigue. Surin replied that it wasn't just her idea. At that moment, Meng too was surprised that someone was behind her. He thought for a long time about the fact that he could not go down because he did not know what trap they had prepared, but he can't ignore them either. Their entire plan is to capture him here. That's why he hates the Chigal clan. Surin appealed to the head of the Red Forest High Fort to lower his hands and surrender. Meng laughed and told her not to make him laugh. He was going to make her his concubine, but she had angered him enough. Instead, he gives her a merciless death. The warriors immediately began to move after his words, but Surin stopped them and said everything was fine. Meng ordered his men to guard the place, lest they break through. If they allowed them to step outside the threshold, he would personally behead them. At this time, Sochan was fighting with the rest of the enemies, and they were shouting that they wanted the guy dead. Sochan walked past them and thought that he didn't even need to show off his abilities in front of these herbivores. The warriors were surprised and asked each other, why should they fight this monster? They can't even see it. Sochan said he understood how they felt. It seems impossible, doesn't it? So let them forget and surrender peacefully. But the soldiers received the order and replied that it was a lie. The guy said he was trying to make them surrender without a fight. He must be exhausted. Sochon asked them if they really thought that was all there was to it. The warriors immediately told him to surrender before it was too late. Sochon laughed and replied that he would never do that. But in his mind, he felt that this deputy head was really annoying him. Sochon drew his blade and said it was a good opportunity. The warrior immediately thought he should have kept his mouth shut. He tried to analyze Sochon and wondered if he really was exhausted. His breathing didn't seem to be ragged, and he didn't have a scratch on him, let alone a wound. He knew he had to stall for time until the back gate was taken care of. And this is how he could do it, the warrior thought. But suddenly, everyone froze, hearing the leader arrive and address Sochon. They seemed to be overjoyed. Man called his warriors idiots and said their leader was here. Sochon was overjoyed because this was exactly what his plan was supposed to be. Sochon thought he'd been worried for a second that the chief might have noticed, but it seemed he'd passed. The warriors immediately ran to the chief and told him that help had arrived. Sochon understood that Meng was the head of the Red Forest Fortress. There was no information about him, other than the fact that he had suddenly appeared and instantly become the head of the Green Dragon Fortress, and thanks to his powerful martial arts. Despite being a very strong and skilled fighter, he had never heard of it in his past life. He even tried to investigate his case, but didn't learn much. The only two things he's certain of are that he's too smart to be a bandit, and that he was no ordinary martial artist. Man immediately decided to talk to them, and turned to Sochon and Chegal Sungye. Chegal asked why he was here again. Meng replied that it meant they were here to avenge what happened 7 years ago. He never imagined Yoktaeryang would cause him such trouble. He would fish his body out of the river and tear it apart as soon as he was done with the two of them. Meng became very angry and said they were dead. Sochon turned to his older brother and said he would deal with the head of the Supreme Fortress himself. Let them take care of the rest. The girl immediately panicked and said that they knew his martial arts were exceptional, but they are talking now about Meng, the head of the Red Forest Fort, who is one of the top 100 martial artists. Sochon calmly replied that everything was fine and they shouldn't worry. Besides, they knew they weren't in a position to split up the group, right? The girl thought, looking around, and saw that everyone was already at their limit because they were forced to fight with people whose number was twice as large as theirs, and they won't be able to distribute their fighters to fight only against the leader. They both sighed, and the girl told him to be careful. Then Surin approached them and told the girl not to worry. After all, her older brother was much stronger than they could imagine. Shigo made a decision and ordered all warriors to gather in a plum blossom battle formation. The warriors immediately began to carry out the order. The enemy became wary, and the leader shouted for them to remain in their positions. The leader was still with them. Surin immediately turned to young Master Chigal. The boy heard her and ordered the bamboo launcher to fire a second salvo. The soldiers, seeing the cannons, were frightened and began to run for cover. Meanwhile, Sochon looked at Chief Meng, waiting for the right moment to attack. Sochon thought that if he judged him by his appearance alone, he would have thought he was a complete idiot. But apparently that wasn't the case. He slowly analyzed Meng and couldn't find a hint of weakness. Meng called the guy a light faction asshole and asked if he was afraid of him. It seems the rumor that the Hwasan faction is no longer what it used to be was true. And that makes sense, considering how cowardly they fled 7 years ago. Sochon turned to Man and said that he thought he was going to crush him. If he truly thought he was worthless, he would have attacked already. However, he behaves cautiously and feeds him with senseless ridicule. Is Meng afraid of him? Man replied that he found it amusing that in just a few seconds his tongue would be begging him for mercy. Meng thought the guy's fame was down to luck. But maybe that wasn't the case. Meng immediately took up the blade and said that he was a supreme master who had almost reached the unlimited limit. The leader told the boy to come over and call it a trifle. Sochon immediately noticed it was the sword that had conquered mountains. He said he was a martial artist who had captured the Green Dragon's fortress with just a sword. And then he immediately pounced. But in the first second, Sochon came very close, and Man began to defend himself. But the guy was smart and changed the trajectory of the attack. Meng managed to react and deflected the blow with his blade, but the force was so strong that the leader's blade wounded him on the side. Sochon noticed he was almost there. He immediately drew a handful of magical air and directed it straight at the head. Meng had anticipated it and dodged it. He said it was a poisonous hand, a poisonous art from a fighter of the Light faction. Did this hypocrite really want to show his true form? Sochon got angry and told him to shut up already. Why does he keep saying the same thing over and over again? The boy grew tired of listening to this chatter and rushed to attack. Meng didn't have time to dodge and eventually hesitated to attack back. Meng said, "Could it really be the 24-step plum blossom sword art?" Sochun didn't stop there and performed the plum blossom by the roadside, a butterfly dance in the plum blossom, and finally, a magnificent plum blossom petal display. Meng, seeing this, became frightened and decided to dodge the attack because he understood that the end would come if he stood still. Sochun paused after this, trying to find the leader with his gaze. He patiently closed his eyes and began to rely on his instincts. He felt a tremor as he anticipated Meng's approach and his attack. He immediately turned and blocked the attack. In that moment, he sensed something was wrong. He'd had countless chances, yet not only had he failed to use his sword aura, but he hadn't even applied the proper sword techniques. Man told Sochun he didn't expect him to push him that far. And he gives the guy credit. Sochun asked him why he suddenly opened his mouth. Man replied that the guy was an impudent bastard. After all, Meng, the head of the High Forest, stands before him and pays him tribute, and he decides to refuse such an honor? Sochun replied that he didn't need it anyway. Man grew angry and, raising his sword, said that it seemed his tongue simply didn't know when to stop spitting out arrogant words. Sochun managed to dodge the attack, which could have cut him in two, but in that moment, his eyes widened and he couldn't understand what was happening. Sochun didn't understand why, because Man started running away. But he acted like he was ready to give it his all. Could he really be planning to take Chego-suran hostage? That's certainly a bad idea, Sochun thought. The forces at the rear gate are just a distraction. The most they can do is disable a small portion of the Red Forest. Sochun ran after them and used the shadow-throwing knives. Man saw the knives flying at him and got angry. Man asked Sochun if he even used assassin skills. There were simply no words for that. Sochun asked in surprise, speechless. He was the one who should be saying that. Man said he'd do him the honor, but then he started running away. What's wrong with him? Meng asked the guy if he'd never heard of a tactical retreat before, and promptly threw away his sword. Does he know why his head is still connected to his body? Because his martial arts are impressive? Because he's lucky? That's complete nonsense. It's because he hasn't proven himself yet. Sochun said that the words, "I didn't show myself," sounded like he failed the national exam a bunch of times, and instead of sitting and studying, he just drinks. Man got angry and replied that he didn't. Sochun asked him, "What then?" Was he trying to say that this wasn't even his final form? Meng laughed and replied that they would see how far his audacity would go. And then the doors opened for him. But these were enemies who prepared to shoot arrows to kill Sochun in one go. Man stopped them and said they were about to start a real brawl. Sochun immediately realized it was his mistake. Sochun understood that it wasn't because he hadn't used his sword aura. He had reached the limitless limit with a spear, not a sword. Man started laughing and said he liked this guy's face much better. Sochun looked at him in surprise and closed his eyes. The boy kept telling himself to calm down. He needed to accept this mistake and learn his lesson. Meng knew in his head that he needed to kill this guy. He was so powerful at the tender age of 20. But he wasn't sure he'd be able to deal with him in 10 years. But if he lets him go this time, he will eventually come back for revenge. To prevent that, he needs to kill him now. Besides, since the guy saw this, he couldn't let him leave alive. Sochun was momentarily surprised, seeing a familiar position. Meng decided to attack and use the pear blossom spear. The Yang family spear technique. Sochun said he knew it. Man is a former military man. The leader said the guy wasn't the only one who was a general. The Yang family spear technique. The art of the spear. Transmitted by Yang Miaojin, a female general during the Southern Song dynasty. It was already an astonishing martial art in itself, but after passing through the hands of many warriors, it was perfected, becoming the finest of all spear arts. It was recognized, from a martial arts perspective, as one of the best military martial arts. And it was taught only to generals. Man sighed and told the boy that at least he knew what he was looking at. Sochun said the way he was holding the spear made it more obvious. Meng said he didn't care. It didn't change anything. Looking into each other's eyes, the leader suddenly lunged at him with his spear. Sochun saw this and realized it was very bad. He immediately dodged the attack, avoiding any danger. Meng was surprised at that moment, seeing how the boy easily parried the phoenix's bow. And what's more, he even managed to display such strength. Meng was very angry, and squeezing the spear in his hands, he understood one thing. He had to kill him right now. Man didn't stop there and started attacking. But Sochun wasn't afraid and easily defended himself. But he could see that it impressed him. Sochun thought that usually the longer the spear, the more difficult it was to maintain maneuverability, but he didn't see any downsides. Man said the guy was a crazy asshole. He parried them all? But how did he manage to deflect them?
At that moment, the energy began to radiate more intensely, and Meng realized it didn't matter. He was going to kill him anyway. Seeing his target, Man immediately pounced on him.
Sochun saw all this and realized that he was coming for him.
Man started feeling around and realized he'd found it. He called the guy an idiot because he was finished. But Sochun wasn't so simple, and he easily parried the attack.
Meng saw this and realized it was an attack with the aura of a spear. The boss couldn't believe this could happen. The boy, like him, had reached the limitless limit. Sochun saw the barrier and attacked it. Meng immediately swung his spear, but realized he wouldn't have time to react.
Sochun pierced Man's hand with his blade and asked if the dark skies had helped him this time.
Perhaps an unknown bandit could, but a former general would hardly be able to hide in the Red Forest. Deserters are common, but not generals. The army would never let him go. Meng started laughing and asked, "Was that a celestial sphere?" But still, it's funny. Very funny.
Sochun asked him what was so funny.
Man replied that they spoke as if the world was in their hands. And yet, that wasn't the point. The guy finally defeated him. As a reward, he'll tell him. Of course, he doesn't know much. In fact, he was tired of fighting those northern barbarians. He just wanted to get out of that hell, and they helped him.
They were very impressive. They changed his face so he could become a new person.
Meng fell to his knees and said the entire world had been deceived. Not just the dark skies, but all of the murim. They had been deceived by the monster from Manhwa. Meanwhile, the war continued. Then Sochun approached them and ordered them to stop. Everyone was surprised and didn't understand why they had to stop. Turning around, they saw that Chief Meng had been defeated. Meng's warriors couldn't believe it. But Sochun's warriors rejoiced, for their ally had defeated the chieftain. Sochun shouted out that the head of the supreme fortress was dead. Let them stop their senseless resistance and surrender. An ally from the main chapter said this couldn't be true, but they had no choice but to accept defeat and throw away their weapons. The warriors of Sochun rejoiced, seeing that they had captured the Green Dragon Fortress. But it was too early to celebrate. The fortresses of the Seven Forests and the fortresses of the Nine Waters still remained. Since the forts of the Great Tiger and the Green Dragon have fallen, they will send reinforcements. Their forces are too exhausted to continue the battle.
Sochun said they would split into 3 groups.
There should be hostages in the cages. Tell them to free them and prepare to escort them out of here, and let them tie up those who surrender and lock them behind bars. And they can kill them if they resist.
The men asked what about the loot.
Sochun replied that they should take a few trinkets. The rest would be too much of a burden, so they should leave it behind. The boy, surprised, asked, "What, they're just leaving it all here?" Sochun replied that many of them were exhausted. Furthermore, the hostages, who were already in poor condition, were the priority. They need to travel light because they'll be crossing mountainous terrain, and they need to keep food use to a minimum. The boy said he believed there was no choice. Sochun saw their faces and replied that all the treasures in the world couldn't compare to the price of their lives.
Let them remember, their greed could end in someone's death.
They carry the burden of lives, not treasures. But then Surin approached and addressed her older brother. Meanwhile, Sochun was thinking and realized he had to clarify this, otherwise there would be problems later.
He told the soldiers they needed to hurry. The enemy could be close.
He immediately turned to the deputy head,
and he said he'd ask him a few questions.
And he wanted succinct answers. If he tried to lie, a couple of his bones would break.
Sochun ordered him to reveal the location the head of the Supreme Fortress visited most often,
or where he might be hiding something. Tell him everything he knew.
The boy showed Sochun everything and said that it was here.
Sochun ordered him to stay outside, and if he tries to run away again, and now he knows the consequences, the guy listened and replied that it wouldn't happen again. Chegal said it looked like this was the right place. Sochun was surprised and asked how he knew that. Chegal asked, "Isn't it obvious at first glance?" The room was simply suspicious. Sochun replied, "I don't care." Why did he even ask? Chegal pulled out the needle and walked up to the wall and said that it needed to be stuck here, and immediately the doors opened in front of them.
Sochun asked if there were any traps there.
Chegal replied that they had already passed through. The guy was surprised and asked how they had passed. Shigo replied that the wall itself was both a trick and a trap. It would have been activated if they had opened it incorrectly. Shigul took a step and said that it was from the category of similar. There is a door with a girl leading down, but he doesn't know what's there.
Judging by the sound, he guesses it's about 15 meters deep.
Apparently, the head of the high fort built it all himself. That's quite impressive. Most people stay away from traps because they might accidentally trigger them, but he seemed to keep everything clean and people didn't notice.
Shigul stepped into the dungeon and asked, "Is that all? How boring. And there are no more traps."
They both walked inside and saw a chair, and Sochan said that's why they were here.
Sochan began to examine the box and, seeing it, realized it was a miracle cure. He had a ton of them, but that was no reason not to take another one, and he hoped he wouldn't be disappointed.
He picked up the book and saw that it was called 10,000 Swords. Iron Shirt, but he saw that there was more, and upon closer inspection, he found another book. Opening it, he smiled and realized that this was it. Sochan said it was time for them to go. Chegal was surprised and asked, "Already?" The guy replied that he'd show him something better later, but for now it was time to go. They really were pressed for time. Nok turned to her eldest brother and said everything was ready. The others chimed in and said they were ready too. Everyone was locked in. The girls said they'd confirmed they couldn't escape using martial arts, so there was no need to worry. They wouldn't be able to chase them either. Sochan said that if everyone was ready, they should move out. Let them keep an eye on the people to make sure there were no escapees or wounded. Surin approached the gentleman and addressed him. Sochan asked what was wrong. The girl replied that everyone was exhausted and they had more wounded than they expected. She suspects they won't be able to move at a fast enough pace. Sochan tells her not to worry. They don't have much time, but it's enough to get out of here. Surin asked, "How so?" Sochan replied that it was because of the loot they had left behind. 2 days later, people from another clan arrived and found the head of the high fortress dead. He asked what the hell had happened here. Then a guy came running and told the head of the prison that all the Green Dragon's men were behind bars. And then the prisoners started screaming and begging for help. The leader approached them and asked what had happened here. Who had attacked? The authorities? The Murim Alliance? The boy replied no. It was Sochan. The leader was surprised and asked, "Is that really the true Plum Blossom sword?" Let him explain. The chief listened to him and asked what the boy was saying, that there was no one in the entire prison. Was that true? The boy replied that it was true. Then a guy ran up and told the chief that there was a ton of stuff in the vault. It seemed they were too busy running away that they left everything behind. The chief was delighted and told the boy to get the cart, and they'll start with the most valuable. Another leader received a message and asked, "Has the Green Dragon Fortress fallen? And how were they able to take the Green Dragon Fortress with so many men?" The boy replied that that wasn't the issue. The Green Dragon's prison was unguarded. They needed to retrieve the loot immediately. The man was surprised and asked why they were waiting then. He should call the guys who had come out immediately. Lee also received news that the assault on the Green Dragon Fortress had been successful. Lee was overjoyed and said he had succeeded. Meng, the head of the Supreme Sharp Red Forest, was killed by Zhu Sochun of the Huasan faction in Hubei in the city of Fangxian. People said that Sochun led his troop forward and defeated Meng one-on-one. So he didn't defeat the palm of scattering petals by luck alone. The boys also said they'd heard him prioritize saving people, even though he had a mountain of treasure in front of him. Deputy Chief Ming shouted at the gentleman not to do this. He didn't want to fall into the hands of the authorities. The boy said it seemed like it was time for them to part ways. The boy's sister also told Nak that for the first time in a long time, she would miss her company. Nak also reciprocated. The guy interrupted his sister's conversation and said that she would meet Sister Nak in 2 years. He hopes everything will be okay with he and Surin. The girl asks Surin if she seriously needs to do something about he's personality. She's sure many people have problems with her. Surin replied, perhaps she should do something about her friendliness. The girl thanked her for being so concerned about her. She always knew she was much nicer than she said. Surin wondered when they became so close. It was all because of Jiang Soen's sister. The boy approached Sochun and said he was so proud of his outstanding brother, but no matter where he went or how much praise he received, he would always be in his brother's shadow. Sochun told his brother not to talk like that. He performed admirably in the assault. The boy replied that it was hard to have such a great brother like him. He'd like to stay and work on something, but it looks like he'll have to leave it for later. The girl told her brother that they really had to go. The warriors said as they parted, it was an honor to fight alongside him. They too will be out in the world next year, so he should contact them if he needs them. Surin said it was time for them to go too. Chigol was surprised by her words and thanked his sister for her help. Sochan said he hadn't expected her to come, young Miss Chigol. Suran replied that it was for Sungye's benefit, and she owed them a favor too. And yet, his advice really helped them. And in that moment, Sochan realized it was the art of illusion. Sochan thought about it and said he was glad he'd helped them. Surin replied that she was curious where he'd learned about it, and she thinks it would be nice to have a discussion about the art of illusion sometime. And then she'll go. And then, while seeing Suran off, Sochan said it was time to get to the point. The boys immediately cheered and said the guild leader was ready to throw them a feast in Shandong. At the Golden Wish Trading Guild, King Li waved his arms and shouted, "The master has arrived! Let everyone clear the way!" At that moment, Chegol shouted that they were home. Sochan said they were noisy, as always. Li thanked him. And now the thieves who had been harassing them magically vanished as soon as they took up the job. Because of them, they had lost so much. Sochan asked if their losses were greater than they expected. Li replied that thanks to him, they were able to avoid a profit shortfall. Li said that's where the good stuff ends. They weren't able to reap any real benefits because they had to deal with sabotage and harassment. Some of their plans in other regions had to be cancelled, and others abandoned due to rival guilds taking advantage of the situation. Sochan said he was glad they were able to save themselves from losing the money. Li replied that it was close, but they got through it thanks to Mr. Mugoku, and the two they introduced him to were also very helpful. Li saw something was wrong and said he was keeping them outside. Let them come inside. He organized a feast for them in honor of their victory. Sitting at the table, Li said that even though he had never left Shandong, he hadn't missed a word of the stories of their heroes. The brave plum sword, Mr. Sochan, the jade plum blossom, Mrs. Chang Soun, and the most beautiful girl of Manhwa, the charming sparkle, Nak Seowa. Li said it was an honor for him, as the guild leader, to serve them all. Sochan told Nak that it seemed like he should congratulate him on finally getting her nickname. Is that true, beautiful beauty of Manhwa? Nak blushed upon hearing such compliments. And then Surin turned to the great Li and asked, "So even the head of the Golden Desire Trading Guild remembers Hwasan first?" Li immediately opened his arms and replied, "Of course not. One hero is not superior or inferior to another." Of course, he'd heard of the infamous Tang clan. He was especially impressed by the story of how they had swung at the great tiger in his prison. He thought, wow, he didn't know that, and yet he was so amazed. Surin said they were so good at grinding their tongues that oil was dripping off them, which is probably how they got their bellies and extra chins. Li said he was flattered by the compliment. He had also heard stories about young Master Chagall, a strange master of mechanisms. That's the name they've given you. They call him strange because they don't understand his genius, but he's sure they revere him. The boy answered that it was true. He was Chegal Sungye, a master mechanic and a genius. He knew that Li, the guild leader, could see right through people. And then Sochan began to be surprised, since he had previously disliked this nickname. Li said that, on top of everything else, their great hero of the day was Mr. Sochan. He congratulates him on becoming one of the top 100 masters. The warriors immediately shouted with joy and said they knew he would succeed. Li said, "Here it is, their true plum blossom sword." And on top of that, he decided he should pour Sochan some himself. Sochan stared into the glass and saw the reflection that appeared in the top 100 masters. Sochan thought for a few minutes, his vision blurry. Coming to his senses, he realized he was involuntarily becoming emotional. Sochan thought about it carefully and decided it was true. He asked the others if they didn't mind, could they talk somewhere else? At that time, there existed the Dark Skies, a secret organization planning a coup in Murim. It was much more than it seemed, and the 6 forbidden arts were just the tip of the iceberg. They had a whole storehouse of scriptures, each of which could have sparked a bloody battle in the outside world. Their influence extends not only to the light, dark, and 2 demonic factions, but also to the trading world. Sochan thought that even though he had memories of his past life and information about the future, he couldn't do much on his own. And if he needs help, he shouldn't lie, but tell the truth. It's time to take that step. Sochan decided to tell everyone the gist of the matter, and immediately, everyone was surprised by his story. Chegol asked, "So, according to Sochan, the conflict with the tomb was orchestrated by them?" The guy replied that it was all true. Sochun said he understood that this was hard for them all to believe, but he needed their help. And he begs them to seriously consider it at least once. Shigal smiled at this and replied that they were already helping him. He, Chigel, never forgot the moment he'd tricked him. He'd already bought his soul with a miracle cure. It wasn't Murim, but Sochun who summoned him. He called this weirdo, whom everyone considered an idiot, a genius, made him understand the value of mechanical art. If it weren't for Brother Sochun, he wouldn't have gotten this far. That's why he believes him, even if he's actually lying. If he asks him to believe, he will. Even if Murim Zhongyuan and the whole world don't believe in him, he will be like Sochun in him 7 years ago. And then Li stepped forward and told the boy that he believed him too. He didn't care if it was a lie. After all, those were his words and no one else's. If he needs help, let him ask without hesitation. He's willing to take losses for him, but don't ask him to give up everything. Sochun realized and saw that this was, after all, the king of merchants, despite the fact that his guild had grown greatly thanks to his help. If it turns out that his request for help leads to the Golden Guild's pity, it will most likely mean the end of the relationship he has built with him. And it's also worth understanding that the Merchant King is loyal to no one. He is a man driven by rational interests from head to toe. And then one of the warriors said that he also agreed. He didn't care whether it was true or not. He was simply following the one to whom he owed a duty. Serdan also decided to say that she thought Sochun was joking, but it didn't seem to be the case in this case. Sochun thought he hesitated, unsure whether to tell her this. Unlike the others in this room, he knew little about her. Their first impressions of each other were not the best, and she constantly came after him in search of revenge. But even so, she helped him a lot. And she kept the incident with the phantom bow swordsman a secret. He assigned a couple of ghosts to her just in case, but she didn't do anything suspicious. And what convinced him to tell her was her potential. Poisonous and martial arts, the art of healing. She's a good reader of information, and she has a lot of experience in the outside world. Her character may not be the best, but her talent is so great that it is hard to believe that she died in battle without a chance to make a name for herself in his past life. Sochun asked her if she believed him. Suran immediately replied that of course not. He was always hiding and concealing things. Who knows what he had planned this time? Moreover, he has no evidence beyond his own words. Only a fool would believe such a thing prematurely. Sochun knew deep down that this was how normal people should react. Sudan said that she had to see for herself whether his words were true or not, since she was already tied to him by that same argument. Sochun replied that that was enough for him. Nak asked him what he planned to do now. Sochun replied that it was a good question and put the book on the table. Nak immediately pointed out that there was nothing written on the cover. Sochun replied that he thought they could call it Mangang's diary. He received help from the dark skies by evading the eyes of the government, but he only assisted, not obeyed. In fact, he had always regarded them with suspicion and caution. So, to avoid being taken advantage of, he had prepared a plan to escape or fight back. Nak asked, "Is this the plan?" Sochun replied that it was. A list of spies within the Red Forest, bodyguard firms, and merchant guilds affiliated with the dark skies. This is far more valuable than any miracle cure or scripture. It may not be for everyone, but for those who are preparing to fight dark skies, this information is incredibly useful. Li said he understood and that it made sense. Dark Heaven must have a list of bodyguard firms and merchant guilds they couldn't accidentally touch. Sochun said he'd leave it to the guildmaster. He'd give him the information so he could take everything they had from them. Li was very happy and replied that he would do so with great pleasure. Sochun said that in the entire diary, the most important information is this secret place. The Dark Heaven clan leader received the information and immediately began laughing non-stop. All his men were surprised by his reaction and couldn't tell whether he was upset or not. The leader asked, "Isn't that interesting? How could one man thwart them so many times?" The warrior immediately bowed his head and begged for his life. The boss said that was enough. He was the precious brains of their organization, and he couldn't lose them. The warrior said he also apologized for not realizing his mercy. Let him take this useless man. The leader asked in surprise. Useless? He doesn't understand what the warrior is talking about. Their organization didn't suffer any direct losses. It was just the murder of a simple bandit leader. The warrior knew in his mind that he had failed. He had failed, and he hadn't succeeded. The warrior thought that his plan was to use the Red Forest to destroy the Golden Wish Guild and take their share, and the plan to get rid of Sochon both failed. With the head of the Red Forest High Fort dead, it will now be impossible to control them, and his preparations for war and plans to control the Red Forest were flushed down the drain. The leader immediately mentioned Sochon's name and said that he thought he was just a brat chasing the Tan clan's daughter, but he turned out to be a tiger hiding his fangs. And the chief said something interesting. The thief who stole their miracle cures, the robber who destroyed the tomb, and Sochon from Hwasan. He ordered his men to find all three and capture them at any cost, alive or dead. The warrior replied that the order would be carried out, and he decided to kill them. No, not even simple death would be enough. He would find them and everything connected to them and destroy them until they begged for death. The next morning, Chigel said that he thought they had just recently had a pleasant, heartfelt conversation. Sochon replied that he was. Chigel said that they should please leave him alone then. Why was he taking him with him again? Sochon replied that there would be traps there. Chigel asked in surprise, "Traps?" That's what Sochon would have said right away, and it looks like those guys from the Dark Skies aren't complete idiots. It's no surprise they'd use machinery if they wanted to take over Zhongyuan. Sochon said that he was sure he would gladly follow the Dark Skies, promising that they would show him the traps. Nak laughed and said it couldn't be him. Then Chigel asked if they were going to show him any traps. Surin told them not to worry. Young Master Chigel might be an idiot, and she'd wonder if he was really from the Chigel clan, but he wasn't that stupid. Moreover, they have no friends. Without them, he would have no one to talk to or spend time with, so she is confident he won't betray her. She immediately apologized and said she was merely stating the facts. Nak laughed and told Lady Tang not to bring harsh reality down on him. She hurts young Master Chigel's feelings. At that moment, Sochon wondered, how could they be so cruel? Surin asked the guy if he was sure the four of them would be enough. Sochon replied that yes, a large group would attract attention. And then Sochon thought and remembered that he had recently felt that someone was watching them. Sochon said he hoped she would help him clear the area. Suran immediately agreed. A couple of hours later, the boys arrived in Suzhou. They sat down at the table and decided to have a snack. Sochon asked the boys how they liked the food. Chigel replied that they used freshwater fish, added salt and various seasonings, and there was no poison. Sochon laughed at his words, knowing that wasn't what he was asking. It seemed no one had been following them since they entered Suzhou. Sochon thought for a moment and said they'd have to wait until nightfall and continue on their way. Nak was surprised to hear this. As Sochon set out on his journey at night, he thought and remembered that they say that a person misses what is right under his nose. Sochon asked, right in the middle of Suzhou? He never would have thought it would be located in the middle of such a densely populated area. Sochon asked Chegel where to go next. The boy immediately placed his hand on the stone and replied, "Here." Pressing the stone with his hand, a secret entrance opened before them. Sochon asked if everything was okay. Chegel replied that for now, it was. Sochon said he was going in, and as he entered the tunnel, he said he could finally relax a little. But then Chigel stopped abruptly and looked a little startled. Sochon was surprised and realized what was going on. Ahead of them stood a path that was slowly crumbling, water dripping down it. Chigel immediately shouted for them to run. Chigel read everything and shouted at the boys to do what they should do. After all, this tunnel was filled with traps. At that moment, the boy knew in his head that things were bad. There were too many pitfalls along this path. Sochon also thought about it and didn't know what to do with the soil. But the most important thing now was the foundation of the path, which could very well collapse. At the last moment, Chigel saw several flaws and shouted to the others that the ceiling was collapsing. The boys had given up hope and simply decided to run. But seeing a light ahead, they sped up and escaped. Sochon turned around and asked Nak if she was okay. Nak smiled and replied that it had been quite a day. Soren asked her sultry voice, "How is she?" The girl replied that she was fine too. Was she injured? The girl replied that she wasn't. She just had to expend half her chi. But then Sochon turned around abruptly and saw a group of people standing in front of them. Chegel was terrified and pointed his finger at them, saying, "What's that?" Sochon, seeing their faces, realized with a surprised look that it was Jiangshi. Nak immediately said it was the Blood Temple's magic and that she didn't like this group. Sochon immediately looked at Soren and thought that the Ghost Valley martial art, which attacks vital organs, would not work against the Jiangshi, who did not even have hearts.
And of course, this is the only enemy of the Valley of Ghosts. In that case, he ordered her not to come forward and to protect herself in Chigol. And the good thing is that he was just wondering if he would have a chance to try out what he had recently learned.
The Jiangshi would be ideal opponents for training. The Jiangshi immediately rose into the air and immediately launched an attack.
Sochon gripped his sword so tightly that when he attacked, he felt that it wasn't smooth enough.
And then he decided to perform his next move even better. But after plunging the sword into his head, he survived.
Sochon, seeing this, said, "What does it mean the Jiangshi are so strong?" He shouted at Sister Nock to beware of the corpse poison they were saturated with.